This. Where is this? Jishio awakened from his stupor. Opening his eyes, he looked around at the extremely unfamiliar surroundings. It felt like a chaos with darkness, so thick he couldn't see his hand. Yet he could feel himself immersed in a warm ocean. The warm water bathed his body, filling him with an extremely soft and warm sensation from head to toe. Wait! Why is my hand so small? Oh my god! Why is there a cord on my belly button? Jishio's mind raced. Finally he reached a conclusion. He had transmigrated. And even more, he had transmigrated into an unborn baby still in his mother's womb. Jishio took a deep breath, calming his mind. He began to replay events. In his memory, he was reading a fantasy novel titled Immortal Emperor Unrivaled, when suddenly a white light appeared before his eyes. Afterwards he arrived here. As these thoughts crossed his mind, a glowing screen interface materialized before Jishio. Name Jishio. Age 0. Identity heir of the top warlord family in the Baixia Empire. Life status not yet born. Cultivation none. Techniques none. Heavenly essence 0 points. Fate level black soul extinguished. After carefully examining his character interface, Jishio immediately understood what was happening. He had transmigrated into the world of the fantasy novel Immortal Emperor Unrivaled. Furthermore, his identity was actually the future greatest villain in this fantasy world. The demon god Jishio, who shared his own name. Of course, that was not the point. If Jishio remembered correctly, the point was that this great villain's fate was extremely tragic. He was even once called the representative of the aesthetics in the web novel world, and the most tragic antagonist in the web novel world bar none. The setting of the villain boss in the novel is a crazy, sickly, devoted lover, a substitute jumper with masochistic tendencies. Before becoming the villain, Jishio was a young nobleman in splendid attire, admiring flowers on the street, a carefree son of a military mansion. Unfortunately, afterwards his clan was annihilated, his parents died tragically, his profound arts were crippled, and finally he was thrown into the most terrifying abyss of the continent, the Luangu Abyss. He endured 1,000 years of the pain of 10,000 demons gnawing on his bones. Emerging from the abyss, he gradually grew into the most fearsome villain boss. The Demon King sits in the center, gods stand on both sides, ruling the 9 heavens for 10,000 years, worshipped by all races. All celestial emperors bow as subjects. And the novel tells the story of a male protagonist, a humble disciple of a celestial sect, who awakens a powerful golden finger, and a female protagonist, an immortal empress, who is reborn from the peak of the Demon King's rule 10,000 years into the past. The two join forces to nip the yet ingrown Demon King Jishio in the cradle, saving the future world. On the wedding night, the divine nail is driven in. Hard, ripped-out bones strip, blood staining the sky. Yin and Yang separated, the demon god falls. The light of righteousness shines upon all beings. Jishio recalled the plot of the novel. He couldn't help but think, if these stories were to happen to him, that would be disastrous. Transmigrating is fine. But why did I transmigrate into such a pitiful early stage and later crazy villain boss? After being born, he would be the most wealthy and powerful young heir of the Baixia Empire. But soon after, not only would his profound arts be abolished, but also his family would be destroyed. Even worse, he would be thrown into the abyss to suffer 1,000 years of demon bone-gnawing pain. Not only that, there is a heaven-chosen male protagonist who awakened a golden finger, and a female protagonist who is reborn from 10,000 years in the future, whose goal is also to destroy him. Future. Destroyed family. Ripped out heart and bones. Bloodied sky. This is too damn tragic. Thinking this, Jishio suddenly felt terrible all over. A demon star of calamity. The future was doomed to darkness. There was no hope at all. Probably for this reason his fate level was pure black. Soul extinguished. This was simply the ultimate bad opening. Just as he felt utterly helpless, a clear voice suddenly rang in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have awakened the check-in system. Would you like to check in here? Hearing this, Jishio shuddered. System. Check-in system. He had read hundreds of web novels before transmigrating. He naturally knew what the appearance of a system meant. A golden finger. This was something that could let him defy fate and change his destiny. Jishio took a deep breath and then answered without hesitation. System. Check in. System. Sign in. As soon as the words fell, Jishio heard the extremely pleasant system prompt sound in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for signing in successfully while still in the womb. Congratulations, host, for signing in successfully and obtaining the 9-star reward, Divine Heart Demon Bone. Congratulations, host, for signing in successfully and obtaining the 8-star reward, Devouring Immortal Demon Art. Boom. The moment the system's voice ceased, Jishio felt an unparalleled strange power gathering in the center of his chest. Then it burst open like a firework. Chaotic chi surged and celestial rivers churned. Dazzling lights scattered through every limb and bone. A heart radiant as a star beat vigorously, steaming with supreme immortal flames. Suddenly Jishio felt as if he stood above the heavenly Tao, overlooking all sentient beings through the ages. Gods, demons, immortals, all were but fleeting clouds. At the end of time stood only one being, undefeated through the ages. Divine Heart Demon Bone granted enlightenment akin to divinity, peerless cultivation potential, and 3 supreme killing domains unmatched since antiquity. Rating 9-star supreme bloodline, the 3 supreme killing domains of the Divine Heart Demon Bone: Demon Arrival, Divine Forbidden, and Immortal Embers. Demon Arrival: demonic flames burn, eyes become blood red like the river Styx. The demon god descends, combat power increases, exponentially capable of killing enemies up to 8 minor realms higher. Awakening requirement 10000 Destiny Essence. Divine Forbidden, divine taboo, body and soul break through the shackles of heaven, undergoing a qualitative transformation, a battle state that only ancient emperors could enter. Awakening requirement 10000 Destiny Essence. Immortal Embers, heaven-defying killing domain, power unknown. Awakening requirement 10000 Destiny Essence. Devour Immortal Demon Art, the foremost demonic body tempering method, also an extraordinary art that devours others' origin to enhance one's cultivation. Rating 8-star extraordinary demonic immortal art. Jishio carefully read through the descriptions of the Divine Heart Demon Bone and the Devour Immortal Demon Art he had obtained. Jishio was slightly taken aback. If he recalled correctly, the Divine Heart Demon Bone was the ceiling-level constitution in the novels. It was also the ultimate Tao body after the evolution of the bloodline of the great antagonist demon god Jishio. Its 3 heaven-defying killing domains were absolutely terrifying super weapons that transcended cognition, like nuclear bombs even for the lofty gods and immortals. Speaking of the Devour Immortal Demon Art, if Jishio remembered correctly, this demonic art was the ultimate profound art realized in despair after the antagonist boss was cast into the abyss of eternity and endured 1,000 years of bone-devouring torment from myriad demons. It was precisely by relying on this art that Jishio had grown step by step into the killing demon god that made even gods and immortals tremble. I mean, before even being born, I have already obtained the 2 max-level configurations that only the ultimate antagonist should have. A complete reversal from a doomed start to a perfect start. Jishio thought with great surprise, his heart finally relaxing a lot. Since the reward has arrived, now the first priority is to make good use of the excellent cultivation environment of the womb to practice the Devour Immortal Demon Art so that my flesh and meridians can be tempered and strengthened. I must ensure that no accident prevents my birth in a few months. After birth, I'll consider how to awaken the killing domains. Jishio thought calmly, and soon formed his survival strategy. He remembered that in the original novel, he was the only young master of the Ji family. Also the sole heir of the future Ji family military mansion. Therefore many important figures in the northern Xia dynasty did not wish for his birth, including the supremely powerful emperor sitting in the imperial palace of the capital at this very moment. Jishio sorted out his thoughts and silently made plans in his heart. Start cultivating from the womb. In the future, I will not be cannon fodder, nor will I be the ultimate scapegoat. That tragic fate from the original novel must never happen to me. Whether enemies of the present or future, those who come, all shall be slain. From this moment on, I will be the decisive and ruthless ultimate antagonist boss. With that thought, Jishio rubbed his tiny hands together and excitedly stretched his little feet. Devour Immortal Demon Art. Ready to cultivate. His predetermined bad ending in the novel would be rewritten from now on. Northern Xia Dynasty. Bright moonlight, deep autumn, red maple leaves swirling in the capital. The Ji family military mansion was heavily guarded. Armored, well-trained guards patrolled, securing the entire mansion tightly. Ornate pavilions and towers appeared in the thin autumn mist. The sound of a small bridge over flowing water murmured. Precious fish made ripples in a pond. In a small stone pavilion, a graceful and dignified beauty, wearing an elegant palace dress, sat on a stone stool, lightly scattering fish food into the pond. Under the moonlight, her dignified and beautiful face was full of tenderness. Beside her stood a tall, burly man full of heroic spirit. The man stared with wide tiger-like eyes, anxiously watching his wife and her slightly swollen belly. Afraid that his wife's movement might be too big and cause trouble for the child in her belly. This man was the current head of the Ji family in the capital, the iron-blooded general commanding 800,000 troops of the Northern Xia Dynasty, Ji Xiao. The beauty was Ji Xiao's wife Lin Ru, also the daughter of the dean of the Northern Xia Royal Cultivation Academy. "My wife, be careful. Don't hurt yourself," Ji Xiao said with great concern. "Husband, rest assured. The child and I are not that fragile." Lin Ru smiled sweetly. And at that moment, she suddenly frowned. A trace of pain appeared on her dignified and beautiful face, her hand covering her lower belly. "My wife. What's wrong?" Ji Xiao was startled, quickly stepped forward to support her. His tiger-like eyes nervously scanned his wife, afraid something was wrong. "No. It's nothing. The little one just kicked me." Lin Ru gently stroked her belly with a helpless smile. "Oh. So that's it." Ji Xiao finally breathed a sigh of relief. "By the way, husband, have you thought of a name for this little one?" Lin Ru looked up, her eyes sparkling like stars, gazing tenderly at Ji Xiao. Ji Xiao nodded, and then said with a smile, "My dear, I've already decided. If it's a girl, she will be called Ji Qiu. If it's a boy, he will be called Ji Xiu." In the womb, Ji Xiu listened to the sounds from the outside world, and couldn't help but smile. In the original novel, his father Ji Xiao and mother Lin Ru adored their little young master of the Ji family immensely. They even wished they could give the entire world to him. Even later, when the entire family was annihilated, they unhesitatingly chose to sacrifice their lives to ensure he had a slim chance of survival. It can be said that they were the best parents in the world for him. They truly loved him dearly. Thinking of this, Ji Xiu's heart stirred with waves of emotion. Before his transmigration, he had never experienced the love and care of parents. Thus he felt an unusual warmth in his heart at this moment. At the same time, he felt a heightened sense of urgency. "I will not allow my future tragedies, the tragedies of my family. Since I have come to this world, then naturally I must protect myself and ensure the safety of my family for a lifetime." Ji Xiu silently made up his mind. Soon after, he began to prepare for cultivation. In the early to mid-stages of the novel, the cultivation realms were divided into Foundation, Establishment, Qi, Refinement, Life, Soil, Star Gathering, Monarch level, Saint level, Legend, Divine Concealment, and Emperor level. And now was the best environment and timing for Foundation Establishment. In the womb, there was the purest innate Qi in the world. Once he was born, such pure innate Qi would no longer be available for him to absorb. Therefore, establishing a foundation here was undoubtedly the best choice. Without delay, Ji Xiu lifted his small hand and lightly tapped his forehead. Jin. A shimmering starlight burst forth. Strange magical patterns were drawn out. Subsequently, the starlight and magical patterns formed an extraordinary light array. Then the light array fused into Ji Xiu's newly formed tiny body. The first layer of the swallowing Immortal Demon Art is to refine the meridians and forge them into divine-level meridians. How strong a cultivator's potential is their combat power, and how far they can advance on the path of cultivation. The strength and resilience of the meridians play a decisive role. Ji Xiu pondered silently. If he completed the first layer of the swallowing Immortal Demon Art, then in the future the number of true essence his meridians could accommodate, and the speed of its operation would be dozens of times that of an ordinary cultivator. Without exaggeration, is successful in forging divine-level meridians. Then he would easily defeat dozens of cultivators of the same level in the future. "Let's begin," Jishio whispered to himself. He then guided the purest innate chi to refine his meridians according to the path of the first layer of the swallowing immortal demon art in his mind. Jin. 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 Jishio clasped his small hands together, and brilliant starlight erupted. Mysterious magical patterns flowed through the tiny meridians. Thus his meridians began the most powerful transformation ever recorded. A day swiftly passed. At this point the innate chi had completed a full cycle in Jishio's meridians. Although it was just one cycle, Jishio already felt exhausted in both body and mind. However, to his delight, his meridians seemed to have become much stronger and wider. Moreover, most importantly, after a day's cultivation, he surprisingly gained the ability to introspect his own meridians. At a glance, Jishio could see that in his feeble tiny meridians, there were glimmers of divine starlight flashing. Moreover, there were mysterious magical patterns, and increasingly more starlight merging with his meridians, like rivers converging into the sea. "Good. This is the effect I wanted," Jishio exclaimed softly with excitement. He quickly suppressed his racing heart, and continued to refine his meridians using innate chi and the swallowing immortal demon art. He knew very well that this was just the beginning. Only when quantity became quality would it mark the moment of achieving perfection in the first layer of the swallowing immortal demon art, and the day of forging divine-level meridians. Before birth, refining divine-level meridians, I must reach the perfection of foundation establishment. Jishio secretly set a small goal for himself. It is known that in the Tianxian continent, even a top genius with extraordinary cultivation talent that appears once in 10,000 years would take at least 3 years to reach the perfection of foundation establishment starting from the age of 3. But for Jishio, the short months in the womb would be more than enough. Because he possessed the divine heart and bone, a top-tier bloodline physique, coupled with the support of the swallowing immortal demon art and 8-star extraordinary technique. And, being in the unique and exceptional cultivation environment of the womb, with favorable timing, location, and harmony, with all three combined, Jishio was completely confident he could achieve the perfection of foundation establishment before his birth. And this would not be an ordinary achievement of foundation establishment perfection. It would be the most perfect foundation establishment in history, without exception. In the womb, time was unmeasured, and the years were unknown. Jishio did not know how much time he had spent in his mother's belly. Every day, he worked hard to absorb the innate chi to forge his divine-level meridians. One day, the absorption of innate chi automatically ceased. Jishio suddenly opened his eyes, as if awakened by fate. Introspecting his meridians, he saw that every one of his meridians was shining brightly, innately imbued with starlight, like a miracle. Moreover, they were perfectly arranged, perfectly aligning with the trajectories of the Tao. Not only that, but the magical patterns on the meridians had also vanished, perfectly merging with his meridians. At this moment, Jishio let out a breath and whispered with a smile, "Foundation establishment perfection. The most perfect foundation establishment achieved in history. Moreover, my formidable divine-level meridians have been successfully forged. What a relief!" Yes. At this moment, Jishio's meridians had undoubtedly reached the unparalleled level of divine-level meridians. His cultivation had also reached foundation establishment perfection. It is known that many cultivators in the Tianxian continent might not achieve this realm even after exhausting their entire lives. But Jishio had already become a cultivator of foundation establishment perfection before his birth. Moreover, he had forged the most powerful divine-level meridians in history. If this news were to spread, not to mention the Tianxian continent, even those descendants of gods in the upper realm, the heirs of emperors, the children of divine dynasties, and the young masters of immortal families would likely cry out in disbelief. However, Jishio was not overly proud, because this was already part of the plan. After all, he had all the advantageous factors. If he couldn't achieve a perfect foundation establishment, it would be too unreasonable. Just then, Jishio suddenly felt a violent tremor, and the amniotic fluid surrounding his body was slowly disappearing. A cold air surged from his spine to his head. At the same time, excited voices echoed from the outside. Hurry, hurry, hurry. The lady is about to give birth. The young master is about to be born. Everyone in the G residence get busy. My heavens. We finally waited for this day. Our little young master of the G family is finally coming. Who? Jishio heard this, and took a deep breath, whispering to himself. The time has come. I am finally about to be born. That night, within the G family military estate, at the falling Maple Palace, Madam, push harder. The young prince is almost out. Good. I will push harder. Quickly. Madam, try a little more. The servant can already see the young prince's head. He's out. The young prince is born. And so at the moment of Jishio's birth, a sacred radiance of starlight and rosy clouds burst forth from the falling Maple Palace, soaring into the sky. In an instant, the starlight exploded, scattering into a myriad of celestial clouds. The entire night sky shimmered with infinite starlight in that single moment, as if a host of immortals had descended upon the mortal world. Countless starry motes drifted down, like falling snowflakes, draping the entire capital in a beauty befitting a celestial realm in the 9 heavens. Outside the capital, the myriad beasts of the great mountains cowered in fear, prostrating themselves upon the ground, not daring to move. But this was merely the prelude. What truly astounded everyone was, deep within the star-brilliant night sky, terrifying visions of immortals, like divine miracles of the highest order, were reflected, stunning the entire world. A single lotus from the ageless green heavens, a golden bitter sea illuminating the world, a bright moon rising from the ocean, an immortal king descending upon the 9 firmaments. The appearance of these 4 miraculous visions, like traces of immortals, instantly shocked countless onlookers within the capital and across the entire Tianxin continent. For immortal visions manifesting simultaneously in the world, even searching through the annals of 10,000 years of history, such a thing was unseen. That night, the 3 top-tier imperial dynasties of the Tianxin continent were all shaken. That night, the 7 great cultivation clans of the Tianxin continent were thrown into chaos. That night, countless grandmasters across the Tianxin continent began to stir with frantic energy. Investigate. Quickly find out if some great emperor has descended upon Tianxin tonight. Investigate. Has some old monster on the continent achieved the Tao and become an emperor? Investigate. Has an immortal treasure revealed itself? Investigate. Has the heavenly gate sealed for 10,000 years reopened? Has the immortal path been reestablished? The moment those 4 immortal visions appeared, the grandmasters of the top circles of the Northern Xia imperial dynasty, and even the grandmasters of the various cultivation clans across the Tianxin continent, were all stirred from their seclusion. These high and mighty figures, with their 800 cunning schemes, were truly afraid that some crisis might descend, or that they might miss some great opportunity. Thus they were determined to know exactly what had happened that night. Soon the #1 intelligence organization under heaven, the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, stepped forward and made an announcement. Nothing significant occurred tonight. Only the young prince of the Ji family of the Northern Xia imperial dynasty was born. As soon as this brief message was released, the gazes of countless grandmasters turned in shock towards the Ji family military estate, now bathed in strands of immortal light. At the same time, they fell into a long silence. Since the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion had spoken, the news could not possibly be false. After all, the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion was the most credible intelligence organization on the Tianxin continent, with a legacy spanning tens of thousands of years. At this moment, countless grandmasters across the Tianxin continent sighed with emotion. At the moment of his birth, immortal visions descended, the bearing of an ancient great emperor. A divine miracle. Truly a divine miracle. The descent of an emperor's son. It seems a great era is about to dawn. The Tianxin continent was stirred by turbulent events. And in the capital that night, it could be said that some families celebrated while others worried. The forces hostile to the Ji family grew restless and uneasy. If the Ji family were to produce a powerful emperor-level expert in the future, it would spell disaster for them. The forces friendly with the Ji family, on the other hand, secretly rejoiced. If the Ji family were to produce a great emperor in the future, wouldn't they too ride the coattails of their success to great heights? Regardless, the wise all sensed one thing. After this night, the entire capital, and even the Northern Xia imperial dynasty itself, would likely be changed forever. At the Ji family military estate, outside the falling maple palace, Ji Xiao looked up at the divine omens in the brilliant starry sky, his mouth hanging wide open. It was a long time before he managed to stammer out a single sentence. My son actually has the bearing of a great emperor. It wasn't just Ji Xiao. The elders of the Ji family military estate were all dumbfounded as well. Even Ji knew the previous head of the Ji family, Ji Xiao's grandfather, the guardian marshal, was stunned. Although his son and daughter-in-law possessed decent cultivation talent, both having reached the monarch realm in their early 30s. No matter how one looked at it, it was hard to believe they could produce a grandson with the bearing of an ancient great emperor. Then it can only be. Heaven blesses our Ji family. Ha ha! Ji Nu laughed heartily up at the sky, tears streaming from his eyes. Take it easy, you old fool. Seeing her husband laughing so joyfully, Ji Xiao's grandmother Mu Hua stepped forward, half scolding and half teasing him. At the same time, she raised her hand and gave a light slap to the back of the dazed Ji Xiao's head, urging him. Silly boy! What are you standing there for? Hurry up and take us to see our precious grandson! Hearing this, Ji Xiao snapped back to reality. He quickly led the two elders as they pushed open the door and entered the falling maple palace. Within the falling maple palace, Ji Xiao lay peacefully in the arms of his mother Lin Ru. Gazing at the porcelain-like, exquisitely carved and chubby little one, she kissed him again and again. It was as if Ji Xiao were her most priceless treasure, cherished beyond measure. Hee! Ji Xiao grinned at his mother, whose eyes were filled with nothing but him, yet her face was etched with exhaustion and weariness. He thought to himself how arduous his mother's trials must have been. Lin Ru explained in astonishment. Other children are born wailing, but this little one came into the world with a smile. My son is truly a little prodigy. The palace doors crashed open. Ji Xiao rushed frantically to the bedside, grasped Lin Ru's hands, and asked with a trembling voice. My lady, are you all right? I am fine. Lin Ru smiled gently, then carefully handed Ji Xiao to Ji Xiao. My lord, hold your son. Very well. Ji Xiao nodded eagerly like a chick pecking at grain. Before taking Ji Xiao, he instinctively rubbed his hands against his own clothes. He feared his hands might soil his son. After receiving Ji Xiao, this grand general of the imperial court, who commanded an army of 800,000, grinned like a simpleton. My son truly possesses the bearing of an ancient emperor. Ha ha! Ji Xiao proudly lifted Ji Xiao above his head, his tiger-like eyes shimmering with stars. Enough, enough. Don't frighten my precious grandson. Mu Hua quickly took Ji Xiao from Ji Xiao's hands, cradling him protectively in her arms. Exactly. Don't you scare my grandson. Ji Nu also glared fiercely at Ji Xiao, his gaze harsh. Yet the moment his eyes fell upon Ji Xiao's chubby little face, his expression instantly transformed into one of extreme tenderness and adoration. The speed of this transformation left Ji Xiao utterly bewildered. The little one is truly handsome. Just with this face he'll drive countless maidens across the continent to distraction. Oh, you're always so improper. Mu Hua scolded him with a laugh. Yet she also agreed that her grandson's face was indeed the most handsome and unparalleled under heaven. Of course, compared to his appearance, she felt his innate talent was what made her most proud. It was worth noting that she was the most powerful and gifted member of the entire Ji clan, bar none. Ji Xiao was also aware of this. In the novel, his grandmother Mu Hua was a cultivator of immense power. Her background was also terrifyingly formidable. Before marrying his grandfather, grandmother Mu Hua was the junior disciple of the previous palace master of the Ice God Palace, the foremost cultivation sect in the Tianxin continent. In terms of seniority alone, even the current Ice God Palace sect master had to address his grandmother as grandmaster. Furthermore, if not for the incurable hidden ailment afflicting his grandmother, which confined her cultivation to the peak of the monarch realm, she would now undoubtedly be a legendary saint-level powerhouse. It was no exaggeration to say that his grandfather, the marshal, had married above his station. Be good, sure. From now on, grandmother will personally teach you to cultivate, all right? Mu Hua said dotingly, gently pinching Jishio's little nose. She cuddled and played with him for a while before reluctantly handing him back to Lin Ru. Then she turned around. Her expression was extremely serious as she addressed Ji Xiao and Ji Nu with solemnity. After tonight, everyone in the capital and indeed across the continent with any influence will know that our little treasure possesses the talent and aptitude of an ancient emperor. So there will be no shortage of those with ulterior motives. From now on, Xiaoer's safety is our top priority. If anyone dares to harm a single hair on our little treasure's head, no matter who they are, I will annihilate their entire clan. Understood? Understood. Ji Xiao and Ji Nu father and son nodded frantically like chicks pecking at grain. They fully understood the gravity of the situation. Lying in Lin Ru's arms, Ji Xiao murmured to himself, "Grandmother is formidable." Actually, in his plans, he hadn't intended to cause such a commotion. It would have been best to lie low, develop quietly, and then swallow all his enemies in one fell swoop. However, his Divine Heart Dao Bone constitution was too formidable, and coupled with forging divine meridians and achieving a perfect foundation establishment before birth, the combination resulted in an overwhelming display of starlight and the descent of the terrifying four great immortal visions. He simply couldn't suppress it even if he wanted to. Since things have come to this, I will dwell on it no longer. If the path of the Loki prodigy is impossible, then the invincible path of sweeping away all obstacles seems quite good. Ji Xiao earnestly changed his mindset. It was the truth. He was never one to enjoy being looked down upon. He truly couldn't play the part of a wolf in sheep's clothing. Therefore, it was far more satisfying to just crush all opposition. With a powerful background, 2 max-level configurations from the start, and a system backing me. If I can't sweep away all enemies in the shortest time possible, then I truly deserve to die, Ji Xiao thought to himself. In the capital within the Northern Xia Imperial Palace, a middle-aged man stood before a flower pond. Moonlight cascaded down, casting a cold and authoritative glow upon his face. He was tall and imposing, clad in a black dragon robe that exuded the terrifying aura of a supreme ruler. His name was Long Tian, the emperor of the Northern Xia dynasty. The capital tonight is truly bustling. Long Tian's voice was icy, and his eyes sharp as a hawk's were filled with extreme ruthlessness. Just then a shadow fell into the darkness of the lotus pond, followed by a strangely soft voice. Your Majesty, we have confirmed it repeatedly. Nothing unusual happened today, except for the birth of the young heir of the Ji family. The Celestial Secrets Pavilion has verified it for us. As the voice trailed off, a man with a delicate, handsome face dressed in a purple python robe emerged slowly from the night. He was Yu Huatian, the director of the Western Depot of the Northern Xia dynasty. He was also one of the 10 strongest experts in the Northern Xia dynasty with unfathomable cultivation. Unique does that young heir of the Ji family truly possess the bearing of an ancient great emperor. Long Tian spun around, his gaze fixed intently on Yu Huatian as he sought confirmation. Yes. At his birth, the celestial light of the 4 immortals fell from the 9 heavens. Even after scouring all ancient records, nothing like this has ever been seen. To call it the bearing of a great emperor might even be an understatement. Yu Huatian took a deep breath, his delicate features filled with emotion. Hearing this, Long Tian slammed his fist onto a stone table, clenching his molars as he spoke coldly. The Ji family has truly been blessed with good fortune. Eunuch, you tell me honestly, can we eliminate him? Yu Huatian shook his head and replied. At present, the young heir Ji Shou has become an untouchable taboo within the Ji family. Unless your Majesty wishes to completely sever ties with the Ji family. Impossible. Long Tian pondered for a moment before finally waving his hand. He spoke with a hint of wariness. Ji Xiao and Ji Nu command the most elite force of 800,000 iron cavalry in Northern Xia. Lin Ru is also the daughter of Lin Mo, the dean of the Northern Xia Royal Academy. If I turn against them, the dynasty will surely descend into chaos. And most terrifying of all is Mu Hua. The woman behind her stands the continent's premier cultivation sect, the Ice God Palace. as long as that old woman in the Ice God Palace remains alive. I cannot under any circumstances break with the Ji family. Indeed? Yu Huatian nodded. To the Northern Xia royal family, the deterrent power of the continent's premier cultivation sect, the Ice God Palace, was immense. If the female powerhouse residing in the Ice God Palace did not die even with 10 times the courage, the Northern Xia royal family would not dare to break with the Ji family. That being said, there have long been rumors across the continent that the powerhouse in the Ice God Palace seems to have encountered problems with her cultivation. She doesn't have many years left to live. Yu Huatian suddenly spoke, his voice carrying a sinister reminder. I have heard this rumor as well. However, as long as she remains alive, I can never make a move against the Ji family. So we must think of other ways. Long Tian rubbed his chin, speaking with extreme caution and fear. In that case, Your Majesty, why not first deploy that hidden piece we've been cultivating for years? Summon him back to the capital and place him within the Ji family to await the right moment. Yu Huatian whispered into Long Tian's ear. Good. That will have to do. Long Tian nodded with a solemn expression. Without delay, he issued a decree. Yu Huatian, summon Ji Wuji back to the capital at once. I have spent so much effort cultivating him into the most trusted confidant of Ji Shao. Now it is time to put him to use. Yes, Your Majesty. Far to the north of the continent, the Ice God Palace stood amid swirling snowflakes. Deep within the palace, atop a 10,000-year-old snowy peak, a tall figure stood. She wore a white dress, her black hair coiled high. Her ethereal, beautiful face was pale as paper, with an unnatural flush of red. She stood atop the snowy peak, like a wholly immaculate ice goddess. Her eyes, which seemed to have witnessed the vicissitudes of time, gazed towards the direction of the Northern Xia capital, lost in thought for a long while. Junior sister, I truly congratulate you. The woman let out a long sigh and murmured. Her voice was as cold as ancient ice, yet at this moment it was filled with infinite tenderness. Master, what are you thinking about? A crisp, childish voice rang out. Hearing this, the woman looked down at a little girl in white sitting on a piece of ancient ice. The little girl appeared to be around 3 or 4 years old, with a cascade of silver hair falling to her waist. Her exquisitely delicate face was full of innocence, and her bright smile could melt ice and snow. She was like a snow spirit fallen from the 9 heavens to the mortal world, so beautiful she seemed unreal. Yet no one could detect that in her dazzling crystal-like pupils lay a dignity and nobility far beyond her years. Binger! Master is very happy today. Do you know why? The woman gently stroked the little girl's hair and asked. Why? Mu Bing looked up at the woman. Because your master's junior sister, your never-met martial aunt. Her grandson has been born, and that child possesses extraordinary talent rare in 10,000 years. I imagine your martial aunt is overjoyed, so Master is very happy for her too. The woman spoke softly, her face full of a gentle smile. Is that so? What is the name of my martial aunt's grandson? Mu Bing asked absently. His name is Ji Xiao, the woman replied. Ji Xiao. The moment she heard the name, the little girl's delicate smile froze instantly, and her body began to tremble slightly. In her mind, scenes began to surface. A single person slaughtering an entire ancient divine dynasty, annihilating 800,000 cultivators with a flick of the finger. A lone warrior battling 9 immortal emperors, making them weep blood. Forging a dark dynasty that would last 10,000 years, with all races wailing in grief. The demon king seated in the center, all gods standing by his side. Supreme and unrivaled across the 9 heavens and 10 lands. As these images etched deep in her heart, flashed before her eyes, the murderous intent in the little girl's pupils burned ever brighter. Demon god Ji Xiao, you have finally appeared. In this life, I will never let you go. Even if I perish body and soul, I will stop you from forging the dark dynasty 10,000 years hence. As Mu Bing made her silent vow, the woman's body suddenly swayed, and she let out a stifled groan. A streak of vividly beautiful blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. Master, are you all right? Mu Bing snapped back to reality and steadied her master. Master is fine. It's just an old ailment. Binger, it's getting late. Let's return to the palace. The woman wiped the blood from her lips and gave Mu Bing a bright smile. Despite her words, it was clear her injuries were severe. Yes, master. Mu Bing nodded, her spirits low. She then took her master's hand and walked towards the vast city-like ice palace at the foot of the snowy peak. She was aware that her master Mu Chio was suffering from a greatly shortened lifespan due to cultivation problems. However, she had not realized her master's injuries were so severe. If things continued this way, she estimated her master might have less than 20 years to live. Inside the ice palace, Mu Bing sat on a massive block of profound ice, resting her chin on her hands, lost in thought. Reborn into this life. Jishio, in this life, how should I get close to you? And then kill you? And can my master's injuries be healed? On the ice bed, the holy woman, like an ice goddess, Mu Chio, sat cross-legged with her eyes closed. In the future, after I fall, who will guard the ice god palace? Will it be only Binger? No, that is not enough, far from enough. But perhaps if Jishio were added, it would be fine. At this thought, Mu Chio suddenly opened her eyes and stared at Mu Bing, who was sitting on the ice. Her icy pupils shone with a glimmer of hope. Master, what is the matter? Mu Bing felt a chill run down her spine under her master's intense gaze. At that moment, Mu Chio, as if possessed, spoke directly and without any preamble. Binger, when you come of age, what do you think of marrying your martial aunt's grandson, Jishio? Ah, marry Jishio. Mu Bing exclaimed, stunned into silence. The thought of marrying the demon king was something she would rather die than accept. But, on second thought, if I can get close to that demon king this way, it might not be such a bad idea, right? At that moment, a bold plan took shape in her heart, and a cold light, sharp as piercing ice, flashed in her beautiful eyes. Her heartbeat suddenly quickened. In the blink of an eye, 3 years have swiftly passed. Under the full protection of the Ji family, Jishio has celebrated 3 birthdays safely. This year, Jishio has turned 3. The cold wind howls, and heavy snowflakes fall, blanketing the world in silver. Winter has arrived. The long street of the capital lies deep and serene as snowflakes continuously drift down. In the Ji mansion, the falling maple palace is brightly lit and exudes warmth and comfort. Jishio sits alone on the bed, his small body completely bare, cross-legged with his eyes tightly shut. Name Jishio. Age 3 years. Identity: Crown Prince of the Beixia dynasty. Cultivation: level 8, stage of Qi refinement. Bloodline: physique Divine Heart Demon Bone. The 3 major realms have yet to be unlocked. Conditions for awakening the 3 major realms: Demon Arrival 10000, Destiny Essence Divine Seal 10000, Destiny Essence Immortal Ashes 1000000, Destiny Essence. Cultivation technique: Devouring Immortal Demonic Art, cultivated to the 2nd stage. Weapon: none. Destiny Essence 2700 points. Fate level: Black Soul Destruction. System store not open 3000. Destiny Essence will automatically unlock. Task system not open. Ming Soil Realm will automatically unlock. Check-in location: Beixia Dynasty Ji Mansion, Falling Maple Palace. System prompt: time remaining until the next check-in 010. Jishio glanced at the system panel as the time struck midnight. Jishio immediately opened his eyes and silently recited, System. Falling Maple Palace check-in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully checking in and receiving a 1-star reward: top-tier Qi refining pill. The crisp voice of the system echoed. Suda Qi refining pill about the size of a longan and imbued with divine radiance appeared in Jishio's system warehouse. Without hesitation, Jishio took the Qi refining pill and directly swallowed it. Taking a deep breath, he resolutely declared, Tonight, I must break through to the 9th heaven of Qi refinement. With that, he clasped his hands together and began to cultivate. A dazzling starry light radiated from his body, and swirling currents resembling drifting dragons encircled him. Through the inside of his divine sense, he could see the true essence within him boiling like water in a steamer under the effect of the Qi refining pill. The true essence circulated repeatedly, flowing through his meridians, emitting brilliant starry light. Eventually, a small tornado formed at his dantian. He could even hear the sound of true essence rushing through his meridians at high speed, like a whooshing sound. An hour later. Boom. With a resounding explosion from within, the starlight around Jishio erupted in all directions. A warm and wonderfully tingling sensation flooded his entire body. In that moment it felt as if his soul had been sublimated, bringing immense comfort. Jishio was no stranger to this feeling. Over the past 3 years, he had experienced it many times. Whenever this feeling emerged, Jishio knew he had successfully broken through. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching the 9th stage of Chi refinement. Reward 300 destiny points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for accumulating 3,000 points of destiny essence. The system store has been opened. Listening to the system's prompt, Jishio let out a long breath. It has been 3 years since his birth. Yet his check-in location has always remained at Falling Maple Palace without any refresh. Thus Jishio simply regarded it as his long-term cultivation base. And what is worth celebrating is that on the first day of every month, Jishio can check in at Falling Maple Palace and receive a system-rated 1-star cultivation pill. It is precisely because of this that he has managed to reach the 9th stage of Chi refinement in just 3 short years. What pleased him even more was that he has fully unlocked his potential in the realm of Chi refinement. Below the Ming soil realm, he is a god. Now he is just 1 step away from breaking into the Ming soil realm. It is worth noting that 99 of cultivators on this continent are not qualified to begin cultivation at the age of 3. Cultivators who can start cultivating at the age of 3 are generally only the top talents of the heavenly mystic continent, who can barely manage it with the help of their sex or families. In contrast, Jishio, at merely 3 years old, he has already reached the 9th stage of Chi refinement. This has put him far ahead of the top talents on the continent, who have just begun their cultivation by 2 whole realms. What a terrifying feat this is! Moreover, Jishio is confident that the gap between him and these top talents will not narrow in the future, instead it will only widen. Additionally, it is worth mentioning that during these 3 years, Jishio discovered that every time he breaks through a small realm in Chi refinement, he receives system rewards of 300,400 destiny essence. Accumulating over these 3 years, he has obtained 3,000 points of destiny essence. This is no small foundation. It is important to note that destiny essence can not only be used to purchase items in the system store, but can also be used to unlock his bloodline realms. This is Jishio's most crucial asset on his path to becoming a great villain. Huh? Jishio took a deep breath and muttered to himself. Finally saved up 3,000 destiny essence to unlock the system store. Although I am still quite far from 100,000 destiny essence to unlock the first realm demon arrival. But at least I can see a glimmer of hope now. With that, Jishio eagerly opened the system store that he had just unlocked. He was curious to see what good items were waiting for him in the system store. Ding. System store loaded successfully. Ding. Would the host like to activate the system store? Upon hearing this, Jishio nodded without hesitation. Ding. Store activated. Jishio felt a jolt in his head, and a transparent system store suddenly appeared before his eyes. As he carefully examined the dazzling array of system goods, his heart raced, and his blood surged. Jishio carefully browsed through the system store. In the weapons section, fish intestine sword 300 destiny essence, broken rainbow sword 300 destiny essence, red dawn sword 300 destiny essence, tay sword 600 destiny essence. For realms, azure cloud 5,000 destiny essence, spirit resonance divine sword 5,000 destiny essence, demon sword Aporphis 5,000 destiny essence, frostmourne 5,000 destiny essence. Panga axe 20,000 destiny essence, sacred sword Xuanyuan 20,000 destiny essence, hoodies divine bow 20,000 destiny essence. Jishio scrutinized the items in the weapons section. To be honest, it would be a lie to say he wasn't tempted. Unfortunately, his purse was light. He couldn't afford the good weapons, and the mediocre ones weren't worth purchasing. Besides, he truly had no use for any weapon at the moment. After all, he was the cherished jewel of the entire Ji clan. The whole family protected him. At this stage, no one could pose a threat to him. Thus, weapons were not a necessity now. Shaking his head, Jishio shifted his gaze to the cultivation techniques section. 8 extremities, collapse 500 destiny essence desolate prison finger of heaven 1000 destiny essence flying dragon cloud grasping hand 1000 destiny essence desolate wasteland scripture 2000 destiny essence burning decision 3000 destiny essence Buddha's wrath lotus flame 3000 destiny essence 6 paths reincarnation fist 10,000 destiny essence supreme indifference record 10,000 destiny essence demon summoning scripture 10,000 destiny essence Heavenly Emperor Fist 100000 Destiny Value 9 Mysteries 100000 Destiny Value Chaotic 8 Forms 100000 Destiny Value Divine Elephant Prison Suppressing Force Not for Sale Self-Transcendence Great Method Not for Sale Ji Xiao looked at the techniques listed in the system store and couldn't help but swallow hard. Indeed, the myriad realms were replete with every imaginable powerful technique. And he couldn't help but exclaim, truly, the more expensive something is the more it captivates the heart. Even so, Ji Xiao knew his own limits. After careful deliberation, he chose to purchase the Divine Thievery skill worth 1000 Destiny Essence, the Flying Dragon Cloud Grasping Hand. Flying Dragon Cloud Grasping Hand, a divine skill for theft capable of stealing anything. It could silently pilfer a target's hidden items, with a certain probability of also stealing the target's destiny essence. A divine thievery skill is excellent. It can steal anything, including destiny essence. Ji Xiao muttered to himself, although spending 1000 destiny essence pained him a bit. The thought that he could eventually steal back far more than 1000 points of destiny essence in the future put his mind at ease. After all, this was a venture of a 1000-fold return from a small investment. It would be a pity not to seize it. When I'm wealthy later, I'll only pick the priciest items. Ji Xiao waved his little fist, struggling to curb his urge for reckless spending. For now his true necessities were not weapons or mighty techniques, but cultivation level and destiny essence. Moreover, he was well aware that, as his cultivation rose, more destiny essence would flow in. Thus cultivation level was of paramount importance at this moment. Now is the time to earn destiny essence diligently, not to spend recklessly. Money must be spent where it matters most. Investing in oneself is the top priority. Ji Xiao murmured, then turned his attention to the pill section. After a thorough browse, Ji Xiao finally spent 500 destiny value to purchase a 2-star rated destiny pill from the system. This single destiny pill would allow him to swiftly break through the chi refining stage and reach the destiny ground realm. Once he entered the destiny ground realm, the mission system would be unlocked. This was a monumental breakthrough. After the purchase, Ji Xiao casually closed the system store. Just as he was delightedly preparing to rest, he suddenly heard footsteps and voices coming from outside the palace gate. Mother Xiao is only 3 years old. Is it really necessary to find him a fiancé so early? Lin Ru stopped in front of Luofeng Palace, looking helplessly at Ji Xiao's grandmother Mu Hua. Why not? If Xiao is betrothed to her, it would bring boundless benefits to our Ji clan. Mu Hua explained with a gentle smile. But, Mother, I can't bear it. Xiao is only 3. He's still a child. Lin Ru bit her lip, her face a complex mix of reluctance. At present, Ji Xiao meant the world to her. The mere thought of her son being engaged to someone else's daughter tomorrow filled her with sorrow and displeasure. Enough. Put the greater good first. Mu Hua patted Lin Ru on the shoulder. As a mother herself, she naturally understood Lin Ru's feelings. No mother in the world would willingly give her precious son to another woman, especially when her son was only 3 years old. Even if that woman, well, she couldn't be called a woman yet. She should be called a girl. Even if that girl possessed an incredibly powerful background and talents, it was absolutely unacceptable. But then again, as the one steering the Ji clan, she ultimately had to consider the family's interests. In her view, this marriage was a splendid opportunity with nothing but benefits. Sigh, I'll go talk to Xiao now, to prepare him for tomorrow. Lin Ru let out a resigned sigh, then walked toward Luofeng Palace. Watching Lin Ru's somewhat desolate figure, Mu Hua shook her head with a light laugh. Indeed, they are all still children. Engagement? To whom? Ji Xiao lay on the bed, scratching his head. He racked his brain, but in the story, he knew he didn't seem to have a fiancée. For a moment, he was utterly baffled. Creak. The palace door gently opened. Lin Ru, draped in a thick mink coat, her delicate face radiating a mother's tenderness and dignity. After entering, Lin Ru softly closed the door, fearful that any chill might harm her precious son. She tiptoed to the bed, gazing at his sweet sleeping face, and could not help but smile tenderly. Bending down, she kissed Ji Xiu's forehead, then whispered by his ear, "Xiu, wake up!" She had not wished to rouse him from his dreams. Yet she knew the gravity of the matter, and had to awaken him. Mother, has something happened?" Ji Xiu lazily opened his eyes, and asked softly, "My good son, Mother has something to tell you." Lin Ru affectionately ruffled his soft hair, and spoke with earnest seriousness. "Oh!" Ji Xiu nodded. At this moment, he was also curious about who his unknown fiancée was. "Xiu, Mother and your grandmother have arranged a marriage for you." Lin Ru smiled helplessly. Who is she?" Ji Xiu asked directly. "Her name is Mu Bing. She is the closed-door disciple of your grandaunt, and the future palace master of the Ice God Palace." Lin Ru pinched Ji Xiu's cheek, her tone filled with complexity. Though reluctant to see her son, which she had to admit Mu Bing was worthy of him. Moreover, when Mu Bing became the Ice God Palace master, it would bring boundless benefits to the Ji family. Thus this marriage was both a foregone conclusion and an inevitable necessity. Mu Bing. Hearing this name, Ji Xiu furrowed his brow. Mu Bing. In the original novel, she was the female protagonist. Also the Immortal clan empress. She had reincarnated 10,000 years ago, during the peak era, when the demon god Ji Xiu, his future self, ruled all races. In the future, it would be she who seduced him. She who feigned marriage. She who would drive the soul-severing nail into him on their wedding night. And in the final battle, it was she who pierced his heart with a single sword strike. In short, the female lead, Mu Bing, was a master of both killing and heartbreak. She would be one of the chief architects of his future tragic fate. "So it's her. The female lead has arrived." Ji Xiu nodded thoughtfully, a playful glint in his eyes. In the novel, he first met Mu Bing at 18. Moreover, Mu Bing appeared as his elder. By seniority, she was considered his aunt. Because of this, Ji Xiu had never imagined that at this point in time she would appear and even become engaged to him. How intriguing! Ji Xiu mused secretly, already contemplating countermeasures. The female lead was coming. He must be on guard. Just then Lin Ru suddenly asked earnestly, "Son, do you know what marriage means?" In her view, her son was only 3, and could not possibly understand the meaning of marriage. If he treated it as a game and offended the girl, that would be unfortunate. Thus she needed to make it clear to him. "Of course I know. Marriage means we can kiss and sleep together, like mother and father, never to be apart," Ji Xiu replied with a smile. Hearing this, Lin Ru's face flushed. She shot Ji Xiu a reproachful glare, wanting to argue. Yet for a moment she found no words to refute him. Finally she could only pinch his cheek and utter helplessly, "Crude but true. Still, it's good that you understand. From now on you will spend your whole life together." In her mind, this knowledge was more than sufficient for her son. As long as he took it seriously tomorrow, and did not misbehave. With that, Lin Ru tenderly tucked him in, and gave her final instructions. "Son, tomorrow your grandaunt and Mu Bing will visit the Ji mansion. You must behave yourself. No mischief. All right." Ji Xiu nodded. Hearing this, Lin Ru finally left satisfied. Now, Ji Xiu lay on the bed, hands behind his head, gazing at the bright moon outside the window. Moonlight fell into his clear eyes where a cold glimmer flickered. "Mu Bing, is it? You come at just the right time." A faint smile curled at the corner of Ji Xiu's mouth. He had just purchased a mystic art called the Flying Dragon's Probing Hand. He hadn't expected to put it to use so soon. He looked forward to the surprises Mu Bing would bring him. With that, he took out the Flying Dragon's Probing Hand from his storage and began to cultivate it. "With my comprehension and talent, one day is enough to master this mystic art." Ji Xiu took a deep breath and slowly closed his eyes. Mu Bing, the female lead, the Immortal clan empress. She was truly a colossal goldmine waiting to be tapped. He was eager. Ding. Congratulations on your extraordinary comprehension. Flying Dragon's cloud-touching hand has successfully reached the entry level. The crisp system notification chimed in his ears. Jishio slowly opened his eyes, gazing at the darkening sky outside the window, and let out a long sigh of relief. Cultivation successful. All set. With that he dressed himself, and lay quietly on the bed awaiting his mother's summons. Before long Lin Ru arrived at the Luofeng Palace. Without a word she stripped Jishio bare, tossed him into the bath, and scrubbed him vigorously. Then she grabbed Jishio, and headed straight out of the Luofeng Palace. Mother! Where are we going to meet them? Jishio asked with great curiosity. The martial arts arena. They should be arriving soon. Lin Ru shot Jishio an exasperated glare as she replied. She thought her son was far too slow. At the same time she pondered how her son with his thick-head nature would manage after marriage. If the girl turned out to be domineering, wouldn't her son be bullied to death? As her words faded, a crisp system notification rang in his ears. Ding. Check-in location refreshed. G Family Martial Arts Arena. Hearing this, Jishio's eyes lit up instantly. 3 years. Finally a new check-in location has refreshed. Ever since Jishio was born, his check-in location had always been the Luofeng Palace, unchanged for 3 whole years. Now that the location had finally refreshed, how could he not be thrilled? Soon Lin Ru brought Jishio to the martial arts arena. Grandmother Mu Hua had been waiting there for quite some time. The moment Jishio stepped inside, the system notification rang sharply in his ears. Ding. Check-in at the martial arts arena. Congratulations, host, on receiving the reward, Fragment of the Supreme Heavens. Ding. The reward has been delivered to the system warehouse. Would you like to open the Fragment of the Supreme Heavens? Jishio replied without hesitation. Open. As his words fell, ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully opening the Fragment of the Supreme Heavens. Ding. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the 8-star weapon, Great Luo's Sword Embryo. Upon hearing this, Jishio froze for a second, then burst into ecstasy. Quickly he opened the system warehouse. There a plain and unadorned sword embryo lay quietly within. The sword embryo was not very long, nor was it sharp. It was ancient, and unadorned, dim and lusterless. Yet upon closer inspection one could discern mist-like textures, and figures of human-like beings, as if depicting scenes of celestial ascension. The Great Luo's Sword Embryo. The first murderous sword of eternal ill omen. Even that heavenly emperor who severed all ages was once cleaved by this sword into billions of drops of blood rain. This blind box really did yield a treasure. Jishio suppressed the excitement in his heart and sighed, though he longed to take out the Great Luo's Sword Embryo for a look. Now was hardly the right time. As Jishio reveled in secret delight, his mother Lin Ru and grandmother Mu Hua both turned their gazes toward the distant horizon. Mother, are they not here yet? Lin Ru asked nervously. No sooner had she spoken than a crane's cry pierced the sky. At the edge of the horizon, a white crane tore through the night, heading straight for the capital. They're here. Grandmother Mu Hua smiled faintly, her eyes churning with intense emotion. Jishio looked up. Upon the white crane stood 2 figures, one large, one small. Grandaunt Mu Chio, draped in an icy gown that fluttered like a celestial being descended from another world, exuded an ethereal and transcendent aura, as if she were a maiden from a painting. The novel's female lead, Mu Bing, had silver hair cascading over her shoulders, a peerlessly stunning countenance, and a cold, aloof temperament. Her beautiful eyes shimmered with a radiance that outshone the brilliant moon. Though she was young, she already possessed an awe-inspiring majesty and a breathtaking beauty. It was hard to imagine what unparalleled world-stunning elegance she would command when she grew up. As the white crane descended upon the martial arts arena, grandmother Mu Hua's eyes were already wet with tears. Her voice trembling, she called out to Mu Chio, "Senior sister." Mu Chio smiled radiantly at her words, and nodded gently to grandmother Mu Hua. "Junior sister, I am here." Moonlight spilled between them, filling the space with the beauty of a long-awaited reunion. Grandmother Mu Hua and Mu Chiu, this pair of master-sister disciples, parted in their youth and reunited in their twilight years. As time flowed on, their bond had not diminished in the slightest, instead it had grown richer and deeper. On the other side, Ji Xiu laid eyes for the first time on the true female lead of the novel, Mu Bing. If he said he wasn't nervous, that would be a lie. After all, this woman was a reborn Immortal clan's empress with ruthless and merciless methods. In the novel, his future self had fallen precisely into her hands. Yet compared to that, Ji Xiu was even more nervous about what he was about to do next. Well, perhaps it would be a little thrilling. Xiu, go and meet your fiancé. Grandmother Mu Hua ruffled Ji Xiu's hair and said softly. And his mother Lin Ru pushed Ji Xiu's back, coaching him in a low voice. Son, go on. A man must be bold at times like this. Have some flair. Don't be intimidated just because your future wife is too beautiful. Huh. Ji Xiu took a small deep breath at her words and nodded firmly to his mother Lin Ru. Then, striding with an arrogant, swaggering gait, he marched toward Mu Bing. The plan begins. Demon Lord Ji Xiu, in this life, this emperor has finally caught you. Mu Bing's beautiful eyes blazed with fiery light as she gazed upon Ji Xiu. Perhaps due to overwhelming emotions, her delicate fists trembled slightly. However, she quickly suppressed her feelings and introduced herself with an aloof tone. Mu Bing. Ji Xiu muttered inwardly, acknowledging her as the novel's heroine. Following his plan's first step, he took Mu Bing's hand. Her hand was cool to the touch, like cherry blossom nectar. Yet Ji Xiu harbored no lingering attachment. Under the bewildered gazes of the crowd, he stepped forward and in full view gently embraced Mu Bing. 3-year-old Ji Xiu was a head shorter than 7-year-old Mu Bing, making the scene quite amusing. It left the elders present utterly astonished. Hello, I am Ji Xiu. Ji Xiu introduced himself to Mu Bing with youthful enthusiasm. In that instant, he clearly sensed her cultivation level. 7 years old. 7th stage of Qi refinement. As expected of a reborn novel heroine. Her talent in cultivation is indeed formidable. Ji Xiu murmured to himself. What is happening? Was this demon lord always so warm in his youth? Mu Bing's eyes widened, her body stiff, and her mind blank. Before arriving, she had rehearsed countless scenarios of meeting Ji Xiu. Yet, this was entirely unforeseen. At their first encounter, this accursed demon lord without a word and without warning embraced her. Of course. Not only Mu Bing, but even her master Mu Chiu was taken aback. Her grandmother Mu Hua found the scene both amusing and exasperating. Her mother Lin Ru was quite pleased, thinking her son had done well, holding hands and embracing his fiancée at their first meeting. And he refused to let go. Only Ji Xiu remained utterly clear-headed. Flying Dragon's probing hand. Activate. Ding. That failed. Ding. That failed. Ding. Congratulations, host, for stealing a relic of reincarnation, a soul-slaying nail. Ding. That failed. Ding. That failed. Ding. That failed. Ding. Congratulations, host, for stealing 3,000 points of heavenly fate essence. Hearing the system's prompts, Ji Xiu felt an immense thrill in that moment, repeatedly sighing. How satisfying! After successfully stealing, Ji Xiu suddenly noticed the silence in the air. He casually withdrew his hand and released Mu Bing as if nothing had happened. Then, in a childish voice, he asked Mu Bing. Mother said, when we come of age we shall marry. You are my fiancé. Is that true? Hearing this, Mu Bing furrowed her brows, her face cold, as she retorted. And if it is? Receiving an affirmative answer, Ji Xiu nodded and spoke to himself. Since that is the case, then it is settled. With that, Ji Xiu, under the shocked gazes of the crowd, raised his small hands, cupped Mu Bing's face, and stood on his tiptoes. He planted a firm kiss on Mu Bing's exquisite cheek. MWA. At this sight, the entire training ground was stunned. Whether it was Mu Chiu, grandmother Mu Hua, or mother Lin Ru, their eyes glazed over, and their mouths hung open wide enough to hold an egg. Junior sister. This. Mu Chiu's eyes widened as she pointed at Ji Xiu, silently questioning if her junior sister's child had lost all restraint. He. Senior sister, our Xiao is simply passionate. They are just children. Grandmother Mu Hua responded with amusement. Still, she had to admit that her grandson's actions tonight were beyond her expectations. Lin Ru coughed dryly 3 times, somewhat embarrassed, and added, Yes. Yes, indeed. My son has always been passionate. Forgive us. Forgive us. She thought to herself, Ji Xiao, you little rascal, I told you to be bold and confident, not to act like a rogue. With that thought, Lin Ru could no longer stand by and shouted, Release that girl. She hurried over and pulled Ji Xiao to her side. Without a word, she smacked his bottom twice. You rascal. Have you no shame? From now on, don't call yourself Ji Xiao. Change your name to Ji No Shame. After being punished, Ji Xiao began to put on an act. His eyes reddened and brimmed with tears as he asked pitifully, Mother, isn't marriage about being able to kiss and sleep together? Was I wrong? Lin Ru. Grandmother Mu Hua. Ha ha. Mu Qiu. Mu Bing. The silence lasted 3 seconds. Lin Ru was stunned by the question. She suddenly recalled last night's conversation with Ji Xiao and felt her cheeks flush. Yet, as a mother, she resolved to discipline the rascal with authority. You dare talk back. Ji No Shame. Just wait till I teach you a lesson. Come! Back to the palace with me. With that, she grabbed Ji Xiao by the ear and dragged him toward the falling maple palace. Before leaving, Ji Xiao waved at Mu Bing and said, Mu Bing, come sleep with me sometime. Hearing this, and seeing the scene, Grandmother Mu Hua watched Lin Ru, who seemed to be fleeing with Ji Xiao, and shook her head with a laugh. She thought to herself, tonight my precious grandson's bottom is in for it. Meanwhile, Mu Qiu marveled. This kid's way of thinking is quite unique. Though she didn't dwell on it. After all, what ill intentions could a 3-year-old child have? She turned to look at her still frozen disciple, whose face was even red from the kiss. She asked softly, Binger, are you all right? Mu Bing shook her head. Master, Binger is fine. Despite her words, no one knew just how fast her heart was racing. Nor did they know the complex emotional journey she had just experienced. She wiped the wetness from her face and muttered bitterly, biting her lip. Damn it! This emperor has been kissed by that great demon lord. And in the future, he wants to sleep with me. Truly. What audacity. What an insolent creature. In the Ji mansion at the falling maple palace, Ji Xiao lay on the palace bed. Despite the burning pain in his backside from being punished by his mother Lin Ru and the 7-day house arrest, he remained in high spirits. Yet the smile on his face never faded, and he felt an overwhelming sense of joy within. He casually opened the system character panel, named Ji Xiao, age 3 years old, identity Crown Prince of the Beixia Dynasty, cultivation 9th level of Qi refinement, bloodline physique Divine Heart Demon Bone, 3 great realms yet to be unlocked, conditions. To unlock 3 great realms: Demon Arrival 10000, Destiny Essence Divine Seal 10000, Destiny Essence Immortal Ash 1000000, Destiny Essence Cultivation Technique Devouring Immortal Demon Technique cultivated to the 2nd stage Dragons. Cloud Seeking Hand Entry Level Weapon Great Luo Sword Embryo Destiny Essence 4500 points. Fate Level Black Soul Destruction System Mall Open Quest System Not Open Destiny Earth Realm Automatically Open Storage Destiny Pill 1 Soul Slaying Nail 1 System Prompt More information can be expanded. He carefully scanned through his character panel. Ji Xiao felt a wave of comfort throughout his body. This time not only did he sign in to receive the legendary Great Luo Sword Embryo, the #1 killer sword of all time, he also managed to steal 3,000 points of Destiny Essence from the novel's female lead Mu Bing, using the dragon's cloud-seeking hand along with a soul-slaying nail. Most importantly, he had given Mu Bing a significant warning. To put it mildly, it felt exceedingly satisfying. If I recall correctly, in the novel, Mu Bing would implant 10 soul-slaying nails into her own body on her wedding night. These 10 nails could incapacitate nearly half of her cultivation. So this is indeed a valuable item. Ji Xiao stroked his chin and sighed. He immediately checked the information on the soul-slaying nail. Soul-slaying nail, Imperial level hidden weapon, a relic of reincarnation forged by the immortal Emperor Mu Bing, possessing immense killing power, capable of slaying gods and emperors. Total of 10 pieces. System rating 7-star level. System evaluation God weeps blood. Usage condition can be used by those in the Gathering Star realm. Predicted power capable of indiscriminate killing below the sacred level. System prompt each soul-slaying nail can only be used once. Can be used at Gathering Star cultivation. Moreover, its lethality is extremely powerful. Indiscriminate killing below the sacred level. This is indeed a hardcore life-saving trump card. Jishio nodded and murmured. He knew that the lethality of Mu Bing's soul-slaying nail was indeed formidable. Even an Imperial-level powerhouse could be killed. Of course, this depends on the user's cultivation and strength. However, to be honest, if a cultivator at the Gathering Star realm can use the soul-slaying nail to kill indiscriminately below the sacred level, then its power has indeed far exceeded his expectations. Although it can only be used once. Only one person can be killed at a time. But it is indeed a very precious life-saving trump card. Jishio solemnly put it away. He then looked at the Great Luo's sword embryo that he received from signing in. Great Luo's sword embryo, a relic from the heavens, the number 1 ominous killing sword of all time. System rating 8-star level. System evaluation never falls into oblivion, eternally immortal. System prompt this sword is ominous. The host should best wait until reaching the monarch level before attempting to use it. Indeed, it is the sword I am familiar with. Jishio smacked his lips. He certainly knew that this sword was ominous. After all, that once decisive heavenly emperor was also struck down by it, turning the sky into a rain of blood. However, he had to admit that this sword was incredibly powerful and terrifying. The killing power contained within it was unmatched. He took out the Great Luo's sword embryo. As Jishio grasped the hilt, a shower of flying immortal light rained down. The terrifying killing power filled his entire being. His heartbeat and the flow of blood accelerated instantly. In that moment, he knew that this sword would become one of his greatest aids in the future. Putting away the Great Luo's sword embryo, Jishio calmed down. He looked out at the bright moon and began to analyze the current situation. The Beixia royal family is watching me closely. But as long as my Aunt Muchio is still alive, they won't dare to act openly against me. However, I must be cautious of the undercover agent the Beixia dynasty has placed in the Ji family military mansion, Ji Wuji. He is quite a problem. As for the female lead, Mu Bing, she is crafty and constantly wants to kill me. However, the reincarnated her is now only 7 years old. At 7 years old, reaching the 7th level of Qi refinement may be considered a top-notch genius in the eyes of others. But in front of me, she won't be able to stir up much trouble. Moreover, even the only soul-slaying nail that poses a threat to me, she currently cannot use. As for the other male lead, being a descendant of the Immortal clan, he is currently not on the same map as me. So I don't need to consider him too much. In summary, there is currently no immediate threat, and I have plenty of time. However, I do need to seize the opportunity. My thoughts lingered here. Huff. Jishio let out a long breath. Next, I should proceed step by step. I only need one more step to reach the Destiny Earth realm. Now I just happen to be under house arrest for 7 days by my mother. So I shall break into the Destiny Earth realm in these 7 days. Jishio's clear eyes sparkled with a faint glow. Immediately, he took out the Destiny pill that he had purchased for 500 Destiny Essence. He swallowed it in one gulp. The Devouring Immortal Demon technique was activated. He began his cultivation. Time flew by. As the sunset of the 7th day arrived. Huff. Jishio exhaled a breath of murky air and slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, his eyes sparkled with the light of a bright moon. Within his body, all his bones and meridians shimmered with starlight. In just 7 days, he had broken through to the 9th level of Qi refinement. He successfully opened up the Destiny Earth in his Dantian. At this moment, his true essence level had evidently undergone a qualitative leap. Destiny Earth realm. I made it, Jishio whispered. He casually moved his limbs, hearing the crackling sounds, feeling an extreme sense of comfort spread throughout his body. The unprecedented sense of powerful energy flowing through him filled his heart with confidence. At that moment, a sudden voice of the system prompt echoed in his ears. Ding. Congratulations, host, for reaching the Destiny Earth realm. You have received a system reward of 500 Destiny points. Ding. Congratulations host for reaching the Destiny Earth realm. The quest system has been activated. Ding. System prompt: the sign and location has been refreshed. Dark arena of the capital. Hearing this, Jishio stretched lazily, his brows raised in surprise, as he muttered to himself. The sign and location has refreshed again. How timely. Meanwhile, in the Ji mansion at the Falling Moon Palace, Mu Bing held an ice sword and fiercely stabbed toward the falling Maple Palace. The slightly reddened sunset was cut 2 inches deep, and the icy light fell. Her gaze was chilling. She bit her red lips tightly and shouted angrily, Ji Bushio! You shameless little thief! You actually dared to steal my soul-slaying nail! Indeed, she finally discovered that one of her hidden trump cards was missing. However, she was in the Ji family military mansion. She had no means to act. Everything was just as Jishio had planned. It was stolen by me. Even if you found out, what can you do? Luofeng Palace. Jishio decided to activate the task system he had been longing for. After all, he was only 5,000 destiny points away from unlocking Devil's Descent, and completing tasks to earn destiny essence was indeed a good choice. Ding. The task system has finished loading. Would the host like to activate the system now? Hearing this, Jishio nodded without any hesitation. Task system activated. Jishio felt a jolt in his head, and a virtual task interface immediately appeared before him. At this moment, he discovered that the newly activated task system was divided into 2 task lists: bounty tasks and active tasks. Bounty tasks, simply put, are the tasks issued by the system. Active tasks, on the other hand, are tasks that one can voluntarily take on. At this time, Jishio noticed that the bounty task list was blank. This meant that the system had not actively issued any bounty tasks at the moment. Fortunately, there was indeed one task displayed in the active task list. Active task: Spirit Race Girl. Task description: rescue the Spirit Race Girl Guyao, who is imprisoned in the gladiatorial arena and has become a gladiator. Task location: Beixia Dynasty, the dark gladiatorial arena of the capital. Task reward: 6,300 destiny essence. Task deadline: none. Spirit Race Girl Guyao. Jishio couldn't help but curl his lips into a playful smile upon seeing this familiar name. In the novel, Guyao is destined to become the empress of the spirit race, a peerless prodigy who excels in both magic and martial arts. She saves the crumbling spirit race from ruin, single-handedly establishing it as the foremost royal family in Tianxian. With a single sword strike, she wipes out an ancient demon empire. In the battlefield of gods and demons, she softly chants forbidden spells, causing countless stars to fall, obliterating millions of demon generals in an instant. She is the most talented woman in 10,000 years, the beloved light of countless righteous prodigies on the continent, extraordinarily stunning and breathtakingly radiant. Most importantly, she is the only close friend of the novel's protagonist, Mu Bing. Jishio stroked his chin, recalling the setting of the spirit race girl Guyao, his heart growing more and more excited. Guyao, the future empress of the spirit race. Mu Bing's only close friend. One of the most powerful enemies in the future. If I can bring her under my wing, my future path will surely be much smoother. Jishio murmured to himself, calculating in his mind, his smile becoming radiant. With that thought in mind, Jishio chose to accept the task without hesitation. Ding. System notification: task accepted successfully. Ding. System notification: task Spirit Race Girl officially activated. Hearing the crisp system prompt, Jishio let out a long sigh of relief. Regarding Guyao, her past in the novel remains a mystery. Even her close friend Mu Bing knows very little about it. Therefore, Mu Bing should be unaware of Guyao's situation during her teenage years in the dark gladiatorial arena. He should act quickly. Gather as much money as possible to visit the dark gladiatorial arena. But where would the money come from? Just as Jishio's thoughts flowed, familiar footsteps sounded outside the palace. Jishio's heart leaped with joy, thinking that his benefactor had arrived. He quickly closed his eyes and pretended to be asleep. Bang! The palace door opened. Granny Muhua walked toward the bed, looking at Jishio, who was lying on it, and said with a hint of annoyance, "Little guy, Granny is here. Do you still want to pretend to sleep?" Hearing this, Jishio smiled helplessly, then had to open his eyes, reaching out to Muhua and saying in a childish voice, "Granny hug." Seeing Jishio acting so cutely, Mu Hua couldn't help but laugh. Then she picked Jishio up and jokingly asked, "Little guy, does your bottom still hurt?" Jishio nodded heavily, looking pitiful, as he complained to his granny. "It hurts. Mother was really harsh." He wasn't lying about this. If it were any other child, they would have been crying in pain after such a severe spanking from their mother. "Stop it. You're already a formidable force in the Destiny Soil realm. A beating like that is nothing." Mu Hua mercilessly exposed Jishio. Despite saying that her eyes were filled with pride, over the years of observation she increasingly felt that her grandson's talent was far more terrifying than she had anticipated. Jishio scratched his head, feeling a bit shy. He had never hidden his cultivation from his family, so it was only natural for Granny Mu Hua to sense his level of cultivation. "Granny, I missed you so much in these 7 days." Jishio hugged Mu Hua, his big eyes full of mischief. He was setting the stage for his upcoming money-raising plan. "Go ahead. What do you want, little rascal?" Mu Hua asked with a smile. She understood Jishio too well, so she naturally knew he had a request. "Gold coins. A lot of gold coins," Jishio said with a beaming smile. "What do you need gold coins for?" Mu Hua was somewhat surprised. Jishio fell silent for a moment and ultimately decided to tell the truth. "Granny, I want to visit the Dark Gladiatorial Arena." "Oh, that makes sense." Mu Hua nodded. This wasn't surprising. Many noble children in the capital go to the Dark Gladiatorial Arena to purchase promising gladiators to train as their personal warriors. She didn't think this was a big deal. Her only concern was her grandson's safety. After all, the Dark Gladiatorial Arena in the capital was a chaotic place, making it difficult to control the situation. However, after much consideration, Mu Hua had already thought of a countermeasure. She then took out a black card and placed it in Jishio's hands. "Jishio, there is 100 million gold coins in here. When you buy, make sure to select the best quality gladiators. Let Granny see your judgment. It's also to let you practice your skills." Mu Hua playfully scratched Jishio's nose, filled with affection. 100 million? Jishio was shocked. He had thought that if his granny could give him 7 figures in gold coins at just 3 years old, it would already be impressive. But who would have thought that his granny would hand him 100 million? At this moment, Jishio couldn't help but feel a cliched sense of amazement in his heart. "My granny is really rich." You must know that in the Beixia dynasty, there are not many families that can produce 100 million gold coins. But a family that would give 100 million to a 3-year-old for practice could only be the Ji family. "Granny is mighty." Jishio excitedly kissed Mu Hua's cheek, causing her to burst into laughter. "Jishio, Granny allows you to go to the Dark Gladiatorial Arena. But you can't go alone. Granny will need to find someone to accompany you." After Mu Hua spoke, an old man dressed in black walked into Luo Feng Palace from the depths of the night. The old man's features were quite ordinary, belonging to that kind of person who would go unnoticed in a crowd. However, he exuded a chilling aura and an indescribable oppressive presence that was very real. Not only that, but the perceptive Jishio also seemed to catch a whiff of the thick smell of blood emanating from him. This smell of blood felt as though it had been honed amidst mountains of corpses and seas of blood, sending chills down one's spine. A monarch-level powerhouse. Definitely a monarch-level powerhouse. And a killer. Jishio's heart sank. This old man's cultivation was very high, perhaps even stronger than his own parents'. Moreover, he suspected that the old man specialized in killing and had once been an assassin. "Who is he?" Jishio curiously asked. "Introduce him to me. He will be the steward of Luo Feng Palace from now on. You can call him Old Wei," Mu Hua said with a smile. After speaking, the old man in black bowed to Jishio and respectfully said, "Old servant Wei Qin, greetings to young master." Hearing this, Jishio raised an eyebrow. He thought to himself, a monarch-level assassin. As a guard, this is quite interesting. A Jew-level powerhouse. Specializing in slaughter. Once a killer. Could he possibly be from the first assassin organization in the Tianxian continent? Jishio looked at the old man in black with great interest, secretly guessing. You must know that June-level powerhouses are rare in the Tianxin continent. A June-level powerhouse is fully qualified to establish a sect. Even among the 3 top dynasties of the Tianxin continent, they would be considered a significant figure. They would be fought over by the major factions. It's impossible for someone like Wei Lao to be so obscure. Thus there is only one possibility. That is, this Wei Lao before us must be from the first assassin organization of the Tianxin continent. Ji Xiu's eyes lit up at this thought. In fact, only a powerhouse from this mysterious assassin organization would be so low-key. Moreover, Ji Xiu speculated that even within the first assassin organization where killers abound, Wei Lao's status probably wouldn't be low. At this moment, Ji Xiu looked again at Wei Qin. Wei Qin was also sizing up Ji Xiu, feeling even more shocked. A 3-year-old Ming Soil Realm powerhouse. Our little young master truly possesses the demeanor of a great emperor from ancient times. No, far surpassing that of an emperor. He had traversed much of his life, and had seen many talents. However, compared to these talents, Ji Xiu seemed to be on a completely different level. It was as if they were not even in the same league. Who? He took a deep breath, and then said to Ji Xiu, "Little young master, I am willing to serve you like a dog and horse. I would even prefer to be a sword in your hand. In the future, I will surely clear away all obstacles in your path." Upon hearing this, Ji Xiu's expression remained unchanged, as he directly asked his lingering doubts. "May I ask if Wei Lao is from the human world?" Wei Lao was taken aback by this question, and instinctively looked at Mu Hua. Meanwhile, Grandma Mu Hua was surprised, looking at Ji Xiu. She never expected that her grandson would know about the first assassin organization of the Tianxin continent, the human world. Hee. Mu Hua smiled and gestured to Wei Lao not to hide anything. Replying to the little young master, "I indeed come from the human world. Moreover, I once served as the chief instructor of the human world." Wei Lao revealed his background. "Just as I thought." Ji Xiu smiled with satisfaction. He felt that if Wei Lao were to work by his side in the future, then it would be best for them to be open and honest with each other. It's great that Wei Lao is a June-level powerhouse. It's even better that he is a killer from the human world. This way I will have an additional sharp sword by my side, Ji Xiu thought to himself. However, what delighted him even more was, Wei Lao was not only a killer from the human world. He was once the chief instructor of the human world. This meant he was the third in command of the human world. Within this first assassin organization of the continent, only 2 founders held a slightly higher status than him. He had once trained countless top assassins under his command. Without a doubt, he was a true bigwig in the assassin community of the Tianxin continent. Who? Ji Xiu took a deep breath and extended his hand towards Wei Lao, speaking solemnly. "Wei Lao, in the future please take care of me." Upon seeing this, Wei Lao also seriously shook Ji Xiu's hand. Under the moonlight, the maple leaves fluttered. In the falling maple palace, the scene of the old and young shaking hands seriously might seem somewhat strange. However, for Ji Xiu and Wei Qin, it was a historic moment. Meanwhile, Grandma Mu Hua watched this scene with a satisfied smile. She had a premonition that in the future, with Wei Qin's help, her precious grandson would overturn the entire continent. The next day, as night fell, Ji Xiu, dressed in luxurious black robes, stepped out of the falling maple palace. Wei Lao had been waiting outside the palace for a long time. "Let's go, Wei Lao. We are heading to the dark arena in the capital," Ji Xiu said with a smile to Wei Qin. Wei Lao nodded seriously upon hearing this, and then protected Ji Xiu's side. The 2 of them set off towards the dark arena together. In the southern city of the capital, looking over the dark arena, Ji Xiu saw thousands of bright lights bustling with excitement. Tens of thousands of people in the capital were frantically roaring and shouting in the arena. Above the arena, 2 gladiators were battling fiercely. Each clash of weapons echoed, each spurt of blood intensified the cheers from the arena, making the crowd even more frenzied. Meanwhile, at the high levels of the dark arena, a group of prominent figures from the capital looked down at the fighting in the arena. They held crystal cups savoring the finest wine, while enjoying this bloody feast. Among them were high-ranking officials and nobles of the capital. There were also young masters from wealthy families. and bigwigs from the underground forces of the capital. As Jishio, the heir of the first military family of Beixia, entered, he was arranged to sit in the Tianxian pavilion of the Dark Arena. Clearly Grandma Muhua had made the best arrangements before Jishio arrived. Ding! The crystal lamp at the entrance of the VIP room lit up. This immediately attracted the attention of many nobles. Someone important from the VIP room has arrived. Could it be that a certain bigwig from the royal palace has descended? Or perhaps a saint or saintess from the 7 great cultivation factions has come. Today the crystal lamps of the Tianxian pavilion have all lit up. Could it be that everyone has come? Ha ha ha. Shoo! Speak less, these top figures are not to be speculated upon by us. Indeed. In the Dixian pavilion 2 stunning beauties were seated. One appeared to be around 20 years old, dressed in an extremely luxurious phoenix-patterned long dress. Her willow brows were extraordinarily beautiful, exuding both heroism and elegance. Her pair of beautiful eyes seemed calm, like a tranquil lake, yet within them lay a winter-like coldness. Her delicate nose was strikingly beautiful, giving her an air of nobility and grace. Coupled with her lips, which resembled moist rose petals after the rain, her entire face possessed a stunning beauty that was dreamlike. She was as beautiful as a divine maiden, breathtakingly stunning. This was the most direct impression she left on people. The other was a 13-year-old girl. She wore a white feather robe, pure and flawless. Her eyes were like cold stars, and her lips like cherry petals. Her beauty was exquisite, although slightly immature. Anyone who had seen her would not doubt that once she grew up, she would definitely be a stunning beauty capable of captivating a nation. Master, someone from the Tianxian pavilion is here. Who do you think it could be? The girl asked curiously. He. The woman smiled and casually replied. Ji family's young master. Jishio. Ah. The girl exclaimed in surprise. It's actually him. Today will surely be lively. In the Xianji pavilion, 2 men clad in sacred fire-red robes remained silent. One middle-aged man, slightly worried, asked a handsome young man. Young master, someone from the Tianxian pavilion is here. They wouldn't happen to be aligned with our objective today, would they? Humph. The young man snorted lightly and said, So what if they are? The siblings of the spirit clan belong to our red robe sect. It doesn't matter who comes. Holy fire is the command. Red robes to the extreme. They were from the Red Robe sect, one of the 7 great cultivation factions of the Tianxian continent. In the Huangji pavilion, a delicate and handsome young man dressed in a python robe silently sipped tea. The scene zoomed in. He was actually a prominent figure from the current royal family in the capital. The governor from the Shichongyu Huatian. Governor, why are we here today? Ding. You have arrived at the dark arena of the capital. Ding. Does the host wish to sign in? The system's notification echoed in his ears. Sign in. Jishio nodded decisively. Ding. Sign in. Successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 6-star reward Ghost Flute Chinchin. Ding. Sign in. Successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 6-star reward Soul Capture Trilogy. Jishio hurriedly opened the system warehouse. At this moment, he saw a slender black flute lying in the warehouse. Ghost Flute Chinchin, a relic of the Demon Dao Grandmaster, no cultivation restriction. When used in conjunction with the Soul Capture Trilogy, its power is bizarre and unparalleled. Soul Capture Trilogy Soul Calming Melody can control deceased cultivators to fight. Can be cultivated at the Gathering Star Realm. Soul Snatching Melody can intercept the souls of cultivators, turning them into puppets. Can be cultivated at the Monarch Realm. Spirit Summoning Melody has a certain probability of reviving recently deceased cultivators. Can be cultivated at the Sacred Realm. A double hit. A fish caught twice. 1 sign, 2 rewards. Jishio was in a great mood. This time sign-in unexpectedly earned him 2 6-star rewards. Although Ghost Flute Chinchin and the Soul Capture Trilogy were 2-star levels weaker than the previous sign-in reward, the Great Luo's Sword Body. However, with Chinchin and the Soul Capture Trilogy, the things he could manipulate in the future would be much greater. Controlling corpses' soul, snatching, summoning spirits. It was simply exhilarating. Huh? Jishio let out a sigh. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, he then shifted his attention to the dark arena. Now was not the time to be complacent, but rather to give his all to complete the system's tasks. After all, the 6,300 Heavenly Fate Essence was something he must acquire. Elderweight, please explain. What are the rules of the Dark Arena? Jishio asked. Reporting to young master. The rules are quite simple. After each life and death battle in the arena, the surviving victor will be auctioned off publicly. The highest bidder wins. It is worth mentioning that all the gladiators here have never practiced cultivation. They can be considered blank slates. In the life and death battles, they can only rely on their combat skills and physical strength to defeat their opponents. Elder Wei explained seriously to Jishio. Very good. Jishio nodded and smiled slightly. Seeing this, Elder Wei nodded, thinking to himself, the young master must have a goal now. Time passed quickly. 9 battles concluded. The 9 victorious gladiators were snatched up at high prices by the aristocrats of the capital. One of them even fetched a startling price of 500,000 gold coins, shocking tens of thousands in the arena. While everyone was still immersed in the exhilarating bloodbath just moments ago, a tall and stunning woman stepped out. She wore a black qipao with high heels, her long toned legs adorned with black stockings. Her voluptuous figure was accentuated perfectly. Her appearance instantly ignited the atmosphere. In the arena, countless men flushed with excitement upon seeing her, swallowing hard, feeling extremely hot. Dark Arena's chief auctioneer, Luo Yuju. She is the goddess in the hearts of countless men in the capital. Once a prince wished to spend a night with her. The next day, that prince was found dead in his own mansion, his meridian-shattered bones turned to ash, leaving only a human skin. Even the powerful Shi factory in the capital could not find a trace of the killer, or rather, dared not pursue further. Since then, Luo Yuju has become one of the most untouchable figures in the capital. Elder Wei whispered into Jishio's ear. Hearing this, Jishio slowly opened his eyes. He scanned the stunning woman standing at the center of the arena, her figure fiery, her beauty extraordinary, and her charisma off the charts. Poison God! Luo Yuju! Jishio murmured in a daze. In the original novel, after 10,000 years, Luo Yuju was revered as the poison god. Her master was a formidable antagonist on par with himself, the divine princess. So it turns out, 10,000 years ago, Luo Yuju was the chief auctioneer of the Dark Arena. Jishio nodded. However, just as his thoughts were turning, Luo Yuju at the center of the arena spoke. Next is tonight's grand finale. Spirit Clan's Air versus Beast Clan's Berserker. As her words fell, the entire arena erupted. Even the prominent figures of the capital perked up. Here they come! Jishio regained his focus, staring intently at the duel. In the arena, Luo Yuju extended her long jade hand and gently snapped her fingers. Boom! The barriers on both sides of the arena burst open. Dong! 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 A heavy sound of footsteps echoed from the darkness. The arena fell silent when a 3-meter-tall beastman emerged from the barriers. Hiss! Instantly, countless gasps filled the air. This beastman was tall and muscular. His body was brimming with powerful muscles. His features were fierce, with blood-red eyes filled with bloodlust. 2 sharp beast fangs protruded like crescent moons exposed to the air. He wielded a massive battle axe resembling a terrifying bloodthirsty beast god. On the other side, a young girl stepped out. The girl wore a tattered linen robe, barely covering her maturing body. Her bare feet were dirty, and her face and hair were covered in grime. Yet despite this, her unparalleled beauty could not be concealed. She held an iron sword, her eyes, like autumn waters, filled with determination and resilience. Spirit Clan Empress! Gu Yao! Jishio's eyes sparkled with a glimmer. Today he had come for this girl. At that moment, he suddenly noticed a small, timid boy standing behind Gu Yao. This is Gu Yao's younger brother, Gu Jian, the future sword god of the Spirit Clan, revered as the Spirit Sword Sovereign by countless cultivators. He possesses a natural supreme bone with extraordinary talent. In the novel, he will eventually die at my hands. Right. He is actually here. Looks like today is a profitable day. Jishio stroked his chin, becoming excited. In the Earth-Xian Pavilion, a mysterious woman sipped her tea, occasionally glancing towards the direction of the Tian-Xian Pavilion. Finally, she slightly parted her red lips and muttered to herself, "It seems this young master of the Ji family came for today's final battle." In the Xianzi Pavilion, Shenanthan, the son of the Red Robe sect, was filled with greed and desire upon seeing the pair of spirit clan heirs Gu Yao and Gu Jian. "Here they come! This time, I must secure this pair of siblings at the auction. The sister will be used as a refining furnace. The brother will have his supreme bone extracted. When I succeed, I will be the only young master of the Red Robe sect." Ha ha ha! Shen Nanfeng laughed sinisterly. The reason he came to the dark arena of the capital today was due to a secret report from his sect. He had been coveting the legendary supreme bone for a long time. Naturally, he would not let this opportunity slip by. In the Huangzi Pavilion, Yu Huadian, the chief of the Shi factory, lightly tapped the table with his hand. "Spirit clan siblings, did the young master of the Ji family come for them?" After saying this, he glanced at Gu Yao and Gu Jian from afar. Then he shook his head. Just one glance, and he could tell that the elder sister Gu Yao had good bones. Yet her meridians were severely damaged, and her bloodline was exhausted. She would likely reach no further than the monarch realm. As for the younger brother Gu Jian, his bones were even worse than Gu Yao's. Even with the spirit clan's bloodline, he seemed nothing special. "If it weren't for this pair of siblings. Ji Xiu, are you not here for this stinky beast man?" "Impossible. Absolutely impossible." Yu Huatian frowned, feeling increasingly uneasy. Of course, it was understandable for him to be confused, because he did not know that Gu Yao would one day become the unparalleled empress of the spirit clan. Even less did he know that Gu Jian's supreme bone would only reveal itself after he truly began cultivating. On the arena, every smile and frown from Luo Yuzhu stirred the hearts of the men present. Ignoring the scorching gazes fixed upon her, she spoke with a captivating charm. "The Orc Gudon. He possesses a trace of the bloodline of the beast god. He is immensely strong. He is bloodthirsty and frenzied. In the training grounds, he has slain over 100 gladiators. He is one of the most outstanding warriors in our arena. He is known as the Berserker." As her voice faded, tens of thousands in the arena were struck with awe. They knew that gladiators underwent grueling and brutal training before stepping onto the arena floor. Only warriors who survived the savage battles of the training grounds were deemed worthy to enter the arena. And this orc had already killed over 100 gladiators even before setting foot in the arena. One could only imagine how formidable his combat prowess was. After introducing the Orcish berserker, Luo Yu's beautiful eyes shifted, turning her gaze toward Gu Yao and Gu Jian. She then spoke. "The orphans of the spirit race. As everyone knows, the spirit race was once the foremost royal clan of the Tian-Xian continent. The elder sister Gu Yao is a battle prodigy who slaughtered all who provoked her in the training grounds. And her younger brother Gu Jian, under her protection, has never slain a single person nor stained his hands with a drop of blood. They are known as the Slaughtering Angels." Once these words were spoken, the entire crowd erupted in uproar. The spirit race 1,000 years ago was the foremost royal clan of the Tian-Xian continent, blessed with a powerful bloodline. Even their blood could heal all ailments, making it the finest of spiritual medicines. However, the spirit race eventually declined. Those bearing the spirit race bloodline became the most prized prey in the eyes of the great sects and noble houses across the continent. Next, we follow the usual rules. The minimum bet is 1 gold coin. The maximum bet is 10 million gold coins. The odds are 2 to 1. Please place your bets wisely. After speaking, Luo Yuzhu turned and strode off the arena with her long legs. The spectators in the arena were buzzing with discussion. The Dark Arena truly lives up to its reputation as the best on the Tian-Xian continent. They can even train frenzied orcs and spirit race orphans into gladiators. Isn't that the truth? Who do you think will win this match? I think the Orc Gudon will prevail. I agree. But the slaughtering angel of the spirit race Gu Yao is no pushover. She managed to bring her brother to this arena without a single drop of blood on him. That shows her combat strength is formidable too. If Gu Yao wins, we could double our money. Makes sense. While the crowd in the arena was buzzing with excitement in the Tianxian Pavilion, Old Wei looked at Ji Xiu with keen interest and asked, "Your Highness, who do you think will win this match?" Ji Xiu smiled upon hearing this and said, "Put all 10 million gold coins on Gu Yao." "Yes." Old Wei nodded. He would never question any decision made by Ji Xiu, even if Ji Xiu was only 3 years old. In the Dixuan Pavilion, the young girl in white feathered robes asked, "Master, who do you think will win? The orc Gudon or the slaughtering angel Gu Yao?" The mysterious woman chuckled lightly and said, "How could a lowly orc defeat the noble spirit race?" "Is that so?" The girl frowned. Yet she felt the orc would win. In the Xuanzi Pavilion, the young master of the red clothes section Nonfeng spoke with a greedy expression. 10 million. All on Gu Yao. In the Huangzi Pavilion, Yu Huatian, the director of the Western Depot, did not place a bet. He waited with a grim expression for the battle to begin. In his view, both the Orc Gudon and the spirit race's Gu Yao had a chance to win. He never made any decision without certainty. Moreover, his main goal here was to see what Ji Xiu was up to. 10 minutes later, betting concluded. The battle began. The Orc Gudon, wielding a massive axe, stared at Gu Yao with bloodshot eyes. "The spirit race has indeed fallen. Each generation is weaker than the last. He he he." A hoarse, low laugh echoed through the arena. Hearing this, Gu Yao ignored Gudon. Instead, she turned to her brother Gu Jian and said softly, "Same as always. When the battle starts, stay behind me, okay?" "Sister." Gu Jian called out, then gritted his teeth and whispered, "This person is strong. He's stronger than any opponent we've faced before. I want to fight alongside you." "No need." Gu Yao smiled and patted Gu Jian's head before saying, "He is strong. But your sister is stronger. With me here, he won't touch a single hair on your head." With that, she pushed Gu Jian behind her. Then, holding an iron sword, she walked step by step toward the Orc Gudon. "Die!" The Orc Gudon roared upon seeing her. He swung his massive axe, cleaving straight down at Gu Yao. Riot! The immense force tore through the air. Gu Yao's beautiful eyes were cold, her expression focused as she sidestepped slightly. Boom! The great axe brushed past her. In that instant, Gudon left an opening. Seizing the moment, Gu Yao twisted her wrist and thrust her sword forward. The strike was swift and precise, aimed at Gudon's left eye. "Huh!" Gudon sneered, stepping back as he swung his axe to parry. Clang! A crisp sound rang out. The iron sword clashed against the great axe. A blinding spark flared. The sheer force sent Gu Yao flying backward. Stumbling back several paces, Gu Yao barely managed to absorb the immense force from the iron sword. Indeed, in the face of absolute power, all combat techniques are useless. That's right. If the orc didn't have an absolute advantage, the odds wouldn't be 2-1. After this brief exchange, many spectators in the arena had already discerned the situation. The orc's strength clearly surpassed Gu Yao's. Moreover, the gap was not trivial. If this continued, Gu Yao would fall within 10 moves. Then her brother Gu Jian would also meet a grim end. Gu Yao took a deep breath. Clearly she knew this as well. So to survive, there was only one option left. Bloodline ignition. A crimson light blazed in Gu Yao's beautiful eyes. In that moment, raging flames erupted around her. Die! Gu Yao stomped hard, transforming into a streak of fire as she charged straight at Gudon. In an instant, her speed increased at least tenfold. She was upon Gudon in the blink of an eye. Her sword descended like a phantom. Clang! 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 On the arena, sword light flared, sparks flew. After, images of Gu Yao filled the air. A scent of burning even permeated the atmosphere. The Orc Gudon was forced back step by step, completely suppressed. Seeing this, the tens of thousands in the arena rose to their feet. Everyone's eyes trembled. What is happening? The battle had reversed in an instant. In the Tianxian Pavilion, Old Wei spoke with some surprise. A secret technique of the spirit race. Bloodline ignition. This girl's talent is extraordinary. No wonder. Her meridians are severely damaged. So she has been relying on this life-draining method to get this far. Ji Xiu nodded. Gu Yao was only 13. If not for this method, how could she have protected herself and her brother? As they spoke, Gu Yao had already struck the orc over 100 times. When the final blow landed, crack. The iron sword, unable to withstand the immense force, shattered into over a dozen pieces scattered across the arena. Gu Yao suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, flying backward like a blood-stained kite. Her delicate face was pale as paper, her entire body swaying unsteadily. The orc Gudon, however, was in a worse state. He panted heavily, his entire body covered in gruesome sword wounds that reached deep into the bone. He looked as if he had just crawled out of a pool of blood, drenched and utterly miserable. "Damn it! Damn that spirit race woman!" Gudon gnashed his teeth at Gu Yao. The bloodshot red in his eyes grew even more intense and savage. Now it was his turn to strike. "Die!" Gudon roared. He swung his massive axe, blotting out the moonlight. He was about to cleave Gu Yao into a rain of blood. But in the next second, something astonishing happened. Gu Yao looked at Gudon with a cold expression. Then she slowly raised her hand. She pointed a finger. Target locked. Zing. 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 The broken sword fragments rose from the ground, transforming into streaks of blazing light that reversed course and pierced through Gudon's body. The sound of blood splattering rang out. Over a dozen bloody holes appeared on Gudon's body. As the final blade fragment sliced through the air, Gudon's head was sent flying high. Blood spurted like a fountain for over 10 meters. The head hit the ground. Orc blood scattered. At that moment, the entire arena fell silent. Gu Yao actually won. With her final move, she defied the odds and directly slew the orc Gu Dan. Such formidable combat talent. Truly worthy of possessing the extraordinary bloodline of the Spirit Clan. To think she achieved such combat prowess without even having cultivated. It's hard to imagine how terrifying she'll be once she begins her training. Unthinkable. Unthinkable. The orc Gu Dan had fallen. Gu Yao had survived. Those who had wagered on Gu Yao were overjoyed. Meanwhile, those who had bet on the orc Gu Dan beat their chests in anguish, slapping their thighs in regret. Within the Tianxian pavilion, a man from the dark arena delivered the 20 million gold coins that Ji Shou had won from betting on Gu Yao. "Congratulations, Your Highness, the young prince, on your great fortune," Wei Lao said with a smile. "The real show begins now." Ji Shou remained nonchalant. It was only natural for Gu Yao to win. But the problem was that now almost everyone would likely want to purchase Gu Yao. Therefore, it was predictable that today's bidding would be extremely fierce. With that said, Ji Shou looked at Wei Lao and asked, "How many gold coins do you think Gu Yao will fetch today?" Wei Lao pondered for a moment before replying, "At least 8 figures to start." "Makes sense." Ji Shou nodded. He also felt that it would take at least 8 figures today to secure Gu Yao. However, let alone tens of millions. Even if he had to use every gold coin on him, it would be entirely worth it. At the arena, Gu Jian supported his elder sister. He looked at Gu Yao, covered in blood and pale-faced with immense heartache. He hated his own powerlessness, always needing his sister to risk her life to protect him. Even more, he hated that he couldn't ignite his bloodline to help his sister slay their enemies. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but he simply couldn't. Not every person with the Spirit Clan bloodline could ignite it to amplify their power. Only 1 in 10,000 Spirit Clan cultivators could achieve this feat. "It's all right. We won. We can survive now." Gu Yao's face was pale and haggard. She gently patted Gu Jian's head, her voice very weak. She understood her brother's thoughts well. However, as his elder sister, it was only natural for her to protect her own younger brother. For this, she had no regrets, even if it meant igniting her bloodline and sacrificing her life. Just then, click-clack, click-clack, the sound of high heels echoed. Luo Yuzhu returned to the arena once more. She didn't spare a glance at the decapitated orc Gu Dan, but said with a smile, "The orphan remnants of the Spirit Clan. The siblings Gu Yao and Gu Jian. Starting bid, 5,000,000 gold coins. Each subsequent bid must be at least 5,000,000 gold coins. The auction begins now." The moment the words fell, A magnate from the capital's underworld placed a bid. 1,000,000 gold coins. Heh. The young master of another wealthy conglomerate sneered and said, 5,000,000 gold coins. Is that all? A noble from the capital spoke disdainfully. 8,000,000 gold coins. 9,000,000 gold coins. 5,000,000 gold coins. The price climbed steadily, until it reached 20,000,000 gold coins. At this point, the number of bidders was dwindling. After all, this price was already exceedingly high. 20,000,000 gold coins could buy a formidable mercenary army. Just as everyone thought the matter was settled, from the Xuanzi Pavilion, Shen Nanfeng, the young master of the Red Sect, made his move. 30,000,000 gold coins. In that instant, the entire arena erupted in uproar. Hearing this price, even Luo Yuzhu standing on the arena platform cast a sidelong glance. 30,000,000 gold coins. Is there any other lord who wishes to bid? As her voice faded, the entire arena fell into dead silence. 30,000,000 gold coins. This had already broken the highest transaction record of this dark arena. Surely no one else would bid further. 40,000,000. A youthful voice rang out. Everyone turned their gaze towards the Tianxian Pavilion. That great figure has made a move. 40,000,000. Good heavens. 40,000,000, that's utterly ruthless. Although Gu Yao's combat talent is impressive, she's not worth 40,000,000 gold coins. Exactly, a person with the Spirit Clan bloodline can be bought on the market for 5,000,000 gold coins right now. 40,000,000 is just too outrageous. Damn it. As expected, someone is competing with us. Shen Nanfeng ground his teeth as he spoke. Young master, shall we continue bidding? The Red Sect Protector asked in a low voice. Bid? Of course we will. Shen Nanfeng's expression darkened as he continued to bid. 50,000,000 gold coins. Heh. Ji Xiu, upon hearing this, remained expressionless and raised the bid. 55,000,000. Bastard. Shen Nanfeng cursed furiously and roared. 60,000,000. 70,000,000. Ji Xiu casually added another 10,000,000. Hearing this number, Shen Nanfeng's face turned grim. This time, he had only brought 60,000,000 gold coins, plus the 20,000,000 he had won from his bets. At most, he had 80,000,000 in total. If the price went above 80,000,000, he wouldn't be able to afford it. To be honest, no one was more anxious than he was right now. 80,000,000. Shen Nanfeng went all in. After saying this, his expression darkened, and he spoke coldly towards the Tianxian Pavilion. The price of 80,000,000 is already quite high. I implore you to consider carefully. The Red Sect would be grateful. As his words fell, the cultivators in the entire dark arena felt a tremor in their hearts. So the great figure in the Xuanzi Pavilion was from the Red Sect. This was one of the 7 supreme cultivation hegemonies of the Tianxian continent. The words sounded polite, but they clearly carried a threatening undertone, meaning that today the Red Sect's bid was already high. Therefore, they didn't want to bid any higher. So it's the Red Sect. No wonder they're so wealthy. But isn't this too domineering? They're trying to use their power to pressure us. The assembled magnates of the capital at the arena all furrowed their brows, feeling quite displeased. At that moment, Ji Xiu within the Tianxian Pavilion tapped his fingers lightly on the table, completely unperturbed, and said, 90,000,000. As Ji Xiu's voice fell, the cultivators in the dark arena felt their scalps tingle. Meanwhile, the great figures all looked towards the Tianxian Pavilion, wondering which eminent personage was seated within. For a Spirit Clan maiden, he was willing to offer 90,000,000. And he didn't hesitate to offend the Red Sect, one of the 7 supreme cultivation hegemonies of the Tianxian continent. You insolent wretch! Hearing this price, Shen Nanfeng's rage surged. Crack! The teacup in his hand shattered instantly. He knew he was completely out of the game. At the arena, Luo Yuzhu smiled towards the Tianxian Pavilion and then announced, sold for 90,000,000. Hearing this news, Gu Jian's face turned pale with fright, and he said to his sister in a trembling voice, Sister, we're actually worth that much. Gu Yao, upon hearing this, stared straight at the Tianxian Pavilion, murmuring in a daze, Indeed. Why are we worth so much? She wanted to know who the great figure was who had bought her, and her brother at such an astronomical price. In her view, no great figure would be a fool. Spending such a high price to acquire them must mean he had ulterior motives. Just then, bang! The door of the Tianxian pavilion opened. A slender figure stepped out. He was clad in a black brocade robe. His delicate and handsome young face was very eye-catching. A pair of clear eyes, like an autumn mountain spring, held a cold clarity and nobility that could cut through the darkness. Even though he was very young, he exuded an extraordinarily transcendent and ethereal aura. "Your servant Luo Yuzhu pays respects to your highness the young prince." Luo Yuzhu smiled gently at Jishio. As her words fell, the entire dark arena fell silent for a moment. Then the atmosphere erupted like a tsunami. The great figure in the Tianxian pavilion. So it was him. The young prince of the northern Xia dynasty's foremost warlord clan Jishio. Jishio, the young heir of the Ji clan. Born 3 years ago, heralded by the descent of the 4 celestial lights. Proclaimed by the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion as possessing unparalleled talent, dazzling brilliance comparable to the ancient emperors. From birth he was cradled in the palms of the entire Ji clan, an untouchable taboo figure recognized by the entire northern Xia dynasty. Today, we finally behold the heir himself. Jishio's appearance stirred a monstrous wave in the dark arena. All eyes blazed upon him, especially those of the capital's elite. Yet this was not surprising, for since his birth, he had been the focus of the entire continent. Moreover, the Ji clan's protection over him was so thorough. No one in the entire capital had ever seen his true face. This only added another layer of mystery to his persona. In the Earthly Secrets Pavilion, a maiden in feathered robes gazed at Jishio with burning eyes. After a long pause, she spoke in shock. "Master, this young heir of the Ji clan. His cultivation seems to be Mingtian." The mysterious woman softly uttered 2 words. Hearing her master's confirmation. His. The feathered-robed maiden couldn't help but gasp. A 3-year-old at the Mingtian realm. She had never seen nor even heard of such a thing. Not even in all the ancient texts she had perused. After all, her own talent was considered the pinnacle among countless cultivators and grand figures. Even compared to the holy sons and daughters of the 7 top cultivation sects on the continent, she was not inferior. But at 13, she had only just barely reached the Mingtian realm. Compared to Jishio, she was on an entirely different level. "Master, how is this possible? This cultivation talent is simply monstrous." "No, it's even more terrifying than a monster." The feathered-robed maiden bit her lip, her voice filled with frustration and astonishment. At 3, she had just begun to purify her marrow and attempt cultivation. But Jishio had already reached the Mingtian realm. This created a tremendous psychological gap within her. "Xuani, nothing is impossible in this world." The mysterious woman shook her head and fixed her gaze on Jishio for a moment. Then her phoenix eyes narrowed slightly as she extended her pink tongue to moisten her rose-like red lips, murmuring, Not bad. Quite a dazzling little one. If only—" The mysterious woman did not finish her sentence, only a mischievous smile curling at the corners of her lips. "If only what?" the feathered-robed maiden asked, looking at her master curiously. "If there's a chance, I'd love to hold him in my arms and give him a good squeeze." The mysterious woman crossed her arms, her words shocking, her bosom heaving. The sight of her was visually striking. Hearing her master's words, the feathered-robed maiden blushed, thinking her master always had such peculiar thoughts. In the Yellow Character Pavilion, Yu Huatian, the eunuch director of the Western Depot, watched Jishio with trembling eyes. "A 3-year-old at the Mingtian realm. This little one is 100 times more terrifying than I anticipated." At that moment, countless thoughts surged within his mind. One of them was the most intense. But when he considered that this was the dark arena, the territory of that woman, and when he saw the black-robed old man standing behind Jishio, he had to abandon that wild idea in his heart. "Forget it. He'll find another opportunity." Yu Huatian let out a long sigh. In the Profound Character Pavilion, Young Master, the one in the Heavenly Profound Pavilion, turns out to be the young heir of the Ji clan. No wonder he was unafraid of our red cloth sect's threats. Alas, We lost without complaint this time. The Red Cloth Sect's protector sighed deeply. Lost? I haven't lost yet. What of the Ji clan? They may throw their weight around in northern Xia. But on the Tianxian continent, the Ji clan is not a top-tier cultivation clan. Shen Nanfeng spoke with a very gloomy tone. Then he rose and walked directly toward the door. Young master, where are you going? The Red Cloth Sect's protector asked, with a frown, his voice alarmed. Heh? To retrieve what rightfully belongs to me, of course. Let's see if this young heir of the Ji clan truly dares to oppose my Red Cloth Sect. Shen Nanfeng sneered and pushed open the door without looking back. It's over. This is going to spell trouble. A sense of foreboding rose in the Red Cloth Sect protector's heart. In the arena, Luo Yuzhu was also sizing up Ji Xiu. A 3-year-old at the Mingtian realm. What a terrifying little one. Her thoughts stopped there. She suddenly noticed Ji Xiu was also appraising her. I must say, Lord Poison God, you truly have a fine pair of legs. Ji Xiu's gaze fell on Luo Yuzhu's long, shapely legs sheathed in black silk, and he silently admired. This little one, so young and already learning bad habits. What will become of him when he grows up? Luo Yuzhu shot Ji Xiu an amused glare. As the chief of the Dark Arena, reading people was her most basic skill. How could she not notice Ji Xiu's intense, curious gaze fixed on her legs? Whoosh! Luo Yuzhu took a deep breath and said, Guards! Send the siblings of the Spirit Clan to the young heir. As her voice fell, 2 black-clad figures led Gu Yao and Gu Jian before Ji Xiu. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task, the Spirit Clan Maiden. Ding! Congratulations, host, for receiving the task, reward 6,300 Fate Essence. The Spirit Clan Maiden. Gu Yao. Ji Xiu looked at the strikingly beautiful young woman before him with a gentle smile. Gu Yao pays respects to the young heir. Gu Yao clasped her hands, her tone respectful. But her beautiful eyes were filled with wariness. Meanwhile, Gu Jian trembled, clutching his sister's clothes, as if that alone gave him a sense of security. He was not as brave as Gu Yao. To him, Ji Xiu seemed too noble and lofty. He didn't even have the courage to meet Ji Xiu's gaze. Seeing this, Ji Xiu said nothing. He merely noticed that after the battle Gu Yao was barely clothed, so he considerately took a black robe from his storage ring and draped it over her. Ji Xiu also noticed. When he draped the robe over Gu Yao instinctively took a small step back. Clearly, this was a sign of her extreme lack of security and her distrust of him. But he didn't mind. After all, a young woman who had endured a life of wandering and fought her way out of the brutal arena. Who could she trust at this moment? Let's go! I'll take you home. Ji Xiu gave Gu Yao a warm smile. Home? Home? Gu Jian was taken aback. To him, home was a very unfamiliar word. I have no home. Gu Yao's eyes dimmed as she looked at Ji Xiu, her voice cold and hard. Ever since she could remember, she had been hiding with her family. Then later her family was brutally killed. She and her brother were sold into the Dark Arena and trained as gladiators. The concept of home had long ceased to exist. She only had her brother left. Hearing this, Ji Xiu gazed quietly into Gu Yao's eyes. He paused for a moment, then spoke solemnly. From now on, where I the young heir am, that will be your home. Gu Yao heard this. Her face stiffened, and she stood frozen in place. For a moment, she didn't know what to say. Nor did she know how much of Ji Xiu's words were true. Just then, a cold voice rang out. Shen Nanfeng of the Red Cloth Sect. Greetings to the young heir. The Red Robe Sect. One of the 7 great cultivation clans of the Tianxian continent. Shen Nanfeng, the young master of the Red Robe Sect. 17 years old, at the first level of the Life-Earth realm. One of the heirs to the Red Robe Sect. There is a chance he could become the holy son of the Red Robe Sect. Wei Lao secretly transmitted his voice to Ji Xiu. It seems he is unwilling to accept defeat and intends to use force since he lost the bid. But? Is that all? Ji Xiu looked disdainfully at Shen Nanfeng and a Red Robe Sect protector approaching them. Today, let alone a mere young master of the Red Robe Sect. Even if a true luminary of the Red Robe Sect were to appear, so what? Little prince. At merely 3 years of age, you have already reached the life-earth realm. And to be able to spend 90 million gold coins so generously to purchase gladiators, truly a promising future. Shen Nefeng said with a smile, his hands clasped behind his back. And then? Ji Xiu looked at Shen Nefeng with interest. Hearing this, Shen Nefeng regarded Ji Xiu with a playful expression and confirmed. At this point, little prince, you must have heard of my red robe sect by now. Ji Xiu responded with a calm light hum. Good. In that case, I wonder if the little prince could do my red robe sect a favor. Shen Nefeng smirked, brimming with confidence. In his view, Ji Xiu was merely a 3-year-old child. No matter how exceptional his talent, what of it? His experience was ultimately limited. It was understandable that he had opposed them before knowing the red robe sect's name. Now that he knew, he should think twice. Specifically, Ji Xiu was succinct. Excellent. Since the little prince is so straightforward, then I shall speak plainly. This pair of spirit clan siblings, my red robe sect has taken a liking to them. I wonder if the little prince could do my red robe sect a favor and yield this pair of spirit clan siblings to me. Of course, my red robe sect will not take them for nothing. Within 3 days, I will gather 100 million gold coins and return them to you. In this way, the little prince will make a clear profit of 10 million plus a favor from my red robe sect to be repaid another day. What do you think of this deal? Shen Nefeng spoke with a hollow smile. In his mind the moment he invoked the red robe sect's name, this deal was as good as sealed. After all, his red robe sect was one of the 7 supreme cultivation clans of the Tianxian continent, let alone the foremost warlord family of the Beixia Empire. Even the Beixia imperial family would have to grant him this favor. As his words fell, the nobles of the capital in the dark arena began to frown and whisper among themselves. This Shen Nefeng is truly overbearing. All he talks about is the red robe sect. This is not negotiation, it's clearly a threat. Alas, even if it is a threat, what can be done? The Ji family is strong, but its foundation cannot compare to those 7 clans that have been passed down for thousands of years. In the end, they will have to back down. Indeed, even though the Ji family's little prince has peerless talent, he still needs time to grow. The best outcome tonight is for the little prince to take the red robe sect's favor and the profit and leave. This deal is good, the Ji family does not lose. On the arena floor, Luo Yuzhu watched this scene. She said nothing, because the dark arena had no rule against private transactions. As long as both parties agreed, it was permissible. And it was worth noting that her gaze occasionally drifted toward the direction of the Earth Mystery Pavilion. That look carried an unbelievable degree of respect and devotion. Inside the Earth Mystery Pavilion, the feather-robed girl rested her chin on her hand and said seriously, Master, I think this deal is not a loss. Ji Xiu should agree to it. A clear profit of 10 million, plus a favor from the red robe sect. Where would one find such a good bargain? Heh. The mysterious woman let out a light laugh. A hint of disdain curled on her strikingly cold and beautiful face. Her red lips parted slightly as she said playfully, Xianin, do you truly believe that Ji Xiu lacks those 10 million gold coins and a favor from the red robe sect? It's worthless. Little prince, have you considered it? Shen Nefeng asked Ji Xiu, who seemed to be in thought, a smile on his face. Moreover, he kept sizing up his prey, the spirit clan siblings. His greedy and fiery gaze made Gu Yao feel extremely uncomfortable. She did not know if the Ji family's little prince was a good person, but she knew that this Shen Nefeng was definitely not. If she followed Ji Xiu, perhaps she did not know what the future held. But if Ji Xiu sold them to Shen Nefeng, she felt that the future for her and Gu Jian would be utterly dark. At that moment her heart tightened. Just then, Ji Xiu seemed to have made up his mind. He looked seriously at Shen Nefeng and said, I've decided, but I need to ask you a few questions. Please speak. Shen Nefeng smiled slightly. At the same time, the nobles in the dark arena pricked up their ears. Ji Xiu nodded, and then asked with interest. First, what the hell do you think you are, Shen Nefeng? Second, what the hell is your red robe sect? Third, a useless piece of trash Like you who only reached the life-earth realm at 17, what right do you have to bark in front of me? Finally, you want me to do you this favor. Are you worthy? His calm voice, neither loud nor soft, but loud enough for everyone with ears in the arena to hear clearly. At that instant, it could be seen. The expressions on the faces of the adults in the arena were remarkably uniform. The nobles from the imperial palace in the capital, the young masters and ladies from the capital's noble families, the underworld bosses of the capital, they all widened their eyes and opened their mouths almost wide enough to hold an egg. To belittle the Red Robe sect and its young master so thoroughly in public, had the Ji family's little prince gone mad. Even Luo Yuzhu couldn't help but burst out laughing. This Ji Xiao kid is incredibly bold. Yu Huadian, the eunuch director of the Western Depot, also held his teacup watching the amusing scene with a playful expression. Master, you were right after all. The feathered-robed girl Xianin gazed at Ji Xiao with sparkling eyes. Heh. The mysterious woman chuckled softly, her beautiful eyes growing more intrigued as she watched Ji Xiao. Ji Xiao, you are courting death? Shen Nanfeng glared at Ji Xiao, his voice dripping with venom. As his words fell, the unremarkable old man in black, who had been standing behind Ji Xiao, with lowered eyes lifted his gaze to look at him. With just a single glance, Shen Nanfeng felt as if he had fallen into an ice cavern. An extreme bone-chilling cold surged from the soles of his feet straight to the crown of his head. His entire body was frozen stiff, utterly unable to move. Not only him. Even the red-robed sect protector beside him was trembling all over. It was then that Shen Nanfeng suddenly realized that the old man behind Ji Xiao was a being not to be trifled with. Ji Xiao, you remember this. For provoking my red-robed sect today. You will surely regret it in the days to come. Though terrified, Shen Nanfeng clenched his fists and continued to bluster. After all, as the young master of the red-robed sect, he could not disgrace its prestige. This is what you call provocation? Ji Xiao asked, full of confusion. Then shaking his head, he said, Gu Yao, go fetch me a stool. Hearing this, Gu Yao was momentarily stunned. But she obediently brought a stool from the heavenly mystery pavilion, just as everyone was wondering what Ji Xiao intended to do. Ji Xiao had already stepped onto the stool. At this moment, the 3-year-old Ji Xiao was now as tall as the 17-year-old Shen Nanfeng. What do you want? Shen Nanfeng asked through gritted teeth, his voice cold. Remember this. This is what real provocation looks like. Ji Xiao curled his lips into a playful smile. Then he spread his palm, his arm drawn back like a bow. And then, under the stunned gaze of everyone in the arena, he delivered a fierce slap to Shen Nanfeng's face. A sharp slap resounded. Shen Nanfeng was sent flying like a cannonball hurled over 50 feet away. He rolled on the ground 7 or 8 times before finally managing to stop. In the air, teeth stained with blood splattered, accompanied by the sound of countless people sharply inhaling. When Shen Nanfeng staggered to his feet, his left cheek was swollen like a pig's head, and 3 of his teeth had been knocked out. He was dizzy and unsteady on his feet. Young master! The red-robed sect protector roared, rushing forward to support Shen Nanfeng while glaring at Ji Xiao. He intended to utter another threat. But when he met the cold, murderous gaze of the old man in black, he forcibly swallowed his words. In the end, he left only the sight of 2 fleeing backs to the cultivators in the arena. How dull! Ji Xiao shook his head and said to Gu Yao and Gu Jian, I don't know what you think, but as for me tonight, I am satisfied. Gu Yao, Gu Jian. With that, Ji Xiao turned and left, leading Gu Yao and Gu Jian. Farewell, little prince. Luo Yuzhu saw him off with a smile. Hearing this, Ji Xiao suddenly turned around and deliberately swept his gaze over her long, slender legs. He nodded thoughtfully and then departed, thinking to himself that the legendary pinnacle of beautiful legs described in novels was indeed worthy of its reputation. Seeing this, a blush of crimson swept across Luo Yuzhu's stunningly beautiful face. She spat lightly. You? Little rascal. After Ji Xiao departed within the Earth Mystery Pavilion, Luo Yuzhu stood respectfully before the enigmatic woman. The mysterious woman in turn scrutinized Luo Yuzhu with keen interest. After a long while, she spoke with a playful tone. Our Yuju is indeed a beauty whose charm can topple kingdoms. Even the 3-year-old young prince is captivated by you. How truly intriguing. It seems the task of winning over the young master of the Ji family must be entrusted to you. As she spoke, the mysterious woman extended her hand and gently brushed Luo Yu's thigh. You jest, mistress. The young master of the Ji family is merely 3 years old. He is but a child. What talk of winning him over? Luo Yu gave an awkward smile. Master, do not tease Sister Yu. The feathered-robed maiden Xian interjected, her tone laced with helplessness. Enough. The mysterious woman chuckled softly, withdrawing her slender jade-like hand. Mistress, now that the young master of the Ji family has seized the spirit clan siblings, Luo Yu said, do you believe the Red Garment sect will let this rest? Luo Yu inquired gravely. Of course not. If it were I, the mysterious woman replied, I would seize them by force. The mysterious woman answered with casual indifference. By force. In the capital. This is the territory of the Northern Xia royal family. How would they dare? The maiden Xian asked, incredulous. The mysterious woman let out a soft scoff. If a powerful figure in the capital gives their tacit approval, she said, why would they not dare? As she spoke, a thought seemed to cross her mind. She shifted her tone, a mocking curve gracing her crimson lips. Only this time, they will find themselves hitting an iron wall. At the western depot of the capital, a place renowned in the Northern Xia dynasty as the Palace of Yama, where entry meant no return. Whether nobles of royal blood or powerful aristocratic clans, all were filled with dread here. Depot master, what is the meaning of this? Shen Nanfeng, the young master of the Red Garment sect, stood pale-faced in the main hall of the western depot. The air was thick with a nauseating stench of blood, while the ears were assailed by blood-curdling screams. Nothing much. I merely heard that you young master intended to storm the Ji family army mansion. I wonder if this rumor is true or false. Yu Huatian sat leisurely in a chair, savoring a cup of tea. Hearing this, Shen Nanfeng's eyelid twitched. He steeled himself and replied, It is said that the western depot of the capital is the most formidable intelligence organization in Northern Xia. Having witnessed it today, I must say the reputation is well deserved. Indeed, I, this young master, intend to force my way into the Ji family army mansion and reclaim what rightfully belongs to the Red Garment sect. What? Does the depot master intend to stop me? Yu Huatian shook his head and then spoke. If you wish to storm the Ji family army mansion, I might be able to offer some minor assistance. Shen Nanfeng looked at Yu Huatian with some surprise and asked, Can the depot master provide us with experts? Yu Huatian chuckled and replied, That I cannot do. However, I can guarantee that during your operation, at the very least, the Northern Xia Imperial Palace will not interfere. What do you think? That would be sufficient. Shen Nanfeng nodded coldly. He was no fool and naturally understood the Northern Xia royal family's intentions. They were merely using him to test the depths of the Ji family army mansion. To be honest, he did not mind being used. What mattered to him was whether he could seize the Spirit Clan siblings. As long as he could achieve that, he would accept help from anyone. Moreover, since Yu Huatian could guarantee the Northern Xia royal family's non-interference, it was in itself the best assistance he could ask for. If that is the case, then I shall wish you good fortune in advance, young master, Yu Huatian said with a beaming smile. Hearing this, Shen Nanfeng nodded and turned to leave the western depot. After returning to a luxurious courtyard where he resided, his face darkened as he took out a red token engraved with a sacred flame and handed it to a protector of the Red Garment sect. Deliver the sacred flame token to the Archbishop. I wish for him to come to the capital to aid me. Also, contact the Human World Organization for me. I will raise 100 million within 3 days. For the humiliation Ji Shou has inflicted upon me, I will have his life as recompense. The Red Garment sect protector took the sacred flame token and vanished into the night. The news that Ji Shou had spent 90 million gold coins to purchase the Spirit Clan siblings spread like wildfire throughout the city in a single night. The Ji family army mansion naturally learned of this news immediately. When Ji Shou's father Ji Shao heard the news, his first reaction was heartache. 90 million gold coins. Such a vast sum of money. This was equivalent to the annual military expenditure of the Ji family's million-strong iron cavalry army.
You little brat. I'm going to spank his bottom raw tonight,
Ji Xiao said angrily. Rolling up his sleeves, he prepared to go find Ji Xiao and get him a severe beating.
You dare!
Mu Hua shot a glare at Ji Xiao and said fiercely protective.
Your mother has plenty of money. My grandson can spend as much as he pleases. Do you have any objections? If you dare lay a hand on my grandson, I'll cripple you first, you hear me?
Mother. Ji Xiao shrank back at the fierce look in Mu Hua's eyes, momentarily speechless.
Enough. If 90 million is spent, it's spent. The Ji family can well afford it. If outsiders were to hear of this, they might think that I, Ji Nu, cannot afford to provide for my precious grandson.
Grandfather Ji Nu also spoke up, and he was clearly on Ji Xiao's side.
Spending money is a trivial matter. But this time Xiao has offended the Red Garment sect. That is one of the 7 supreme cultivation sects of the Tianjin continent. What are we to do?
Mother Lin Ru said, her face full of worry. The 90 million was spent, she did not begrudge it. Her only concern was her son's safety. Grandmother Mu Hua sneered.
The Red Garment sect. What are they? If they so much as think of harming a single hair on Xiao's head, I will make their lives a living hell.
At the Luoyu Palace within the Ji residence, Mu Bing sat restlessly in the small courtyard. She had just learned that Ji Xiao had spent a staggering 90 million gold coins to buy a pair of Spirit Clan siblings.
The Spirit siblings? Could it be them?
As the thought crossed her mind, Mu Bing abruptly stood up. Just then a clear, cold voice rang out.
Binger, what are you thinking about?
Hearing this, Mu Bing hurried forward and tugged at her master's sleeve, asking nervously,
Master, what are the names of those Spirit Clan siblings that Ji Xiao bought for 90 million, even at the cost of offending the Red Garment sect?
Mu Qiu thought for a moment, and then spoke.
Gu Yao and Gu Jian.
Hearing these 2 familiar names, Mu Bing's pretty face suddenly changed. Gu Yao was her best friend, the future Spirit Clan Empress. Gu Jian was also the future Spirit Sword Venerable. If they fell into Ji Xiao's hands, the consequences would be disastrous.
How could this be?
Mu Bing murmured, somewhat dazed. Her worst fears had indeed come true. Mu Qiu looked at the worried Mu Bing and said with a gentle smile,
Binger, this is actually nothing major. Ji Xiao has merely offended the Red Garment sect. Binger, rest assured. Your master will protect him.
Mu Bing snapped back to reality upon hearing this and exclaimed in surprise,
Master, do you truly intend to protect that boy?
Mu Qiu looked at Mu Bing with an amused expression, reached out and gently patted her head, saying,
If I do not protect him, who will? He is your future husband.
Mu Bing was left speechless by the remark. Her teeth clenched on her red lips, and in a voice so soft only she could hear, she whispered aggrievedly,
It would be better if that insolent bastard just died.
She had never imagined that in just one night of not watching Ji Xiao, she would wake up to find her best friend had become his captive.
Bastard! Ji Xiao, how dare you set your sights on Yao? I, this empress, will not forgive you.
With this thought, Mu Bing had already decided to find an opportunity that night to see Gu Yao. No matter what, she could not let her good friend fall into Ji Xiao's demonic clutches. The moonlight descended. A bright moon hung in the sky. The cold, clear moonlight spilled onto the windowsill of the falling maple palace. Ji Xiao sat cross-legged on the bed, opening his character panel. Name Ji Xiao, age 3, identity Crown Prince of the Northern Xia Dynasty, cultivation Earthly Fate Realm, first layer bloodline, physique Divine Heart Demon Bone, 3 major passes not yet unlocked, conditions for unlocking the 3 major passes: Demons Advent 10000, Fate Essence Divine Seal 10000, Fate Essence Immortals Ember 1000000, Fate Essence Cultivation Techniques Heaven Devouring Demon Art, cultivated to the 2nd realm, Flying Dragon Cloud Stealing Hand, beginner level weapons Great Luo Sword Matrix Ghost Flute Chin Chin. Fate Essence 10800 points, Fate level Black Soul Extinguished and Perish System Shop Open Quest System Opened Warehouse Soul Slaying Nail One Piece Soul Capturing Trilogy System Prompt More information can be expanded.
My Fate Essence has finally exceeded 10,000.
Ji Xiao took a deep breath and called out in his mind,
Activate Demon's Advent.
As soon as the words fell, the system's prompt rang in his ears. Ding. System notification unlocking the first major pass Demon's Advent requires, consuming 10000 Fate Essence. Please confirm again, host.
Activate.
Jishio did not hesitate in the slightest. What a joke. Spending 10,000 Fate Essence to unlock the first Bloodline Pass. Was there even a need to think about it? With that thought, Jishio felt a wave of heat strike his body. The blood in his veins began to sear. Not only that, but every inch of his meridians was ablaze with crimson demonic flames. Deep within his eyes, 2 blazing othershore demon flowers slowly bloomed, drifting out from his gaze. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully unlocking the first Bloodline Major Pass, Demon's Advent. Demon's Advent. Demonic flames blaze, othershore blood eyes ignite, the demon god descends, battle power increases, exponentially capable of slaying enemies across up to 8 minor realms. System prompt consumption is immense. Please activate with caution, host.
It succeeded.
Jishio exhaled a breath of hot air. His mood was excellent. 3 years. It had taken him 3 years to gather 10,000 Fate Essence to unlock the first Bloodline Killing Pass. It was worth it. With Demon's Advent activated, this would become his ultimate trump card. It was also the source of his confidence. Though he was left with only 800 Fate Essence, those 10,000 points were an absolute bargain. Just then the voice of Elder Wei sounded from outside the palace gates.
Little Crown Prince, the evening banquet is ready.
Hearing this, Jishio slowly opened his eyes, hummed in acknowledgement, and stepped out of the palace. At that moment, the stone table in the small courtyard was laden with a sumptuous feast. Gu Yao and her younger brother Gu Jian stood motionless beside Elder Wei.
Sit down.
Jishio smiled, and took the first seat, then waved his hand at the Gu siblings. Hearing this, Gu Yao and Gu Jian obediently sat opposite Jishio.
Eat,
Jishio said casually. At these words, Gu Yao and Gu Jian exchanged a glance, but ultimately said nothing. They picked up their chopsticks and began to eat. It was worth noting that neither Gu Yao nor Gu Jian once reached for the lavish dishes. Instead, they ate only the plain white rice in their bowls.
Don't just eat rice,
Jishio said helplessly.
Have some dishes. Little Crown Prince's mother once said that rice is the best thing in this world,
Gu Jian said timidly.
With rice you won't starve. So well, just eat the rice.
Jishio scratched his head, thinking that this statement wasn't entirely wrong. Still, it was remarkable that these siblings had survived this long by giving their all.
What do you want to do in the future?
Jishio set down his chopsticks and looked at Gu Jian.
In the future, I want to protect my sister. I don't want her to be hurt again. I also want to find those who killed mother and father. I will make them pay with blood.
Gu Jian lowered his eyes and replied softly. Upon hearing this, Gu Yao's eyes reddened instantly.
Amen.
Jishio nodded, then thought seriously before speaking.
Regarding this, I can help you. However, there is a condition.
At this, Gu Jian suddenly lifted his gaze, dropped to his knees before Jishio, without a second thought, his eyes glistening with tears.
Little Crown Prince, as long as you can make me strong, I can do anything you ask. Good.
Jishio nodded with a smile and said,
Your talent is decent. If you truly have the resolve, I can grant you power. But in the future, I will need a sword.
Hearing this, Gu Yao's face paled, and she was about to speak, but Gu Jian said without hesitation,
I am willing to become the Little Crown Prince's sword. Heh?
A faint smile curled at the corner of Jishio's mouth. He then turned to Elder Wei and said,
In that case, Elder Wei, would you be willing to be Gu Jian's teacher?
Upon hearing this, Elder Wei was taken aback. He hadn't expected Jishio to turn the matter back to him. Clearing his throat, Elder Wei said,
Little Crown Prince, your subordinate is unsure if this boy can succeed. He was bought at great expense by you. If he were to die at my hands, that would be unfortunate.
Jishio shook his head and replied,
Rest assured, he won't die. His potential and talent are far greater than you can imagine.
What a joke. Elder Wei was once the chief instructor of the continent's top assassin organization. It would be a shame not to utilize that. Although the mortality rate among his disciples was high, Gu Jian was a genius with a supreme bone the future sword venerate. His potential was absolutely extraordinary. Since that was the case, he naturally had to be nurtured well. In the future, he would surely become a sharp blade in his hands. After a long silence, Elder Wei finally nodded and said,
"In that case, your subordinate will give it his best try."
Since Jishio had put it that way, he couldn't refuse.
"Greetings, teacher. I will strive to survive under your tutelage."
Gu Jian kowtowed 3 times to Elder Wei.
"I hope so."
Elder Wei nodded, then bent down to help Gu Jian up.
"Let's go! I will personally train you. From today onward you will live and eat with me."
With that, Elder Wei bowed to Jishio and led Gu Jian out of the small courtyard. He knew Jishio had something to say to Gu Yao, so he took Gu Jian away first. After Elder Wei and Gu Jian had left, only Jishio and Gu Yao remained in the falling maple courtyard. Gu Yao stared into the distance in the direction Gu Jian had left, her face etched with worry. But she did not stop him, nor could she, for this was the path Gu Jian had chosen for himself.
"Stop looking,"
Jishio said casually.
"Your brother has chosen his own path. It's time for you to let go." "His own path? Huh?"
Gu Yao let out a cold laugh, her beautiful eyes red and tearful, as she glared at Jishio and demanded,
"He is my only brother. Yet you want to turn him into a killing sword in your hand. What? Should I be grateful to you?"
Hearing this, the smile on Jishio's face vanished. He looked at Gu Yao with a flat gaze and said,
"All misfortunes in this world are caused by the inadequacy of those involved. Your brother already understands this truth. That's why he is willing to entrust his future to me. If you are unwilling, I can let you leave. If you wish, you can go right now."
"What?" Gu Yao's face changed color. She was speechless for a long time. Jishio would let her leave. But even if she left, where could she go? She only had her brother left now.
"Heh. It seems you don't want to leave."
Jishio sneered coldly at the stunned Gu Yao.
"You?"
Gu Yao was left speechless, her chest heaving violently. Without a doubt, Jishio had her completely under his control.
"Since you're not leaving, then I hope you will not defy my words in the future. Whatever I say, you will do."
Jishio's gaze was icy as he bore into Gu Yao.
"I cannot be your sword. My meridians are already mostly crippled,"
Gu Yao said bitterly. In 3 years of training, she had used the Spirit Clan's secret technique, bloodline burning, countless times. As a result, her cultivation potential had been severely depleted. In the future, reaching the earthly fate realm would already be a blessing from the heavens.
"Hee."
Jishio shook his head with a light laugh, looking at Gu Yao teasingly.
"Who said I want you to be my sword? This crown prince currently lacks a maidservant. Will you do it? A maidservant?"
Gu Yao lowered her eyes, biting her red lip. After a long silence, she suddenly lifted her beautiful gaze to stare defiantly at Jishio and replied,
"I will. Why wouldn't I?" "Good. Very good."
Jishio nodded, then casually let his gaze sweep over Gu Yao before speaking.
"In that case, then follow me." "Where to?"
Gu Yao asked, frowning.
"The palace."
Jishio glanced at her and replied with just 2 words. Gu Yao let out a deep breath. Expressionless, she followed Jishio into the Luofeng Palace. Since she had agreed to be his maidservant, she had already mentally prepared herself for whatever might happen. Inside the Luofeng Palace, warm candlelight flickered. A large, magnificent bed stood at the center. Behind a screen engraved with dragons and phoenixes in harmonious flight lay a grand, opulent bath.
"What do you want?"
Gu Yao asked in a low voice.
"Go sit over there."
Jishio pointed to his bed. Hearing this, Gu Yao shot Jishio a fierce glare, but she still sat down at the corner of the bed. At that moment, despite her mental preparations, her heart was pounding with anxiety.
"And then? What?"
Gu Yao stared intently at Jishio, her stunningly beautiful face filled with defiance.
"Don't talk."
Jishio grew impatient. He thought to himself, this woman is truly bothersome.
"You?"
Gu Yao was at a loss for words, looking at him with a pitiful expression.
"Get ready. It's starting,"
Jishio said slowly. As he spoke, he activated the Immortal Devouring demon art. Before Gu Yao could react, he formed a finger seal and pressed it directly onto her back, which was covered in numerous sword and knife scars. With a resonant hum, a starlight bloomed and then vanished into Gu Yao's body. In that instant, she felt her long-dormant meridians begin to stir with vitality for the first time in ages.
So, he's helping me repair my meridians.
Gu Yao suddenly understood. Just then Jishio spoke up to warn her.
This might hurt a lot. You'll have to bear it.
Gu Yao was taken aback. Before she could speak, an excruciating pain shot through her limbs and bones, causing her delicate frame to tremble violently. Gu Yao cried out in agony, her brows tightly knit. She had suffered many injuries before, but none had ever caused pain even a tenth as intense as this. The meridians within her body felt as though they were being twisted by knives. Every inch of her bone seemed to be shattered and reforged by a strange, powerful force. Gu Yao bit her lip hard, her delicate face contorted in pain, her smooth forehead covered in fine beads of sweat.
Bear it!
Jishio's response was cold and brief. The Immortal Devouring Demon Art was the most supreme body tempering technique. Gu Yao's meridians were severely damaged, and her body was riddled with hidden injuries. If they weren't repaired in time, her future cultivation ceiling would be severely limited. However, fixing her meridians and healing her internal injuries would be costly, and success wasn't guaranteed. So Jishio decided to use the Immortal Devouring Demon Art to reshape her meridians and reconstruct her bones. Though this method was effective, it was also extremely painful.
It hurts. It really hurts.
Gu Yao bit her lip, but her agonized moans still rang out clearly, echoing throughout the entire Luofeng Palace. Outside the Luofeng Palace, a bright moon hung high in the sky and maple leaves drifted down slowly. A graceful figure stood in the moonlight. Her silver hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her demeanor was icy. Her stunningly beautiful face was twisted with rage. She stared intently at the Luofeng Palace, her hands clenched into fists, trembling with fury.
Jishio, what have you done to my Yao? I will not forgive you.
Mu Bing gritted her teeth, her entire being radiating a chilling, murderous intent. The sounds of Gu Yao's agonized moans from within the Luofeng Palace nearly drove her to lose all reason. At that moment, she finally understood why Gu Yao had hated Jishio so deeply in her past life. With that thought, Mu Bing wasted no time. She strode forward and kicked open the palace door. The sight before her instantly ignited her fury. Gu Yao lay on the bed, her clothes disheveled, her hair in disarray, her forehead covered in sweat, her face pale and exhausted. This was clearly inhuman torture.
Are you insane?
Jishio, breathing heavily, looked at Mu Bing with a baffled expression.
Jishio, get out here!
Mu Bing shouted, unable to bear looking at Gu Yao any longer. She was also afraid of accidentally hurting the defenseless Gu Yao in the ensuing confrontation. So after speaking, she turned and left the Luofeng Palace, standing in the courtyard.
Are you out of your mind?
Jishio walked into the courtyard with his hands behind his back, looking at the expressionless Mu Bing as if she were a lunatic.
Do you think being at the life soil stage makes you invincible? Have you heard the saying?
There is always a sky beyond the sky, and a man beyond the man. Mu Bing's voice was icy cold. With that, she reached out a jade-like hand and tore off the necklace from her neck. A resonant hum filled the air as two blazing golden lights blazed in Mu Bing's beautiful eyes. Her cultivation began to surge. The 8th level of Qi refining. The 9th level of Qi refining. The 1st level of life soil. In just a few short breaths, her cultivation had directly soared from the 7th level of Qi refining to the 1st level of life soil.
So she was hiding her true cultivation all along.
Jishio raised an eyebrow. Though he was somewhat surprised, he wasn't shocked. After all, before her rebirth, Mu Bing was a peerless immortal empress who had astonished the 9 heavens, her talent unmatched in the world. It was only natural that she had reached the 1st level of life soil at the tender age of 7.
Today, I will not let you off.
Mu Bing glared coldly at Jishio, golden light blazing in her eyes, as if an immortal empress had descended to the mortal world.
A fool comes knocking on my door. Don't blame me for this.
A playful smile curled at the corner of Jishio's mouth. His pockets were empty, and he was in dire need of heavenly fate essence. And now Mu Bing had delivered herself right to him. How thoughtful of her. In the Luoyue Palace, Mu Chio suddenly opened her eyes. She frowned deeply, looking towards the direction of the Luofeng Palace, and murmured to herself,
Binger has unsealed her power. What is that little girl up to? Is she really going to kill her own future husband? That won't do. Absolutely not.
With that she turned and vanished from where she stood. The night was thick, the moonlight bright. Before the falling maple palace, Mu Bing's eyes blazed with a dazzling golden light. Dressed in white she stood with her hands behind her back, exuding an overwhelming pressure, like an unparalleled empress descending upon the world.
Jishio, come and fight.
Mu Bing's beautiful eyes locked onto Jishio, her voice as cold as eternal ice. She knew that no matter what she could not kill Jishio within the Ji residence today. But since Jishio had bullied Guyao, she would at least cripple him to collect some interest. Heh. Jishio shook his head with a light laugh, saying nothing, merely gazing calmly at Mu Bing. The atmosphere froze for a moment. Mu Bing stomped the ground fiercely, her entire form turning into a streak of light as she instantly appeared before Jishio. Boom. Her jade fist lashed out the air, screaming with a terrifying sonic boom.
Demon's Descent. Activate.
Jishio's expression was calm as he instantly unlocked the first lethal threshold of his Demon Heart Divine Bone. In an instant, 2 crimson spider lilies bloomed deep within his eyes. The flowers blazed brightly, demonic flames surging.
Too slow.
Jishio slowly uttered 2 words, while inwardly feeling a sense of wonder at the changes happening within him. With Demon's Descent activated, he could clearly see through Mu Bing's attack trajectory's points of impact, and even predict her next offensive move. In a mere instant, over a dozen methods to defeat Mu Bing flashed through his mind. After activating Demon's Descent, his combat abilities and perception of danger had increased by dozens of times. Clang. Mu Bing's punch shattered Jishio's figure. A miss.
An afterimage.
Mu Bing frowned. In her understanding, a cultivator at the first level of the Fate Earth stage should never possess such terrifying speed.
What? Is it strange?
Jishio's teasing voice rang out. Mu Bing spun around abruptly, only to find Jishio had somehow appeared behind her. She clenched her silver teeth, glaring coldly at him as she spat out.
Jishio, you deserve to die.
With that, Mu Bing's form flickered, instantly reappearing before Jishio. Boom. 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 She struck at him mercilessly, her attacks fierce and blindingly fast, leaving countless afterimages in the void. Yet Jishio easily and perfectly evaded every single one of her strikes. It was as if every move she made was foreseen and seen through by him.
How is this possible?
Mu Bing grew more alarmed with each strike. She had already launched dozens of attacks, but had not even touched the hem of Jishio's clothes. Logically, with their cultivation realms being the same, there shouldn't be such a vast gap.
Why not?
Jishio looked at Mu Bing with a playful expression. He had to admit Mu Bing's combat prowess was formidable. Without exaggeration, her strength far surpassed the first level of the Fate Earth stage. She could easily toy with cultivators at the 3rd or even 5th level. But with Demon's Descent activated, he was even stronger.
Extreme of Ice. Meteor Kill.
Mu Bing's eyes gleamed with cold light as her hands formed seals frantically. She would hold back, no longer determined to see Jishio's current limits. Ice light blazed brilliantly. The elements of heaven and earth trembled violently. Ha! Mu Bing let out a soft shout, pointing her finger to lock onto Jishio. Clang! 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 Hundreds of sharp ice shards tore through the void, shooting toward Jishio like falling meteors.
It's over.
Jishio's lips curled slightly. Demon's Descent full power activated. Blazing demonic flames spilled from his eyes. The true essence within his body seemed to ignite, completely burning wildly. With every step, he took a flaming footprint materialized behind him. At this moment, he truly bore the posture of a demon god descending.
At this rate, the true essence will be exhausted in at most 10 seconds. But 10 seconds is more than enough.
Jishio took a deep breath, then stomped the ground fiercely, launching himself like a cannonball. Ha! Jishio let out a cold shout, his fist shooting out in a blazing arc. At this moment, even the air carried the scent of scorching. Boom! In an instant, the ice shards shattered completely, ice fragments flying everywhere, and invisible ripples spread through the void.
Is this all you got?
Jishio closed in on Mu Bing, speaking calmly.
You?
Mu Bing's eyes trembled violently as she stared at Ji Xiu, who was now inches away. She never expected Ji Xiu to have grown this strong. Before she could finish, Ji Xiu's finger touched her forehead. The devouring immortal demon art surged with profound force, tiny halos of light blooming. Clang. In an instant all her meridians were sealed. Now stripped of control over her body, Mu Bing was utterly immobilized under the suppression of Ji Xiu's profound energy. If Ji Xiu wished, he could end Mu Bing's life in the next second. However, he did not do so. After all, Mu Bing's master was his grand-aunt Mu Qiu. If he killed Mu Bing now, the Ji family would surely break ties with the Ice God Palace. At this moment, he still needed the Ice God Palace's deterrence against the Northern Xia royal family. Thus, killing Mu Bing at this juncture held no meaning. It might even plunge both him and the Ji family into the abyss. Moreover, he still needed Mu Bing to occasionally farm destiny essence.
Like, now!
Ji Xiu's lips curled slightly.
You? What do you want?
A bad premonition arose in Mu Bing's heart.
Flying Dragon's tantalizing hand.
Ji Xiu murmured inwardly as divine light bloomed in his palm, sweeping toward Mu Bing. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully stealing 500 destiny essence. Ah! Mu Bing cried out in shock and scolded.
Ji Xiu, how dare you?
She never imagined Ji Xiu would be even more audacious than when they first met. She wanted to fight him desperately, but she couldn't move an inch.
5 seconds left.
Ji Xiu ignored Mu Bing. He began his relentless assault on Mu Bing. Ding. Congratulations, host, for stealing 300 destiny essence. Ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 800 destiny essence. Ding. Congratulations, host, for stealing 200 destiny essence. Ding. Congratulations, host, for stealing 1 heaven nurturing pill. Ding. Congratulations, host, for stealing a purple cloud soft armor.
Wait. Seems like I've stolen something strange.
Ji Xiu scratched his head. At that moment, the demon's descent state ended. True essence was completely depleted. A wave of weakness washed over him. Ji Xiu's legs gave way, and he plopped down onto the ground. Just then an angry voice rang out.
Ji Shameless! What are you doing?
As the voice fell, he looked up to see his mother Lin Ru arriving in the courtyard of the falling Maple Palace. Hands on her hips, she glared at him with fury.
Mother! Let me explain.
Ji Xiu raised his hand and shouted.
You brat! Explain what?
Lin Ru pointed at the purple cloud soft armor in Ji Xiu's hand and roared. Hearing this, Ji Xiu glanced at the fragrant purple armor in his hand and was momentarily stunned.
Aye.
Ji Xiu was at a loss for words. The evidence was right before him. Any further explanation would only sound like an excuse. He hadn't expected that using the flying dragon's tantalizing hand would actually strip off Mu Bing's protective soft armor.
Today I'm going to spank your bottom raw.
Lin Ru dashed over to Ji Xiu and in a single stride grabbed him by the ear without a word and dragged him toward the falling Maple Palace. When Lin Ru entered the falling Maple Palace, she was greeted by an even more shocking sight. Lying on her son's bed was another young girl. This girl was none other than Gu Yao. Ah! A roar like that of a tigress erupted.
Ji Shameless! Am not done with you today.
Ji Xiu. Mu Bing stood frozen in place. Her delicate body trembled slightly. Her white teeth bit tightly into her rosy lips. Her icy eyes quivered violently. She had intended to collect some interest for Gu Yao, but the result was cruel. She couldn't even keep the Ice God Palace's sacred protective relic, the purple cloud soft armor. The cold night breeze blew and Mu Bing couldn't help but shiver.
Scoundrel! Ji Xiu, how dare you!
Mu Bing's pretty face was flushed with crimson. Her jade hands clenched tightly into fists, as her whole body trembled with rage. Outside the falling Maple Palace, Mu Qiu and grandmother Mu Hua stood together watching from afar.
Given the current situation, if these two youngsters don't get married, it might be impossible to resolve this.
Grandmother Mu Hua said helplessly.
Indeed.
Mu Qiu nodded. She fully agreed with Mu Hua's view. Then looking toward the falling Maple Palace, she sighed after a long moment.
This little one
is truly heaven-defying.
At such a young age, not only is he at the first level of Fate Earth, but he also possesses combat strength at least at the 8th level. It seems this marriage was indeed the right choice. Muhua chuckled lightly and said, Senior sister, as expected of you, you always see things from such a unique perspective. In the falling maple palace, Gu Yao slightly lowered her eyelids, feeling somewhat reluctant to speak. Ji Xiu sat on the bed, with a pitiful expression, looking at Lin Ru, and softly said, Mother, you really misunderstood. I truly did nothing. Humph. Lin Ru snorted coldly. At this point, she certainly knew that her son and Gu Yao had not done anything. Ji Xiu simply helped Gu Yao reshape her meridians. Moreover, upon careful reflection, she realized she had lost her composure earlier regarding Gu Yao's matter. I will not pursue it further. But what about Mu Bing? I must say you're quite impressive. Lin Ru questioned angrily. This was just an accident. Ji Xiu helplessly shrugged his shoulders. His original intention was merely to steal a bit of destiny essence to replenish his own. But who would have thought that he would end up stealing Mu Bing's Xian soft armor? Alright. There's no need to explain so much to your mother. I'll deal with you later. Lin Ru said, then reached out her hand towards Ji Xiu and commanded, Give it to me. What? Ji Xiu was puzzled. You brat. Lin Ru stepped forward and tapped Ji Xiu's head, feeling exasperated, and said, It's Mu Bing's Xian soft armor. Could it be that you are reluctant to part with it? How could that be? Ji Xiu shook his head vigorously and hurriedly handed the Xian soft armor to Lin Ru. Humph. Lin Ru lightly snorted as she took the Xian soft armor, then glared at Ji Xiu fiercely before turning to leave. Bang. The palace door closed. Ji Xiu sighed deeply and then looked at Gu Yao, saying, I say, do you believe this was an accident? Hearing this, Gu Yao was momentarily stunned and blushed and nodded. I believe it. After all, it's possible for a young lord to be curious about some novel things. Sigh. Ji Xiu couldn't help but let out a light sigh upon hearing this. That's true. If I were you, I wouldn't believe it either. But it doesn't matter. With that thought, Ji Xiu shook his head and then took out a heavenly nurturing pill he had stolen from Mu Bing from his storage ring. Here. Eat it. Mu Bing looked at the pill that resembled a dragon's eye and was momentarily taken aback, asking softly, What is this? Upon hearing this, Ji Xiu casually replied, This is the heavenly nurturing pill. It can help you recover the true blood you burned before. Oh! Gu Yao nodded and took the heavenly nurturing pill. At that moment, she suddenly remembered something. The heavenly nurturing pill is a top-tier spiritual pill unique to the Ice God Palace, possessing extraordinary effects for blood rejuvenation and beauty enhancement. So, everything he did was all for that heavenly nurturing pill. And also for me. Gu Yao felt somewhat lost for a moment. Ji Xiu looked at Gu Yao with great seriousness and said, This is just the beginning. From now on I will forge your meridians once a month. Each time will be quite painful. You need to be prepared. Oh! Gu Yao gently replied, her gaze growing more entranced as she looked at the heavenly nurturing pill in her hand. She knew that Ji Xiu was doing this for her own good. She could endure the pain of reshaping her meridians. However, this heavenly nurturing pill was something she felt she could hardly bear. All right. It's getting late. Take a bath and change your clothes. Rest well. Ji Xiu stood up, stretching his exhausted body. Then he jumped directly into the steaming bath behind the screen. Young lord, you should return the heavenly nurturing pill to Miss Mu Bing. I don't deserve it. If that's the case, then why make the lady so angry and cause Miss Mu Bing to misunderstand? Gu Yao bit her lip and finally spoke her mind. Eat it, or get lost. Ji Xiu frowned and spoke very firmly. He thought, let others think what they want. After all, today, he made a huge profit. In just 10 seconds, he earned 1,800 destiny essence and a heavenly nurturing pill from Mu Bing. Does it really matter whether to explain or not? Moreover, his mother was likely no longer angry. As for Mu Bing, that woman could think whatever she wanted. He didn't care. What he cared about was Gu Yao's future. What is a heavenly nurturing pill worth? I understand. Gu Yao nodded, then bent down to pick up the clothes Ji Xiu had casually discarded on the ground. Looking at Ji Xiu's figure behind the screen, she murmured softly, such a young age. And still capable of being fierce. Ji Mansion. In the falling moon palace, Mu Bing sat alone on a stone bench in the courtyard, her face filled with frost. Mu Chiu looked at his disciple, and couldn't help but shake his head with a light laugh. Binger. Are you still angry? Hearing this, Mu Bing turned her head to look at Mu Chiu, remaining silent for a long time before gritting her teeth and saying, Master, Ji Xiu has humiliated me like this. Can you endure it? Mu Chiu nodded thoughtfully before responding seriously, I have endured. Master. You? Mu Bing was left speechless, her chest feeling tight with anger. Seeing this, Mu Chiu gently approached and stroked Mu Bing's silver hair to comfort her, saying, but on the other hand, that Ji Xiu really shouldn't have. In the future, when you are properly engaged, you must teach him well. If you don't teach him, are you leaving it for someone else to teach? Upon hearing this, Mu Bing felt as if she would bite her silver teeth to pieces, but in the end, she forcibly swallowed her anger. She knew that now was not the time to confront Ji Xiu. Right now, what was most important to her was time. She needed some time to develop, and also needed to wait for an excellent opportunity. With this thought, Mu Bing focused her mind and turned the storage ring with her jade hand. After careful consideration, she calculated the time. On the wedding night. Once the wedding night arrives, it will be good. At that time, I will have enough power to make the demon god Ji Xiu perish. Humph. The humiliation of today, you will pay for it with your life in the future. With that, Mu Bing nodded and unconsciously looked down at the storage ring on her hand. At this moment, she suddenly furrowed her brows, as if realizing something. Previously, Ji Xiu had stolen a soul-killing nail from her, but what about just now? She hurriedly checked the storage ring. After a moment, Mu Bing's stunningly beautiful face was filled with indignation, and her jade hand clenched into a fist. She gritted her teeth and cursed in her heart, my heavenly nurturing pill. Ji Xiu, you brat really deserve to die. Shameless thief. Even if you died 1,000 times, it wouldn't be enough. Not enough. In the Imperial Palace Royal Flower Garden, Emperor Long Tian, wearing a black dragon robe, gazed into the fish pond and casually asked, what is going on? Upon hearing this, the West Factory Chief Yu Huatian slightly bowed and replied in a deep voice, reporting to your majesty. Young Master Shen Na Feng of the Red Robe sect has spent an astronomical price of 1 billion to invite a killer from the mortal realm to Kyoto. It is said that this killer has successfully assassinated 3 monarch-level powerhouses without a sound, and is ranked 10th on the current assassin leaderboard. Additionally, Shen Na Feng has also summoned the Holy Fire Token, and one of the 3 main bishops of the Red Robe section, Wu Hui, is on his way to Kyoto. At the latest, he will arrive in Kyoto by tomorrow night. Good. Very good. The Emperor Long Tian turned his head to look towards the Ji mansion with a cold smile, and said, tomorrow night, I will be waiting for the Ji family's chaos. On the second night, as darkness descended, Ji Xiu and Mu Bing's engagement banquet was set at Xian Pavilion. As the foremost banquet hall of the Ji residence, Xian Pavilion was constructed with extreme opulence. Magnificent stone pillars coiled with divine dragons, red carpets spread across the hall, and crystal-clear ornaments shimmered with jeweled splendor. When Ji Xiu arrived at the entrance of Xian Pavilion, with Elder Wei, his mother Lin Ru had already been waiting at the hall's front for quite some time. You rascal, today is a grand day for our Ji family. Don't bring shame upon us. If you act up again, your mother won't let you off easily. Lin Ru warned him in a low voice. Mother, I understand. Ji Xiu replied helplessly. However, he didn't take it too seriously. After all, this was not a grand wedding, merely an engagement. Mother, please go inside first. I still have words to share with Elder Wei. Ji Xiu sent Lin Ru away, then looked at Elder Wei with a serious expression and said, Elder Wei, I entrust tonight to you. You must not allow Shen Na Feng to leave the capital. Upon hearing this, Elder Wei nodded, then, as if recalling something, he spoke softly. Killing Shen Na Feng is simple. However, young prince, according to the intelligence I've gathered, Shen Nafeng has mobilized the sacred fire token. Shen Wuhui, one of the 3 chief bishops of the Red Robe sect, will arrive in the capital tonight. Shen Wuhui possesses formidable cultivation at the peak of the Lord stage. I regret to say I am no match for him.
Jisho smiled mysteriously and said,
Elder Wei, you only need to ensure Shen Nafeng's life or death. As for the chief bishop of the Red Robe sect, you need not trouble yourself.
Elder Wei was taken aback. At this moment, Jisho explained in a low voice,
Consider this the intelligence we have obtained. Do you think the Ice God Palace wouldn't have it too? Palace Master Mu Chiu won't allow him to set foot in the capital.
So that's it. Elder Wei suddenly understood, looking at Jisho with astonishment as he asked,
Young prince, have you planned all this?
Jisho chuckled lightly without denying it. In truth, he had sensed something was amiss with Shen Nafeng as early as the Dark Arena. Since Shen Nafeng had spent an astronomical 80 million to purchase Gu Yao, and Gu Jian admit he, like Jisho, understood their value. Well, at least he knew Gu Jian's worth. If that were the case, then he absolutely could not allow Shen Nafeng to leave the capital, or else endless troubles would ensue. It was precisely for this reason that he later deliberately insulted the Red Robe sect and slapped Shen Nafeng, an act that seemed utterly arrogant. All of this was to force him into a corner. Sure enough, as Jisho had anticipated, Shen Nafeng could not swallow this bitter humiliation. After leaving the arena, he immediately gathered funds and spent a fortune to hire top assassins from the mortal world. He even mobilized the sacred fire token to summon Shen Wuhui, one of the 3 chief bishops of the Red Robe sect, to the capital. And all of this played right into Jisho's hands.
Tonight, I will ensure not only that Shen Nafeng cannot leave the capital, but also that the grand figures of the capital will reign in their thoughts from this day forward. The Ji family is not one to be trifled with.
A cold gleam shone in Jisho's eyes. With this thought, he bid farewell to Elder Wei and turned to walk into Xian Pavilion. Inside Xian Pavilion, all the elders of the Ji family had gathered. Grandmother Mu Hua, grandfather Ji Nu, father Ji Shao, and mother Lin Ru. Of course, there was also Grandaunt Mu Chiu, the foremost figure of the Ice God Palace, and Mu Bing.
Xiao is here. Let the engagement banquet begin.
Mu Hua spoke with a smile. As she finished, she approached Jisho and handed him a black jade tiger tally. On it, a large character G was strikingly prominent.
This is Dragon Vein Black Gold.
Jisho was startled. Dragon Vein Black Gold, along with Tao Tribulation Gold and Phoenix Blood Crimson Gold, was one of the 3 supreme divine metals of the continent.
Little one, you have some insight. Our family's G Tiger Tally is crafted from Dragon Vein Black Gold. In the future, when you succeed as the family head and command the 1,000,000-strong iron armored cavalry, you cannot do without the G Tiger Tally.
So that's it. Jisho nodded. As he grasped the G Tiger Tally, a warm current instantly spread through his limbs.
Later you will give the tally to Mu Bing.
Mu Hua reminded him.
Oh,
Jisho acknowledged. Undoubtedly, the engagement banquet was about exchanging the most important tokens of the Ji family and the Ice God Palace. The Ji family's token was the Ji Tiger Tally, capable of commanding 1,000,000-strong iron armored cavalry. What about the Ice God Palace?
Master, must we really hand over the Ice God Jade to Jisho?
Mu Bing frowned and asked.
It is the rule.
Mu Chiu replied solemnly.
What kind of rule is that?
Mu Bing argued softly.
Watch your words.
Mu Chiu shot a glare at Mu Bing and said,
When you are married, Jisho will return the Ice God Jade, and you can inherit the Ice God Palace. You will return the Ji Tiger Tally to Jisho, so he can inherit the Ji family. That is the rule.
Mu Bing sighed helplessly and nodded.
Go, Binger.
Mu Chiu patted Mu Bing on the back. Meanwhile, grandmother Mu Hua whispered in Jisho's ear.
Go, Xiu. Don't disappoint your grandmother.
Jisho nodded, thinking to himself. This is what they call a political marriage. If he didn't marry Mu Bing in the future, he couldn't command the Ji family's 1,000,000-strong mysterious iron army. And if Mu Bing didn't marry him, she couldn't become the palace master of the Ice God Palace.
It seems Grandmother Mu Hua and Grandaunt Mu Chiu have truly put their hearts into this union.
Jishio sighed inwardly. Then he walked to the center of Xian Pavilion. Mu Bing holding the ice god Jade also came before Jishio.
Here. To you.
Jishio handed the tally to Mu Bing.
To you.
Mu Bing expressionlessly passed the ice god Jade to Jishio. As each took the tokens, everyone present revealed satisfied smiles. Grandmother Mu Hua and Grandaunt Mu Chiu exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with relief. The most important ritual was complete. The engagement was successful. The banquet began. Jishio and Mu Bing naturally sat together.
Thief! Return what you stole from me.
Mu Bing warned Jishio in a low voice.
Didn't I return the belly band to you? What more do you want?
Jishio replied calmly. You? Mu Bing was momentarily speechless. She hadn't expected Jishio to be so thick-skinned. Taking a deep breath, she glared at him and whispered,
Am I talking about the belly band? I'm talking about the soul-devouring nails and the heaven-nourishing pill.
Jishio turned to look at her stunning face with confusion.
Never heard of them. I don't know. Have some more vegetables.
With that, Jishio considerately placed a bite of food in Mu Bing's bowl. Shameless. Mu Bing felt a tightness in her chest at Jishio's stubborn denial. After a long silence, she finally spoke again.
Fine. If you want them, take them. But I want Gu Yao.
She could give Jishio the heaven-nourishing pill, and even overlook the soul-devouring nails. But she absolutely could not let Jishio lay a finger on Gu Yao.
All right.
Jishio nodded seriously in response. He knew well that Mu Bing had wanted Gu Yao all along. Her earlier demands were merely a strategic retreat.
You agree?
Mu Bing looked at him in surprise.
I agree. Of course I agree. As long as Gu Yao herself consents, I have no objections.
Jishio's expression was flat, as if Mu Bing's request was nothing significant. Really? Mu Bing's beautiful eyes lit up. Her scheme had succeeded. A smile involuntarily crept to her lips. She had deliberately asked for the soul-devouring nails and the heaven-nourishing pill first. Then she settled for demanding Gu Yao, thinking that since Gu Yao was merely Jishio's maid, and he had taken so many good things from her, he wouldn't begrudge her a simple servant girl. Jishio smiled faintly, then leaned in intimately and whispered in her ear.
Truly. Naturally, it's true.
With that, the flying dragon's cloud-seeking hand was activated. His hand had silently landed on Mu Bing's waist. Ding. Successfully stolen 200 destiny essence from the host. At that moment, a cold voice rang in Jishio's ear.
Jishio, do you want to lose your hand?
Jishio shrugged and withdrew his hand, thinking 200 is better than nothing.
Husband, look how well matched they are.
Linru watched Jishio and Mu Bing with a doting maternal smile.
Indeed. A match made in heaven.
Jishio nodded in agreement.
That boy Jishio. He's truly my grandson. Talented. Truly talented. Just like me.
Jinu also looked satisfied.
Junior sister, he'll be back shortly.
Mu Chiu set down her cup and spoke softly while gazing at the bright moonlight.
Be careful.
Mu Hua nodded, knowing exactly what Mu Chiu was about to do.
Rest assured.
Mu Chiu smiled faintly. The moment she stepped out of Xian Pavilion, a terrifying murderous glint erupted from her eyes. The night was deep, the moonlight brilliant and pure. In the southern district of the capital, a remarkably luxurious mansion stood. Young master, the man has arrived. The red-robed sect protector spoke softly. As his words faded, a figure cloaked entirely in black landed within the courtyard. The thousand-faced Azura. Mr. Bai Yi. Shen Nafeng frowned and asked in a low voice. It is I. Bai Yi replied coldly. He lifted his head slightly, the moonlight falling upon his face, which was as pallid and stiff as a corpse, making him appear exceptionally eerie. His eyes were dull, devoid of any emotional ripple, holding only an endless stillness. Your target tonight is the young heir of the Ji family, Jishio. Any problems? Shen Nafeng asked quietly. No problem, Bai Yi replied succinctly. A mere young heir of a warlord family, it posed no difficulty for him. As for the consequences of murder, he was not afraid in the slightest. For behind him stood the premier assassin organization of the Tianxin continent, the Mortal Realm.
Good. Excellent. Since everything is ready, let us set out. Shen Nanfeng took a deep breath, his gaze turning towards the direction of the Ji mansion in the capital. Young master, the archbishop has not yet arrived. Should we wait for him? The red-robed sect protector reminded softly. No need. The archbishop will rendezvous with us directly at the Ji mansion. I have arranged everything, Shen Nanfeng said with a faint smile. After all, he had made thorough preparations today. That is excellent. The red-robed sect protector couldn't help but sigh in relief upon hearing this. If the archbishop of the red-robed sect failed to arrive, then charging into the Ji mansion would mean certain death for them all. Let's go! Set out. Shen Nanfeng waved his hand. Over a dozen figures clad in red robes landed behind him. And just at that moment, a voice as cold as millennial profound ice rang out. Spare yourselves the trouble. Tonight none of you are going anywhere. As the words fell, the mansion's gates creaked open. A chilling wind swept in, causing everyone present to shiver involuntarily. The crowd looked up to see an old man in black standing at the entrance. He was not tall and his features were ordinary, the kind of person who would go unnoticed in a crowd. Yet from the moment he appeared, the air temperature plummeted by over 10 degrees. You are? The old guard beside Ji Xiao. Shen Nanfeng recognized the identity of Old Wei. It is I, Old Wei said coldly. Perfect timing. Tonight, I shall begin my slaughter with you. Mr. Bai Yi, this old fellow is yours. After the deed is done, I will add another 30 million to your payment. You have slain a sovereign-level expert before, after all. Shen Nanfeng spoke with confidence. He then turned to look at the thousand-faced Azura beside him, and his expression froze. Mr. Bai Yi? You? What is this? Shen Nanfeng's mouth fell slightly open, as if he had witnessed an incredible sight. Before him, Bai Yi, ranked 10th on the assassin list, renowned as the thousand-faced Azura, was trembling violently, shaking like a sieve. His usually dead fish-like eyes, devoid of any emotion, were now quaking intensely. Looking at the black-clad old man at the door, it seemed as if he had seen a demon. Even his previously steady breathing had become utterly erratic. Like a child caught misbehaving by a parent. How could it be you? Bai Yi's throat bobbed as he stammered. Long time no see, Xiao Bai. Old Wei greeted Bai Yi with an expressionless face. Xiao Bai. Shen Nanfeng was dumbfounded. The protector behind him was also stunned. Who could possibly address the thousand-faced Azura as Xiao Bai? Long time no see. Bai Yi responded, trembling. He stepped back half a pace at Old Wei's indifferent gaze. A feeling called fear spread from his heart through every limb and bone. Fragments of terrifying memories flooded back into his mind. For a moment, only one thought remained in his head. Flee. Flee as far as possible. You wouldn't be thinking of running, would you? Have you no regard for the reputation of the mortal realm? Or the dignity of an assassin? Have you forgotten what I taught you back then? Old Wei spoke with interest, his hands clasped behind his back. As a former chief instructor of the mortal realm, he could see through Bai Yi's thoughts at a glance. After these words, sweat dripped down Bai Yi's forehead. Shen Nanfeng suddenly came to his senses. The black-clad old man beside Ji Xiao was no ordinary sovereign-level expert. He was a supreme overlord of the assassin world, the chief instructor of the mortal realm. It was he who had single-handedly forged that group of fearless killing machines known as the mortal realm. Instructor, you jest. As your student, Bai Yi cannot commit an act of insubordination. Since you are here, I shall take my leave. Tonight pretend you never saw your student. Bai Yi spoke, trembling. Upon hearing this, Old Wei shook his head with regret and muttered to himself, what a pity. In all these years within the mortal realm, you still haven't become a true assassin. If it were your senior brothers or sisters encountering me, they would not speak of respecting the teacher, because they understand that killing me is the greatest respect they can show. With that, he turned and closed the mansion's gates. The moment the gates slammed shut, everyone's heart skipped a beat. Under the moonlight, Old Wei walked toward Shen Nanfeng and his group, hands behind his back. Kill! Shen Nanfeng roared. Better to strike than wait for death. The dozen or so red-robed sect experts behind him soared into the air and charged at Old Wei.
But in the next second the sound of blood splattering echoed. The necks of the Red Robe sect experts bore a thin line of blood. Dozens of heads flew into the air, blood spurting over 10 zhang high from their severed necks. Under the moonlight, no one had seen how Old Wei had moved. "Instructor, do not push me too far." Bai Yi gritted his teeth and roared. He feigned an attack, but actually turned to flee. Before his former instructor, he had no desire to fight, for he knew all too well how terrifying this man truly was. A thick shadow fell over him. A withered aged hand pierced through his chest without warning. Bai Yi violently coughed up blood, the light of life dimming in his eyes. When Old Wei withdrew his hand, it trailed a string of blood. His body turned ice cold, and he plummeted from the air. A sovereign-level assassin, the 10th-ranked killer on the assassin list, felled in one move. "You? Stay away. I am a young master of the Red Robe sect. If you kill me, the Red Robe sect will make you pay in blood." Shen Nafeng stared at Old Wei in terror, his legs giving way as he collapsed to the ground. "Alas! People like you? Words like yours I have heard tens of thousands of times in this lifetime." Old Wei shook his head, reaching out a hand to place it on Shen Nanfeng's head. With a crack, Shen Nanfeng's neck snapped. Old Wei had twisted his head clean off. Without a glance at the corpses strewn about, he casually tossed the head aside. He lifted his foot and left the Red Robe sect mansion. The most terrifying part was, from his entrance to his exit, it had taken less than a minute. Though blood flowed like a river, not a single drop stained his robe. "Young heir, this should satisfy you now," Old Wei said with a faint smile, looking towards the Ji mansion. Meanwhile, outside the capital, an old man clad in sacred red robes stared in terror at the white-clad woman before him. "Ice God Palace? Palace Lord Mu Qiu." Shen Wuhui's voice trembled as he gazed at Mu Qiu in fear. "Do you know who Ji Qiu is?" Mu Qiu asked, her expression blank. "The young heir of the Ji family," Shen Wuhui stammered. "And?" Mu Qiu raised an elegant eyebrow. "I do not know." Shen Wuhui shook his head. He certainly knew of the relationship between Ji Qiu and Mu Qiu, but he would never admit it now. "You wish to kill him?" Mu Qiu asked again. I shall leave at once," Shen Wuhui hurriedly replied. "I shall send you off." Mu Qiu's tone was very calm. As soon as the words left her mouth, Shen Wuhui's face changed drastically. He knew Mu Qiu had murderous intent. Without a word, he frantically formed hand seals. A mysterious and peculiar teleportation array materialized beneath his feet. In the next second, a terrifying aura, like that of a slumbering dragon, awakened from within Mu Qiu's body. At that moment, every cultivator in the capital trembled under this overwhelming pressure. It was the aura of a saint-level being transcending all living things. The temperature of the world plummeted. Strands of frost instantly froze the teleportation array solid. "Palace Lord Mu Qiu, spare my life. I swear I will never set foot in the northern Xia capital again," Shen Wuhui begged loudly. Before a saint-level powerhouse, he lacked even the courage to draw his sword. It was not his fault, for a saying on the Tianxin continent held below the saint level, all are ants. How can an ant defy fate? Too late. Mu Qiu shook her head and flicked her finger. A stunning sword light streaked across the void, dazzling and brilliant, spanning 1,000 zhang. The entire capital's night turned as bright as day under that sword light, as if frost had descended. Shen Wuhui's body instantly shattered into icy shards under the blade. That night rain fell from the heavens. A heavy rain heralding the fall of a peak sovereign-level expert. The entire capital fell silent under the drizzling downpour. Mu Qiu turned her gaze towards the Ji mansion in the capital and murmured to herself, "This way, I should be able to buy some time for Binger and that boy. I hope they won't disappoint me in the future." The capital. Rain was still falling. The entire capital's elite shivered in the downpour. In the imperial garden of the Forbidden City, Emperor Long Tian stared at the distant horizon with trembling eyes. After a long while he spoke in a terrified voice, "It's her. She has come to the capital." "Indeed?" Yu Huadian, the director of the Western Depot, also stammered, "Except for that one from the Ice God Palace. Who else would dare to lay hands on the high priest of the Red Robe sect? Your Majesty, forgive me. It is my dereliction of duty for failing to notice
that Mu Qiu had arrived in the capital. Enough. Long Tian waved his hand, and spoke with great trepidation. She is a saint-level powerhouse. Not just the capital. Even my own palace. If she wishes to come, what can you do? Hearing these words, Yu Huatian finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Long Tian did not place the blame on him. To be honest, a saint-level powerhouse, like Mu Qiu, was not someone he could afford to provoke. What about Shen Nanfeng? Didn't he spend 100 million to hire assassins from the mortal realm? How did it go? Long Tian asked further. Upon hearing this, Yu Weishan's expression changed, and he replied in a low, fearful voice, dead. All dead? They didn't even take a single step out of the mansion before they were all killed. Even Shen Nanfeng's head was violently twisted off. Long Tian let out a long sigh and gritted his teeth unwillingly. It seems that after tonight, this young heir of the Ji family has truly become the most untouchable taboo in the capital. Indeed. Yu Huatian nodded in agreement. The previous palace master of the Ice God Palace had personally intervened. Who in the capital would dare to plot against Ji Xiu? At this moment, he leaned in and asked in a low voice, Your Majesty, what should we do next? After a long silence, Long Tian slowly asked, Has the national preceptor returned to the palace? Upon hearing this, Yu Weishan's face drastically changed, and at the mention of the national preceptor a deep fear flickered in his eyes. Reporting to Your Majesty, the national preceptor has returned to the palace. Good. Long Tian nodded heavily, and said, Let's go. Prepare the imperial carriage for the Divine Strategy Palace. The Forbidden City Divine Strategy Palace Suite du Terrace. It overlooked the entire capital. A woman in a long black robe embroidered with phoenix patterns stood upon the terrace. The entire capital lay beneath her feet. Moonlight cascaded upon her breathtakingly cold and peerlessly beautiful face, making her appear exceptionally alluring. Master Palace Master Mu Qiu has struck. The High Priest of the Red Robe sect Shen Wuhui has fallen. The former chief instructor of the mortal realm Wei Qin has killed everyone from the Red Robe sect in the capital, including their young master Shen Nanfeng and his former student the thousand-faced Rakshasa Bai Yi. The young girl Xian Yin suppressed the shock in her heart and reported in a low voice. And then? The mysterious woman asked casually. And then? Father has arrived, Xian Yin whispered. As her voice faded, Long Tian and Yu Huatian had already reached the Suite du Terrace. Gazing at the tall, exquisite silhouette under the moonlight, Long Tian's eyes were filled with intoxication and adoration. Seeing this, Xian Yin couldn't help but shake her head. Her father, the emperor, had been infatuated with her master for quite some time. Unfortunately, the lover's passion was one-sided. The goddess remained indifferent. National Preceptor, I have come. Long Tian's voice was deep and restrained, clearly suppressing the restless emotions within him. Greetings, Your Majesty, the mysterious woman said flatly. Though her words were respectful, her body made no movement. Even before the sovereign of the Northern Xia Empire, she showed no intention of bowing or kneeling. National Preceptor, you must be aware of the situation by now. Long Tian took a deep breath and said, I am aware. And then? The mysterious woman turned slightly. Under the moonlight, her profile was flawless to the extreme. Her eyes as cold as the snowy mountain peaks calmly rested on Long Tian. I need your intervention. Long Tian stated his purpose. The mysterious woman chuckled and shook her head, saying, I have not yet reached the saint level. How can I intervene? Upon hearing this, Long Tian's expression changed, and he stepped forward urgently. Is there no way even for you? Is Your Majesty afraid? The mysterious woman raised an elegant eyebrow. Hearing this, Yu Weishan's face turned pale. If anyone else had dared to speak such words before Long Tian, they would have long since been dead. But this woman was an exception. Long Tian was silent for a long time before speaking with complex emotions. Afraid? How could I not be afraid? If in the future a great emperor emerges from the Ji family, you must know the consequences. The mysterious woman nodded, her jade-like fingers lightly tapping the railing. In that case, leave that young heir of the Ji family to me. You have a plan? Long Tian asked joyfully. It will take time, the mysterious woman replied with only 4 words. Hearing this,
Long Tian's expression changed drastically as he stared at the woman in shock. Are you about to reach the saint level? The mysterious woman chuckled softly, not denying it. She waved her hand dismissively at Long Tian. Your Majesty, please return. I will not see you out. Very well. Long Tian nodded, cast one last infatuated glance at the mysterious woman and turned to leave. But no one noticed that as he turned, a deeply concealed glint of greed flashed in his eyes. After Long Tian had left, the young girl Xian Yin looked at the mysterious woman with delight. Master, are you about to reach the saint level? The mysterious woman's red lips curled slightly. She nodded and said only 4 words, just one step away. Xian Yin gasped in astonishment. As expected of you. Once you reach the saint level, will you really make a move against Ji Xiu? But didn't you think highly of him? If she remembered correctly, a few days ago, at the Dark Arena, her master had instructed Luo Yuzhu to win Ji Xiu over. The eager look of wanting to recruit him was still vivid in her mind. The mysterious woman's smile on her peerlessly cold and beautiful face grew even more radiant. She spoke with amusement. Your father is the emperor of Northern Xia. I am the national preceptor. He is the sovereign and I am his subject. Can a subject defy the sovereign's decree? Xian Yin nodded. Though she felt this wasn't her master's usual style, she couldn't find fault with the logic. At the same time, she felt a pang of regret for Ji Xiu. If her master reached the saint level, even Mu Qiu might not be able to protect him. It seems this guy's time is running out, Xian Yin murmured softly to herself. That night, the rain had ceased. While the magnates in the capital trembled with fear over the night's carnage, Ji Xiu had already returned to his Luofeng palace, luxuriating in a steaming hot bath. Young Prince, Elder Wei has returned. He instructed me to inform you that all members of the Red Cloth sect in the capital have been eliminated. Gu Yao stood outside the screen relaying the message. Understood. Ji Xiu's expression remained utterly unchanged upon hearing this. Tonight, with Elder Wei taking action, there could be no other outcome. As for that bishop of the Red Cloth sect, his soul should have returned to its homeland by now. Ji Xiu smiled faintly. With Mu Bing's master, the most legendary former palace lord of the Ice God Palace, taking action, let alone a bishop of the Red Cloth sect. Even if the Pope of the Red Cloth sect himself arrived, he would have to kneel. Gu Yao, that heaven-nourishing pill, have you taken it? Ji Xiu suddenly looked towards the graceful silhouette beyond the screen and asked. I have taken it. Its effect is excellent. Many thanks, young prince. Gu Yao responded softly. Ji Xiu nodded upon hearing this. He mused that the heaven-nourishing pill was indeed a sacred medicine of the Ice God Palace. In just one day, a single heaven-nourishing pill had helped Gu Yao recover at least 50% of her burnt true blood. A pity. It was not enough. Thinking this, Ji Xiu opened the system shop. After carefully browsing, he spent another 500 destiny quintessence to purchase a 2-star pill, the Miraculous Pill of Hua Tuo. Miraculous Pill of Hua Tuo, a secret remedy from the divine physician Hua Tuo, possessing the extraordinary effects of healing internal injuries, enriching the blood, and beautifying the complexion. Efficacy period 3 years. Take it. Take this pill. Within 3 years, the true blood you previously burnt should be restored to its peak. Ji Xiu stepped out of the bath dressed, and placed the miraculous pill of Hua Tuo in Gu Yao's hand. Thank you, young prince. Gu Yao accepted the pill, her expression dazed, as she looked at the smiling Ji Xiu. Why are you staring at me like that? Ji Xiu found it somewhat amusing. Young prince, no one has ever been so kind to me before. Why are you doing this for me? Gu Yao gazed at Ji Xiu stunned and asked. Her family had been slaughtered when she was very young. Alone she and her younger brother Gu Jian were sold into the Dark Arena. To survive, she had to fight to the death. One could say she had witnessed the dark side of the world since childhood. Years of experience had taught her that no one in the world would show you kindness for no reason, unless you had value to exploit. But in reality, she was a nearly crippled descendant of the Spirit clan. What value did she have? Despite being such a waste, Ji Xiu treated her like royalty. For a moment, she was deeply lost. Gu Yao, you underestimate yourself. You deserve the best treatment. Ji Xiu replied casually. This was not a lie. When he had read the novel, he had also liked Gu Yao. After all, who wouldn't adore an unparalleled peerless female emperor? And again, who wouldn't want to experience the process of nurturing a female emperor?
The young prince is joking again.
Gu Yao smiled bitterly. She knew Ji Xiu was likely jesting, but at this moment, she felt an extraordinary warmth in her heart. Regardless of whether it was true or false, she had already decided to stay by Ji Xiu's side. Just then a clear cold voice rang out.
Ji Xiu, come out.
Hearing this, Ji Xiu raised an eyebrow, muttering to himself.
Why is this woman here?
He pushed open the palace gates. There stood Mu Bing in a white dress in the small courtyard. Her peerlessly beautiful face was full of icy coldness, but when she saw Gu Yao beside Ji Xiu, her expression softened.
Greetings, Miss Mu Bing.
Gu Yao bowed her head in salute. Seeing this, Mu Bing took a deep breath and looked at Ji Xiu with utmost seriousness, asking,
At the engagement banquet, the words you spoke, do they still count?
Of course. Ji Xiu nodded and smiled. Good. Mu Bing stepped forward, took Gu Yao's hand, and asked softly,
Gu Yao, tomorrow come back with me to the Ice God Palace. From now on I will protect you, no one can bully you.
Hearing this, Gu Yao was stunned. She raised her head to look at Mu Bing's earnest eyes, then shook her head and replied,
Thank you for your kindness, Miss Mu Bing. I am overwhelmed by the honor. But Gu Yao still wishes to stay by the young prince's side, so I must decline.
Why? Mu Bing's peerlessly beautiful face was full of confusion upon hearing this.
Gu Yao, what is so worthy about this guy that you want to stay by his side? He will only bully you.
Heh. Ji Xiu said nothing more, merely watching Gu Yao quietly.
No.
Gu Yao subtly pulled her hand back from Mu Bing's grasp, her tone very resolute.
Want you reconsider?
Mu Bing pressed again.
No.
Gu Yao shook her head and said,
Miss Mu Bing, the road back to the Ice God Palace is long. Please take good care of yourself.
Hearing this, Mu Bing's beautiful face changed. She knew Gu Yao had made her decision. No matter what she said, it would be useless. After a long silence, she sighed deeply, then looked at Gu Yao with utmost seriousness and said,
All right. You take care too. We can correspond anytime in the future. If he bullies you, tell me. I will make sure he pays for it.
Saying this, Mu Bing couldn't help but glare fiercely at Ji Xiu. Clearly she was warning him not to misbehave. But Ji Xiu's nonchalant attitude made her gnash her teeth in frustration.
All right.
Gu Yao smiled too. Although she didn't know why Mu Bing valued her so much, she could feel Mu Bing's goodwill. Nevertheless, she still wanted to stay in the capital.
Take care.
Mu Bing stepped forward and gently hugged Gu Yao. Then she stepped back 2 paces. She took out the Ji family's tiger tally, dangled it in front of Ji Xiu's eyes. Then with a cold sneer looked at him and said,
When you come of age, I will marry you. To be honest, I am looking forward to our wedding day.
Heh. Ji Xiu laughed too. How could he not understand Mu Bing's implication? On their wedding day, it would be the day Mu Bing would sever ties with him. She would use every means to make him meet his end.
What a coincidence. I too am looking forward to that day's arrival.
Ji Xiu looked seriously into Mu Bing's beautiful eyes, giving her his firmest response.
Good. Ji Xiu, I hope you remember your words today.
Mu Bing let out a soft laugh. Then she turned and left, watching Mu Bing's retreating figure. Ji Xiu pondered for a moment, then led Gu Yao to the Ji family's detached residence. This was where Elder Wei lived. Under the moonlight, a slender figure was sweating profusely in the yard, wielding an iron sword while practicing a complex sword technique. When he saw Ji Xiu and Gu Yao, he immediately came forward to pay his respects.
Greetings, young prince.
Gu Jian looked at Ji Xiu with devout eyes. For him, Ji Xiu had given him a chance to be reborn. Elder Wei was his teacher, and Ji Xiu was his master.
Go on. Go see if your brother's skills have improved.
Ji Xiu smiled slightly at Gu Yao.
Thank you, young prince.
Gu Yao nodded heavily. She took Gu Jian's hand, and they began sparring in the small courtyard. Clang, 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 clang. The clash of weapons sparked blazing light. The 2 figures dancing with swords under the moonlight were exceptionally pleasing to the eye. At that moment an aged figure appeared beside Jishio.
Is the young prince satisfied?
Elder Wei asked with a smile.
Not bad. But how much longer will Gu Jian need to become a true assassin?
Jishio asked casually.
His talent is astonishing. He also possesses the supreme bone. But he still needs at least 3 years.
Elder Wei replied very seriously.
3 years. That's within expectations.
Jishio nodded.
Young prince must have some plans right.
Elder Wei said with a smile. He knew that Jishio spending a fortune to buy the Gu siblings was just the first step.
Indeed. Next, I wish to establish an organization that integrates intelligence assassination and military strategy.
Jishio's eyes burned as he looked at Elder Wei.
Something like the Western Depot.
Elder Wei was somewhat surprised.
Yes, but not entirely. The Western Depot is merely an organization of the Beixia Empire. The organization I want to create will target the entire Tianxian continent.
Jishio's gaze was very firm.
The young prince's ambition is truly considerable. But you must know this will not be easy.
Elder Wei took a deep breath and warned. Heh. Jishio chuckled and said with a smile.
I never do easy things.
Hearing this, Elder Wei's gaze towards Jishio grew increasingly appreciative.
The time left for me is not much. So I will need your full support in the future, Elder Wei.
Jishio sighed meaningfully.
Understood.
Elder Wei nodded very solemnly. He knew that although the Ji family was safe now, the future was uncertain. Preparing for a rainy day was the best strategy. And he would naturally do his utmost to help Jishio.
May I ask, young prince?
What would you like this organization to be called?
Elder Wei asked with some curiosity. Hearing this, Jishio was silent for a moment, then a slight smile curled at the corner of his mouth.
How about Me 6? The next day at dusk, Mu Bing departed. She and her master Mu Qiu left the Ji mansion and embarked on the path back to the Ice God Palace. Jishio sat in the small courtyard of the falling maple palace watching the two figures gradually receding into the sunset, his eyes narrowing slightly.
The next time we meet will be on our wedding day. That day will be the moment we settle life and death.
Mu Bing knew her identity. Having been reborn, she would, as in the tales, never cease until her goals were achieved. Fortunately, she still had time to grow as powerful as possible.
Young prince, when will the plan to establish the MI6 begin?
Old Wei asked softly from Jishio's side, his eagerness already palpable.
Now! Right this moment.
Jishio replied without a second thought. With that, he took a black gold card from his ring and handed it to Old Wei.
There are 30 million gold coins in this. Use this as the startup capital for MI6.
Hearing this, Old Wei nodded solemnly. 30 million gold coins was a colossal sum for any newly established organization. The initial capital of the human realm back then was merely 30 million. Thus this sum was more than sufficient to establish MI6.
Young prince, what is the first step for our MI6?
Old Wei asked with curiosity.
Very simple. Recruit prodigies. Train assassins. Most importantly, begin constructing our own intelligence network across the entire Northern Xia Empire.
Jishio smiled faintly. He had long conceived the blueprint for MI6. First, recruit prodigies. As a villain transported into a book, he knew which peerless geniuses were downtrodden in the early stages, but would rise later. His goal was to recruit these geniuses under his command to serve him, just like Gu Yao and Gu Jin now. Second, train assassins. He needed a force of killers utterly loyal to him to eliminate those who stood in his way. After all, he couldn't personally handle every matter. Having a group of assassins lurking in the shadows to act on his behalf was ideal. Third, establish an intelligence network. This was paramount. No matter the time, intelligence was of utmost importance. With accurate information, he could achieve victory in every battle, and even predict the future through threads of clues.
Understood. I'll prepare immediately. In 3 years, at the earliest 5 at the latest. This old servant will surely show the young prince the results.
Old Wei declared with conviction. With that, he turned and left confidently to begin preparations for establishing MI6. Excellent. Jishio nodded. Now that the plan for MI6 had commenced, his own cultivation plan must also begin.
Within 5 years, I will reach the star-gathering realm.
Jishio took a deep breath, a faint glimmer shining in his clear spring-like eyes. Establishing MI6 was crucial, but advancing his own cultivation was even more important. After all, on the Tianxian continent, power was the only truth. Under the setting sun, Jishio's small figure cast a long shadow. Guyao walked out of the falling maple palace, pausing in surprise, as she watched him standing with his hands behind his back in the twilight. At that moment, a strange thought rose in her heart. In the future, the entire Northern Xia Empire would surely be held in the palm of the young prince's hand. Time flew by. 5 years passed in a flash. It was the height of summer. The bright moonlight spilled generously into the falling maple palace. Jishio sat cross-legged on the palace bed, eyes closed, breathing steady, his frame slender. Though his features were still somewhat youthful, his temperament had become increasingly ethereal and otherworldly.
The final step. Ignite the destiny star.
Jishio pressed his palms together, beginning to burn his true essence, pushing with all his might toward the star-gathering realm. Crack. As the sound of shattering echoed, the barrier between the fate earth and star-gathering realms crumbled. Jishio's aura underwent a earth-shattering transformation. His true essence achieved a qualitative sublimation in that instant. At the same time, a brilliantly radiant star slowly rose above his cultivation's fate earth.
The star-gathering realm. I've made it.
Jishio's eyes snapped open, a dazzling starlight spilling from them. He raised his hand and gently clenched his fist, sensing the immense and wonderful power of the star-gathering level flowing between his fingers. Sigh. Jishio slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. 5 years of effort had not been in vain. He had finally achieved the goal of his plan and reached the star-gathering realm. To think that even across the entire Tianxian continent, the star-gathering realm was considered the mark of a true expert. As his thoughts churned, the crisp sound of the system echoed in his ears. Ding. Congratulations, host, for reaching the star-gathering realm. Reward 3,000 destiny essence. Hearing this, Jishio opened the system panel without a word. Name: Jishio. Identity: Young Prince of the Northern Xia Empire. Established organization: MI6. Cultivation: Star Gathering First Layer. Bloodline: Physique: Divine Heart. Demonic Bones. Demon Descent has been activated. Divine Seal 100000. Destiny Essence: Immortal Ember 100000. Destiny Essence. Cultivation Technique: Devouring. Immortal Demon Art. Cultivated to the 3rd layer. Flying Dragon. Cloud Searching Hand. Advanced Weapons: Grand Luo Sword. Matrix. Ghost Flute. Qianqing. Destiny Essence 14800 points. Destiny Level Red 9 Deaths 1 Life. System Shop open. Quest System open. Warehouse: Soul Slaying Nail 1. Soul Stealing Trilogy. Requiem. Soul Plunder. Soul Summon Ice God. Jade Token of the Ice God Palace Master. System Prompt: Expand for more info.
Not bad. In 5 years, I've accumulated 14800 destiny essence. My destiny level has changed from black to red. From utter annihilation to 9 deaths and 1 life. Isn't this progress? Now that my cultivation has reached the star-gathering realm, I can attempt to cultivate the Soul-Stealing Trilogy's first part, the Requiem. The Ghost Flute Qianqing can also be used. The Requiem can control deceased cultivators to fight. This is a valuable asset.
At this thought, Jishio's smile broadened. The ability to control dead cultivators in battle was a critical power to wield. Just as his thoughts were turning, a tall, graceful silhouette quietly entered the falling maple palace. Beneath the bright moon, she was dressed in white, her long robe trailing on the ground, her slender waist as if it could be encircled by one hand. Her waterfall-like hair cascaded down to her curvaceous hips. Her originally stunning, peerless beauty had shed some youthful immaturity, gaining a touch of allure. Even that mere wisp of charm was enough to captivate souls. Especially her eyes, like starlight, and the vast ocean. A gentle smile could enchant 1,000 ages. She was Guyao. Guyao at 18. At this moment, she was no longer the young girl who had first entered the Ji mansion 5 years ago. She had fully blossomed into a peerless divine maiden renowned throughout the capital, one whose beauty could topple cities. She, along with Luo Yuzhu, the champion of the Dark Arena, Mu Xuan the princess of the Northern Xia imperial family, and Chu Li the crown princess consort of Northern Xia, were known as the 4 divine maidens of Northern Xia.
Gu Yao
pays respects to the young prince. Gu Yao spoke softly, her red lips slightly pursed.
Oh, why have you come?
Ji Xiu asked knowingly, a playful smile curling at the corner of his mouth.
The young prince knows full well. The day has come.
Gu Yao leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed, looking at Ji Xiu with a contented smiling gaze.
Indeed. It's that time again.
Ji Xiu nodded, then said,
So what are we waiting for? You know the rules.
Gu Yao gave Ji Xiu a radiant smile, turned to close the palace door, and sat down before him, beginning to slowly regulate her breathing. Sigh. Ji Xiu's brows lifted slightly at the sight of Gu Yao before him.
Are you ready?
Gu Yao hummed softly, turning slightly, so that her profile was perfect in the moonlight. She bit her red lip, and looked at Ji Xiu with hazy eyes, speaking weakly.
Young prince, you may begin.
Good. Ji Xiu nodded. Then he began to circulate the devouring immortal demon art. A faint light flickered. Sparks blossomed at Ji Xiu's fingertips. Gu Yao let out a muffled groan, her celestial beauty instantly turning pale. It was not the first time her meridians had been tempered. Yet each session tormented her to the brink of collapse. However, to Ji Xiu's relief, she persevered every time. It was precisely for this reason that Gu Yao's body recovered so swiftly.
How do you feel? Can you continue?
Ji Xiu asked softly.
I can. Please continue, young prince. I can still endure.
Gu Yao murmured, biting her rosy lips.
Good. It will be over soon.
Ji Xiu shook his head and amplified the power of the heaven-devouring demon art. Gu Yao's brows furrowed slightly as she let out a soft groan, persisting as always. 10 minutes later the tempering concluded. Gu Yao's body trembled as she lay limply on the palace bed. Her silken hair was scattered across her forehead, and her enchanting eyes gazed dazedly at Ji Xiu, her teeth gently biting her lips, yet she said nothing.
You? Why are you looking at me like that?
Ji Xiu scratched his head, utterly baffled. He wondered what was wrong with Gu Yao. Gu Yao smiled faintly. She looked at Ji Xiu with amusement and said,
Young prince, this servant has suddenly thought of something. I wonder if I should speak of it.
Hearing this, Ji Xiu shrugged helplessly and said,
Go ahead.
Gu Yao studied Ji Xiu from head to toe, then spoke with a meaningful tone.
I've suddenly realized, over the years, the young prince's technique has become remarkably skilled.
Ji Xiu was momentarily stunned by her words. She wasn't wrong. Over the years, he had tempered Gu Yao's meridians many times, and his technique had indeed grown more proficient. Still, it was only for the sake of better tempering.
It is more skilled. So what?
Ji Xiu looked at Gu Yao with amusement. Gu Yao pondered for a moment, then a slight smile curved her rose-like lips as she whispered mysteriously,
So, I cannot say it now. You will understand in time, young prince.
Ji Xiu curled his lips dismissively and said,
Fine, don't tell me then. I don't care.
Gu Yao chuckled softly, her beautiful eyes fixed on Ji Xiu, the amusement in them deepening. What a strange woman. Ji Xiu shrugged, dismissing Gu Yao's words entirely. He stretched his body, then slipped into the bed that was filled with her faint fragrance, waving his hand at her.
Withdraw. This prince is tired.
With that, Ji Xiu closed his eyes wearily. That night, he had first broken through to the star-gathering realm, then helped Gu Yao temper her meridians. He was utterly exhausted.
You've worked hard, my young prince,
Gu Yao murmured softly. The next day, when Ji Xiu opened his eyes, Gu Yao was no longer by his side. But when he caught the scent of breakfast, he knew she had prepared the morning meal for him. After dressing and stepping out of the falling maple palace, he saw a woman of peerless elegance standing in the small courtyard.
Young prince, time for breakfast.
Gu Yao turned and smiled gently at Ji Xiu.
Good.
Ji Xiu nodded. As he watched the radiant young woman pouring tea for him, he felt a momentary daze. 5 years ago, Gu Yao had agreed to be his maid. In those 5 years, she had not only taken excellent care of him, but had also personally forged the Military Intelligence Bureau into a mysterious force on par with the Western Depot. To say Gu Yao's talent was truly unparalleled would not be an exaggeration. As he was lost and thought Gu Yao had already handed him a cup of fragrant flower tea. She then reported methodically and earnestly, "Young Prince, the 8 major underworld forces of the Northern Xia Empire have all submitted. Only the 10 Blades Legion, the capital's underworld force secretly backed by the Western Depot, and the Northern Xia Imperial family remains. The youngest son of the Murong family, the second wealthiest clan in the Northern Xia Empire, has ascended to the position of family head with the help of the Military Intelligence Bureau. He is our puppet leader. The scandals of 108 high-ranking officials of the Northern Xia Empire have all been recorded by the Military Intelligence Bureau, ready for the young prince's perusal at any time." Jishio nodded. In 5 years, the Military Intelligence Bureau had achieved remarkable results, becoming the true ruler of the Northern Xia Night. It controlled the 8 major underworld forces of the Northern Xia Empire, and had recorded the scandals of 108 high-ranking officials. It had swayed the youngest son of the second wealthiest family to become its head, turning the prestigious clan into the Military Intelligence Bureau's private treasury. These achievements were but the tip of the iceberg of what the Military Intelligence Bureau had accomplished in 5 years. In the eyes of many Northern Xia magnates, the Military Intelligence Bureau was already regarded as an entity on par with the royally chartered Western Depot. In fact, some even found the Military Intelligence Bureau more fearsome than the Western Depot. "You have worked hard all these years," Jishio said to Gu Yao with a gentle smile. The Military Intelligence Bureau's growth to such heights was largely due to Gu Yao. "Not at all, as long as the young prince is satisfied. Everything is worth it." Gu Yao shook her head and spoke softly. Just as the atmosphere was at its most pleasant, a tall, dignified young man entered the falling maple palace. "Greetings, young prince." Jishio raised an eyebrow and acknowledged him with a casual grunt. "Ji Xian, son of Ji Wuji, 18 years old, realm 6th level of the earthly mandate, position sergeant of the Iron Cavalry Legion, close friend of Crown Prince Long Yuan. His father Ji Wuji has risen to deputy commander of the Iron Cavalry Legion over the years, and both father and son are moles planted in the Ji family by the Northern Xia Imperial family." As the information flashed through his mind, Jishio's lips curled into a playful smile as he looked at Ji Xian. "Oh, if it isn't the sergeant, what brings you to my falling maple palace today?" Ji Xian smiled respectfully and replied, "Reporting to the young prince. This subordinate has just been reassigned to the capital. I am now the guard commander of the Ji family army estate. Thus, I came specially to pay my respects to the young prince. I hope the young prince will grant me your favor in the future." As he spoke, his gaze involuntarily drifted toward Gu Yao. Seeing the object of his affection, his heartbeat quickened, and he swallowed unconsciously. His eyes were filled with infatuation along with an indescribable heat and greed. "Enough. I understand. You may withdraw." Jishio waved his hand, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. Ji Xian withdrew his gaze reluctantly and turned to leave. "Clown!" Jishio sneered. He could clearly see Ji Xian's intentions. Perhaps since 3 years ago, when Ji Xian first laid eyes on Gu Yao, he had harbored such thoughts. Had it been anyone else, Jishio would have had them killed without mercy. But Ji Xian was still useful to him, so he had allowed him to live until now. Gu Yao chuckled lightly and said, "If the young prince is displeased, next time we meet, shall the servant gouge out his eyes?" "An excellent idea." Jishio raised an eyebrow, the amusement and mockery in his eyes deepening. The Ji Wuji and his son were merely his playthings. He could crush them whenever he wished. But before doing so, he had to squeeze every last drop of value from the father and son. Otherwise, it would be a great waste. Just then, the communication jade at Gu Yao's waist flickered softly. After hearing the message from the Military Intelligence Bureau, her pretty face changed, and she looked at Jishio solemnly. "Young prince, latest intelligence: someone has attained sainthood in the Northern Xia Imperial Palace. Also, Ji Xian's transfer order also originated from the Northern Xia Imperial Palace." Jishio frowned upon hearing this. Combining the two pieces of intelligence, he sensed the approach of a storm. Just as Ji Xiu was lost in thought, a crisp system notification rang in his ears. Ding. System notification, sign and location refreshed. Sign and location, North Xia Imperial Palace, Rear Mountain Royal Tomb.
This sign and location refresh is too timely, isn't it? North Xia Royal Tomb. This is the forbidden area of the North Xia royal family.
Ji Xiu couldn't help but rub his forehead. For the past 8 years, he had deliberately avoided contact with the North Xia royal family, hoping to gain more time for development. However, now that the sign and location had landed directly in the royal family's forbidden area, he had to make a decision. Should he give up the sign and reward or take the risk? Huff. Ji Xiu took a deep breath and considered for about 2 seconds before looking at Gu Yao with utmost seriousness and saying,
"Next, I will go to the North Xia Imperial Palace."
"What?" Gu Yao looked at Ji Xiu in disbelief, then shook her head and firmly said,
"No, Your Highness. You cannot go. The waters of the North Xia Imperial Palace are too deep. If you go there, wouldn't it be like a sheep entering the tiger's den?"
Hee hee. Ji Xiu chuckled softly and said,
"Don't worry. I have my own plans."
Now he had reached the first level of gathering stars. Thus he had an ultimate life-saving move. That was the soul-piercing nail he had stolen from the Immortal Emperor's female protagonist Mu Bing. Below the saint level it could wreak havoc. So theoretically, as long as he didn't encounter a saint-level powerhouse, it shouldn't be a big problem.
Infiltrate the palace. Sign in and leave. Ji Xiu stroked his chin, finding it feasible. Although the North Xia Imperial Palace was dangerous, as long as he kept a low profile and quickly entered and exited without alarming the major figures inside, it should be fine.
Sigh. Gu Yao looked at Ji Xiu, who had made up his mind, and couldn't help but let out a long sigh. She worriedly asked,
"Young master, you want to infiltrate the palace. Do we need to prepare anything at the Military Intelligence 6 Department?"
Ji Xiu thought for a moment, then shook his head and said,
"You don't need to prepare anything. However, I do need to prepare well before I go."
After saying that, Ji Xiu turned and returned to the Maple Leaf Palace. He opened the system store and focused on the section of movement techniques. 3,000 Thunder, 1,000 Destiny Points, Shadow Dance, 2,000 Essence of Destiny, Heavenly Demon, 8 Steps, 3,000 Essence of Destiny, Star God, Shattered Shadow, 4,000 Essence of Destiny, 9 Secrets, Walking Secret, 20,000 Essence of Destiny. Ji Xiu carefully selected from the many movement techniques. In the end, he chose the Star God Shattered Shadow, which was the most cost-effective and most suitable for him. Ding. Congratulations to the host for spending 4,000 Essence of Destiny and successfully purchasing the movement technique Star God Shattered Shadow. Star God Shattered Shadow, an extraordinary movement technique of the ancient Star God, which when cultivated to the extreme can reverse time and space. He casually glanced at the introduction of Star God Shattered Shadow. Ji Xiu then began to practice this extraordinary movement technique. 6 hours later, a crisp system notification sounded. Ding. System notification: the host Star God Shattered Shadow has reached the entry level. Hearing this, Ji Xiu slowly opened his eyes, stretched, and muttered to himself,
"Although I just entered. Fortunately, the level of Star God Shattered Shadow is extremely high, so it should be enough."
After saying that, Ji Xiu got up and walked out of the Maple Leaf Palace, looking up at the bright moon outside the window, and softly murmuring,
"It's late. Now is the right time to enter the palace."
At that moment, Gu Yao walked over, looking at Ji Xiu with a resentful expression, and asked,
"Do you really have to go?" "Yes."
Ji Xiu turned to Gu Yao and smiled.
"I must go."
Upon hearing this, Gu Yao lowered her eyelids slightly and softly said,
"Understood. I have already instructed the Military Intelligence 6 Department to be ready. If there are any unexpected events, then they will fight to the death."
Although Ji Xiu had previously informed her not to make any preparations, she still couldn't rest easy and took the initiative to order the Military Intelligence 6 Department to be on alert. It won't happen. Ji Xiu looked at the dejected Gu Yao with some amusement. Although his Star God Shattered Shadow was only at the entry level, it should be noted that this was a movement technique that only true gods were qualified to cultivate. He had great confidence in himself, believing that this time infiltrating the royal palace would not be discovered by anyone. After saying that, Ji Xiu turned into a wisp of starlight and disappeared from the spot under Gu Yao's anxious gaze. He headed north aiming for the palace. Soon Ji Xiu arrived at the grand and majestic gate of the imperial palace. At this time, he could already sense over 100 concealed auras within the palace.
North Xia Imperial Palace, a hidden dragon, and a crouching tiger. The Emperor's secret guards.
Storms from all directions. The 10 great North Xia divine generals are all within. Next, I absolutely cannot make a wrong move.
Ji Xiu took a deep breath. Then starlight overflowed in his eyes. Clang! In an instant his figure seemed to turn into a wisp of shattered starlight and disappeared from the spot.
A wisp of starlight passed through the deep night of the imperial palace without attracting the attention of any strong individuals. Ji Xiu successfully entered the palace. Following the intelligence provided by the Military Intelligence 6th Department, he hurried toward the rear mountain of the palace. There lay the location of the North Xia royal tomb. The rear mountain of the palace was a vast mountain range. This mountain range was shrouded in layers of thick clouds looking mysterious and eerie. Breaking into the mountain range and moving forward, Ji Xiu finally came upon a massive tomb deep within the bamboo forest of the mountain. The 2 giant dragon statues in front of the tomb were particularly majestic.
This must be the North Xia royal tomb.
Ji Xiu took a deep breath and muttered to himself. However, he suddenly furrowed his brows and looked towards the tomb's entrance. At this moment, he discovered to his astonishment that the tomb door was actually open.
Has someone already entered?
Ji Xiu's heart raced. He didn't know whether this person was friend or foe. Nevertheless, he decided to sign in first. Entering the royal tomb, a long corridor filled with everlasting lamps came into view. Ji Xiu followed the corridor deeper, noticing that the temperature of the air gradually rose as he ventured further into the tomb. Yet even so he did not retreat even a step. Finally he arrived at the entrance of an underground palace, which was precisely his sign-in location.
System sign-in.
Ji Xiu mentally recited. Ding. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving a 5-star reward, Green Lotus Earth Core Fire.
This time sign-in reward is actually an extraordinary fire.
Ji Xiu was somewhat delighted. The Green Lotus Earth Core Fire was born deep within the earth. It took 100 years to form, 1,000 years to become a lotus with a power that is strange and unpredictable. In the vast world, the famous Flame Emperor possesses one.
Not a bad reward.
Ji Xiu smiled slightly. Having acquired an extraordinary fire today was already quite good. Just as he was about to leave, the scorching wind that rushed out from the underground palace halted his steps.
Could it be that there is also an extraordinary fire sealed within the North Xia royal tomb?
With this thought, Ji Xiu held his breath and cautiously activated Star God Shattered Shadow, turning and sneaking into the underground palace. If there really was an extraordinary fire in the underground palace, it would be unacceptable to leave it behind. The underground palace was vast, filled with countless terracotta warriors. Deep within the underground palace stood an altar. Atop the altar was a pure white flower lotus. However, at the center of the flower, there was a flame radiating an extremely sinister aura, a deep red color pulsating like a heart. Although this extraordinary fire was sealed by the altar, he could still sense its scorching heat. He could even vaguely hear the roars and howls of hellish demons.
Indeed, it is an extraordinary fire. And it's not just any extraordinary fire. The power of this extraordinary fire absolutely far exceeds that of the Green Lotus Earth Core Fire. Ji Xiu's heart raced. However, he did not make any sudden movements. This was because there were 2 individuals standing in front of the altar.
One man and one woman. The man wore a long white robe with silver hair and beard, looking like a celestial being, his elderly face marked by deep wrinkles, indicating he had lived for quite some time. The woman wore a luxurious black phoenix gown. The gown wrapped around her voluptuous and alluring figure. Her long hair was elegantly pinned up, exuding an indescribable grace and nobility. Unfortunately, she wore a veil obscuring her features. They appeared to be in a standoff. It is worth mentioning that compared to the 2, Ji Xiu's aura seemed pitifully small, like an ant. Fortunately, his concealment technique, Star God Shattered Shadow, was of true god level. Thus it allowed him to perfectly hide in a corner of this underground tomb without being discovered by these 2 powerful individuals.
Saints-level powerhouses. Not just one,
Jishio frowned. If the North Xia dynasty had two saint-level powerhouses, then the ensuing situation would not be favorable for him. At that moment, an ancient voice rang out.
Woman! Leave! The North Xia royal tomb is not a place for you to come. The old man in white looked at the woman with an extremely indifferent gaze and a very cold tone. Hee hee. The woman chuckled, her laughter enchanting.
She placed her hands behind her back, her beautiful eyes looking at the old man, with interest provocation written all over her face.
Old man, what if I don't leave? What will you do? Hearing this, Jishio stroked his chin and smirked.
So, these two are not on the same side.
This is getting interesting.
In an instant, he became fully alert.
Woman, I have already given you one chance. If you do not leave now, you will bear the consequences.
The white-robed elder stood with his hands behind his back, his face cold, as he issued the final ultimatum to the mysterious woman.
Give me the strange flame. I will leave on my own accord. What say you?
The mysterious woman parted her crimson lips, her voice calm yet as melodious as pearls falling upon a jade plate. He 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 he. The white-robed elder shook his head with a light laugh, his gaze burning, as he fixed his eyes upon the mysterious woman and spoke.
Since that is the case, you shall remain forever in this imperial mausoleum today.
With that he extended a withered hand and snapped his fingers lightly. Clang! The floor of the underground palace was instantly covered with countless runes ablaze with crimson flames.
The imperial mausoleum barrier. It seems you truly fear that I will destroy your Beixia imperial mausoleum. He 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 he.
The mysterious woman let out a soft laugh and made the first move. She extended a slender jade hand straight toward the white-robed elder's head, and space twisted instantly.
You seek death.
The white-robed elder roared, his aged eyes blazing with a dazzling light as he struck back with a palm clashing with the woman. Boom! The terrifying energy fluctuations caused even the void to tremble. Yet in the end, all the ripples of energy were completely absorbed by the crimson runes of the underground palace.
Ha! A mere junior who has just entered the Saint Realm dares to cause trouble in the Beixia Imperial Mausoleum. Do you truly believe yourself invincible under heaven?
The white-robed elder sneered mockingly at the mysterious woman.
Old fool! You talk too much.
The mysterious woman struck again, a single punch hurled forth, dominating the world. Boom! 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 The white-robed elder and the mysterious woman exchanged over 100 blows. Their speed was so extreme that even Jishio could only see two blurry figures locked in battle. As they clashed, divine light splashed for 1,000 zhong, killing intent surged to the heavens, and saint-level energy overflowed in all directions. It was difficult to imagine the terrifying consequences if the mausoleum had no barrier. The entire mausoleum. No! The entire mountain range of the mausoleum would be reduced to a wasteland. Clang! 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 The two grew wilder with each passing moment. The white-robed elder drew a bronze halberd from the void, wielding it like a god of slaughter, its terrifying killing aura capable of causing stars to fall. The mysterious woman in turn held a magnificent ice sword, like a celestial sword, immortal from the 9 heavens, looking down upon all the heroes of the world, as if she alone were the immortal of this realm. Slay! The white-robed elder and the mysterious woman reached the peak of their battle, commencing a peerless conflict. The halberd and ice sword in their hands clashed, blooming with brilliant radiance as their edges met. Clang! Clang! Metal trembled as the black halberd and the ice-glowing sword collided tens of thousands of times in an instant. And each time it was the halberd's edge against the sword's tip, their speed reaching the extreme. This was a true saint-level battle. A single flash of light pierced through the mausoleum, dimming every star in the night sky.
Old fool, die! Slay the immortal!
The mysterious woman's beautiful eyes shone with immortal light, and time stood still. She twisted her wrist and swept the ice sword outward. Clang! A dazzlingly brilliant sword light swept forth. The moment it appeared, all the crimson runes in the underground palace shattered. At the same time, visions of immortals falling appeared in the void. This single sword strike seemed to bring about a cataclysmic slaughter.
Old one, I will fight you to the death!
The white-robed elder's face changed drastically. The power of this strike far exceeded his expectations. With his left hand, he formed a spell to unseal the strange flame, while his right hand raised the halberd, unleashing its full power to pierce the sky. Boom! The sword light swept through. The void shattered. The bronze halberd suddenly broke apart. 100 zang deep abyss cracked open on the floor of the underground palace. Yet the white-robed elder stood firmly before the altar.
How is this possible?
The mysterious woman frowned slightly. That strike just now could slay a saint. But the elder was completely unharmed.
It's the strange flame.
Jishio, hiding in the shadows, suddenly realized.
Woman! Die!
The white-robed elder opened his palm, revealing a strange flame suspended in his hand, emitting black vapor, and burning with scarlet flames. A terrifying temperature. An eerie aura. Fearsome energy. In an instant it burst forth in all directions.
Slay!
The white-robed elder roared, gripping the strange flame as he threw a punch. The mysterious woman's face changed drastically as she countered with a palm strike. Boom! Terrifying force rippled and splashed through the void. The entire mountain range of the Imperial Mausoleum shook violently. The ground split into countless cracks like a spiderweb, and even the void shattered. At the center of the battlefield, the white-robed elder was sent flying back 100 zhang. The mysterious woman also spat out a mouthful of blood, her coldly exquisite face beneath the veil turning slightly pale. In the air, wisps of drifting flames turned into black vapor, and suddenly burrowed into the woman's body.
Damn it!
The mysterious woman cursed softly, and turned to flee. Clang! 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 With a few eerie flickers of her body, she abruptly vanished from the white-robed elder's sight. Seeing this, the white-robed elder had no intention of pursuing. After the mysterious woman left, he quickly resealed the strange flame back into the altar. Having done this, his body swayed, and he vomited 3 mouthfuls of blood before collapsing weakly beside the altar.
No! I still cannot control it. It truly deserves to be the third-ranked strange flame in the world, the nether-purifying demon flame.
The white-robed elder wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and muttered to himself in fear. Though he had used the strange flame to repel the mysterious woman, he had suffered severe injuries from its backlash.
Nether-purifying demon flame. The third-ranked strange flame in the world. Quite interesting.
Jishio murmured to himself. Now gazing at the strange flame sealed within the altar, emitting black smoke and glowing with crimson light, his eyes were filled with wonder. If he remembered correctly, this nether-purifying demon flame was the strange flame of the great antagonist Shinji in the original novel. Shinji used this flame to massacre 8 million cultivators of a longevity dynasty. Just then, a figure slowly walked into the Imperial Mausoleum. It was a middle-aged man. He wore a black dragon robe with handsome features, but a face full of gloom.
Long Tian, the Emperor of Beixia.
Jishio, hiding in the shadows, was startled at the sight of him.
Grand Elder, how did it go?
Long Tian bowed slightly before the white-robed elder.
As you wished. She has been wounded by the nether-purifying demon flame. In at most 7 days, the demon poison will attack her heart, and she will suffer the agony of 10,000 insects gnawing at her bones, and her cultivation will fall from the saint realm. Then you can do whatever you want with her.
The white-robed elder spoke weakly. Hearing this, Long Tian could no longer suppress the smile on his face. He bowed deeply to the white-robed elder, and then said with a smile,
"Thank you for your help, Grand Elder. For my wedding with the National Preceptor, you must sit at the head table."
Cough, cough, cough. The white-robed elder coughed up a mouthful of blood. He glanced at Long Tian, but said nothing more. He simply waved his hand and said,
"Leave now." "All right."
Long Tian nodded heavily, and then turned to leave.
"This is a trap. Long Tian wants to forcibly marry the National Preceptor of Beixia, so he set up this scheme."
Jishio stroked his chin, muttering to himself. Regarding the National Preceptor of Beixia, the intelligence from the 6th Bureau indicated that she was extremely mysterious. Her name, gender, cultivation, appearance, and origins were all untraceable. The only thing known was that this National Preceptor possessed earth-shattering abilities. Moreover, Emperor Long Tian treated the National Preceptor extremely well. Thus, this National Preceptor was truly the one person above 10,000 beneath the sovereign in the Beixia dynasty. But after seeing this today, so it turns out Long Tian, that old rascal, is lusting after that woman's body. What a despicable emperor he is. Ji Xiu was full of contempt. At the same time, a new idea formed in his mind. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Wouldn't it be wonderful to bring this national preceptor of Beixia over to his side? But the question is, where would the injured national preceptor of Beixia go? Flee the capital. Ji Xiu shook his head. He didn't think so. After pondering carefully, he said to himself, if she doesn't know today was a trap, then she would probably return to the Divine Strategy Palace. Moreover, with injuries that severe, even if she wanted to escape the Imperial Palace, she probably couldn't. With that thought, Ji Xiu immediately activated Star God Shard Shadow, transforming into a streak of starlight, and silently leaving the Imperial Mausoleum, heading toward the Divine Strategy Palace. As for the third-rank Strange Flame, the nether-purifying demon flame, no matter what, he was determined to claim it. However, before that, he needed to make thorough preparations and devise a perfect plan to secure this super strange flame, which even saint-level experts struggled to control. The moonlight was bright, and the night breeze was cool. Ji Xiu stood under a begonia tree, quietly gazing at the dark and lightless palace, murmuring, Zhen's palace. She must have returned already. With that, Ji Xiu transformed into a beam of starlight, silently slipping into the palace. The National Master's palace was extremely luxurious. As soon as he entered, he saw an opulent bed. At the same time, he felt a bone-chilling cold, as if standing atop a snow-covered mountain. There's no one on the bed. Ji Xiu shivered and continued walking inside. At this moment, a magnificent screen depicting the moon rising over the sea and stars shining in the blue sky caught his eye. Behind the screen, a mist of ice rose. A stunningly enchanting figure seemed to be bathing. She has indeed returned. Ji Xiu murmured from the shadows, his heartbeat suddenly quickening. Just then, a magnetic and alluring voice emerged from behind the screen. Who is it? Such audacity! Daring to intrude into Shen's palace. Taking a deep breath, Ji Xiu spoke. Ji family, Ji Xiu. Greetings, National Master. As soon as he finished speaking, the woman appeared surprised, and her tone suddenly turned icy. Young master of the Ji family. Ji Xiu, you have quite the audacity. Intruding into Shen's palace. Do you know what punishment you deserve? Hearing this, Ji Xiu's expression remained unchanged, as he replied in a calm tone. Probably a crime similar to intruding into the Imperial Mausoleum. What do you think, National Master? When these words fell, the atmosphere in the palace suddenly became tense. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Only Ji Xiu's heartbeat remained, and the woman's slightly disordered breathing could be heard from behind the screen. After a long silence, a splash of water erupted. The woman abruptly rose from the bath. She casually draped a thin black garment over herself and stepped out from behind the screen. At that moment, Ji Xiu, illuminated by the moonlight streaming in from the window, caught his first glimpse of the extremely mysterious National Master of Beixia. She had beautiful willow-like eyebrows exuding both nobility and heroism. Her beautiful eyes seemed to contain the depth of the stars, and the sea yet bore the coldness of the fierce winds and snow atop ancient ice mountains. Her delicate nose was elegantly high and paired with her slightly moist red lips resembling rose petals after rain. Her visage truly possessed a breathtaking beauty that could leave one gasping. This woman! She is even more beautiful than my future Empress Gu Yao. By at least 3 points. Ji Xiu was stunned for 3 seconds, but soon his gaze returned to calmness. It's getting late. Why is the young master not staying at the Ji family military estate? Instead, you run to my Shen's palace to babble nonsense. You truly have a great interest. The National Master of Beixia coldly gazed at Ji Xiu, her red lips curling in mockery. Ji Xiu shook his head and chuckled lightly in response. Indeed. It's late. National Master, you should not be wondering about Shen's palace. Yet you just happened to visit the Beixia Imperial Mausoleum before bathing. You really have a great interest. Upon hearing this, the National Master's lovely face suddenly turned cold, and a fierce killing intent erupted from her beautiful eyes as she looked at Ji Xiu. It seems, tonight it's not just me. Young Master, you are also in the Imperial Mausoleum. No mistake. Ji Xiu nodded. He knew that at this moment the cold and beautiful National Master had already developed a murderous intent towards him. However, this was all within his expectations. Who told him to stumble upon her secret? So it was. The National Master of Beixiao looked at the straightforward Jixio with a teasing expression. She lightly tapped her exquisite chin regarding Jixio with an amused gaze as she said,
"Let me sort this out. Since you already know that I am the one who intruded into the Imperial Mausoleum, you didn't go looking for the Emperor, nor did you seek out your elders from the Ji family military estate. Instead, you proactively came to me. So are you seeking death?"
Hearing this, Jixio shrugged and unabashedly replied,
"The Beixiao royal family is my enemy. Why should I seek the Emperor? And I am the young master of the Ji family military estate. I stand here just fine. Why should I seek out my family elders?"
Upon hearing these words, the National Master of Beixiao fell silent for a moment, then her gaze towards Jixio became much more serious.
"You are quite perceptive. In that case, speak of your intentions."
"Alliance." Jixio slowly uttered these two words. He could ascertain that both the National Master of Beixiao and the Emperor of Beixiao each harbored their own thoughts. In that case, it was wise to first make his stance clear. Then pulling the National Master of Beixiao into his camp would be the best strategy. With her help, he would have a great chance of beheading Long Tian.
"Alliance."
Hearing this, the National Master of Beixiao fell silent for 3 seconds, then suddenly burst into laughter.
Hee. Jixio. On what basis do you think you can ally with me? Simply because you are the young master of the Ji family.
Upon hearing this, Jixio shook his head and then spoke.
Simply because I am your only lifeline right now. Is that so?
The National Master of Beixiao smiled, as she crossed her arms looking at Jixio with amusement. "You?" Jixio mocked as he said.
"You? You don't truly believe you can still sit securely in the position of National Master, do you? You don't seriously think that after your grand display at the mausoleum today Long Tian wouldn't know? If you still think that way, then you truly are foolish."
"What does that mean?" The National Master of Beixia's lovely face slightly changed. According to common sense, she should have been well prepared for her trip to the Beixia Imperial Mausoleum, and should not have exposed her identity. However, Jixio's words made her start to doubt, especially since there were many points of suspicion regarding this matter. It seemed that the guards in the mausoleum had been aware of her arrival in advance. It was precisely because of this that they had prepared unusual fire to guard against her. Just as her thoughts reached here, dozens of Imperial auras appeared outside Shin's palace.
Imperial Secret Guards. 8 winds and storms. The 10 great generals of Beixiao.
Emperor Long Tian had also arrived outside Shin's palace.
"You see. What did I say?"
Jixio shrugged his shoulders at the National Master of Beixiao.
"Shut up."
The National Master of Beixiao shot Jixio a fierce glare. At this moment, Emperor Long Tian stood outside Shin's palace with his hands behind his back, coldly speaking.
"National Master, it is I."
Upon hearing this, the National Master of Beixiao coldly replied,
"It is late. Does your Majesty have business?"
Long Tian smiled slightly, his lips curling into a playful arc as he spoke.
"Having known the National Master for many years, I believe you understand my intentions. At this point, I feel our relationship should not just be that of sovereign and subject. Given the circumstances, I feel our relationship should advance further. To put it simply."
Outside the palace gate, Long Tian's smile grew increasingly pronounced. He stretched leisurely, speaking in a very comfortable tone.
"While a sovereign-subject relationship is good, a husband-wife relationship would be even more perfect. National Master, I hope you can become my consort. In the future, I wish to partner with you to rule the world. What do you think?"
Scoundrel. Taking advantage of her vulnerability. Upon hearing this, the National Master of Beixia's lovely face instantly turned pale, her body trembling with anger. If she had not been injured tonight, if she were currently at her peak, she would certainly make Long Tian pay a bloody price. But now in her injured state, she could not do that. Meanwhile, Jixio stood by, reclining with his hands behind his head, looking as if he were watching a show. Outside Shin's palace, Long Tian saw there was no response from inside the palace. He chuckled and said,
"Nanlingwe. 7 days from now I hope you give me a satisfactory answer. If you do not acquiesce by then I will be very disappointed."
With that, Long Tian turned away, taking a group of experts with him as he left. Inside Shin's palace, the National Master of Beixian, Nanlingyue, listened to the blatant threat. Her blood surged violently, and a trace of bright red blood involuntarily spilled from her lips. Meanwhile, Jishio trembled all over, staring blankly at the National Master of Beixian. At this moment, his clear eyes were filled with a daze and complexity.
Nanlingyue. That name sounds a bit familiar,
Jishio muttered to himself. If he remembered correctly, the ultimate villainess in the novel The Divine Princess. Her name was indeed Nanlingyue.
Oh my goodness! The National Master of Beixian.
Divine Maiden Nanlingyue. In 10,000 years she will rise as an epoch-making arch-villain. She is an unsurpassed existence of the same plane as himself. In the future, she will found Juxian's foremost dark organization, Xingtian. She and her organization will single-handedly unleash an unprecedented dark upheaval. Jishio remembered that in that very cataclysm alone she shattered 3,000 star realms. The blood of tens of billions of cultivators stained the 9 heavens. That day the heavens wept blood. She single-handedly subdued the 4 great divine realms of Jiotian, forcing them into seclusion for a millennium. The day came to be called the Twilight of the Gods. She single-handedly slaughtered an ancient dynasty, blood spreading for 30,000 li, poison lingering 3,000 years. She alone erased a primeval forbidden zone, and used the skull of its supreme guardian as a drinking cup. She is the coldest, most merciless, bloodthirsty arch-villain in the tale. The demon god Jishio. Divine Maiden Nanlingyue. After 10,000 years, the two of them will be named by Juxian's countless cultivators as the calamity of the immortals, the nightmare of the gods. Jishio had thought he would not meet the legendary Divine Maiden Nanlingyue until far in the future. He had not expected to meet her in such a manner. Still, this, to be frank, was not a bad thing. If even the immortal Emperor Mu Bing could be reborn, and he must face enemies of both the present and the future, then forming an alliance with a great villain now scarcely seemed excessive. As Jishio's thoughts churned and his expression shifted, Nanlingyue turned and, looking coldly at the dazed Jishio, chided.
"Have you seen enough?"
Hearing her, Jishio came back to himself. He watched Nanlingyue beneath the moonlight, her lovely face ashen blood at the corner of her mouth. He drew a long breath to calm his restless heart, then spoke with solemn seriousness.
"I have seen enough. But now you must see this for what it is, a trap. You covet his exotic flame. He lusts after your body. You went to the imperial tomb. He came to force a marriage. All of this was calculated by him long ago."
Nanlingyue snorted coldly.
"This matter is no concern of yours. Once I have healed, no one can coerce me. Long Tian wants me to marry him. He might as well dream. Do as you wish."
Jishio chuckled lightly, turned, and walked out of the Divine Strategy Palace. He knew he was already halfway to success. Next, he only needed to give Divine Maiden Nanlingyue some time, let her personally experience the demonic poison of Jingshi Moyan, the third-ranked exotic flame. By then, she would naturally come to him, and when that time came, he would hold the initiative.
By the way, a friendly reminder: from tonight, you arrive in unbearable pain and grow ever more miserable. If you cannot bear it, you may come to me. I will give you one last chance."
Jishio turned and smiled faintly at Nanlingyue. Legend said that cultivators poisoned by Jingshi Moyan lived worse than the dead. Perhaps now, she could barely suppress it by virtue of her saint rank, but at most 3 days, and she would no longer contain it. 7 days later her cultivation would fall from the saint realm. That was why Long Tian had given Nanlingyue 7 days to consider. In the whole Beixian court today, apart from himself, who possessed Tun Xian Mo Gong devouring immortal demonic art, no one could help her.
"Jishio, you little brat. Who do you look down on? A mere demonic poison can do anything to this one."
Nanlingyue ground her teeth and whispered as she watched Jishio's retreating figure.
"Suit yourself."
Jishio waved his hand, offered no more words, and left the Divine Strategy Palace. Nanlingyue had little time left. He wanted to see how long this woman could keep up her tough talk. Back at the Ji Residence's Luofeng Palace, Jishio saw Guyao pacing beneath the maple tree.
"Young heir, You have finally returned.
At the sight of Ji Xiu, the worry that had creased Gu Yao's brow vanished in an instant. All through the night, she had fretted for Ji Xiu. Fortunately, he returned safely at last, and only then did her held breath finally ease.
It is so late. You are not going to sleep?
Ji Xiu asked with a smile. Gu Yao's star-bright eyes fixed on him.
You know the reason, young heir. If you had not come back, Gu Yao could not have slept.
Gu Yao's beautiful eyes glittered like stars as she stared at Ji Xiu without blinking. Ji Xiu scoffed and shook his head. He thought she was speaking nonsense again. With that, he walked straight toward his bedchamber. The night was not yet over. He needed to make some preparations for Nanling Yue and for the third-ranked exotic flame on the flame list, Jingshi Moyan.
Young heir, did you obtain what you wanted at the palace tonight?
Gu Yao asked curiously as she trailed beside him. Ji Xiu's mouth lifted in a faint smile as he murmured,
What should be obtained I have obtained. What should not be obtained I shall obtain as well. I even discovered an unexpected delight. What unexpected delight?
Gu Yao asked softly. Ji Xiu thought for a moment, then smiled mysteriously and said,
A woman.
At those words Gu Yao froze. Biting her lip in displeasure, she whispered,
Young heir, you are turning bad. Going to the palace so late. All for a woman.
Ji Xiu was momentarily taken aback by her accusation. He regarded Gu Yao with amusement, thinking her mind leapt too quickly. He had plainly said he had found an unexpected delight. Yet she spoke as if he had gone to the palace at midnight driven by lust.
Young heir, will you not explain? What kind of woman could you call an unexpected delight?
Gu Yao pressed on, unwilling to relent as she watched Ji Xiu's silence.
A very dangerous, exquisitely beautiful wicked woman.
Ji Xiu let the words fall, then sat on the bed and slowly closed his eyes. Hearing that, Gu Yao stood stunned for a long moment. Her jade-like hand propped her delicate chin, her peerless face was filled with confusion and unease.
Very dangerous. A very beautiful wicked woman. Could she be that legendary Xia princess Mu Xianin?
The thought ended there, and Gu Yao's emotions turned mixed. In short, she was very displeased. Of course, Ji Xiu had no mind to explain any of it then. He opened the system market, and without a word spent a great sum to purchase 2 cultivation techniques. He had succeeded. Ji Xiu's eyes glimmered faintly. He now possessed an exotic flame, Qinglian Dixin Hua Azure Lotus Earthcore Flame. His next task was to successfully refine it. Although his Tun Xian Mo Gong Devouring Immortal Demonic Art could devour and refine exotic flames, and consuming the Qinglian Dixin Hua would likely succeed, there was more to consider. He had planned to seize the Jingshi Moyan, the present era's third-ranked exotic flame, from the Xia Imperial Tomb. For that reason, acquiring Finju was an absolute necessity. One must understand that the Jingshi Moyan contains extraordinary power. Even sane Trank cultivators find it exceedingly difficult to control, and even more so to refine. By ordinary logic, a heavenly artifact that even sane Trank masters cannot tame is no object of wishful thinking for a mere Juxing realm cultivator. But Ji Xiu was different. Tan Xian Mo Gong plus Finju devouring and refining in one seamless process gave him a strong chance of mastering that terrifying Jingshi Moyan. Thus the 3,000 Tianming essences were not spent in vain. As for Fo Nu Huolian, it was the famed divine technique created by the most renowned flame emperor across the myriad realms. With an exotic flame in hand, there would be no enemy he could not overthrow. The expenditure was wholly worthwhile.
Now I must quickly cultivate these 2 techniques. Then, wait for Nanling Yue to come to me.
Ji Xiu smiled faintly, settled his mind, and began to cultivate. 3 days passed in a flash. Before the imperial lotus pond of the northern Xia Imperial Palace, Emperor Long Tian gazed at the lotus blossoms covering the pond with a beaming smile. His mood had been exceptionally good these 3 days, and the smile had never left his face.
Wait 4 more days. After 4 days, Nanling Yue will become my woman. Ha ha!
Long Tian threw his head back and laughed heartily 4 times. Seeing His Majesty so overjoyed, Yu Huatian, the director of the Western Depot, chimed in.
Congratulations, Your Majesty. May I offer my felicitations? In 4 days you shall take the Grand Preceptor into your harem. Excellent. Very good.
Long Tian let out a long sigh, his smile widening as his gaze involuntarily drifted toward the direction of the Divine Strategy Palace. At that moment his majestic eyes were filled with nothing but greed and fervor. He had coveted Nanlingwa not for just a day or two. Ever since he first laid eyes on her 8 years ago, he had sworn to make her his. Now that he was finally about to get his wish, how could he not be delighted?
Your Majesty,
Yu Wutian said,
though this is a great blessing, the Grand Preceptor is a saint-level powerhouse. If she is unwilling, you must be wary of her choosing mutual destruction.
Yu Wutian reminded him softly.
Humph. Wait 4 more days. Nanlingya's cultivation will fall from the saint level. Then marry she must whether she wills it or not. If she prefers death to submission, then I shall take her by force if necessary. Mutual destruction. She won't have a chance. Once I seize her primordial Een, I will break through to the saint level in one fell swoop. Then, I shall truly rule the world.
Long Tian snorted, his face full of brutality and dominance.
Excellent. In that case, I shall offer my congratulations in advance, Your Majesty.
Yu Wutian nodded emphatically. The cultivation art practiced by Emperor Long Tian was the top-grade technique of the Northern Xia Imperial clan, the Imperial Sun's sacred art. This art allowed him to use female cultivators as cauldrons, seizing their primordial Een to break through in cultivation. The higher the female cultivator's cultivation, the greater the benefit to him. The primordial Een of a saint-level woman was enough to allow Long Tian at the peak of the monarch level to step into the saint realm. This was one of the reasons he had always regarded Nanlingwa as an invaluable treasure. He had set his sights on Nanlingwa long ago. The bright moon was exquisite, and the cicadas chirped in bursts. Within the Divine Strategy Palace, behind a magnificent screen carved with a scene of the rising moon over the sea, lay an ice pool. The pool was as cold as an icy hell, yet it never froze solid. Though it was a midsummer night, the temperature within the bedchamber was as bone-chillingly cold as if one were atop a snowy peak with a fierce chill permeating the air. The surface of the pool was covered with all kinds of breathtakingly beautiful ice lotuses. A slender, exquisitely beautiful silhouette was faintly visible within the hazy, icy mist. Outside the palace window a gentle breeze blew in, causing the water to ripple softly. The shimmering water, light and crystalline clear icy radiance, reflected the half of a jade-like leg exposed above the water, making it gleam like icy jade, outshining all the ice lotuses in the pool. With a click the palace door was pushed open. A tall, slender woman in a black dress entered the Divine Strategy Palace bedchamber. Her jade-like face was stunningly beautiful, but carried a coldness, and it radiated a sacred, inviolable aura. Just one glance at her was enough to make one feel deeply ashamed of one's own insignificance. She was the Northern Xia princess, who was as renowned as Gu Yao, Mu Xianin.
Master, in 4 days, will you truly marry father?
Mu Xuanyan's voice trembled. She walked behind the screen and looked at Nanlingyue, who was bathing in the ice pool, her face full of emotion. After her words fell, Nanlingyue did not respond. She was now at her weakest. Her stunningly beautiful cold face was a mask of pallor and pain.
Master, if you are unwilling, your disciple will go and beg father to reconsider. If father insists, I will risk my life to protect you and escort you out of the capital.
Mu Xianin clenched her jade-like hands tightly, her voice resolute. She had long known that her father Long Tian harbored intentions towards her master. But she never expected that her father would scheme against her master, and then shamelessly and forcefully press for marriage. This act made her anger and resentment towards her father reach its peak. After all, her mother had been forced to marry Long Tian back then, and had eventually died of depression. It was precisely because of this that she took her mother's surname Mu and not Long. Now she absolutely did not want to see her master end up in the same miserable state as her mother.
Xianin, Long Tian has already made all the preparations. Do not waste your efforts on these futile acts.
Nanlingwa slowly opened her eyes, gazing calmly at Mu Xianin.
But your disciple cannot bear to see your life ruined by father. Do you truly wish to marry father?
Mu Xianin asked, utterly bewildered. Hearing this, Nanlingyu's brows furrowed, and she gritted her teeth as if she would shatter them. Her tone was extremely disdainful, and cold as she replied.
Marry Long Tian. Who does he think he is? What standing does he have? Is he even worthy?
As her words fell, moonlight poured in, revealing the unprecedented, terrifying, killing intent and towering rage surging within Nan Lingyu's beautiful eyes.
What should we do? Your injuries are so severe. There are only 4 days left. There's no time.
Mu Xianyin bit her red lip and spoke with great urgency. Nan Lingwa lowered her eyelids slightly and remained silent for a long while, finally seeming to have made a decision. She turned her head to look at Mu Xianyin and spoke, her voice weak.
Xianyin, go to the Ji family mansion. Tell Ji Xiu that I accept his proposal. Tell him to come to the Divine Strategy Palace to see me immediately.
What? Mu Xianyin was stunned. If she heard correctly, her master wanted her to go to the Ji family mansion to find Ji Xiu.
Could it be
that guy can help you?
Mu Xianyin looked at Nan Lingwei in astonishment.
I don't know, but it seems this is my only chance. Nan Lingwei shook her head, her beautiful eyes incredibly complex. For the past 3 days, she had tried every method to eradicate the demonic poison in her body. But all she received was the pain of a burning heart and gnawing bones. Now she could only sit in this 10th sandier ice pool to barely suppress the demonic poison from erupting and maintain her saint-level cultivation. If she continued like this, the consequences would be disastrous once her cultivation fell from the saint level. So now she only had 2 choices. First, while her cultivation was still at the saint level, she could fight her way out of the imperial palace and escape the capital. Second, go to the Ji family mansion and find Ji Xiu. She didn't know if Ji Xiu could truly help her, but her best option now was to trust him. If by any chance Ji Xiu couldn't save her, then she would choose to carve a bloody path out of the palace and flee the capital.
All right. Your disciple will go to the Ji family mansion immediately.
Mu Xianyin nodded firmly, then turned and left. After she had gone, blood spilled from the corner of Nan Lingyu's mouth once more. Extreme pain racked her entire body. She clenched her teeth tightly, never uttering a single sound. But she had to admit, she was barely holding on. At the Ji family mansion within the falling maple palace, Ji Xiu sat quietly in a meditative pose on the palace bed. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully refining the strange fire, green lotus core flame. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully evolving the flame devouring art. Hearing the system notifications in his ear, Ji Xiu slowly opened his eyes. He then raised his finger to summon the strange fire. Sizzle. A cluster of ink-green flames rose up. The temperature in the falling maple palace soared. Within the blazing leaping flames, even the void itself seemed to warp slightly.
The green lotus core flame, finally successfully refined.
Ji Xiu smiled in relief. His physical constitution and bloodline were of the 9-star Divine Heart Dao Bone, and he possessed a divine-level comprehension. Cultivating the flame devouring art was simple for him. The only slightly dangerous part was refining the strange fire. Now that the strange fire was successfully refined, and the art had evolved, this was undoubtedly the most perfect outcome. As for the Flame Emperor's original divine technique, Buddha's Fury Lotus Flame, this technique was essentially a secret method for fusing strange fires. Now he had mastered it completely. All he needed was to obtain the 3rd-rank strange fire on the strange fire list, the purifying world demon flame, to execute it perfectly. Just then a tall, slender, and exquisitely beautiful woman in a black dress landed before the palace gate. Looking at Gu Yao, who was leisurely sipping tea under a maple tree outside the falling maple palace, she said,
Miss Gu Yao, please announce me. This princess wishes to see Ji Xiu.
Upon hearing this, Gu Yao put down her teacup, stood up, and stepped forward to scrutinize the woman carefully before smiling.
Princess Xianyin, are you that infatuated with my young lord? 3 days apart feels like 3 years. My young lord is still young and not ready for such adult affairs. Please show some restraint.
Mu Xianyin, Ji Xiu.
What the hell are these scandalous words? Gu Yao, what nonsense are you spouting?
Mu Xianyin frowned, her tone laced with strong displeasure. Heh. Gu Yao let out a soft laugh, her gaze appraising Mu Xianyin seriously before she nodded and spoke.
Well, upon this look, indeed you are a beautiful yet dangerous woman. But even so you are unworthy of our young lord. You?
Mu Xianyin felt a surge of indignation at these words. She, the esteemed princess of Beixia, how could she be unworthy of Ji Xiu, the young lord of the Ji family? Just then the palace gates swung open. Ji Xiu slowly stepped out of the Luofeng palace, his tone flat as he addressed Gu Yao.
Yao! Do not be rude.
Humph. Gu Yao let out a light snort at his words, gazing at Ji Xiu with great grievance and murmuring,
The young lord always bullies me.
Yet though she said this, her heart was filled with joy. Yao! It was the first time Ji Xiu had called her that. Heh! Ji Xiu let out a soft chuckle, shaking his head at Gu Yao to indicate that this was a serious matter. Then shifting his gaze to Mu Xianyin, he asked knowingly,
It is getting late. May I ask what business the princess has?
Mu Xianyin studied Ji Xiu seriously for a moment before speaking.
I request that the young lord accompany me to the Shen's palace. My master wishes to see you. It is a matter of utmost urgency. Please forgive the intrusion.
Hearing this, Ji Xiu raised an eyebrow. Just as he had anticipated, Nan Lingwei would come for him within 3 days at most.
It seems she can no longer hold on,
Ji Xiu murmured inwardly. Then his expression sharpening, he turned, took Gu Yao's hand, and said softly,
Gu Yao, listen carefully. I will go to the palace once more. Next, recall Elder Wei and Gu Jian. It is time for them to return to the capital.
During these past 5 years, Elder Wei had first sent Gu Jian to train for 2 years in the perilous 10,000 Great Mountains of Beixia. Finally, he had cast him to the borders of Beixia for another 3 years of training. Now Gu Jian commanded the most elite assassins of the entire 6th Bureau of Military Intelligence and served as its director. Considering the volatile situation ahead, Ji Xiu decided to recall his sharpest blade.
Yes, I understand.
Gu Yao nodded. Being as astute as she was, she naturally understood the immense significance of Ji Xiu's move. This signified the official commencement of the war between the Ji family and the Beixia royal court.
I'm leaving,
Ji Xiu said, nodding to Gu Yao.
Young lord, be careful.
Gu Yao looked at Ji Xiu with utmost seriousness and spoke solemnly.
Rest assured.
Ji Xiu smiled lightly, and then he departed with Mu Xianyin for the Beixia Imperial Palace. The journey to the palace was silent between Ji Xiu and Mu Xianyin. Only when they arrived before the palace did they exchange a glance, then with tacit understanding each employed their movement techniques to infiltrate the palace grounds. The moonlight was bright, the stars were resplendent. Before the Shen's palace, crabapple blossoms bloomed amidst the ceaseless chirping of cicadas.
Ji Xiu, you know how severely my master is injured, don't you?
Mu Xianyin suddenly halted, staring intently at Ji Xiu as she questioned.
It is not an injury. It is poison. Demonic poison,
Ji Xiu replied flatly.
Then you also know how my master was poisoned. And you know how terrifying this poison is, don't you?
Mu Xianyin pressed on.
I do. So what?
Ji Xiu frowned, looking at Mu Xianyin with a baffled expression. He wondered what this woman was trying to say.
So can you truly save my master?
Mu Xianyin frowned, her gaze full of doubt. Her master was afflicted by the demonic poison of the purifying world demon flame. Even her master could not overcome this poison. How could a mere Ji Xiu resolve it? Thus she feared that Ji Xiu might use the pretext of treatment to harm her master. Hearing this, Ji Xiu couldn't be bothered to explain and mocked her bluntly.
Foolish woman.
You? Mu Xianyin was left speechless, staring at Ji Xiu in utter disbelief. Never in her life had anyone dared to scold her so. Ji Xiu was the first.
You what? You will stand guard outside the palace. Without my permission you are not to enter.
Ji Xiu shot a glare at Mu Xianyin, then strode towards the Shen's palace without looking back.
Ji Xiu, you had better do what you must. Otherwise this princess will not let you off.
Mu Xianyin gritted her teeth in a low warning. Heh. Ji Xiu turned his head, teasing her.
Princess, your words hold no threat to me. So save your breath.
With that, Ji Xiu turned and walked straight into the Shen's palace without a backward glance. Bang. The moment the palace doors closed. Humph. Mu Xianyin let out a light snort and muttered.
What a sharp-tongued fellow.
Inside the Shen's palace, The cold was piercing as if standing atop a snow-covered mountain peak. Behind an ornate screen depicting a bright moon rising over the sea, the silhouette of a peerlessly enchanting figure could be faintly seen.
"You are here!"
A cool, magnetic, and seductive voice echoed from the bedchamber.
Ji
Xiu's gaze locked onto the silhouette behind the screen as he hummed in acknowledgement.
"This poison. Can you truly neutralize it?"
Nanlingyu's voice was somewhat weak.
"Well, find out if we try, won't we?"
Ji Xiu replied with a light laugh.
"Very well. As you wish."
Hearing this, Ji Xiu stepped behind the screen. What came into view was a massive icy pool. A gracefully exquisite nude figure was faintly visible amidst the swirling frigid mist. Calming his mind, Ji Xiu slowly entered and immediately saw Nanlingyu, her face tilted back above the water's surface. A few droplets dripped from her strikingly cold and beautiful face, making her skin shimmer like pearls.
"This poison. How do you intend to neutralize it?"
Nanlingyu turned her head, her beautiful eyes fixed seriously on Ji Xiu, as she parted her red lips to ask. Ji Xiu thought for a moment, said nothing more to Nanlingyu, and instead leaped directly into the icy pool. Splash. The water of the icy pool splashed in all directions. Nanlingyu's expression froze momentarily. Ji Xiu's action had truly taken her by surprise. Just then Ji Xiu had already arrived before her. The distance between them was very close. They could even hear each other's breathing. Their eyes met. Nanlingyu's red lips parted slightly. She remarked with deep sincerity,
"Sometimes, I feel you truly do not seem like a youth."
She had never seen such clear eyes, like an autumn mountain spring. At the same time, those eyes carried a chilling clarity that seemed capable of cutting through the long night. Thus she genuinely felt that Ji Xiu possessed a maturity beyond his years, and a strange sense of being out of place with this world. Heh. Ji Xiu shook his head with a light laugh, offering no explanation, and directly addressed the national preceptor of Beixia.
"Nanlingyu, close your eyes. I will save you."
The devouring immortal demon art devours, the heavens devours, the earth devours everything in the world to nourish itself. Although he had only cultivated to the third layer, devouring the mere demonic poison of the purifying world demon flame should be no issue.
Heh.
Nanlingyu's red lips curled slightly as she slowly closed her eyes. At this moment, she had no choice but to trust Ji Xiu. Seeing this, Ji Xiu gazed at her breathtakingly cold and beautiful face, calming his mind once more. Whoosh! He took a deep breath and murmured inwardly,
"Devouring immortal demon art. Activate."
With that, he extended a finger and pressed it directly onto Nanlingyu's forehead. "You?" Nanlingyu's eyes snapped open abruptly. She discovered with great astonishment. The demonic poison within her body was dissipating at a miraculous speed. For a moment, an indescribable emotion surged within her heart, her beautiful eyes filled with shock.
"This little one is remarkably formidable."
With that thought, she slowly closed her eyes. Ding. Congratulations to the host for devouring the purifying world demonic poison. Cultivation has increased by 100. Ding. Congratulations to the host for devouring the purifying world demonic poison. Cultivation has increased by 200. Ding. Congratulations to the host for devouring the purifying world demonic poison. Cultivation has increased by 300. At this moment, feeling the true essence within him multiply and surge rapidly, Ji Xiu had only one thought in his mind.
So satisfying. Truly satisfying. 3 minutes. 3 realms elevated. Is this the power of the purifying world demon toxin?
Ji Xiu felt a surge of delight within. In just 3 fleeting minutes, his cultivation had soared from the star-gathering first realm to the star-gathering fourth realm. This was after all the result of the devouring immortal art purifying the purifying world demon toxin 100-fold before absorption became possible. It was difficult to imagine the qualitative transformation his cultivation would undergo if he could refine the purifying world demon lotus rank 3rd on the list of strange flames.
It's done. Nanlingyu's purifying world demon toxin has been completely devoured.
Ji Xiu's thoughts came to a halt. He withdrew his finger that had been pressed against Nanlingyu's forehead and stepped back with swift decisiveness. For a moment their eyes met. For some reason an awkward silence fell between them. Ahem ahem ahem. Jishio cleared his throat twice. Gazing at Nanling Yue, who was watching him with an amused expression, he spoke.
The demon toxin has been resolved. See? I didn't deceive you, did I?
Heh. Hearing this, Nanling Yue's red lips curled slightly. She said nothing, her beautiful eyes fixed on Jishio for a long while. It was as if she intended to see through him completely.
Why are you looking at me like that?
Jishio frowned. He wondered if Nanling Yue was plotting something sinister. At this thought, his entire body tensed. If Nanling Yue went back on her word, the subsequent plan would become troublesome.
You?
Nanling Yue extended her jade-like finger and poked Jishio's forehead, her tone teasing as she questioned.
I never expected that you, this little fellow, possess such remarkable skills.
Huh. Jishio chuckled softly, offering no response to Nanling Yue. The matter of the devouring immortal art must not be revealed to this woman. Nanling Yue's willow-shaped brows lifted, and the playful smile on her stunningly cold face grew even richer. Clearly she had developed a deep curiosity about Jishio. As a saint-tier powerhouse, how could she fail to sense that in just 3 minutes Jishio's cultivation had ascended 3 minor realms in succession? Evidently Jishio had absorbed the purifying world demon toxin within her body into himself, enabling such a rapid cultivation boost. 3 short minutes had equaled 3 years of his arduous training. In her knowledge, no cultivation art in this world could achieve such a feat. To some extent, Jishio had shattered her understanding of cultivation. Thus, for a moment, her curiosity about him reached its peak. What extraordinary power did Jishio possess, and what was the mysterious art that elevated his cultivation? Of course, though she yearned to probe deeper, she knew that now was not the time. So she withdrew her gaze, looked at Jishio with a smile, and asked,
All right. Speak then. Since we are now allies, what do you wish for me to do next?
Hearing this, Jishio extended a finger and replied,
It's simple. I have only one request, and am certain you won't refuse.
Nanling Yue raised an eyebrow casually.
Oh, then let's hear it.
Whoosh. Jishio took a deep breath and uttered 2 words.
Assassinate the Emperor.
As his words fell, the entire divine strategy bedchamber fell into a brief silence. Hearing this request, Nanling Yue felt no surprise. Rather, it seemed within her expectations. But she did not respond immediately. Her jade-like hand lightly tapped the edge of the ice pool as if in contemplation. Seeing this, Jishio did not rush. He simply watched Nanling Yue in silence. Now that she had openly clashed with Northern Xia Emperor Long Tian. Even if he hadn't made this request, Nanling Yue's nature would compel her to make Long Tian pay for his earlier forced marriage proposal. Thus he had no worry that she would refuse. After a long while, Nanling Yue lifted her head, her smile fading, as she looked at Jishio calmly and said,
Even if you hadn't spoken, I would not let Long Tian off. If this is your only request, it is redundant.
With that, she rose and left the ice pool. Just as expected, a flicker of light gleamed deep in Jishio's eyes. Everything was proceeding according to his plan. Killing by proxy without incurring even a trace of karmic consequence. This was the supreme strategy. At that moment, a crisp system notification echoed in his ear. Ding. Congratulations, host, a system bounty mission has been triggered. Bounty mission: assassinate the Emperor. Mission requirement: assassinate Northern Xia Emperor Long Tian. Mission reward 100,000 destiny points. Hearing this, Jishio was stunned. A system bounty mission. 100,000 destiny points as a reward.
100,000 destiny points. Enough to unlock the second killing realm, Divine Seal.
Jishio took a deep breath. He hadn't expected the bounty mission to be issued at this moment. And the bounty was an astronomical sum he had never seen before. But the problem was, the consequences of killing Northern Xia Emperor Long Tian were too severe. Behind the Northern Xia royal family stood a colossal entity, the Guardian Sect. The Guardian Sect was the foundation of the Northern Xia dynasty's millennia of heritage. The Northern Xia Grand Emperor. The Northern Xia Supreme Emperor. The Northern Xia Grand Elders. These long-retired top-tier powerhouses of the Northern Xia royal family all resided within the Guardian Sect. It could be said that the Guardian Sect protected the entire Northern Xia royal family. Or rather, the Guardian Sect was the Northern Xia royal family. This behemoth would mobilize when the Northern Xia dynasty faced annihilation or its emperor fell to quell all chaos. He had originally planned to use Nanlingwa to kill Long Tian, killing by proxy. This way the consequences would not reach him or the Ji family. All repercussions would fall upon Nanlingwa. But if he killed Long Tian himself, he would have to face the wrath of the Guardian sect directly.
If that's the case, it becomes somewhat troublesome.
Ji Xiu rubbed his brow. Since the bounty mission had been issued, the reward of 100,000 destiny points was not something he could afford to miss. There was only one chance. Thus, even if it meant confronting the Guardian sect, he would not hesitate. With his thoughts settled, Ji Xiu took a deep breath and rose and left the ice pool. At that moment, Ji Xiu and Nanlingwa stood side by side at the window, both remaining silent in tacit understanding. Moonlight spilled over their solemn faces. Both knew the severity of assassinating Long Tian. After a long while, Ji Xiu and Nanlingwa spoke in unison with remarkable accord.
Long Tian must die. Long Tian must die.
As their words fell, they exchanged glances, each seeing the thick killing intent in the other's eyes.
I will kill Long Tian.
Rest assured, Nanlingwa said with utmost seriousness. Hearing this, Ji Xiu asked softly,
When do you plan to act? The night before the grand wedding.
Nanlingwa did not conceal her plan. She had no intention of waiting until the wedding night to act. That would be an insult to her.
I understand.
Ji Xiu nodded. At that moment, he began calculating in his mind. The night before the grand wedding, Nanlingwa would make her move. How could he personally kill Long Tian without incurring any karmic consequence? Moreover, as the Northern Xia Emperor, Long Tian possessed formidable strength. According to Ji Xiu's knowledge, he was also at the peak of the monarch realm. This made the task even more difficult, seemingly an impossible mission.
But perhaps it's not entirely impossible.
Ji Xiu suddenly thought of something, and a gleam lit up in his eyes. It was already late when he left the Divine Strategy Palace. Upon returning to his chamber, Ji Xiu did not have time to say much to Gu Yao before he fell asleep. When he awoke, it was already deep into the night of the following day. He got up and walked out of the chamber, where he saw two familiar figures quietly standing in the courtyard of the Maple Falling Palace. One was an old man in black with grizzled hair and an ordinary appearance, yet his aged eyes concealed a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The other was a black-clad youth merely 15 years old, yet he had already reached the Fate Soil realm, standing tall like a sharp killing sword. His eyes held a ferocity and coldness akin to that of a beast. Only upon seeing Ji Xiu did his gaze gradually soften and warm.
Old Wei, Gu Jian.
Ji Xiu smiled lightly as he called out the names of the two old friends.
Greetings, young master.
Old Wei chuckled and bowed to Ji Xiu, while Gu Jian suddenly knelt before Ji Xiu and performed a grand salute.
Gu Jian. Greetings, young master.
At this moment, the bloodthirst and coldness in his eyes completely dissipated, leaving only gratitude and reverence. Gu Yao, watching her younger brother, couldn't help but smile with emotion. The Gu Jian of today was practically a different person from 5 years ago. 5 years ago, Gu Jian was timid and cowardly. Now Gu Jian was decisive in killing and had become a qualified assassin. He not only avenged their parents, but also became the sharpest sword in Ji Xiu's hand. At this moment, she felt very proud of her brother, for he was no longer the weak boy who needed to hide behind her.
All right, get up.
Ji Xiu stepped forward to help Gu Jian up. Then, after surveying him up and down, he expressed his satisfaction with a compliment.
5 years' time. Fate Soil Third Realm. Not bad. Very good indeed. Now I am very satisfied with you. Thank you for your praise, young master.
Gu Jian gritted his teeth and nodded heavily, his eyes a bit red. After 5 years, he finally gained Ji Xiu's recognition. In that moment, he felt all the hardships and blood he had shed over the years were worth it. In these 5 years, he had ventured into the most dangerous 10,000 great mountains, growing through battles against countless ferocious beasts. He had also been to the northern border of Xia, encountering numerous cultivators, and through battles with them, he experienced life and death, ultimately becoming a qualified warrior. Finally, with the help of Ji Xiu and Old Wei, he had completely eliminated the forces that had slaughtered his family, avenging his great enmity. Now he only wished to stand beside Ji Xiu and his sister Gu Yao. He intended to fulfill the promise he had made back then. He would become the sharpest sword in Ji Xiu's hand, slaying all his enemies. This had seemingly become the only wish and meaning of his life.
Young master, this boy is truly impressive. In these 5 years, no matter how grave his injuries, he never complained. The tasks you assigned, regardless of difficulty, he completed with all his heart. In 5 years, this boy has broken over 100 swords. This boy is now the most satisfactory disciple I've had so far. Your judgment is indeed not wrong.
Old Wei, with a beaming smile, patted Gu Jian's shoulder. 5 years ago, he had doubted whether Gu Jian could withstand his devilish training. But later, he realized his worries were completely unnecessary. In his eyes, Gu Jian possessed an indomitable fighting spirit and immense willpower. Even if Gu Jian lacked the supreme bone, he would still become a powerful warrior. Ji Xiu smiled slightly, and then immediately opened the system shop. He generously spent 600 vitality points to buy a famous sword.
Here, I hope this sword can accompany you in slaying all your enemies.
Ji Xiu handed the newly purchased famous sword to Gu Jian. As Gu Jian took hold of the sword, he immediately sensed the powerful and fierce aura emanating from it. In just a fleeting moment, he fell madly in love with this sword. Without a doubt, it was the most powerful sword he had ever seen, and it resonated perfectly with him. In an instant, he couldn't help but bow deeply to Ji Xiu, speaking with a firm tone.
Thank you for the sword, young master. In the future, I will not disappoint you.
Ji Xiu smiled and nodded. He had never doubted Gu Jian on this point.
Young master, what is the name of this sword? Old servant seems to be seeing it for the first time.
Old Wei, looking at the abyss rainbow in Gu Jian's hand, couldn't help but nod in amazement.
Abyss rainbow,
Ji Xiu replied solemnly. Huh? Upon hearing this, Old Wei couldn't help but take a deep breath, reflecting on the name.
Abyss rainbow. A fine sword. It truly is a remarkable sword. All right.
Ji Xiu waved his hand and said,
Let's talk business now. Tomorrow night, I have a task for you all.
Upon hearing this, Gu Jian and Old Wei's expressions instantly became serious as they both looked towards Ji Xiu.
Tomorrow night, Long Tian will die.
Ji Xiu spoke plainly and directly. As his words fell, Gu Yao, Gu Jian, and Old Wei were all stunned in place. Tomorrow night, the Emperor Long Tian of Northern Xiao will die.
Young master, what do we need to do?
Gu Jian did not ask much. He wholeheartedly believed in Ji Xiu. Since Ji Xiu said that Long Tian would die, then this Emperor of Northern Xiao would certainly die. Thus he only cared about what task Ji Xiu would assign to him.
Tomorrow night, all the strong in the Imperial Palace will be stretched thin. Old Wei will take command to oversee the entire situation in the capital. Gu Jian, I want you to lead your military intelligence division to annihilate the #1 underground force in the capital, the 10 Blades Legion. Lastly, Gu Yao will take full control of the underground forces in the capital. This is our best opportunity. We absolutely cannot let it slip away. Ji Xiu spoke calmly. The Military Intelligence Division 6 had already controlled 8 underground forces of the Northern Xia dynasty. Now only the 10 Blades Legion, backed by the Eastern Factory, remained unmastered in the capital. But since the assassination of the Emperor is already determined, we must seize the opportunity of the chaos in the capital tomorrow to take control of the strongest underground force in the capital. If we successfully take control of the 10 Blades Legion, then the entire underground forces of the Northern Xia dynasty will be in our hands. Understood. Old Wei and Gu Jian both nodded solemnly. Young master, if we go to take control of the underground forces in the capital. What about you? Gu Yao asked curiously. Ji Xiu chuckled softly, gazing meaningfully towards the direction of the Northern Xia Imperial Palace as he murmured, Tomorrow night, I will go to the palace. Gu Yao, Old Wei, Gu Jian, as expected of my family's young master. Upon hearing this, Ji Xiu smiled and shook his head, offering no further explanation, merely gazing at the bright moon in the sky, silently thinking, It is time to settle this once and for all.
Time passed swiftly. The second night arrived soon. Tonight the capital was as bustling as ever with no hint of anything unusual. Yet the Northern Xia Imperial Palace was eerily silent. The Imperial Dragon Hall blazed with light exuding an air of majesty. 9 eternal lamps burned brightly within the hall. Inside the inner chamber Emperor Long Tian paced back and forth, his face dark and restless. After a moment, he stopped and looked at the director of the Eastern Depot, Yu Huatian, asking in a low voice,
"Last night did Xian Yin truly bring the young heir of the Ji family into the Divine Strategy Palace?"
Yu Huatian nodded and replied,
"Your Majesty, last night Princess Xian Yin brought Ji Xiu into the Divine Strategy Palace at the hour of Z. Moreover, Ji Xiu did not leave the Divine Strategy Palace for a full 2 hours."
Hearing this, Long Tian's brows knitted into a deep frown.
"No. Something is wrong."
He fixed his gaze on Yu Huatian, his voice low.
"Your Majesty, are you worried that the Imperial Preceptor might ally with the Ji family?"
Yu Huatian spoke with a sinister tone.
"No. Nanlingwei will not ally with the Ji family. Nor will the Ji family easily ally with Nanlingwei. Even if they did, Nanlingwei would not seek out the young heir Ji Xiu. That child is only 8 years old. He cannot represent the Ji family."
Long Tian's thoughts were clear.
"If not an alliance, then what?"
Yu Huatian was puzzled.
"I do not know. But there is one who does."
Long Tian's face darkened, a cold gleam flashing in his hawk-like eyes. He spoke icily.
"Yu Huatian, go. Summon Xian Yin to me. I want to see what they are plotting. And also, if the plan succeeds, Nanlingwei should have fallen from the Saint Realm by now. Tonight, I will make Nanlingwei my woman. To avoid unforeseen delays. Yes."
Upon hearing this, Yu Huatian turned without a word to go to the Divine Strategy Palace and summon Princess Mu Xianyin. But at that moment, the palace doors opened. A graceful figure in a simple white dress stepped into the hall. She possessed a pure aura and a face of peerless beauty. It was the Northern Xia Princess Mu Xianyin.
"Your Highness."
Yu Huatian was startled to see her. He had not expected Mu Xianyin to come of her own accord.
"Director, are you surprised to see me?"
Mu Xianyin asked, her expression unreadable as she looked at Yu Huatian. Yu Huatian laughed softly and shook his head.
"Not at all. Your Highness has arrived at a good time. His Majesty is waiting for you."
Mu Xianyin gave a light snort, ignored Yu Huatian completely, walked straight into the inner chamber, and bowed slightly to Long Tian.
"Father, your daughter is here."
Long Tian looked at his uninvited daughter, a bad premonition rising in his heart. Nevertheless, he forced a warm and kindly smile.
"Xian Yin, you've come at the right time. I was just thinking of you, and here you are. It must be the bond between father and daughter."
Mu Xianyin gave a cold laugh.
"Father, if you have something to say, just say it." "Very well."
Long Tian's face was full of smiles as he cut straight to the point.
"Xian Yin, I heard you brought the young Ji heir to the Divine Strategy Palace last night. Tell me why."
Mu Xianyin was silent for a moment before speaking.
"Father, my master does not wish to marry you. So, she asked me to seek out Ji Xiu." "Oh, is that so?"
Long Tian's brow arched slightly, a dangerous glint flickering in his eyes. The corners of his mouth lifted in a mocking smile.
"So, your master believes that Ji Xiu and the Ji family's military mansion can help her?"
Mu Xianyin shook her head.
"That is my master's affair. I am not entirely certain." "I see."
Long Tian nodded, then asked casually,
"Xian Yin, I hear your master has suffered a severe injury, and her cultivation has fallen from the Saint Realm. Do you know of this?"
Upon hearing this, Mu Xianyin's gaze turned even colder. She was no fool, and could tell that Long Tian was still using her to probe for information about her master. She lowered her head.
"Father, my master does not wish to marry you. Can you not let her go?"
Long Tian was taken aback. Then, enraged and humiliated, he glared at Mu Xianyin and roared,
"You insolent brat! Do you know what you are saying? My affairs are none of your concern." "Father!"
Mu Xianyin suddenly lifted her head, clenching her teeth as she spoke each word with force.
Your daughter merely does not wish to see my master end up like mother. I beg you, father. Reconsider. Ungrateful wretch.
Consumed by rage, Long Tian backhanded Mu Xian across her delicate face. Blood trickled from the corner of Mu Xian's mouth. Her beautiful eyes fixed on Long Tian were filled with a sense of utter devastation. That slap had shattered the last shred of affection she held for him.
Get out. I do not wish to see you.
Long Tian's voice was cold.
Father! You will die tonight.
Mu Xian spoke, her face expressionless. As she uttered these words, 2 streams of clear tears fell from her eyes. Yet she also felt a sense of release and a lightness and joy she had never known. As her words faded, a thunderous roar shook the Imperial Dragon Hall. Flames erupted across the entire Northern Xia Imperial Palace. The clash of weapons, the spatter of blood, and the piercing screams of agony echoed through the heavens.
You? What have you done?
Long Tian's eyes trembled with shock. An overwhelming sense of dread washed over him. Mu Xian let out a bitter laugh.
Father, since you are so curious, why not step outside and see for yourself?
Long Tian shot her a venomous glare, then swept his sleeve and hurried to the entrance of the Imperial Dragon Hall. The scene before him left him utterly stunned. The vast palace was in utter chaos. Blood was everywhere. Battles raged on all sides. Cries and screams were unending. This was no longer the dignified Imperial Palace, it had become a battlefield of blood. The director of the Western Depot, Yu Huatian, approached Long Tian with a grim expression.
Your Majesty, the Imperial Guard has mutinied. Half of your secret guards have also turned. The Human World Organization has deployed hundreds of assassins and is slaughtering everyone in the palace. Furthermore, 4 of our Northern Xia's 10 great divine generals have fallen. Bastards! Bastards!
Long Tian trembled with fury. He turned to glare at Mu Xian, grinding his teeth.
Mu Xian! You treacherous woman! You and your mother are both worthless sluts deserving of death.
Mu Xian laughed a genuine heartfelt laugh at the sight of his fury.
If we speak of worthlessness, how could my mother and I compare to you? Do you not know how base you are? How many women have you destroyed over the years? How many have you taken into your harem as cauldrons only to discard them like trash to die? Let me tell you the truth, of your 3,000 concubines, 2,800 wish you dead. Ungrateful wretch!
Long Tian roared in fury. His nails dug deep into his palms, blood dripping to the floor.
Once I have put down this rebellion tonight, you and your conspirators, and those wretched women who participated, I will tear out your heart, strip your flesh, and grind your bones to dust.
Long Tian glared at Mu Xian, his low snarl like that of a wounded beast.
You?
Mu Xian looked at him with utter disdain.
You Huatian! Tear out this woman's heart immediately. Then cut off her limbs.
Long Tian's eyes were bloodshot as he issued the cruel command. And at that moment, the sound of footsteps echoed from the sky. Tap, 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 tap. It was the sound of high heels striking the ground. A woman, dressed in a long black robe embroidered with a phoenix pattern, she walked with her hands behind her back, step by step toward the Imperial Dragon Palace. Behind her lay a trail of corpses. These were the bodies of the powerful she had slain, their thick blood splattered across the ground. She walked under the moonlight, treading upon the blood. The clear moonlight fell upon her cold, peerlessly beautiful face. Like a divine empress from a celestial realm. The moment she appeared, everything in the world seemed to become her backdrop. Her beautiful eyes coldly fixed on Long Tian, she parted her red lips in a chilling smile.
Long Tian! Your life! I claim it!
A chaotic battle erupts in the Imperial Palace. The capital is in turmoil. Millions of citizens and cultivators in the capital tremble in fear as they gaze towards the palace. Tonight no one could have anticipated the events unfolding within. Logically, if something were to happen in the palace, the Iron Buddha army stationed outside the capital should immediately enter to suppress the rebellion. However, the Iron Buddha army of the Ji family seems to show no signs of mobilizing. Not only the Iron Buddha army, but even the leaders of various factions in the capital remain silent. Northern Xia Royal Academy. Northern Xia Inspection Institute. 6 Ministries of Northern Xia's capital.
Northern Xia Jinui, Hulong Villa, Jinyu Division, the Dali Temple. All these powerful factions directly under the imperial authority have shown no movement whatsoever. The big shots in the capital seem blind and deaf to the rebellion in the Northern Xia Imperial Palace. Such silence has stunned all the cultivators and citizens of the capital. In the capital's Ji residence, Ji Xiu sits in the falling maple palace smiling as he watches his grandmother Mu Hua pouring her a cup of tea. Little rascal, tell me, how did you manage to make all the forces in the capital obey you? Mu Hua looks at Ji Xiu with a smile. It's quite simple. My intelligence department has gathered secrets about the 108 leaders of the capital over the past few years. Ji Xiu replies with a smile. That's not enough. Mu Hua shakes her head. Although the secrets of the capital's leaders are quite lethal, they certainly wouldn't convince those leaders to stand with the Ji family at such a time. Of course it's not enough. But what if I told him that Long Tian will die tonight? And that it will be at the hands of a saint-level powerhouse. Besides, I never told them to kill Long Tian. I merely asked them to watch from the sidelines tonight to save their own lives. If that's the case, what reason do they have to intervene? Ji Xiu smiles. Using the tiger's might to intimidate. Mu Hua nods thoughtfully. If that's the case, then there is no problem. The major factions in the capital have very powerful leaders in charge. But the problem is that none of these leaders can reach the saint level. And all cultivators on the continent know one phrase below the saint level: all are but ants. So tell me, how did you end up allied with the Grand National Teacher of Northern Xia? Mu Hua pinches Ji Xiu's cheek and asks. The Grand National Teacher of Northern Xia is one of the most stunning and terrifying individuals she has ever encountered. She never expected her precious grandson to stand in the same camp as the Grand National Teacher of Northern Xia. This truly astonishes her. Roughly a week ago, Ji Xiu admits without hiding the truth. Hiss! Mu Hua gasped, saying, You have quite the nerve. Just luck. Ji Xiu shrugs. If Nanlingwa hadn't been injured and Long Tian hadn't forced a marriage, he indeed wouldn't have had anything to do with Nanlingwa. Last question. If Long Tian dies, and the protecting nation sect blames you, what will you do? Mu Hua gazes intently at Ji Xiu, piercingly asking the most crucial question. Grandma, the Grand National Teacher of Northern Xia killed Long Tian. What does that have to do with me, Ji Xiu? We are merely like most people in the capital who did not come to the rescue in time. What do you say? Ji Xiu shrugs with an innocent look. You little fox. Your thoughts are indeed becoming increasingly meticulous. Mu Hua laughs, then gently pats Ji Xiu's head and advises. It's getting late. Get some rest early. After tonight, the capital. Know the entire Northern Xia dynasty will experience a massive upheaval. We the Ji family must also be well prepared for this. With that, she turned and left the falling maple palace with great satisfaction. Clearly, since her grandson had considered all the issues, she naturally did not need to ask more. As for what Ji Xiu would do next, she naturally did not need to ask further, she just needed to choose to believe. She had to admit that Ji Xiu played it beautifully. With this move tonight, Ji Xiu has tied all the forces and leaders of the capital together on the same boat. Even if the protecting nation sect had omnipotent power, they could not catch hold of the Ji family's weaknesses. After all, everyone is a bystander who is cleaner than whom? Who is nobler than whom? With saint-level powerhouses making their move, what can the Ji family do? Good. Grandmother, rest early. After sending off his grandmother Mu Hua, Ji Xiu returned to the stone bench to drink tea. At that moment, 3 figures appeared by his side. Young master, when do we act? Old Wei whispered. Let's act now. Ji Xiu waved his hand. Now that Nanlingwa has appeared, it can be assured that the powerhouses in the palace must be stretched thin. Now is the best opportunity for the intelligence department to take down the underground forces of the capital. Understood, Gu Jian said, turning into a series of afterimages as he vanished from the falling maple palace. Notably, a large number of shadows followed behind him. These individuals are top assassins from the 5th Department of Intelligence. These assassins have followed Gu Jian in training along the northern Xia border for many years,
and are the elite among elites.
Old Wei, you go too. You will control the situation tonight.
Jisho casually instructed.
Yes.
Old Wei nodded, and quietly disappeared into the night.
Young master, it seems the 10 Blades Legion is finished,
Gu Yao said with a smile. Hee. Jisho also smiled slightly. If the elite of the 5th Department of Intelligence all participate along with Old Wei controlling the situation without the support of the Western Factory and Northern Xia royal family, the capital's #1 underground force, the 10 Blades Legion would indeed not be able to withstand.
Young master, when will you enter the palace?
Gu Yao asked with some concern.
Soon.
Jisho gazed towards the Northern Xia Imperial Palace, his clear eyes reflecting the flickering flames as he whispered. He is still waiting for an opportunity. Not long after, when an ancient figure appeared above the palace, the aura of the saint level swept across the entire capital and even the heavens. Jisho suddenly stood up and said to Gu Yao,
It's time.
With that he cast the star god fragments and transformed into specks of starlight, leaving the falling maple palace. He headed towards the Northern Xia Imperial Palace. Watching Jisho's departing figure, Gu Yao bit her red lips, murmuring with a worried expression,
My young master, you must be careful.
As Jisho employed Star Shadow Shuttle to stealthily approach the Northern Xia Imperial Mausoleum outside the Imperial Dragon Hall of the Northern Xia Palace, Nanlingwa stood with her hands behind her back, the cold wind rustling her skirt. With a frosty expression, she gazed at the linen-clad elder standing atop the Imperial Dragon Hall and taunted,
Old man, we meet again. How have you been?
Her cold magnetic voice echoed across the heavens as a terrifying saint-level pressure descended, causing all the cultivators present to turn pale. In the presence of Nanlingwa and this mysterious elder, they were undoubtedly nothing more than the most insignificant and feeble ants. With a mere snap of their fingers, these two mighty beings could annihilate them all in an instant.
State Preceptor, you have gone too far.
The linen-clad elder shook his head at Nanlingwa, gesturing at the corpses strewn across the ground.
Gone too far.
Nanlingwa's lips curled into a mocking smile as she looked at the elder with interest and questioned coldly,
What do you mean by too far? If I had not restored my saint-level cultivation, I would likely have ended up as wretchedly as His Majesty's 3,000 concubines. So what right do you have to call me excessive?
The linen-clad elder sighed deeply, then met her gaze with determination.
Regardless of the reasons, Long Tian did not succeed, did he? Besides, you have already killed many tonight, State Preceptor. Why not let it end here?
Nanlingwa chuckled softly and shook her head, the mockery on her cold, peerlessly beautiful face growing even more pronounced. She parted her crimson lips and said icily,
Let it end here. Fine, I will let it end here once I kill Long Tian. What do you say?
As her words fell, the linen-clad elder's face instantly turned extremely grim.
Nanlingwa, how dare you? Attempting regicide in the Northern Xia Palace. Do you truly believe you are invincible under heaven?
Nanlingwa lowered her head and chuckled softly, the mockery on her unparalleled, coldly beautiful face intensifying.
Invincible under heaven? Not quite, but killing you, old man, is no problem at all.
With that, she raised her hand and drew from the void a strangely shaped long sword that radiated a dazzling crimson light. The moment the sword appeared, the temperature of the entire world plummeted by 10 degrees. The strands of terrifying, killing intent sent chills down the spines of everyone present.
Kill!
Nanlingwa parted her crimson lips, shattered the void with a single step, and soared into the air, with the bright moon behind her, her sword aimed directly at Long Tian.
Supreme Elder, save me!
Long Tian's pupils contracted as he cried out to the linen-clad elder for help. The pressure and killing intent of a saint-level powerhouse forced him to cast aside his dignity.
Your Majesty, go first. Head to the Imperial Mausoleum and activate the teleportation array. Summon the saint-level masters of our guardian sect to the capital.
The linen-clad elder stepped in front of Long Tian, whispered a warning, and pushed him back. He could sense that Nanlingwa's strength and cultivation had become even more terrifying than during their first encounter. The first time, he had barely repelled Nanlingwa by unleashing the purifying world flame. But today, without that flame at his disposal, he feared he could not hold her off for long. Thus having Long Tian seek reinforcements from the Guardian sect was the only way to resolve tonight's deadly situation. With that he summoned a bronze halberd, his body radiating a green holy light as he soared into the sky to confront Nanlingwe. High above the heavens, a battle between saints erupted. The terrifying energy fluctuations produced a series of thunderous roars. The ground of the northern Xia Palace cracked into hundreds of fissures resembling a spiderweb. All the cultivators present turned pale and frantically retreated. After all this was a battle between saints, even the residual shockwaves could severely injure or kill them. In a shadowy corner of the northern Xia Palace, Ji Xiu watched the two saint-level powerhouses standing in the heavens with awe. In the sky, crimson and green lights each dominated half the firmament. Even the serene bright moon was tinged with the stirring halos of two colors. Another thunderous roar echoed in his ears. Ji Xiu shivered as he gazed at the two saints above and murmured softly,
"Below the saint level, all are ants. That saying is indeed true."
He shook his head, forcibly suppressing the turmoil in his heart, and scanned the palace for traces of Long Tian. Tonight Long Tian was his primary target. He absolutely could not let him survive the night. Just then he spotted Long Tian fleeing toward the northern Xia Imperial Mausoleum under the protection Yu Huatian.
"Damn it! There's an extra person! Yu Huatian, the director of the Western Depot."
Ji Xiu frowned deeply. He currently possessed a soul-slaying nail capable of killing any powerhouse below the saint level. However, one soul-slaying nail could only kill one person. If he killed Long Tian, he would have no way to deal with Yu Huatian. As his mind raced with plans on how to escape Yu Huatian's grasp after assassinating the emperor, he suddenly caught sight of a familiar figure stealthily following Long Tian and Yu Huatian toward the northern Xia Imperial Mausoleum.
Nanlingue's direct disciple, the northern Xia princess, Mu Xianin.
Ji Xiu's eyes lit up. If he remembered correctly, Mu Xianin also harbored a deep hatred for Long Tian. Clearly Mu Xianin must be a backup plan arranged by Nanlingue.
This is getting interesting.
Ji Xiu smirked and immediately activated Star Shadow Shuttle, heading toward the northern Xia Imperial Mausoleum. Deep within the northern Xia Imperial Mausoleum's underground chamber, on an altar carved with ancient runes, an extremely eerie flame blazed with dazzling crimson light. Tendrils of black vapor rose from it. This flame was none other than the purifying world flame, ranked third on the flame list. The underground chamber's gate rumbled open. Long Tian and Yu Huatian stumbled and battered and disheveled. When they saw the flame, they finally calmed down and breathed a long sigh of relief.
"Your Majesty, that was a close call."
Yu Huatian shuddered, still shaken. The pressure and pursuit of a saint-level powerhouse were far too terrifying for him.
"Damn it! Nanlingue is truly a madwoman."
Long Tian cursed darkly. He had never imagined she would directly storm the palace to take his life without any regard for the consequences.
"Indeed, she is the most insane and incomprehensible woman I have ever encountered."
Yu Huatian took a deep breath. Even now, recalling Nanlingue's icy gaze made him tremble involuntarily. This woman held no fear of imperial authority and cared nothing for the consequences of her actions.
In short, Nanlingue is a reckless lunatic. But so what? Once the masters of my guardian sect arrive, what waves can she possibly make? Then I will grind her bones to dust and reduce that rebellious daughter Mu Xianin to a stump."
Long Tian said with chilling venom. Yu Huatian sighed and said,
"Your Majesty, please activate the array quickly and notify the Grand Emperor of the Guardian sect. Nanlingue is too crazy. I fear the Supreme Elder may not hold out much longer."
Long Tian nodded and walked to an ancient array behind the altar. The array was small, but its edges were inscribed with high-level Northern Xia runes. This was a teleportation array directly connecting to the most mysterious guardian sect of Northern Xia. Once activated, the sect's masters would step into the mausoleum within the time it takes an incense stick to burn. Just as he began forming hand seals to activate the array, a clear voice rang out in the chamber.
"Father, today one of us must come to an end."
Hearing this, Long Tian and Yu Huatian abruptly turned to look at the chamber's entrance. Mu Xianin slowly walked into the chamber.
"Rebellious daughter, you are truly courting death."
Long Tian's face darkened completely. He wondered who had given a star-gathering cultivator like Mu Xianin the audacity and courage to pursue him alone. He. Mu Xianyin laughed heartily upon hearing this. She looked at Long Tian as if gazing at a fool and softly said,
"The Imperial Tomb of Beixia. The cleansing demonic flame. The teleportation array. Everything is under Master's control. Today not only will you be unable to kill me, I'm afraid you will perish here today."
As the words fell, Long Tian's expression suddenly changed. Yu Huatian's face also turned extremely grim. If all of this is within the predictions of that mad woman Nanling Yue, then it is not surprising that Mu Xianyin dares to chase them alone to the Imperial Tomb.
"You? What do you mean?"
Long Tian asked with a trembling voice. Mu Xianyin chuckled lightly, her heart filled with delight as she looked at Long Tian's terrified face. Then she took out a crystal vial from her storage ring. The crystal vial was translucent, with a drop of crimson golden blood floating inside.
"This is..."
Yu Huatian stared blankly at the blood in the vial. Then it seemed he recalled something and his expression suddenly changed as he retreated 3 steps.
"Saint-level essence blood,"
Long Tian exclaimed in disbelief.
"Below the saint level all are but ants."
This was a universally acknowledged truth among countless cultivators on the continent. And a drop of saint-level essence blood represents the full force strike of a saint-level powerhouse. This is Mu Xuanyin's trump card, a contingency given to her by Nanling Yue.
"Father." Mu Xianyin looked coldly at Long Tian and said,
"Since you have recognized it, then you shall die." With that, Mu Xuanyin's expression turned fierce as she suddenly threw the crystal vial. Crack! The vial shattered in midair. The drop of crimson golden blood erupted suddenly. The aura of the saint level instantly swept across the void. Clang! 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 Brilliant and blinding crimson golden light burst forth within the underground palace. The terrifying saint-level power created a light storm of 100 feet in diameter. At that moment, mysterious runes dyed with fierce flames suddenly lit up on the surface of the underground palace. Zzz. The sound of the runes burning resembled the sound of boiling water. If it weren't for these runes absorbing most of the saint-level energy in the underground palace, this imperial tomb would probably be flattened in an instant. However, despite that, a significant amount of saint-level energy still surged out like rippling water. Boom, boom, boom. The invisible energy ripples caused several 100-meter mountains outside the tomb to explode in an instant. Over 100 ancient trees were directly snapped in half. Moments later, when the saint-level energy was almost exhausted, the dust within the imperial tomb settled. There lay Yu Huatian charred all over on the ground. His meridians were shattered and his bones had turned to dust, leaving only a blood-stained human skin on the ground. He, the once great head of the West Factory, was now as dead as could be.
"It's over. It's finally over."
Mu Xianyin looked up, eyes closed, murmuring silently. At that moment, a tall figure appeared before her.
"Xianyin, your father does not wish to see you die."
Upon hearing this voice, Mu Xianyin suddenly opened her eyes, staring in disbelief at Long Tian. At this moment, Long Tian was covered in wounds, his hair disheveled and his face extremely pale. Blood occasionally oozed from the corners of his mouth. Although he was badly injured, he had managed to survive with great difficulty.
"How is this possible?" Mu Xianyin stared with wide eyes full of shock.
"Did you think you were the only one with saint-level essence blood? Did you think your master was the only saint-level powerhouse?
Did you forget? Your grandfather is also a saint-level powerhouse."
Long Tian grinned wickedly. "That's right. He also has a drop of saint-level essence blood. This drop of saint-level essence blood was left to him by the last emperor of Beixia, now the supreme emperor of Beixia, for his life. Although this drop of saint-level essence blood had lost quite a bit of its power over the years, it was still enough to preserve his life."
"Bastard! I'll fight you to the end."
Mu Xianyin coldly rebuked, her beautiful eyes shining with starlight as she drew a silver long sword and thrust it toward Long Tian's heart. Long Tian sneered coldly, flicking his finger. Crack! The longsword shattered into hundreds of pieces. Immediately afterward, Long Tian raised his hand, piercing through the void, directly gripping Mu Xianyin by the neck, coldly asking,
"Xianyin, what more do you have to say?"
"Humph." Mu Xianyin gritted her silver teeth, her beautiful eyes filled with defiance.
"Long Tian, If you have the ability, kill me. Just right. I can go accompany my mother.
At this moment, she felt a bit desperate. After all, as a newly advanced star-gathering cultivator, how could she possibly compete against Long Tian, who possessed peak June-level cultivation? Upon hearing this, Long Tian raised the corners of his mouth, looking at Mu Xuanyin's cold and beautiful face with great interest, slowly speaking.
Xianin, killing you would be too easy for you. But I must say you have indeed grown up and are becoming more like your mother. Get lost. You have no right to mention my mother.
Mu Xianin glared fiercely at Long Tian, angrily rebuking.
Good. If you say not to mention her, then I won't. However, I truly miss your mother. Why not you take her place?
Long Tian grinned wickedly, his gaze towards Mu Xianin, filled with heat.
You? Beast.
Mu Xuanyin's body trembled. She thought Long Tian would kill her. Yet she never expected him to be so inhumane.
Ha ha ha. Next you may struggle. You can also scream. But I will not hold back.
Long Tian grew more and more excited as he spoke. At that moment, a crisp sound of applause echoed from the depths of the underground palace. Clap, clap, clap. Upon hearing this sound, Long Tian's face changed drastically. At that moment, besides him and Mu Xianin in the underground palace, there was actually another person.
Who is it?
Long Tian released his grip on Mu Xuanyin's neck, warily scanning his surroundings. Just then a cold and somewhat youthful voice rang out.
Wonderful, wonderful. Your Majesty, this young lord knows you are shameless. But I never expected you to be this shameless. TSK, TSK, TSK. Are you truly not afraid of being struck by lightning?
As the voice fell, a slender figure stepped out from a shadow in the underground palace.
Jishio.
Mu Xianin looked at the newcomer inexplicably, feeling a strange sense of safety rising in her heart.
The young lord of the Ji family. Jishio.
Long Tian frowned at Jishio and spoke coldly.
Your Majesty, it's a pleasure to meet you for the first time. Hello.
Jishio waved at Long Tian as a form of greeting.
Good. Very good. It seems today I have gained quite a bit. If you had stayed in the Ji residence and not come out, I might have truly had no way to deal with you. However, since you dared to invade the imperial tomb of Beixia today, then I cannot let you go. If you die in the imperial tomb of Beixia, I believe the Ice God Palace will have no words to say.
Long Tian grinned wickedly, stepping forward suddenly. Boom! The terrifying aura of peak June level erupted. Invisible energy ripples spread through the void, and the temperature rose sharply. Behind him, a blazing sun slowly rose. This was the manifestation of him operating the Imperial Sun sacred art to its peak. Jishio raised the corners of his mouth, showing no fear, and spoke with great interest.
Your Majesty, is it really going to be like this?
With that, he slowly spread his palm. At that moment, a black iron nail appeared in his hand. The iron nail was plain and unadorned, with nothing praiseworthy about it. However, the moment Long Tian saw this iron nail, a chill ran straight up his spine to his forehead. In an instant, a fear from the depths of his soul spread throughout his body.
What? What is this?
Long Tian gazed at Jishio, his eyes trembling, his teeth chattering. He could sense the black iron nail in Jishio's hand possessed an inexplicable and terrifying power. The chilling sensation made him feel a bad premonition rising in his heart.
Yes.
Jishio's clear eyes sparkled with killing intent as he activated the power of the star-gathering realm, pointing the soul-devouring nail at Long Tian. Clang! The black iron nail transformed into a deep light as thin as a thumb, instantly shooting out. At the moment the light appeared, even the space trembled.
You?
Long Tian had just uttered a word when his voice abruptly stopped. That deep light swept across his neck with an extremely peculiar and entirely unreasonable speed. He couldn't react in time, he only felt a chill at his neck. Instinctively, he reached for it, but blood instantly soaked through his fingers.
Die!
Jishio uttered two words slowly and indifferently. Whoosh! Long Tian's head was sent flying high. Blood gushed forth from his neck like a fountain, splashing up to 4 or 5 meters high. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the bounty task, assassinate the Emperor. Ding!
Congratulations to the host for receiving the bounty reward 100000 Destiny Essence. Ding. Congratulations host on completing the bounty task Assassinate the Emperor. Listening to the system prompt in his ear, Jishio felt the tension in his heart finally relax. Name Jishio. Age 8. Identity Crown Prince of the Baixia Dynasty. Established Organization Military Intelligence 6. Cultivation Star Gathering 4th Stage. Bloodline Physique Divine Heart Demon Bone Demon Arrival has been successfully activated. Divine Ban Awakening Requirement 100,000 Destiny Essence Immortal Ash Awakening Requirement 1,000,000 Destiny Essence. Cultivation Techniques Devouring Immortal Demon Technique cultivated to the 3rd Stage Flying Dragon Cloud Grasp Advanced Star God Fragment Shadow Beginner. Weapon Great Luo Sword Embryo Ghost Flute of Morning. Destiny Essence 104800 points. Fate Level Red 9 lives and 1 death. System Store opened. Task System opened. Warehouse Soul Capture Trilogy Requiem Soul Robbery Spirit Call Ice God Jade Token of the Ice God Palace Master. System Prompt More information can be expanded. Finally earned 100,000 Destiny Essence. Divine Ban. Finally can awaken. Jishio let out a long sigh of relief, feeling incredibly excited at this moment. Without hesitation he began to awaken the second slaughter realm he had long coveted. Divine Ban. Ding. System Prompt Awakening. The second slaughter realm Divine Ban requires consuming 100000 Destiny Essence. Please confirm again. Activate. Jishio showed no hesitation. The Divine Ban is a forbidden realm that only ancient emperors could tread upon. In this fantasy world, being able to directly awaken with just 100,000 Destiny Essence is simply exhilarating. Thoughts halted here. Ding. A chaotic divine light swept across his eyes. Jishio felt his body become incredibly light. In that moment, his soul seemed to rise to the pinnacle of the 9 heavens, as if standing above the celestial realm. At the same time, an extraordinarily wondrous realization surged in his heart. All the splendor of this world is just fleeting clouds. At the end of the world, the terminus of time in the ancient rush. In the end, only one invincible being will remain. Jishio closed his eyes, whispering as if in a dream. A brilliant and dazzling chaotic celestial light radiated from him, and divine rain fell like petals. At this moment, he truly possessed the demeanor of an immortal descending to the mortal realm, and the ultimate pressure of an ancient emperor emanated from his small body. What happened? Did I enter the legendary state of unity between heaven and man? Mu Xianyin stared blankly at Jishio, who had his back to her, bathed in the light rain emanating an endless pressure. Ding. Congratulations host on successfully activating the Bloodline's second slaughter realm Divine Ban. Divine Ban, the prohibition of the divine, a transformation of body and soul that breaks free from the shackles of heaven's path, a combat realm that only ancient emperors are qualified to enter. System Prompt: the consumption is extraordinarily shocking. Please activate with caution. Who? Activation successful. Jishio slowly opened his eyes. The unparalleled chaotic light in his eyes had vanished. In its place was pure joy emanating from his heart. At that moment, Jishio felt a scorching gaze behind him. Turning around, he saw Mu Xianyin, her eyes filled with disbelief, staring at him. Hey! Are you done staring? Your Highness! Jishio teased Mu Xianyin with a smile. Mu Xianyin suddenly came to her senses, realizing her gaffe, and hurriedly averted her gaze, feigning casualness as she asked, Jishio, what just happened to you? Hee. Jishio chuckled lightly, and then casually replied, I just fell into a state of enlightenment. Indeed? Mu Xianyin gasped in surprise, looking at Jishio with a complex expression as she sighed softly. Jishio, you? Truly too stunning. She knew that in this world, entering the state of unity between heaven and man has immeasurable benefits for cultivation. For instance, her master Nanling Yue had entered the state of unity 3 times. It was precisely because of this that her master was able to reach the Saint tier at the age of 27. Hearing this, Jishio shrugged his shoulders, looking at Mu Xianyin with interest, and replied, Your Highness, don't look at this young master with such deep feelings. I might misunderstand. You? Mu Xianyin lightly spat, then turned her complex expression towards the headless corpse of Long Tian in the underground palace and said, Today. Thank you. I've wanted to kill him for a long time. I owe you one.
He owe me one. Jishio raised an eyebrow with a playful smile and said,
Then this young master will remember it. Today Princess Mu Xianin owes this young master one. In the future this young master will want to double it back.
All right. Mu Xianin nodded seriously. Seeing this, Jishio smiled helplessly, and then shifted his gaze to the ancient altar deep in the underground palace. On the altar a pure white lotus bloomed, its white petals glistening like crystal, beautiful to the point of being dreamlike, as if just with a glance one could become eternally entranced. However, at the heart of the lotus was a strange fire dyed in crimson flames exuding wisps of black smoke.
Purifying world demon flame. Today this young master's second major goal.
Jishio's expression was extremely grave, and his gaze was intensely serious. This third-ranked strange fire possesses ultimate beauty, while harboring ultimate destruction, extremely dangerous. Let alone him, a mere star-gathering realm cultivator, even a saint-tier cultivator would perish if they were not careful.
Devouring immortal demon technique. Burning decision. I should be able to subdue it.
Jishio took a deep breath, and then slowly walked towards the purifying world demon flame.
This guy. What does he want to do?
Mu Xianin frowned as she watched Jishio step by step approach the purifying world demon flame.
Indeed. So beautiful.
Jishio reached the altar, gazing at the strange fire floating at the heart of the pure white lotus, his eyes filled with amazement and determination. Who? Jishio took a deep breath, suppressing the complicated emotions in his heart. Then he reached out to cup the pure white lotus on the altar. In that moment, a wave of scorching heat rushed toward him. Yet despite that, he did not feel the terrifying destructive power of the purifying world demon flame.
Perhaps it's because of this accompanying lotus. Is that why I can't feel the destructive power of the purifying world demon flame?
Jishio swallowed hard, clearing his thoughts. Thanks to this accompanying lotus, otherwise, he wouldn't even have the qualification to approach the strange fire.
Jishio, are you crazy? If you want to keep this little life of yours, put it down.
Mu Xianin warned, her voice trembling slightly. However, at this moment, she looked at Jishio and realized something. Jishio, it seems, is not joking. This guy really seems to want to subdue this strange fire. But what a joke. This purifying world demon flame is the third existence on the strange fire ranking. It contains extraordinary power capable of destroying heaven and earth. How could it be something a mere star-gathering realm cultivator could touch? Even her master nearly perished under this strange fire, despite Mu Xianin's voice echoing throughout the underground palace. Jishio seemed to be deaf to it. His gaze remained fixated on the strange fire on the lotus.
This is the only chance. If I wait for Nanlingwei to arrive at the underground palace, this purifying world demon flame will likely be taken by her. She is at the saint tier. I can't compete with her.
Jishio's mind was very clear at this moment. He wanted to bring the strange fire back to the Ji residence and concentrate the entire Ji family's power, or wait until his cultivation became stronger to subdue this strange fire. But now time does not allow, and Nanlingwei will definitely not agree. So there is only one choice left. Just as his thoughts reached here, a fierce determination flashed in Jishio's eyes, and he trembled as he raised his left hand, slowly lifting the pure white lotus. Then, gritting his teeth, as if drinking wine, he tilted his head and swallowed the flame seed at the lotus heart in one gulp. At the same time, the devouring immortal demon technique operated at full power. The burning decision operated at full power. Boom! In the instant Jishio swallowed the flame seed, the power of destruction erupted violently. The terrifying temperature surged dozens of times. An invisible energy ripple erupted out. Crack! 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 The surface of the Baixia Imperial Tomb's underground palace shook violently, and the walls cracked like spider webs. Seeing this scene, Mu Xianin's complexion changed dramatically, and without saying a word, she turned to flee. Sizzle! 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 The sound of flames scorching the air accompanied the rising mist like the prelude to a volcanic eruption. When the countless runes protecting the underground palace turned to ashes in an instant. Ding! A towering crimson fire column shot up into the sky centered around Jishio. Boom, boom, boom. The vast Baishio Imperial Tomb's underground palace was reduced to ashes in an instant. The towering fire column connected heaven and earth, an extreme spectacle. On a peak far from the Imperial Tomb Mountains, Mu Xianyin looked at the crimson fire column connecting heaven and earth, cold sweat soaking her back. She swallowed hard, staring blankly as she murmured,
"Crazy! Truly a reckless madman."
Brilliant crimson flames burst across the night sky. In an instant, terrifying waves of fire swept through the heavens, raising the temperature of the entire world. Within the capital city, millions of people stared dumbfounded at the fiery waves engulfing the night sky, their throats bobbing incessantly. Even from a vast distance, the scorching flames left countless souls drenched in sweat, as if trapped in the sweltering depths of summer.
"That's the Imperial Mausoleum mountain range. What in the world is happening? What level of power is this? Monarch rank, saint rank, or the might of the legendary realm? A strange flame. Only a strange flame could possess such devastating destruction. Good heavens, it's the legendary power of a strange flame that can annihilate the world. How terrifying!"
In the capital city, whether cultivators or common folk, all felt a profound sense of helplessness before the fiery waves that engulfed the heavens and earth. Not only them, but even countless magnates in the capital were stunned. They groaned inwardly.
"It's over. Truly over. Tonight's affair has spiraled completely out of control."
In the eastern district of the capital city, the 10-mile-long street was strewn with corpses, blood staining the entire road. Gu Jian, clad in black robes and bearing the Yuanhong sword, stood chillingly cold. Behind him stood over 100 assassins in black, all elite killers from the 5th Bureau of Military Intelligence. As Jishio had planned, Gu Jian led the 5th Bureau to slaughter the entire 10-Blade Legion stationed in the eastern capital. At that moment, Gu Yao, beside him, gazed blankly at the fire sweeping the sky and murmured softly,
"Little Prince, was it you? Please, you must return safely."
Hearing this, Gu Jian sheathed the Yuanhong sword and turned to reassure Gu Yao confidently.
"Sister, rest assured. The little prince commands the clouds with a flick of his hand and summons the rain with a turn of his palm. I dare say tonight's events are entirely under his control."
As he spoke, an old man in black robes stepped forward. It was Elder Wei. He frowned at the Northern Xia Imperial Palace and murmured,
"Let's hope so. Let's hope tonight truly hasn't exceeded the little prince's control."
At the Ji family mansion in the capital, Lin recovered her mouth and stared at the fiery pillar near the Imperial City that seemed to connect heaven and earth, her voice trembling.
"Mother, did Xiao really go to the palace tonight?"
Mu Hua nodded. "Ah." Lin Ru gasped, her body swaying as she murmured in despair.
"Tonight, at the Northern Xia Imperial Palace, a battle of saint ranks, an eruption of a strange flame. The matter grows ever larger. How can this be?"
Mu Hua sighed and said,
"You? Rest assured. That boy will return safely."
Though she spoke thus, in her heart she was uncertain. She also felt self-reproach, for she had tacitly approved Jishio's actions tonight. Even though the plan seemed flawless, she still felt she should have accompanied Jishio to the palace. But regret was now futile. At the Northern Xia Imperial Palace, all 10 divine generals of the kingdom had fallen. Before the Yulong Hall, the ground was littered with corpses and severed limbs. The palace tonight seemed to have endured a rain of blood. The thick, cloying stench of blood in the air was utterly nauseating. At that moment, the supreme elder of the Northern Xia royal family, missing an arm, knelt on one knee before Nan Lingwei. His body was drenched in blood, his war halberd broken. His life force was shattered, and over 100 sword wounds covered his body with blood gushing from each cut. A Generation Saint rank powerhouse was about to depart from the world. The old man in hemp robes, eyes dim and desolate, gazed toward the Northern Xia Imperial Mausoleum and laughed bitterly.
"Long Tian is dead. The mausoleum is ruined. He he he. I am truly an unworthy guardian of the Northern Xia royal tombs." Cough, cough.
His body shook violently as he coughed up a mouthful of blood.
"Anything else to say?"
Nan Lingwei stood with her hands behind her back, looking down at the old man. Her mood was irritable. She didn't know what had gone wrong at the Northern Xia Mausoleum to trigger the eruption of the purifying world flame. This was not good for her.
You?
The old man began, but his voice was cut short. With a wet thud, Nan Lingyu's sword pierced through his heart.
You wanted to speak,
she said.
but I don't wish to listen.
She withdrew her sword, trailing a line of blood. Then her form flickered and vanished before the Yulong Hall, on the mountain range of the Northern Xia Imperial Mausoleum. Mu Xianin stared blankly at the thousand-zong pillar of flames that nearly connected heaven and earth. A breeze passed and Nan Lingwa stepped out of the void before her.
Xuaning,
Nan Lingwa demanded sharply, her brows furrowed.
What happened?
Mu Xianin saw the familiar figure as a lifeline. She rose, clutching Nan Lingyu's robe, and stammered.
Master, Long Tian was killed by Ji Xiu. And then what?
Nan Lingwa pressed.
And then, Ji Xiu swallowed the purifying world flame in one gulp.
Mu Xuanyin's voice trembled. What? Nan Lingyu's icy, peerlessly beautiful face changed drastically. Her eyes snapped to the epicenter of the flame eruption. Their crimson flame soared into the sky, spreading in rippling waves that engulfed the world, a magnificent sight. Within the blast radius, all life had been annihilated. Half of the Mausoleum mountain range had been reduced to scorched earth. Such power would claim not just a mere star-gathering cultivator, but even saint ranks or legendary realm practitioners. Yet, as the flames gradually dissipated, a slender figure appeared in Nan Lingyu's sight.
This little one still lives.
Nan Lingyu's eyes widened in disbelief as she murmured. Then her form flickered like a beam of light, crossing the void to stand before Ji Xiu. Ji Xiu's clothes had been reduced to ashes, and he lay utterly weak on the ground. His body was glowing red, skin split, with countless wounds, and blood covered him entirely. He had become a figure of blood, yet despite his severe injuries, faint signs of life remained. Notably, in his hand, he still clutched a pure white lotus flower. The roots of that white lotus had tightly wound around his left wrist.
Ji Xiu, you swallowed the purifying world flame.
Nan Lingwa gritted her teeth, both shocked and resentful.
It hurts. So much pain.
Ji Xiu rasped with his last shred of consciousness.
Nonsense,
Nan Lingwa said coldly, her icy, exquisite face turning harsh. She hadn't expected Ji Xiu to so crudely devour the flame she coveted. And he dared to complain of pain. Was this a plea?
Your Millennium Mystic Pool. Could you lend it to me? I'd be eternally grateful.
Ji Xiu, enduring the burning agony in his meridians and skin, spoke hoarsely before his consciousness faded into darkness. His rash act of forcibly swallowing the purifying world flame had been incredibly dangerous. At the moment of ingestion, his meridians and bones should have turned to ash. But the companion lotus in his hand had protected his life. Coupled with the mystical powers of the devouring immortal art and the burning decision, he had successfully initiated the process of absorbing the strange flame. Though unconscious, the devouring immortal art and the burning decision continued to operate autonomously. Once the absorption process began, it would never stop. If it halted, the purifying world flame would erupt again. Simply put, for Ji Xiu now, it was success or death. Ding. Congratulations, host. The absorption process of the purifying world flame has reached one. You, little wretch. Nan Lingwei glared at Ji Xiu, who lay unconscious at her feet, a tightness in her chest. Though she dearly wanted to slap him to death, after much hesitation she scooped him up and headed toward the Divine Strategy Palace.
Remember this, Ji Xiu. This time you owe me. In the future, I will demand tenfold repayment.
The bright moon hung high in the sky. It was deep into the night, and no one could find sleep. The grand figures of all major forces in the capital sat restlessly, their gazes fixed anxiously on the direction of the Imperial Palace. The battle of the Saints' level had ceased. The strange flames that had swept across heaven and earth gradually faded away. It seemed that tonight's events had come to an end. If indeed they had. Then what was the outcome? This concerned their future fortunes and very lives. Yet despite their urgency, not a single one dared to send a spy into the palace to find out. Because Ji Xiu had commanded them, if they wished to live, they must not set foot in the palace before dawn. Inside the Divine Strategy Hall, Nanlingwa stood with her arms crossed, her face cold and ruthless, as she looked down at Ji Xiu, who was utterly weak and submerged in the icy pool. Moonlight streamed through the window, falling upon her peerlessly beautiful face, making her appear even more icy and enchanting.
Master! Ji Xiu! This fellow actually survived. How is this possible?
Mu Xianyin asked, her voice filled with disbelief. The Purifying World Demon Flame was the third-ranked existence on the Strange Flame list. And Ji Xiu had forcibly swallowed it, and still lived. For a moment, she felt her mind simply couldn't comprehend it. Humph. Nanlingwa let out a light snort upon hearing this.
If it were anyone else, they would undoubtedly be dead beyond death. But this fellow seems a bit different.
What do you mean? Mu Xianyin shook her head, indicating she didn't understand. Nanlingwa shook her head without explaining. Instead, her gaze grew increasingly lost as she stared at the flower lotus entwined around Ji Xiu's left hand.
What secrets does this little one hold? Why would the companion flower lotus of the Purifying World Demon Flame take the initiative to protect him? And not just protect him. It even seems to show signs of recognizing him as its master. Truly unbelievable.
Her thoughts reached this point, yet she could not fathom it no matter how she tried. Just then Ji Xiu coughed 3 times. Cough, cough, cough. His sleeping consciousness slowly began to awaken. The excruciating pain that enveloped his entire body forced a groan from his lips.
Ah!
At that moment a mocking voice sounded in his ears.
What a fine young master of the Ji family! Truly a master of playing the game. Tonight, I have bathed the palace in blood. Yet you have emerged as the ultimate victor.
Hearing this, Ji Xiu slowly opened his eyes. In an instant, he saw Nanlingwa and Mu Xianyin standing above the icy pool.
Huh? What are you talking about? I don't understand.
Ji Xiu forced a faint smile and spoke weakly. He knew there was no way he could avoid Nanlingwa's scrutiny. So at this moment, it was better to play dumb. Humph. Nanlingwa snorted coldly.
You little one. Do you truly want me to spell it out? After tonight, news of my bloodbath in the Northern Xia Imperial Palace will spread across the entire continent. The death of Long Tian in the Imperial Mausoleum will likely be blamed on me, and the Northern Xia Guardian sect will fight me to the death. And you Ji Xiu will walk away unscathed, unstained by the storm and rain. What a brilliant scheme!
Was that so? Ji Xiu wore an utterly innocent expression, looking as though he knew nothing, leaving Mu Xianyin bewildered. Heh. Seeing this, Nanlingwa let out a cold laugh, shifted her tone, and continued.
Of course. These things are all irrelevant. Since I dared to bathe the palace in blood, I naturally can bear the consequences. But you have taken my strange flame. Do you truly think I won't kill you? If I kill you, I can still retrieve the strange flame.
Ah. Upon hearing this, Ji Xiu suddenly lifted his head and gazed intently at Nanlingwa, replying,
If you wanted to kill me, you would have done so long ago. You wouldn't have kept me alive until now. And you should know that since I've begun devouring the Purifying World Demon Flame, then you should also know that I am now half-master of the Purifying World Demon Flame. If you kill me, the strange flame will lose control and erupt again. And this time, the Purifying World Demon Flame will erupt with its full force.
Humph. Nanlingwa shot Ji Xiu a fierce glare, and then fell silent for a long time. She had come to the Northern Xia dynasty as the imperial preceptor for the sole purpose of obtaining the Purifying World Demon Flame, the third ranked on the Strange Flame list. Now, after 8 years of effort, everything had become a gift for Ji Xiu. How could she be reconciled? But she also knew that Ji Xiu, now bearing the Purifying World Demon Flame, was a ticking time bomb. If she truly killed him, the strange flame would go berserk and erupt. The consequences would be catastrophic. She would not die, but she would be severely injured. And there was a high probability she would still end up empty-handed. Most importantly, she couldn't afford to face the pursuit of the Northern Xia Guardian sect while heavily wounded.
So this brat had all of this planned out.
Nanlingwa's thoughts halted here, a cold glint flashing in her beautiful eyes. She coldly commanded Mu Xianyin.
Xianyin, get out.
Huh? Mu Xianyin was momentarily stunned, not understanding her master's intention.
Get out.
Nanlingwa barked sternly. Hearing this, Mu Xuanyan's delicate body trembled. She knew her master was truly enraged. So she quickly retreated behind the screen, casting Ji Xiu a look that said good luck before leaving.
Your Excellency the Imperial Preceptor, since the die is cast, let's discuss matters pragmatically from here on. What do you want? As long as you desire it. As long as I possess it.
Ji Xiu took a deep breath and spoke to Nanlingwe with utmost sincerity. Since things had come to this point, continued cooperation was the best path forward. He believed Nanlingwe would weigh the pros and cons wisely. As his words faded, splash, water sprayed in all directions. Nanlingwe slowly stepped into the Millennium Mystic Pool. The splashing water droplets shimmered with light falling upon her cold, beautiful face, making her look even more stunningly peerless.
You? What do you intend to do?
Ji Xiu looked at Nanlingwe, who was now before him with a frosty face, utterly bewildered. Could it be that Nanlingwe truly wanted to throw caution to the wind and finish him off right here in the Divine Strategy Hall? Heh. Nanlingwe's crimson lips curled slightly. She grasped Ji Xiu's left hand and raised it. Under the moonlight, a pure white flower garland had appeared around Ji Xiu's left wrist at some unknown time. The garland had 9 lotus petals, each one shimmering, with a faint glow radiating an endless vitality.
What is this?
Ji Xiu was stunned.
The companion flower lotus. It has indeed recognized you as its master.
As Nanlingwe spoke, a strange light bloomed in her beautiful eyes, one that Ji Xiu could not decipher.
What do you mean?
Ji Xiu asked, dazed.
Since that's the case, I don't mind giving the purifying world demon flame to you. However,
Nanlingwe trailed off, not finishing her sentence. But her strange fervent gaze made Ji Xiu's scalp tingle.
However what?
Ji Xiu asked, somewhat bewildered.
However, you Ji Xiu, from now on you are my person.
Nanlingwe's crimson lips pursed slightly, her beautiful eyes sparkling as she gazed at Ji Xiu, as if looking at a treasure that belonged solely to her.
What do you mean?
Ji Xiu still didn't understand. What did she mean by saying he belonged to her Nanlingwe from now on? Just as this thought crossed his mind, Nanlingwe extended her jade-like hand and lightly tapped his forehead. Clang! As demonic light flickered, a strange sensation of ice and fire intertwined made Ji Xiu's entire body shudder.
What did this woman do?
The moonlight was like water, infinitely gentle. Nanlingwe cast one last look at Ji Xiu before leaving. And before she left, she spoke words that left Ji Xiu deeply puzzled.
Ji Xiu, from now on, you are my person. When the time comes, what you owe me, I will make you repay tenfold.
At this moment, Ji Xiu stared at Nanlingwe's retreating figure and murmured in shock.
Nanlingwe, this madwoman, what exactly does she want? What does she mean by, from now on I belong to her?
A series of questions raced through his mind. At this moment, lost in thought, Ji Xiu failed to notice that on his forehead, where Nanlingwe's jade finger had touched, a faint purple full moon mark flashed briefly. A night of wind and rain. Above the night sky, the bright moon hangs high. On the viewing platform of the Divine Strategy Palace, Nanlingwe, draped in a long black robe, is illuminated by the cold moonlight, accentuating her stunningly beautiful visage. At this moment, her beautiful eyes, devoid of any emotion, gaze down at the bustling city of Mingdang Sanqian, and her red lips part slightly.
Xian-yin, it's time to leave.
Hearing this, Mu Xian-yin nodded, her face showing a hint of worry as she asked,
Master, where shall we go next? Shall we go to the Great Qin Empire or the Divine Phoenix Empire? Today we will wash the royal palace in blood, and Long Tian shall perish. The Beisha National Guardian sect will definitely not let us go. Thus only these two empires have enough power to shelter us.
Nanlingwe replied with a huff.
The Great Qin Empire, led by the first emperor, is filled with ambition and possesses strong means. What he desires, I do not have. As for the Divine Phoenix Empire, with the primordial Phoenix Master, who is deeply scheming and adept in navigating all situations, I will absolutely not trust him.
However, Mu Xian-yin hesitated, shaking her head, feeling quite perplexed as she spoke.
In this world is there not a king's land? We cannot stay in the Beisha dynasty. And we cannot go to the Great Qin or Divine Phoenix either. Where else can we go now?
Hearing this, Nanlingwa slightly lifted her red lips, letting out a light laugh.
Xian, the 9 heavens continent. There are 3 top-tier empires. We cannot stay nor can we go. The 7 major cultivation sects will certainly not help us in the slightest. So now there is only one choice. Huh?
Mu Xian, upon hearing this, became utterly confused and shook her head, saying,
Master, Xian does not understand. At this point, what choice do we have? Little fool.
Nanlingwa gently stroked Mu Xian's hair and said,
We must seek protection. Entrusting one's life to others is ultimately the saddest choice. In this world, only by protecting oneself and possessing power can one achieve the best strategy. To speak frankly, I plan to establish a cultivation sect that belongs solely to me, Nanlingwa. In the future, I will elevate this sect to the pinnacle of the 9 heavens continent. Even the 3 empires and the 7 major sects will only be able to look up at us. Ah!
Hearing this, Mu Xian felt a wave of shock and excitement in her heart. Her master Nanlingwa is the most stunning woman in the world. She had thought many times that if her master were to establish a sect, it would surely shake the entire continent. So she would never doubt the truthfulness of Nanlingwa's words. At this moment, she couldn't help but think of a question and smiled bitterly.
Master, now the Beishan National Guardian sect will pursue us with all their might. Where can we establish a sect? And who would dare to join us?
Hee.
Hearing this, Nanlingwa's smile widened even more on her charming face.
Where would they dare to go? I will establish the sect right there.
What do you think of? One of the 9 forbidden zones of the continent, the Demon Mountain. As for who would dare to join us?
That will be even easier. Those who are at their wits' end, I will take them in. Those who are rejected by the 3 empires and the 7 major sects, I will take them in.
Isn't the world currently a chaotic one? I will establish the number 1 demonic sect in the world and stand against these self-proclaimed righteous forces. What of it?
This. Mu Xian was momentarily stunned by this, her heart racing several times faster. Building a sect on the Demon Mountain is certainly possible. The chaotic burial ground within the Demon Mountain is filled with great mysteries, and even powerful beings in the sacred realm dare not venture in. But she was not worried at all, as very few knew that her master had walked out from the Demon Mountain. If so, then what problem would there be in establishing a sect there? What primarily startled her was her master's ambition. The entire 9 heavens continent is currently under the domain of the 3 top-tier empires and 7 major sects. If her master were to establish the number 1 demonic sect, it would mean opposing the entire righteous forces in the world. However, it seems that this is precisely why the demonic cultivators hidden in the shadows of the night across the 9 heavens continent would flock there. Indeed, it is not only the demonic cultivators, even those from the spiritual clan who were once exterminated and have now become prey. Those who are not accepted by the righteous path will also go completely mad. The sect they establish will rapidly grow and become a superpower on the 9 heavens continent.
Master, what will our future sect be called?
Mu Xian looked at Nanlingwa with bright eyes, feeling both anxious and excited. But as her master said, this is their only way out now. Nanlingwa thought for a moment and then said,
How about? Let's call it Supreme Heaven.
Mu Xian exclaimed. She thought Supreme Heaven, the highest heaven above the 9 heavens, truly worthy of being master. Just as she was overwhelmed with shock and excitement over Nanlingwa's idea, a brilliant purple firelight ignited in the night sky. With a crash, flowers exploded, and a full moon's imprint rose at the horizon. This imprint was identical to the one that had once crossed Jishio's forehead. And this imprint was the demonic seal that belonged solely to Nanlingwa.
Master, we must go. Sister Yuju has signaled. They must have already retreated from the capital.
Mu Xian spoke softly.
All right. Let's depart.
Nanlingwa nodded. Having said that, she turned to glance once more at the direction of the Divine Strategy Palace. At this moment, she slightly pursed her lips and smiled softly.
Little one, we shall meet again in the future. Do grow up well. Do not let me down when you come of age.
He. Having said that, she disappeared into the night with Mu Xian. Inside the Divine Strategy Palace, Ji Xiu looked at the system panel and couldn't help but let out a small sigh of relief. The progress of absorbing the Purifying World Demon Flame has reached 3 system prompt. When the absorption reaches 15, the host can summon and utilize the Purifying World Demon Flame.
Nanlingwa has left. Today's events have finally come to a close.
Ji Xiu endured the pain coursing through his body and crawled out of the 1,000-year mystical pond.
Although there were some interruptions, however, the plan was overall successful. Long Tian is dead. The bounty of 100,000 heavenly destiny essences in hand. The divine prohibition has been activated. The Purifying World Demon Flame has also been secured. Next, it is just a matter of time before I successfully absorb it. This truly is seeking fortune in danger,
Ji Xiu muttered, feeling a sense of relief. At this moment, he raised his hand and noticed the 9-petal flower lotus on his wrist. Images of the system introduction surfaced in his mind. Purifying World Flower Lotus, a companion flower lotus of the Purifying World Demon Flame containing indescribable and extremely mysterious life force. Status currently recognized by the Master. Master Ji Xiu.
Purifying World Flower Lotus.
Ji Xiu stared at the pure white 9-petal flower lotus on his wrist in silence for a long time. Although he still did not know what use it had, he knew that this flower lotus had truly saved his life. It possessed a life force that he could not comprehend. So keeping it close and wearing it on his hand could never be a mistake.
Forget it. I will study it later. I wonder, how are Gu Yao and Gu Jian doing now?
Ji Xiu said this, first adhering to the principle of not wasting, and putting the 1,000-year ice pond left by Nanlingwa into his storage ring. Then dragging his heavy body, he used the Star God's shadow and left the Divine Strategy Palace. The night was fleeting. The sky over the capital had already begun to lighten with the first hints of dawn. The entire Ji family military estate was eerily silent. Lin Ru and Mu Hua had not slept a wink all night.
Mother, we truly cannot wait any longer. It's almost dawn, and Xiu hasn't returned yet. I want to enter the palace. What if something happens to Xiu? I will make those who participated tonight pay with their lives.
Lin Ru's eyes were red, her tone filled with icy resolve. All along she had presented herself as the gentle matriarch of the Ji family. But Ji Xiu was her lifeline. She had already reached her limit in enduring this. If anything were to happen to Ji Xiu, she was prepared to fight to the bitter end.
Ruer, listen to me. Just wait a little longer.
Mu Hua shook her head. Though she was also anxious, she knew that in such times one must not act in haste.
Wait for what? I truly can't wait any longer.
Lin Ru's voice trembled. Without further ado, she prepared to mobilize the troops intending to personally lead the Iron Floating Tower army into the palace to search for Ji Xiu. At that moment, a joyful voice rang out from outside the hall.
The young master has returned home.
Lin Ru's delicate body trembled, and without a word she dashed towards the door. Mu Hua let out a slow breath of relief. When Lin Ru saw Ji Xiu returning home, she rushed forward, grabbing him by the ear, and angrily demanded,
"Where have you been, you rascal? Where on earth did you go? What were you doing? You nearly gave your mother a heart attack."
Ji Xiu, sensing his mother's warm embrace, chuckled affectionately and said,
"Mother."
"Hug. You?"
Lin Ru glared fiercely at Ji Xiu, but still held her precious son tightly.
She had wanted to scold him, but seeing his injured body and that pale, weak little face made her heart ache.
"You child. Always like this. Why do you always make your mother worry? If anything were to happen to you, what would your father and grandfather at the border think? If something happened to you, do you still want your mother to live?" "I was wrong."
Ji Xiu buried his head in Lin Ru's embrace and said weakly,
"All right. From now on, don't let your mother worry so much."
Lin Ru, holding her well-behaved Ji Xiu, gradually softened her tone. At this point, what had happened last night no longer mattered. What mattered was that her precious son Ji Xiu had returned home safely. Now no one could lay a finger on him. At that moment, Ji Xiu exchanged glances with his grandmother Mu Hua, who wore a broad smile. Even though the two of them did not utter a word, Mu Hua understood that her grandson had accomplished something monumental that night. The tension she had been holding in her heart finally eased. She proudly thought to herself,
My grandson. The future is promising.
After a good scolding from Lin Ru, Jishio was finally allowed to return to the Falling Maple Palace. As soon as he entered the palace, Gu Yao approached him. At that moment, Gu Yao was dressed in a flowing white gown, her long skirt trailing on the ground, and a relieved smile graced her exquisite face. Her delicate teeth bit down on her red lips, her eyes glistening with tears as she looked at Jishio.
What's wrong?
Jishio asked softly.
Young master, you finally returned. I thought you were going to abandon me.
Gu Yao's voice trembled, slightly laced with a hint of tears. Jishio couldn't help but chuckle and said,
Don't worry. It won't happen.
Upon hearing this, Gu Yao nodded earnestly, feeling a surge of emotion. Without another word, she stepped forward and embraced Jishio. In that instant, Jishio felt darkness enveloping him, his head sinking into a soft embrace. It was fragrant. It was soft. It was suffocating.
Sister, let go of the young master.
Gu Jian, watching from the side, explained in alarm and hurriedly intervened.
Miss Gu Yao, that's inappropriate. The young master is still injured.
Wei Lao also found it both amusing and exasperating. Upon hearing this, Gu Yao suddenly realized and hurriedly released Jishio, taking 2 steps back. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she softly said,
I'm sorry. I overstepped.
Jishio regained his composure, took a deep breath, and seriously looked at Gu Yao for a moment before speaking.
You've truly grown up.
As his words fell, Gu Yao's cheeks turned even redder, but she also said somewhat proudly,
As long as the young master likes it.
Cough, cough, cough. Jishio cleared his throat 3 times and shot a somewhat guilty glare at Gu Yao, saying,
I'll deal with you later.
So what if she came? Who's afraid of whom? Gu Yao unexpectedly glared back.
This girl. She's really grown up. It seems that in the future, I have matters to attend to.
Jishio thought, feeling a surge of warmth in his heart. He then looked at Gu Jian with a serious expression and asked,
Wei Lao, what's the situation? In response, Gu Jian stood straight and replied earnestly,
Reporting to the young master, all 3 commanders of the 10 Blades Legion have fallen.
In the capital city, 1,200 elite troops have been completely exterminated. Moreover, all 3 leaders from the Western Bureau have been dealt with, none escaped. Now the entire underground forces of the capital are under our control.
Excellent. Very good. Jishio complimented as he patted Gu Jian on the shoulder. He knew Gu Jian would never let him down. To wipe out the most powerful underground force in the capital in just 1 night was no small feat.
Young master, what about your side?
Wei Lao asked curiously. Jishio chuckled lightly. Turning around, his clear gaze looked towards the direction of the imperial palace as he softly spoke.
Long Tian is dead. From now on, the entire capital belongs to the Ji family. In the future, even if a gold coin falls from the sky, it must bear the surname Ji.
Upon hearing this, Wei Lao let out a long sigh of relief and remarked,
Finally, hard work has paid off. Gu Jian excitedly waved his fist and said,
Wonderful. No doubt you are my family's young master.
Gu Yao also smiled widely, looking at Jishio with sparkling eyes, murmuring,
As expected.
He can always accomplish the most difficult tasks.
Looking at Gu Yao, Gu Jian, and Wei Lao's excited expressions, Jishio couldn't help but chuckle. At this moment, he felt the happiest and most relaxed he had ever been.
Young master, what do we need to do next?
Gu Yao asked softly. With the death of Emperor Long Tian of Beixia, this was a significant event. The Beixia Guardian sect would surely pursue the matter to the end. Thus, what needed to be done next was crucial. She had already thought of several plans, but the specifics still had to be decided by Jishio. Jishio pondered for a moment, then smiled and said,
Yaoer, from now on you and Gu Jian take the Military Intelligence Division to deliver a bowl of noodles to the prominent figures in the capital. And then, watch them eat it bite by bite.
Deliver noodles. Gu Jian was taken aback, not quite understanding. What's with this noodle delivery? However, Gu Yao quickly caught on and asked with a smile,
May I ask, young master, is it longevity noodles? Of course. Naturally, it is longevity noodles.
Jishio nodded with a smile.
What if they refuse to eat? Wei Lao's tone turned cold, his eyes glinting with a hint of murderous intent. Refuse to eat? Hee. If they don't eat then, I'll send them on their way in an orderly fashion. Many have already died today. This young master doesn't mind adding one more or an entire family. Jishio spoke lightly. Although he said so, he believed that the big shots in the capital would surely eat. After all, what happened last night had already escalated. The big shots in the capital were already tightly tied to the Ji family, all on the same boat. No one could disembark, otherwise they would die. Understood. Gu Yan nodded. After saying this, she exchanged a knowing glance with Gu Jian. The troops of the Military Intelligence Division immediately sprang into action. The long night faded. The sky brightened. The Beixia Royal Academy. The Beixia Inspection Institute. The 6 ministries of Beixia Kyoto. The Beixia Imperial Guards. The Hulong Villa. The Town Prison Bureau. The Dali Temple. All major forces in Kyoto received a bowl of noodles. A bowl of longevity noodles. The big shots in Kyoto looked at the bowl of noodles, their first reaction being silence. Then, they all understood one thing. The Emperor Long Tian of Beixia was dead. The Beixia Imperial Tomb had been destroyed. The Beixia dynasty was in chaos. Now they were all in the same boat. No one could disembark. No one could disembark. The longevity noodles were both a gift from Ji Xiu and a choice. A choice between life and death. When the big shots realized this, various voices erupted from all corners of Kyoto among the major forces. These voices were filled with indignation, mockery, reluctance, and sentiment. Good for you, Ji Xiu. Such audacity. Is this a threat or a reminder? Ji Xiu, young master, you truly are something. You reckless brat. You're quite audacious for your age. So, esteemed sir, are you going to eat this noodle? Yes. Why wouldn't I eat it? Do you think I have a choice? Ah. That's right, we're all on the same boat now. We have to eat whether we want to or not. Ji Xiu, the Beixia kingdom has truly become as you wished. Having said that, the big shots of various forces began to eat the longevity noodles sent by the Military Intelligence Division. After finishing the noodles, they set down their chopsticks, gazing at the sky over Kyoto in silence. The sky over Kyoto had indeed changed. They knew that this year would be recorded in history. This year the Emperor Long Tian of Beixia died, shocking the world, and the Guardian sect was furious. The Crown Prince Long Yuan ascended the throne, and the Crown Princess Chu Li became the Empress of Beixia. A saint-level powerhouse from the Guardian sect of Beixia emerged, pursuing Nanlingyue, vowing to retrieve the purifying demon flame. Meanwhile, Nanlingyue established the first demonic sect of the Nine Heavens continent, the Supreme Heaven. The entire Nine Heavens continent was in upheaval. This year Mu Bing left the Ice God Palace, venturing alone into the life-restraining zone of the continent, the Ice Abyss. She began her own path to becoming an immortal emperor. She always remembered her engagement with Ji Xiu, and had a bold plan concerning him. This year, in a city of the Divine Phoenix Empire, a down-and-out young nobleman got engaged to the eldest princess of the Divine Phoenix Empire. He also met his beautiful master, who had awakened after sleeping for 1,000 years in the family's back mountain, and began his journey of cultivation. Yet no one knew that this down-and-out young nobleman aspired to stand at the pinnacle of the Nine Heavens. This year the first emperor of the Qin Empire began sweeping the world, seeking immortality, and desiring to become an immortal. The eldest princess of the Divine Phoenix Empire awakened, her phoenix bloodline being hailed as the reincarnation of the heavenly phoenix, and became recognized as the future empress of the Divine Phoenix Empire. The 7 top-tier cultivation sects of the continent also selected their holy sons and daughters to begin their sect legacies. It was also this year that Ji Xiu, the young master of the Ji family, became the true uncrowned king of the Beixia dynasty. Time flies swiftly. 10 years pass in the blink of an eye. In the Beixia Empire, at the Ji family military mansion within the falling maple palace, leaves of maple flutter in the air. A young man sits quietly beneath a massive maple tree, immersed in his cultivation. He wears a resplendent white brocade robe, his handsome features strikingly beautiful and quite astonishing. His eyes are tightly shut, and his black hair dances in the wind, exuding an ethereal aura. He is none other than Ji Xiu, the young scion of the Ji family. 18-year-old Ji Xiu. Ding.
Congratulations host, your flying dragon cloud exploring hand has reached the subtle stage. Ding. Congratulations host, your star god shattered shadow has reached the subtle stage. Ding. Congratulations host, your soul soothing melody has reached the subtle stage. Ding. Congratulations host, your soul reaping melody has reached the entry level. Ding. Congratulations host, your devouring immortal demon art has reached the 4th realm. Ding. Congratulations host, your purifying world demon flame has reached a devouring progress of 15. Ding. Congratulations host, your cultivation has reached the 3rd realm of the June stage. Listening to the prompts ringing in his ears, Jishio slowly opened his eyes, and within his ink-black pupils lay the cool clarity that could slice through the long night. He habitually opened the system panel. Name Jishio, age 18, identity young master of the Baixia Empire, founder of the 6th Military Intelligence Department. Established organization 6th Military Intelligence Department. Cultivation level 3rd realm of the June stage, bloodline physique Divine Heart Demon Bone Demon Ascendant successfully activated, divine restriction successfully activated, awakening condition for Immortal Ash 1,000,000 Fate Essence cultivation techniques Devouring Immortal Demon Art 4th realm, Flying Dragon Cloud Exploring Hand subtle stage, Star God Shattered Shadow subtle stage, Soul Soothing Melody subtle stage, Soul Reaping Melody entry level, Burning Decision subtle stage, Buddha's Wrath. Fire Lotus subtle stage, possessed unique fire Azure Lotus Earth Heart Fire Purifying World Demon Flame Devouring Progress 15 Weapon Great Luo Sword Embryo Ghost Flute Chin. Fate Essence 28800 points. Fate Level Red 9 lives 1 Death System Mall Open Mission System Open Warehouse Soul Reaping Trilogy Soul Soothing Melody Soul Reaping Melody Spirit Summoning Melody Ice God Jade Token of the Ice God Palace Master Purifying World Flower Lotus System Prompt. More information can be expanded. Jishio glanced over the system panel, then sighed and murmured,
"It has been 10 years. This cultivation outcome can barely be considered acceptable."
In just 10 years, he maintained a pace of 1 realm per year, reaching the 3rd realm of the June stage. This speed of cultivation might appear terrifying to outsiders. However, in reality, it is not fast for Jishio, as it truly does not mean much. Only he knows that in these 10 years, he did not intentionally cultivate to improve his realm. Throughout these 10 years, he was fully devoted to devouring the purifying world demon flame and repairing the injuries and side effects from forcibly devouring the purifying world demon flame at the age of 8. It is only now that he has fully healed from his past injuries, bringing himself to his peak condition. As for his cultivation level, that is entirely due to the additional effects brought by devouring the purifying world demon flame. Nonetheless, over these 10 years, he has qualitatively enhanced all the techniques he practiced. It is precisely because of this that he feels his cultivation results over the past 10 years are satisfactory. Ding. Jishio snapped his fingers. A cluster of black smoke red flames leapt at his fingertips. An extreme destructive power instantly spread out. Looking at the unique fire at his fingertips, and the slightly distorted space around him, Jishio couldn't help but smile slightly to himself.
10 years. Although I can finally wield the power of this purifying world demon flame.
Although he can now use the purifying world demon flame, he can only harness 15 of its power. Yet even so, he can still rampage within the June stage. And if he activates the divine restriction, he is confident he can contend with a Saint Realm powerhouse. No sooner had he spoken than a white figure silently descended into the falling maple palace. Immediately a melodious laughter akin to silver bells echoed through the courtyard.
"Congratulations, young master, you can finally wield the purifying world demon flame."
Hearing this familiar voice, Jishio couldn't help but smile slightly, and turned to gaze at the white figure. She is stunningly beautiful, radiating an extraordinary aura, and her beautiful eyes looking at Jishio seem to sparkle with countless stars. Her figure is curvaceous and alluring to the extreme, making it hard to look away. She is Jishio's personal maid, the 28-year-old Guyao. Now she has shed her youthful innocence and transformed into a transcendent beauty embodying both purity and allure.
"Enchantress,"
Jishio helplessly murmured. He then asked,
"Yaoer, what's been happening recently?"
Now Guyao has completely taken charge of the 6th Military Intelligence Department. Generally, if it's not a major matter, she can handle it herself. Gu Yao smiled lightly stepping to Jishio's side, and softly said,
Actually, it's nothing much. It's just that a significant event has occurred in the Nine Heavens continent recently. Even the Tianji Pavilion has been stirred.
Oh! Jishio raised his eyebrows. If, as Gu Yao said, even the Tianji Pavilion has been stirred, then it must be a matter affecting the entire continent.
What news? Tell me.
Jishio stood up fixated on Gu Yao. Gu Yao rested her jade hand on her chin, her bright eyes sparkling, as she looked at Jishio somewhat excitedly, asking,
Young master, have you heard of the martial emperor Zhou Dufu? Yes.
Jishio nodded. What a joke. Of course, he has heard of Zhou Dufu. The first rogue martial emperor of the Nine Heavens continent in 3,000 years. He once single-handedly subdued the 3 top empires and 7 major cultivation sects of the Nine Heavens continent. Even after 1,000 years, legends of him continue to circulate throughout the Nine Heavens continent. The life-forbidden zone, sealing demons and suppressing magic, his power shook the world. At Teotihuacan, he debated with the sage and spoke of an equal society. In the capital of the Great Qin Empire, he narrowly defeated Emperor Shi Huang in a single move, ushering in an era of peace. At the Northern Sea Dragon Cave, he effortlessly slayed dragons, extracted dragon bones, forged dragon swords, and aided humanity in becoming the ruler of the continent. Before the Thunder Sound Temple, wielding a staff, he killed the false Buddha, banishing darkness from the light of Buddhism and delivering all living beings. 1,000 years ago, he successfully attained enlightenment, breaking into the Emperor realm and re-entered the life-forbidden zone, after which he vanished without a trace. Some say Zhou Dufu died perishing in the life-forbidden zone. Others say he became immortal, shattering the void to ascend to the heavens above. There are also claims that Zhou Dufu fell into madness, becoming an immortal existence within the life-forbidden zone. In any case, there are many tales about him in the world. But indeed, since that day, Zhou Dufu and the supreme imperial technique he created, the 2-section blade technique, has not appeared in the world.
So, he has returned?
Jishio asked, somewhat surprised.
No.
Gu Yao shook her head and replied,
He is dead. Dead in the life-forbidden zone. However, his tomb has manifested in the world.
I see. Jishio nodded, feeling somewhat emotional as he said,
The imperial tomb has appeared. Then surely the entire continent has gone mad. After all, no one would want to miss out on the taboo imperial technique of the martial emperor who once swept through the entire continent, the 2-section blade technique.
Indeed. Gu Yao helplessly spread her hands and then said,
As of today, the Ice God Palace, the Holy Sect, the Buddhist Sect, the Xiantian Sword Sect, the Valley of 10,000 Poisons, the Scarlet Garment Cult, the Tyrant's Army Mansion, the sons and daughters of the 7 major cultivation sects have all entered the world.
Hearing this, Jishio calmly continued to ask,
What about the Great Qin Empire? The Divine Phoenix Empire? Haven't these 2 top empires moved?
No. Gu Yao shook her head, speaking earnestly.
Latest news, the 2nd prince of the Great Qin Empire and the eldest princess of the Divine Phoenix Empire have also entered the world. Young master, I must say, a great era is upon us.
Upon hearing this, Jishio couldn't help but chuckle.
Sons and daughters of saints, princes and princesses, it truly is a great era. But we have prepared for this for 10 years, haven't we?
Yes. That's right. Gu Yao smiled. The 6th Military Intelligence Department is no longer what it used to be. Now the 6th Military Intelligence Department has become the most influential special intelligence agency in the Nine Heavens continent. Whether it is the 3 top empires or the 7 top cultivation sects, there are people from the 6th Military Intelligence Department among them. It is no exaggeration to say that now nearly the entire continent is under the surveillance of the 6th Military Intelligence Department. As long as the young master wishes, a single word can plunge the entire Nine Heavens continent into chaos.
Young master, what should we do next? Shouldn't we also get a share of the pie?
Gu Yao asked softly, standing beside Jishio.
The best cultivation is to enter the world. Now is the best time.
Jishio smiled slightly and casually asked,
Where is Zhou Dufu's tomb? Which life-forbidden zone is it in?
Upon hearing this, Gu Yao's lips curled into a playful arc, her beautiful eyes teasingly looking at Jishio as she replied.
Tianmo Mountain.
Jishio.
Demon Heaven Mountain.
Jishio was stunned, his expression abruptly freezing. If his memory served him right, that woman was precisely at Demon Heaven Mountain. Moreover, that woman had founded the foremost demonic sect of the Nine Heavens continent, the Supreme Heaven. Now Nanlingwa had become the fearsome and infamous demon saint empress of the Nine Heavens continent. At this moment, he couldn't help but recall the seductive laughter of that woman before she left 10 years ago.
Little one, we shall meet again in the future. You must grow up well. Do not disappoint this saint. When you come of age. Hee hee hee.
Recalling that woman's words once more, Jishio couldn't help but shudder. Just as she had said back then. He had now come of age. So what did that woman intend to do to him?
What's wrong? Is the young prince afraid?
Gu Yao teased, looking at Jishio's somewhat stiff expression.
Afraid? What's there to be afraid of? Can that woman devour this young prince or something?
Jishio replied with a disdainful look. Despite his words, an ominous premonition lurked in his heart.
Is that so? Perhaps that Saint Empress truly wishes to devour the young prince. Or perhaps the women who wish to devour the young prince are not limited to the Saint Empress alone.
Gu Yao chuckled as she gazed at Jishio. Her beautiful eyes brimmed with allure.
Nonsense!
Jishio pinched Gu Yao's delicate cheek, finding it amusing. He mused that this future empress of his was growing bolder by the day. Humph. Seeing Jishio evade her gaze once more, Gu Yao couldn't help but ask with a hint of melancholy.
Young prince, are you a sage? Oh, you.
Jishio sighed helplessly and tapped Gu Yao's forehead. He could clearly discern the implication in her words. He was certainly no sage. How could he not harbor improper thoughts while facing such a bewitching beauty day after day? But Gu Yao was of the spirit clan, and her bloodline power had not yet fully awakened. One must know that for those of the spirit clan, bloodline awakening was a momentous event. If he were to take Gu Yao's body so recklessly, it would bring nothing but harm to her future cultivation path. He still wished to see Gu Yao become the unparalleled empress who ruled the world. Gu Yao might be naive, but he must hold firm. After all, there would be plenty of time in the future, wouldn't there?
Young prince, sometimes you are truly infuriating.
Gu Yao sighed, her beautiful eyes dim with disappointment. She had laid her heart bare, yet Jishio remained unmoved. What more could she, a woman, possibly do? Alas! Jishio let out a sigh as he looked at Gu Yao's dejected demeanor. After a long silence, Jishio suddenly reached out and cupped Gu Yao's face. His gaze locked onto her exquisitely radiant and flawless visage, a surge of heat stirring within him. His eyes drifted downward, settling on her red lips, moist and tempting like roses after rain.
Perhaps I don't have to be so restrained.
With that thought, Jishio exhaled deeply and boldly leaned in for a kiss. Moi? Ah! Gu Yao gasped, instantly stunned. This sudden kiss from Jishio left her mind blank. She wondered what had come over him so abruptly. Moments ago, he had seemed so distant, pushing her away. Now she felt flattered and overwhelmed. Countless thoughts raced through her mind. Had the young prince been moved by her? Or was it merely pity? Regardless, she found this kiss incredibly sweet. It was a sweetness that seemed to plunge her heart into a vat of honey. After the kiss, Jishio released Gu Yao and smiled at her. Gu Yao's ample chest heaved violently as she lowered her gaze, not daring to meet Jishio's eyes. Her pretty face was flushed crimson, and she bit her red lips, unable to utter a word.
Oh, you! All talk and no action. Weren't you so eloquent just now? Why can't you say a thing now?
Jishio chuckled at Gu Yao's bashful demeanor.
It's not that. It was just too sudden. Yaoer wasn't prepared. Young prince, you're too much.
Gu Yao protested softly.
Is it really too much?
Jishio smiled at Gu Yao.
No. If the young prince is willing, even a little more would be acceptable.
As Gu Yao spoke, her exquisite face flushed even deeper. Hee hee. Jishio laughed at her words. He hadn't expected that Gu Yao, the future spirit clan empress, had such a side to her. Strangely, he felt a sense of accomplishment.
Once your cultivation reaches the sovereign rank, this young prince can then go a little further.
Jishio's smile broadened as he spoke. If Gu Yao reached the sovereign rank, her spirit clan bloodline would fully awaken. When that time came, he would have no desire to play the sage with her. Naturally, he would go as far as he possibly could.
Young prince, do you speak the truth?
Gu Yao stared at Jishio with wide earnest eyes as she asked. Her heart fluttered with anticipation. For a long time now her heart had belonged to Jishio. If she could take their relationship a step further, she would have no other desires.
Truth. This young prince keeps his word.
Jishio nodded with a smile. Hearing this, Gu Yao smiled too. Now she was at the 9 stars of Gathering Stars realm, just one step away from the sovereign rank. For her, this was not difficult. Just as they were locked in an intimate gaze. Swish. A black-clad figure darted into the falling maple palace. The newcomer was an old man exuding an uncontrollable, chilling aura of slaughter.
Elder Wei, what has happened?
Jishio frowned, looking at the old man's grave expression. He knew that Elder Wei could remain as calm as still water in any situation. This murderous demeanor now could only mean a major incident.
Reporting to the young prince, Gu Jian has gone missing.
Elder Wei's voice trembled as he replied. What? Jishio shot to his feet at the news, a cold glint flashing in his clear eyes. Beside him, Gu Yao's pretty face instantly turned icy.
What exactly happened?
Jishio demanded sternly. Gu Jian was his right-hand man and the director of the 5th Military Intelligence Bureau. Over these 10 years, Gu Jian had become his sharpest blade. No matter the task assigned, Gu Jian executed it flawlessly. This had never happened before.
Young prince, the specifics are still unknown, but it is certain. The Abyss Rainbow Sword you bestowed upon Gu Jian is shattered.
Elder Wei tried to keep his voice steady, but Gu Jian was his most beloved disciple. Now that Gu Jian was missing, his fate unknown, how could he remain calm? Moreover, Gu Jian possessed the supreme bone. If he fell into the wrong hands, the consequences were unimaginable. To put it bluntly, death would be the kindest outcome.
Yao, immediately order the 1st Military Intelligence Bureau to investigate. Within the borders of Beixia, who dares to lay a hand on someone of the Ji family? Who abducted Gu Jian? Who shattered the Abyss Rainbow?
Jishio's voice was icy cold. The 1st Military Intelligence Bureau oversaw intelligence with far-reaching influence. Not just within Beixia, but even events across the entire 9 Heavens continent could be thoroughly investigated.
Yes.
Gu Yao nodded firmly, then turned and left the falling maple palace. Soon, within the time it takes an incense stick to burn, Gu Yao returned with news.
Young prince, the 1st Military Intelligence Bureau has relayed a message. At the location where my brother disappeared, 2 eminent figures were present. Who?
Jishio asked expressionlessly.
The Emperor of Beixia Longyuan, the Crown Princess of Beixia Chuli.
Gu Yao spoke through gritted teeth. He? Jishio let out a cold laugh, his tone exceedingly sinister as he spoke.
The Emperor of Beixia. He has quite the audacity. 10 years. It seems he still hasn't found his place. Very well. Yao, let us take a trip to the Beixia Imperial Palace together. Yes. Young prince.
Within the Northern Xia Imperial Palace, in the Hall of the Soaring Dragon, a young man clad in a black dragon robe reclined languidly upon the imperial throne. With brows like swords and eyes like stars, his countenance was strikingly handsome. His deep-set eyes were profoundly somber, yet his entire being exuded the lofty, unassailable majesty of an emperor. This man was none other than the former crown prince of Northern Xia, now its emperor, Longyuan. At this moment, Longyuan was engaged in a fervent discussion with the assembled civil and military officials regarding the affairs of the state, filling the hall with a lively clamor.
Your Majesty, the emergence of the martial Emperor Zhou Dufa's tomb on the Demon Mountain has sent tremors throughout the entire 9 Heavens continent. Indeed, the 2nd Prince of the Great Qin Empire and the eldest Princess of the Divine Phoenix Empire, 2 beings of supreme nobility, have personally descended into the mortal world. Not only that, but the sacred sons and daughters of the Ice God Palace, the sacred sect, the Buddhist sect, the Profound Heaven Sword sect, the 10,000 Poison Valley, the Red Garment sect, and the Heavenly Strategy Military Mansion have all emerged as well. Your Majesty, a grand era has arrived. Should our Northern Xia Empire not also dispatch our strongest to claim a share of the spoils? Indeed, Zhou Dufu was once an emperor-level powerhouse who suppressed an entire era. His imperial art, the two-severing blade technique, must not fall into the hands of other empires or sects. Well spoken, Chancellor. The Minister of State is also most reasonable. The General's words are equally sound.
Listening to the remonstrations of the assembled ministers, Long Yuan's mind seemed to wander, his thoughts far removed from the court session. That the tomb of the martial emperor Zhou Dufu had appeared, how could he not know? That the sacred sons and daughters of the continent's top powers had all descended, of course he was aware. How could he not wish to send the strongmen of the Northern Xia imperial court to claim a share? As for the imperial art that once suppressed an era, the two-severing blade technique, he desired it even more. But now, compared to Zhou Dufu's tomb, there was something else, or rather someone else, that he needed to worry about more. He had been the emperor of Northern Xia for 10 years, that was true. Yet always the shadow of that young lord from the Ji family military mansion had loomed over him. In these 10 years, a single word from that young lord was more effective than 10 of his imperial edicts. As long as that young lord remained in the capital, he, the emperor of Northern Xia, could only bow his head. He was the emperor, yet he inexplicably felt a stifling sense of being second to another. And this feeling he had endured for a decade.
The tomb of an emperor. Perhaps this is an excellent opportunity for me.
A cold glint flashed in Long Yuan's eyes. Long Yuan let out a long breath, suppressing the restless, vexing feeling within him. After a moment's thought, he raised his eyes to the assembled ministers and spoke in a deep voice.
We in Northern Xia must not miss out on Zhou Dufu's legacy. But do any of you have a candidate to send to contend for the emperor's inheritance? The 7 great cultivation clans have dispatched their sacred sons and daughters blessed with prodigious talent. The second prince of the great Qin Empire possesses unfathomable cultivation. The eldest princess of the Divine Phoenix Empire is the reincarnation of a celestial phoenix. Who from our Northern Xia imperial court can we send to compete against these monstrous prodigies?
As his words fell, a profound silence descended upon the hall of the Soaring Dragon. During the palace upheaval a decade ago, the 10 great divine generals of Northern Xia had all fallen. The strongmen of the Northern Xia imperial court were either dead or wounded, and had yet to recover even now. If a choice were forced, they could only barely select someone from the Northern Xia Royal Academy. Yet the Royal Academy was ultimately no match for the deep foundations of the 7 great cultivation clans. The promising disciples within the academy were on an entirely different level from the sacred sons and daughters of the 7 great clans. Under these circumstances, how could they possibly contend for the emperor's inheritance? For a moment, the civil and military officials in the hall all thought of one young lord.
If it were him, perhaps he could suppress these prodigies of the continent.
Someone murmured softly, not knowing who. No sooner had the words been spoken than the speaker felt a chill down his back. From all corners of the hall, cold, piercing gazes locked onto him, as if they would flay him alive. Realizing his blunder, the official immediately fell silent, trembling like a cicada in autumn, as if he had inadvertently invoked a great taboo. The name of that young lord. It was not something just anyone could utter, nor was it for anyone to dictate his actions. He could not. An imperial edict could not. Even the emperor of Northern Xia seated upon the throne in the hall of the Soaring Dragon could not.
A bunch of sly old foxes.
Long Yuan's expression darkened as he watched the ministers instantly fall into silence. This was not the first time such a thing had happened during his 10-year reign. On all other matters they would speak freely, but the mere mention of that young lord silenced everyone. It was precisely for this reason that he so desperately wanted that young lord to leave the capital. Only with that lord gone could he have a chance to turn the tide. Only then could his plans proceed smoothly. Long Yuan took a deep breath before speaking.
Ministers, I do have a candidate in mind. In our Northern Xia, there is one who possesses the capital to contend with the continent's prodigies. the heir of the Ji family military mansion Ji Xiao. What say you all?
As his words fell, the atmosphere in the hall suddenly froze. The vast palace became so quiet one could hear a pin drop, the silence growing even deeper. The assembled ministers all lowered their heads, each one remaining stubbornly silent. Of course they knew how formidable the young master of the Ji family was. But until the young master decided for himself, they were not about to say a single word. After all, that bowl of longevity noodles from 10 years ago had firmly bound them to the young master's fate. Just then, a clear resonant voice rang out from outside the hall.
This young master finds His Majesty's suggestion quite acceptable.
Hearing this voice, Long Yuan's body stiffened, his hands unconsciously clenching tighter. All the ministers turned their heads and saw a tall, straight young man slowly walking into the hall. His features were of an unparalleled handsomeness, his ink-jade eyes as clear as an autumn mountain spring. Clad in white robes whiter than snow, his bearing was ethereal and utterly captivating. The moment he appeared, astonished voices erupted throughout the hall.
The young master Ji Xiao. Why is he here? What mischief is this brat up to now? I remember the last time the young master entered the palace, it turned the entire northern Xia imperial court upside down. No way. No way. Is he going to do it again?
Ignoring the murmurs around him, Ji Xiao walked to the center of the hall.
His Imperial Majesty is correct. Zhou Dufa's imperial art must not fall into the hands of other powers. It must fall only into the hands of our northern Xia imperial court.
Standing with his hands behind his back, Ji Xiao looked at Emperor Long Yuan with a playful expression and said casually,
Ji Xiao.
Emperor Long Yuan's throat bobbed involuntarily as he looked at Ji Xiao. His body, which had been reclining on the dragon throne, unconsciously straightened. This was the first time he had seen this young, supremely powerful lord. 10 years ago, when he ascended the throne, Ji Xiao had not come. For a decade, Ji Xiao had never attended court and had rarely shown his face. Yet undeniably, Ji Xiao's shadow had always hung over him. And today, he finally saw the legendary young master in person. In that instant, he felt the shadow enveloping him grow even denser. Long Yuan took a deep breath to calm his nerves. Assuming a dignified air, he spoke.
So it is the young master Ji Xiao. It seems you agree with my point of view. Zhou Dufa's imperial art must not fall into other hands. In that case, are you willing to march to the Demon Mountain for our northern Xia imperial court? Willing. Of course I am willing,
Ji Xiao replied with a smile. He naturally had no intention of letting Zhou Dufa's imperial art, the two-severing blade technique, slip through his fingers. He was in dire need of a powerful imperial art as a trump card. However, he was doing this for himself, not for the northern Xia imperial court.
Good. Excellent. In that case, does any minister have any objections?
Long Yuan smiled, looking around the hall.
None. Of course not. If the young master Ji Xiao is willing, it is naturally a blessing for our northern Xia. Indeed, with the young master taking the lead, the continent's prodigies are but fleeting clouds. Green leaves exist only to accentuate the beauty of the red flower. Fortunately, this red flower has bloomed in our northern Xia imperial court. Well said, Minister Li. Minister Zhao is also most correct. What does the Chancellor think? Good. Excellent.
Long Yuan could only roll his eyes at the swift change in the wind and the flattery from the assembled ministers. Still, he breathed a silent sigh of relief. Since Ji Xiao was willing, this was the best possible outcome.
In that case, when does the young master Ji Xiao plan to depart?
Long Yuan asked with a smile, his tone seemingly casual.
Not so fast. There's no rush. Before that, I have a question for His Majesty,
Ji Xiao said calmly, looking at Long Yuan.
Ask whatever you wish.
Long Yuan nodded.
May I ask, Your Majesty, where have you taken my subordinate Gu Jian? Is he still alive?
As he spoke, Ji Xiao's gaze turned sharp and icy, and deep within his eyes 2 flames of demonic energy could be seen flickering. The lively atmosphere in the hall instantly solidified. The grand figures of the northern Xia imperial court shuddered, all sensing an approaching storm. Gu Jian. They knew him too. He was the assassin leader who had delivered the longevity noodles to them all those years ago. Over the past decade, they had often heard another name, the Blood Ashura. In these 10 years, Gu Jian had become Ji Xiu's sharpest blade. Anyone who dared stand in Ji Xiu's way had died. Hence the title Blood Ashura. His Imperial Majesty has a short memory. 10 years, and he still hasn't learned his place. He dares to touch Ji Xiu's right hand. Truly, asking for trouble. The grand figures shook their heads. Long Yuan frowned at Ji Xiu. Now he understood why Ji Xiu had come to the hall. He had come to call him to account. In an instant a surge of fury blazed within him. He was the emperor of Northern Xia, yet here, he was being interrogated before the entire court. On what grounds?
Ji Xiu, what is the meaning of this? Are you insinuating that I seized your man?
Long Yuan's voice turned icy cold, his imperial might radiating.
I thought I made myself quite clear. May I ask, has His Majesty gone deaf?
Ji Xiu retorted with a mocking expression.
Fine. Fine, you Ji Xiu.
Long Yuan ground his teeth, but managed to suppress his rage. He took a deep breath. Struggling to maintain his composure, he said,
Young Master Ji Xiu, I have no idea what you are talking about. Gu Jian, I did not seize him. Perhaps you should ask someone else. Oh!
Ji Xiu sneered, then turned to face the Northern Xia grandees.
His Majesty says he didn't do it. What about you, my lords? Was it one of you?
As his words fell, the faces of the grandees present twitched. As Ji Xiu's gaze swept over them, these usually arrogant figures could only shake their heads, with bitter smiles casting their most devout looks at Ji Xiu. Are you joking? Even with 10 times the courage, they wouldn't dare lay a finger on someone from the Military Intelligence Bureau. Besides, they were all in the same boat. Ji Xiu let out a soft laugh and said to Long Yuan,
Your Majesty, see, none of my lords seized him either.
Long Yuan snorted.
Then may I ask the young master what makes you think I am the one?
Ji Xiu thought for a moment before speaking.
Your Majesty, did you visit Snow Moon City a few days ago?
According to intelligence from the Military Intelligence Bureau, Snow Moon City was the place where Gu Jian had disappeared. Fragments of Yuan Hong's sword were also found there.
Yes, I did.
Long Yuan replied defiantly. Then his expression faltered. He had indeed secretly visited Snow Moon City a few days ago. It was the Empress' hometown. But he had not laid a hand on Gu Jian. His plans were far grander than that. He wouldn't do something so rash as to alert his prey. Noticing the fleeting look of shock and confusion on Long Yuan's face, Ji Xiu frowned slightly. It seemed it really wasn't Long Yuan.
So, could it be the Empress of Northern Xia Chuli?
A cold glint flashed in Ji Xiu's eyes.
Was it her doing?
Long Yuan's mind cleared as well. After a few seconds of silence, he waved his hand casually and said,
Young Master Ji Xiu, rest assured. I will give you an answer on this matter. If there is nothing else, you may leave the court.
Ji Xiu let out a cold laugh.
Your Majesty, there is no need. I will personally ask the Empress about this. Presumptuous.
Long Yuan's face changed, fury surging anew. He slammed the table and stood up, pointing a trembling finger at Ji Xiu.
Ji Xiu, how dare you?
Was he serious? Ji Xiu intended to bypass him, the emperor, to interrogate his empress. If word of this got out, what face would he have left as emperor?
Your Majesty, calm down. Your Majesty, your dragon body is most important.
The grand figures in the hall all spoke up.
Outrageous. A bunch of outrageously scheming ministers.
Long Yuan was red-faced with rage. Ji Xiu watched Long Yuan, who was on the verge of exploding, with an increasingly mocking glint in his eyes. He then said very casually,
Your Majesty, please calm down. I will rescue my own man myself. I want trouble, Your Majesty. Also, I have prepared a gift for Your Majesty. I hope you will accept it. Yaoer, come in.
As he spoke, a stunningly beautiful woman in white led a reindeer slowly into the hall. Both the grandees and Long Yuan himself knew who this woman in white was. Gu Yao. She was the acknowledged queen of the underworld in the capital, and all of Northern Xia. She was also Jishio's spokesperson. For the past 10 years, while Jishio remained in seclusion, she had been the one orchestrating the affairs of Northern Xia.
Young Master Jishio, what is the meaning of having Lady Yao bring a reindeer to the Hall of the Soaring Dragon? What is he trying to do?
The grandees were bewildered.
Your Majesty, this is a blood-sweating steed I went to great lengths to find for you. I hope you will accept it,
Jishio said with a smile. Everyone present was stunned. The animal beside Gu Yao was clearly a reindeer, one that could be bought for half a gold coin. Yet Jishio called it a blood-sweating steed. And he went to great lengths.
Young Master Jishio, are you mocking me?
Long Yuan's face darkened, a bitter laugh escaping him. He thought Jishio must truly take him for a fool. Jishio sneered in response.
Your Majesty, this is clearly a blood-sweating steed. I implore your Majesty to take a closer look.
As he spoke, he subtly swept his gaze over the bewildered Northern Xia grandees in the hall, then asked with a smile,
My lords, what do you think?
The moment the words left his mouth, the powerful figures of Northern Xia immediately understood Jishio's intent. One by one, they began to chime in, siding with Jishio, their expressions earnest.
Your Majesty, this is indeed a blood-sweating steed. Yes, precisely. It must be worth at least 10 million gold coins. 10 million. Too little. I believe the young master's blood-sweating steed is worth at least 30 million. What 30 million? At least 100 million.
In an instant, the grand figures from the Northern Xia Royal Academy, the Northern Xia Inspection Bureau, the 6 ministries of the Northern Xia capital, the Northern Xia Embroidered Uniform Guard, the Dragon Protection Manor, the Prison Administration Bureau, the Court of Judicial Review, and all the major powers of the capital sided with Jishio, describing an ordinary reindeer as a priceless blood-sweating steed. Witnessing this lively scene, the smile on Jishio's face grew wider. He said with a grin,
Your Majesty, you see, it is indeed a blood-sweating steed, is it not?
With that, Jishio turned and walked out of the hall with Gu Yao.
Outrageous!
Long Yuan roared in fury. He looked at the reindeer in the hall, then at the Northern Xia nobles, who were echoing Jishio's charade. In that moment his vision blurred and his chest tightened, unable to suppress the surging blood. Long Yuan suddenly vomited a mouthful of blood, his face turning deathly pale. He raised a trembling hand pointing at Jishio's retreating back, and said in a hoarse voice,
Fine. Fine, you Jishio. Calling a deer a horse. You've really outdone yourself.
After Jishio departed, the major powers of the Northern Xia dynasty also took their leave one after another. Within the Imperial Dragon Hall, Long Yuan sat, with a gloomy expression, silently staring at the reindeer standing at the center of the hall for a long time. After a long while he finally spoke in a deeply somber mutter.
Jishio calling a deer a horse. This is not only a warning to me. It is also a reminder for me to know my place. Fine. Jishio, today's humiliation I will repay tenfold in the future.
With that he rose and left the Imperial Dragon Hall, seeking someone who could help him turn the tide. Since ascending the throne, he had understood one truth. In this world, a crown does not grant power, power grants the crown. The Weiyang Palace? A profusion of blossoms, crimson flowers blooming brilliantly under the setting sun. This was the residence of the Northern Xia Empress. It was also the forbidden ground of the Northern Xia Imperial Palace. Long Yuan arrived at the Weiyang Palace, but did not enter directly. He stood quietly outside. His restrained demeanor suggested he was not the emperor of Northern Xia. Rather, the one within the Weiyang Palace was the true ruler. Yet he bore no resentment, waiting patiently and willingly. Just then, with a clang, the gates of the Weiyang Palace swung open. 2 graceful figures emerged slowly. Under the setting sun, these 2 young women. One clad in white with bright eyes, and a sweet smile, her hair in twin tails, and 2 charming dimples on her exquisite face. She carried a sheathed blade resembling a delightfully sweet lowly swordsman. The other, dressed in tight black attire that accentuated her fiery figure, possessed a strikingly beautiful face, but eyes of icy coldness. She held a sword looking like a dangerous and elegant sword woman.
Long Yuan pays respects to the 2 young ladies.
Long Yuan smiled slightly.
Your Majesty, What business brings you to the Wei Yang Palace today?
The black-clad sword woman spoke directly, her crimson lips parting.
Sister Wei, you're so silly. Our mistress is the empress. The emperor comes to the Wei Yang Palace to see our mistress, of course. Otherwise, did you think he came for you?
The sweet lowly smiled warmly, understanding perfectly.
Miss Shui is right. I am here today to see the empress.
Long Yuan nodded with a smile.
Unfortunately, our mistress is not receiving guests today. Even if it's your majesty, she will not see you.
Miss Shui shook her head, her smile still sweet, but her tone shifted abruptly.
No, I must see the empress today. I have important matters to ask her.
Long Yuan shook his head resolute.
Your majesty, please return. Our mistress is unwell. She is not fit to receive guests today.
Miss Yu spoke coldly, her words dripping with distant aloofness. Hearing this, Long Yuan frowned slightly, his warm smile fading. Then with a cold expression, he shouted directly toward the Wei Yang Palace.
Empress, are you there? I wish to see you. Now! Immediately.
Seeing Long Yuan like this, Miss Shui's smile vanished, and she glared at Long Yuan with a fierce, adorable anger. Miss Yu's face grew even colder, as if her icy demeanor could freeze the setting sun. Then, in perfect unison, they coldly rebuked Long Yuan.
Your Majesty, please show some respect.
As their words fell, two auras of the star-gathering realm surged skyward. The terrifying killing intent froze the air of the Wei Yang Palace instantly.
What? Do the two young ladies intend to attack me? Long Yuan looked at them with amusement. These two were the Empress' personal maids with special status in Snow Moon City.
That was why he had shown them respect before. But now it seemed his deference was unwarranted. Just then a magnetic enchanting voice echoed from within the Wei Yang Palace.
Shui, do not be rude.
Hearing this, Miss Shui and Miss Yu withdrew their auras and stepped aside.
Your Majesty, I truly am unwell today. If you have something to say, say it outside the palace.
Long Yuan hesitated for a moment, then nodded and spoke.
Empress, I met Jishio today.
His words hung in the air, and the Wei Yang Palace fell into a long silence. After a moment, Chu Li's voice came from within.
I know. So?
Long Yuan snorted coldly.
So was it really you who captured Jishio's people? Blood Ashura Gu Jian.
It was I. Chu Li made no attempt to hide it. Hearing this, anger surged in Long Yuan's heart, and he clenched his teeth as he demanded.
Why? Empress, why did you provoke Jishio at this time? Do you know you've disrupted my plans? And do you realize Jishio has set his sights on you? You?
Enough. Before Long Yuan could finish, Chu Li cut him off coldly. Then she spoke icily.
Your Majesty, your plans are none of my concern. If Jishio wants to come and question you, let him. You may fear him, but I do not. Moreover, I have my own ways to deal with him. If you have no other business, please leave.
Hearing this, Long Yuan was silent for a long time. Finally, he took a deep breath and said,
Fine. I'll wait to see the Empress' extraordinary methods. Lastly, let me remind you once more, Jishio. He is far more complicated than you think.
With that, Long Yuan swept his sleeve and left. If Chu Li truly had a way to deal with Jishio, he had nothing more to say. He was also happy to watch from the sidelines, eager to see Jishio clash with the heiress of Snow Moon City, renowned as the foremost city of the Nine Heavens. After Long Yuan departed, a peerless figure slowly emerged from the Wei Yang Palace. She wore a long golden-red robe, a purple glass ornament on her head, and a luxurious sash around her slender waist, exuding an indescribable aura of nobility and majesty. Under the setting sun, her jade-like face, though free of makeup, was enchantingly flawless, her lips like cherry blossoms, her eyes like cold stars. Even the finest painter in the world could not capture a fraction of her charm. Standing there, she could overshadow 1,000 ages of splendor. Miss Shui and Miss Yu were beautiful too, but beside her they paled into insignificance. This was, of course, Empress Chu Li.
Mistress, I've heard too. Jishio, that brat called a deer a horse in the Imperial Dragon Hall today, quite the show of power. No wonder Long Yuan is panicking.
Miss Shui whispered to Chu Li.
Mistress, what should we do now? Ji Xiu has already targeted us.
Miss Yu asked softly. Chu Li pondered, resting her chin on her hand, then murmured.
Young lord of the Ji clan. Ji Xiu, born to a sensation across the Nine Heavens continent. The simultaneous appearance of 4 celestial phenomena. At 3, he slapped the son of the Red Garment sect. At 8, he established the 6th Bureau of Military Intelligence and participated in the Northern Xia Imperial Rebellion rumored to have an unclear relationship with Nanling Yue, the saintess of the Demon sect. Now 18, his cultivation and strength are unfathomable. The true uncrowned king of Northern Xia. Backed by the Ice God Palace, the foremost cultivation clan of the Nine Heavens continent. Good. Very good. Such a remarkable figure, if brought under my command. Then in the future,
when I inherit Snow Moon City, there will be no obstacles.
Hearing their mistress' words, Miss Shui and Miss Yu were stunned. Mistress? True, but that's Ji Xiu. How could he ever
become one of ours?
Heh. Chu Li smiled faintly. Then she casually plucked a crimson eerie flower from the palace's flower pond and held it before the 2 young women, saying,
Where?
To gain one must lose. Which of you is willing to sacrifice yourself to subdue Ji Xiu?
Ah. Miss Shui and Miss Yu trembled as they gazed at the crimson flower. As if recalling something, a blush crept from their necks to their ears.
Mistress, do you mean use the love flower to deal with Ji Xiu? Can it work?
Miss Shui looked at Chu Li in disbelief. Heh. Chu Li smiled, a faint expression crossing her stunning face, then turned to Miss Yu and asked,
Where? You tell me. What is the meaning of the love flower?
Miss Yu lowered her eyes, biting her crimson lip, and replied softly.
The love flower blooms for a single day, surpasses 300 nights in the bridal chamber.
Exactly. That's it. Chu Li's beautiful eyes burned with fervor as she gazed toward the Ji Manor and whispered,
Among the world's poisons 3,000 myriad. Only the poison of love kills the deepest. I truly long to see the arrogant young Lord Ji Xiu
tainted by the love flower, forever trapped in the web of passion, eternally under my control.
Then she turned to Miss Shui and Miss Yu and said,
So,
which of you will do it?
Miss Shui, Miss Yu. In the capital, within the Ji family's military estate at the Falling Maple Palace, Ji Xiu held a scroll in his hand, staring blankly in a daze. This scroll contained intelligence from the 6th Bureau of Military Affairs regarding Chu Li. At that moment, Gu Yao personally poured a cup of clear tea for him and said softly,
Your Highness, what do you think? Isn't our Northern Xia dynasty's empress quite formidable? I think she is nothing short of the foremost prodigal of the Northern Xia dynasty.
Heh. Ji Xiu shook his head with a light laugh, placed the scroll on the stone table, and spoke with a hint of meaning.
The foremost prodigal of Northern Xia. I'm afraid that's not quite right.
How is it not right? Gu Yao, finding it amusing, picked up the scroll and read aloud.
Chu Li, Princess of Snow Moon City, the celestial city beyond the 9 heavens. Her father is Chu Wanju and the Snow Moon Sword Immortal. At the age of 3, she came to the Northern Xia dynasty with him to train and live. At 5, she burned down the Grand Empress Dowager's palace. At 7, she broke the leg of the eldest son of the Grand Marshal of the Northern Xia army. At 9, she scratched the face of the young miss of the Nandong family, the financial magnates of Northern Xia. At 13, she sneaked into the Imperial Mausoleum and pulled out the beard of the old guardian. After that, she earned the reputation of the foremost prodigal in the capital. Whenever she took to the streets, the 100-milling avenue of the capital would be utterly deserted. Whether it was princesses, or the big shots of the capital, none dared to provoke her in the slightest. Your Highness, tell me, if Chu Li isn't the foremost prodigal of Northern Xia, who in the entire capital could be?
Hearing this, Ji Xiu chuckled, sipped his tea, and then gazed at Gu Yao meaningfully before speaking.
Yao, if we look solely at the intelligence, Chu Li is indeed the foremost prodigal of Northern Xia. She deserves the title. But have you ever wondered why after the age of 13 her intelligence has become so scarce? Even the information our 6th Bureau can uncover is merely common knowledge.
Upon hearing this, Gu Yao frowned, gazing at the last piece of information at the end of the scroll, and recited,
Julie. At 16, she was betrothed to the then Crown Prince Long Yuan. From then on she became the Crown Princess of the Northern Xia dynasty. And then, the intelligence stops. There has been no information about Chu Li after she turned 16. Your Highness, why is that?
Ji Xiu curled his lips into a faint smile, and then said,
It's simple. She has hidden herself away. And she has hidden herself deeply. So deeply that even our 6th Bureau of Military Affairs cannot uncover any intelligence about her after the age of 16.
Hearing this, Gu Yao's expression froze in shock. She spoke with some reluctance.
Your Highness, our 6th Bureau's influence now spans the entire 9 Heavens continent. Even if she is the Princess of Snow Moon City, she couldn't possibly escape our eyes. She might be able to conceal herself, but she couldn't hide so completely. So completely that our 6th Bureau cannot find a single valuable piece of intelligence about her. What is going on?
Hearing this, Ji Xiu smiled, shook his head without explaining much, and spoke earnestly.
She is indeed a hidden superpower within the capital, and also one of the most talented women in the 9 Heavens continent. Moreover, she has more than one identity. That is precisely why she can lead the 6th Bureau with nothing.
Gu Yao looked at Ji Xiu with some astonishment. It had been many years since she had heard him speak so highly of a woman. In that moment her heart churned with mixed emotions, and she also felt a great curiosity about the Empress in the Weiyang Palace.
What exactly is Chu Li's second identity? How could she hide from the 6th Bureau's watch for so many years? If that's true, then this woman is truly terrifying,
Gu Yao murmured to herself. Just as she pondered this, her expression froze, as she suddenly realized something. Then, tugging at Ji Xiu's sleeve with red-rimmed eyes, she said,
Your Highness, if that's the case, then my brother must have fallen into her hands because he uncovered her identity right. Otherwise, why would it come to this?
Ji Xiu nodded. In his view, this was the only possibility left.
In that case, what should we do next?
Gu Yao gritted her silver teeth and asked in a low voice. Ji Xiu chuckled lightly, his gaze drifting towards the Weiyang Palace as he spoke calmly.
It's simple. Next, I will personally go and meet Chu Li. If Gu Jian is truly in her hands, I naturally have a way to make her hand him over.
But, Your Highness, Gu Yao hesitated before speaking.
Regardless of what Chu Li's second identity is, she is the daughter of the Snow Moon City Lord. Although Snow Moon City is not ranked among the 7 top powers of the current era. According to our 6th Bureau's intelligence, Snow Moon City possesses a formidable foundation no weaker than the 7 major cultivation clans. Do you truly intend to use force and directly confront her?
Heh. Ji Xiu let out a disdainful laugh and said,
Rest assured, I know what I'm doing. She will hand over Gu Jian whether she wants to or not.
Good. Gu Yao nodded. She had immense confidence in Ji Xiu. No matter how dazzling Chu Li was, could she outshine her lord? Since Ji Xiu had said so, it would surely be fine. Gu Yao let out a deep breath and then asked softly,
Your Highness, when do you plan to set out? I will have the 6th Bureau prepare immediately. With just one command from me, the entire capital will be instantly sealed off and taken over by the 6th Bureau.
Ji Xiu thought for a moment, looked up at the setting sun staining the sky crimson, and said softly,
Tonight.
The sun set, and the bright moon shone clear. The bustling capital city was lit by thousands of lanterns. At Gu Yao's command, the 6th Bureau was placed on highest alert. The gears hidden in the shadows of the night began to turn silently. With a single order from Gu Yao, the entire vast capital was quietly seized in the palm of the 6th Bureau's hand. Northern Xia Royal Academy. Northern Xia Surveillance Court. Northern Xia Capital's 6 Ministries. Northern Xia Imperial Guard. Dragon Protection Manor. Prison Administration Bureau. Grand Court of Justice. And even the Northern Xia Imperial Guard. All these major forces, which usually wielded immense power in the capital, were now under Gu Yao's command. At this moment, the capital did not belong to the Long family, but to the Ji family. Ji Xiu changed into a black brocade robe and passed unimpeded through the imperial palace until he reached the Weiyang Palace. As he entered the palace, what caught his eye were the eerie blossoms that bloomed across the entire Weiyang Palace under the moonlight.
These flowers seem somewhat familiar.
Ji Xiu frowned. Before he could ponder further, an extremely cold voice rang out from within the Weiyang Palace.
Bursting into the Weiyang Palace late at night. Your Highness, you have quite the nerve.
Hearing this, Ji Xiu's gaze cut through the darkness, fixing on the enchanting silhouette within the palace. He murmured to himself,
Nine Heavens Continent. The legendary assassin organization, Spider Web. Its creator Chu Li. The Net. The legendary assassin organization of the Nine Heavens Continent in the times to come. And the creator of this organization is
Chu Li.
Ji Xiu gazed coldly at the graceful silhouette within the Weiyang Palace. In the original novel, Chu Li founded the Net. The assassin organization she created had its influence spread across the entire Nine Heavens Continent.
Perhaps few knew of this organization now. It was because the time had not yet come, they had not truly exerted their strength. But in the future, the Net would surpass the current premier assassin organization, the Mortal Realm, to become the foremost assassin organization in the world.
If I remember correctly, in the near future, Chu Li will become the city lord of Snow Moon City, the foremost city of the Nine Heavens Continent. Her 3 half-brothers will all die by her hand. Not only that, she will also scheme against the Great Qin. Even assassinate the first emperor.
Ji Xiu's thoughts raced swiftly, and in an instant, he had sorted out all the information regarding Chu Li.
Simply put, this is a ruthless, cold-blooded, and extremely ambitious, dangerous woman. Without a doubt, Gu Jian was targeted by Chu Li because he discovered the existence of the Net.
Thinking this, Ji Xiu couldn't help but slowly exhale. In truth, he had always known of Chu Li's existence. But precisely because of this, he also knew that at this stage Chu Li's primary goal was to take over the position of City Lord of Snow Moon City. Thus he had not taken Chu Li to heart, for she, and he indeed, had no conflict of interest. She coveted her Snow Moon City, while he controlled his Northern Xia dynasty, non-interference. But now Chu Li had captured Gu Jian, and his whereabouts and life or death were still unknown. Since that was the case, he had no choice but to deal with this woman first. Now Chu Li was his top priority. Just then, the cold, teasing voice echoed once more in the Weiyang Palace.
Prince Ji Xiu, since you are here, why not come into the Weiyang Palace and sit for a while? I heard that today in the Yulong Hall you called a deer a horse. How imposing you were. Yet now you linger outside the palace, neither entering nor speaking. What? Are you afraid I might devour you?
Huh. Ji Xiu let out a cold laugh in response.
Since the Empress invites, how dare Ji Xiu refuse?
With that he lifted his foot and strode directly to the bedchamber door, pushing it open and entering. Within the Weiyang Palace, 9 eternal lamps were lit, and the entire bedchamber was carpeted with elegant soft rugs. The night breeze was cool, and gentle moonlight streamed in through the window, falling upon the dressing table. Seated on the palace chair carved with an extravagantly luxurious divine phoenix was a dreamlike silhouette. Her posture was casual and languid, with hair like a waterfall cascading down to her shapely hips. Was she dressing before the mirror?
Empress Chu Li,
Ji Xiu spoke with a smile.
Prince of the Ji family, Ji Xiu.
Chu Li did not turn around. She gazed at Ji Xiu's reflection in the mirror, a faint smile curling at the corners of her lips.
Your Highness, was calling a deer a horse in the Yulong Hall today enjoyable? Not bad,
Ji Xiu replied casually.
Far less enjoyable than breaking into the Empress bedchamber tonight.
Humph. Chu Li let out a soft snort, rose, and turned to look at Ji Xiu, speaking teasingly.
So your Highness knows that tonight you are breaking into the Empress bedchamber. I must say, Ji Xiu, you have quite the nerve.
Ji Xiu sneered, looking directly at Chu Li as he replied.
The Empress nerve is no less. You dare to capture someone from my military intelligence bureau. We are evenly matched.
As his words fell, Chu Li did not deny it. Her beautiful eyes stared fixedly at Ji Xiu, then she pursed her red lips and laughed disdainfully.
The Military Intelligence Bureau. So what? I captured your man. So what? You Ji Xiao. What can you do to me?
Ji Xiao's clear eyes were calm. He first looked Chu Li up and down, then asked,
Chu Li, I'm curious. Who gave you the courage to speak to me like this? The Northern Xia Emperor? Or your father, the Snow Moon Sword Immortal?
Take a guess. Chu Li's red lips curved into a slight smile, her beautiful eyes mocking as she looked at Ji Xiao. Through the verbal sparring just now, she suddenly felt that perhaps Ji Xiao wasn't as formidable as legend had it. Because Ji Xiao was too arrogant. But then again, how many people of Ji Xiao's age and background could avoid being arrogant? Ji Xiao noticed the change in Chu Li's expression, then shrugged and spoke casually.
It seems neither. Then, perhaps, the net?
As his words fell, Chu Li's expression froze, the smile on her face suddenly stiffening, her beautiful eyes turning deep and icy.
You? How do you know about the net?
Chu Li's voice turned sharply cold. Gone was her former composure, and arrogance, only a piercing coldness remained, like a 1,000-year glacier. And shock. She was baffled, unable to understand how Ji Xiao had learned of the secret organization she had founded. After all, not even her father knew about this. Huh? Ji Xiao's lips curled into a faint smile. He did not respond to Chu Li, he merely gazed at her, his eyes devoid of any emotion. Then, he spoke coldly.
Chu Li, I don't care if you are the empress or the daughter of the Snow Moon City Lord. I don't care what you founded the net for. Now, at this moment, I give you only one choice. Hand over Gu Jian.
Humph. Chu Li let out a cold snort, challenging him.
Or else.
Hearing this, Ji Xiao smiled, looking directly into Chu Li's breathtakingly beautiful face, and said grimly,
Or else, I will wipe out you and all the scum of the net you founded. Long Yuan cannot protect you. Your father cannot protect you. Your net, even less, can protect you.
I see. Chu Li nodded thoughtfully, then slowly walked up to Ji Xiao. She gazed intently into Ji Xiao's eyes, and replied,
Ji Xiao, you remember this. I need no one's protection. I am my own best protection. As for who will wipe out whom, you will find out soon enough.
With that, she stepped back 2 paces, raised her hand, and snapped her fingers with a cold smile. Clang. Space froze for a moment. The next second, the strands of moonlight streaming through the window into the bedchamber turned into an eerie pink. In that instant, Ji Xiao caught the scent of strange flowers. In that instant, before his eyes, it was as if a splendid sea of flowers was slowly blooming. And indeed it was so. Outside the Weiyang Palace, the pool of crimson eerie flowers bloomed fully, appearing even more enchantingly pink under the moonlight. In that instant, Ji Xiao suddenly recalled the name of these flowers, love flowers.
Chu Li. So, this is your trump card.
Ji Xiao murmured softly. In the novel, a day of love flowers blooming surpassed 300 nights of the bridal chamber. Simply put, the love flower was not poisonous by itself, but if a person who had been raised on love flowers since childhood and was an embodiment of love served as a catalyst, then the effect of the love flower would be immense, making it the deadliest poison in the world with no antidote. And those poisoned by it would be enslaved forever.
This woman, Chu Li, she truly sees me as prey. But
who is the real prey?
Ji Xiao's lips curled, and he took out a pitch-black flute from his system inventory.
This flute was named Qingqing. Outside the Weiyang Palace, the love flowers bloomed. Amidst the love flowers, the lowly-like girl Shui carrying a scabbard, and the mature woman Yue holding a sharp sword exchanged glances. In that instant, both saw shyness and nervousness in each other's eyes. They were Chu Li's personal maidservants. Having been raised on love flowers since childhood, they had known their fate from that time. In the future, maidservants, like them, would be tools their mistress used to ensnare talents from across the world. Their future husbands would become their mistress' most powerful allies. And now, it was their moment of importance. Ji Xiao was destined to be one of them.
Sister Yu, do you want Ji Xiao to be your husband?
The lowly-like girl Shui stared blankly at Yu and asked.
I don't know. Swear, do you?
Yu shook her head.
Even though she was usually cold as ice at such a critical moment, she couldn't help but show hesitation. I heard Prince Jishio is the most brilliant person of this age. How about Sister Yue, you let Shui have him? Shui bit her red lip, her beautiful eyes glistening as she looked at Yue, her delicate pretty face flushed. She was open-minded. If her future was already fated, she might as well choose the most brilliant one. And Jishio was indeed brilliant enough. All right. If you wish to go, then go. Yu nodded, lowering her eyelids slightly. Her thoughts were the same as Shui's. But Shui was like a sister to her. Since Shui had spoken, she naturally had nothing to say. And just then, the sound of a flute came from the Weiyang Palace. The flute's melody was ethereal, as if from the heavens, yet dark, as if from the abyss. In that instant, they felt a numbness throughout their bodies, and a foreboding sense of dread surged in their hearts. They wanted to rush into the Weiyang Palace immediately. But before the Weiyang Palace, an old black-robed figure had appeared unknown to them. It was Old Wei. The capital of northern Xia was bathed in the silver glow of moonlight. A flute melody of extreme eeriness echoed through the sky above the capital, as a thick, heavy layer of dark clouds obscured the resplendent moonlight of the heavens. In that moment, the entire capital seemed to plunge into an hour of utter darkness. The city's magnates, the city's cultivators, the city's common folk. In that instant, all felt a chill creep into their hearts. A sensation never before experienced surged from the depths of their souls. The rhythm of their hearts rose and fell in tandem with the cadence of the flute. For reasons unknown, they vaguely sensed a dark hand wantonly tugging at their very souls. Good heavens, that flute sound! It must be from the 9 netherworlds, too terrifying. No. This flute sound comes from the Imperial Palace. If my memory serves me right, the young Lord Jishio entered the palace tonight, did he not? Indeed. This flute sound is most likely his handiwork. Wait. Why does this melody feel so much like that legendary tune recorded in the ancient chronicles of the 9 heavens? What tune? Legend says this song harbors great strangeness. It cannot be spoken, cannot be spoken. In the Weiyang Palace, Jishio stood in the center of the bedchamber, holding the Qinqin flute to his lips. His entire aura had undergone a cataclysmic transformation. Previously his bearing had been ethereal and immortal, that of a spirited young lord of a military estate. Now he was steeped in eerie black chi, radiating an uncanny aura from head to toe like a demon lord of the 9 netherworlds. As the sinister melody echoed through Weiyang Palace, Julie listened to the eerie notes reverberating in her ears. Her incomparably enchanting and flawless countenance instantly turned deathly pale. At that moment, gazing at the black flute in Jishio's hand, she seemed to grasp something. Her beautiful eyes filled with terror and caution. Clenching her pearly teeth, she cried out in utter disbelief. Jishio! You? Where did you get the ghost flute Qinqin? And how could you possibly know the soul-devouring trilogy? As the daughter of the city lord of Snow Moon City, she had thoroughly read the ancient chronicles of the 9 heavens since childhood. Thus she knew that 10,000 years ago a mighty figure had burst onto the scene. That man, wielding a single flute and 3 melodies, manipulated the very currents of the entire 9 heavens continent. In the end, that mighty figure was forced to leap into the number 1 forbidden land of the 9 heavens, the chaotic ancient abyss. If her memory served her, that man was called the demon ancestor. And his legacy, the ghost flute Qinqin, and the soul-devouring trilogy, should have been buried with him in the chaotic ancient abyss. How did Jishio come to possess them? Hearing this, Jishio did not respond. The utterly sinister melody continued unabated. Ah! Wisps of black smoke entered Chuli's body, and fragments of the melody drifted around her ears, lingering without fading. In an instant her delicate frame trembled violently. As a short, faint, and peculiar note sounded, Chuli suddenly clutched her chest. Her ruby lips parted slightly, and her eyes turned crimson. Half of her body felt as if placed in a bone-chilling glacial mountain, while the other half was immersed in an unbearably scorching furnace. At the same time she felt as if her heart was gripped in someone's hand, her blood flowing backward, her vision swimming, and head spinning. Jishio! Wait! You wait! Chuli was panicking. She wanted Jishio to stop. But Jishio seemed not to hear her words at all.
The notes swirling in Wei Yong Palace quickly coalesced into a poignant and heartbreaking melody.
Jishio, I will fight you to the death. Chuli let out a furious shout. Clang! The aura of the monarch first realm burst forth instantly. She drew a magnificent sword from her spatial ring, twisted her wrist, and pointed the blade directly at Jishio.
Rip! The sound of air tearing rang out. But a strange thing occurred. Her sword tip stopped 3 inches in front of Jishio, trembling incessantly, unable to advance a single inch further. What a joke! Jishio was now a powerhouse of the Monarch Third Realm. Even without activating Demon Descent or Divine Seal, he could easily handle Chuli. There was absolutely no possibility of Chuli contending with Jishio now.
Jishio, enough. I will tell you where Gu Jian is. Chuli panted heavily as she looked at Jishio effectively surrendering. Because she was genuinely terrified. The legendary 3 melodies.
One could control corpses. One could intercept a cultivator's soul. One could bring the dead back to life. She truly did not want her soul stolen and be reduced to a puppet. As her words fell, Jishio slowly opened his eyes and cast a cold glance at Chuli. Yet the melody continued with no sign of stopping. And Chuli understood the meaning in that look. Begging for mercy now. Too late.
Wretch, I will never forgive you. Chuli's face was deathly pale. She bit her crimson lips and cursed Jishio. But soon, she felt the sensation of 10,000 sharp knives piercing her heart, followed by the sound of her soul being torn from her body.
For the first time, she experienced what despair truly meant. At the same time, 2 lines of clear tears uncontrollably streamed from her eyes, dampening her exquisitely beautiful cheeks. As the melody gradually drew to a close, Chuli's gaze also gradually grew vacant and dull. Her once cold and ruthless beautiful eyes had become lifeless, her jade hand dropping limply, releasing the sword hilt. Clang! The sword fell to the ground. The melody ended. Whoosh! Jishio lowered the chin-chin flute, looking at Chuli, who was like a puppet seemingly stripped of her soul, and let out a long breath. Ever since he acquired the soul-devouring trilogy at the age of 3, he had always looked forward to witnessing its transcendent power. Now he had finally gotten his wish. Just as this thought arose, he suddenly felt an uncontrollable surging heat within his body.
Love flower!
Jishio frowned and took a deep breath. Although he had now controlled Chuli using the soul-seizing melody, he himself was also afflicted with the love flower poison. However, this was not a major issue. As long as Chuli's tool didn't come to implant the love seed in him, everything would be fine. As for detoxification, now that Chuli had become his marionette, was he still afraid of not being able to neutralize the poison? Ahem. Jishio cleared his throat, then put away the chin-chin flute and slowly walked up to Chuli, asking,
"What is your name?" Hearing this, Chuli looked up blankly at Jishio and replied,
"Chuli."
It was evident that she was now like a marionette, her voice devoid of any emotional fluctuation, completely under Jishio's command. "Where is Gu Jian? Is he in Snow Moon City?"
Jishio continued asking.
"I don't know." Chuli shook her head.
"How is that possible?"
Jishio frowned. She had just admitted it moments ago. Why was she saying she didn't know now? "Didn't you capture Gu Jian?"
Jishio clenched his fist, his gaze fixed on Chuli's eyes.
"Yes."
"The master captured him. The master took Gu Jian away from Snow Moon City."
Chuli responded haltingly. "Master? Chuli actually has a master."
Jishio was stunned, quite surprised. After all, the novel had never mentioned Chuli having a master. Whoosh! Jishio forcibly suppressed the burning sensation in his body, took a deep breath, and continued.
"Chuli, who is your master?" After a moment of silence, Chuli raised her head woodenly and replied,
"The Northern Xia National Protection Sect. Yan Fei."
Upon hearing this answer, Jishio's brows knitted into a deep furrow.
Yan Fei. Another unfamiliar name.
In his memories, he could find no information related to Yan Fei. But in the end, he confirmed that Gu Jian was in the hands of Chuli's master Yan Fei. "Chuli, where is your master?"
Jishio asked with a frown.
"Master went to. He?"
Then,
Demon. Mountain. Chu Li's red lips parted slightly. The Heaven Demon Mountain. This is getting interesting. Ji Xiu raised an eyebrow. The Heaven Demon Mountain was now the focal point of the entire Nine Heavens continent. Princes and princesses of the two top-tier imperial dynasties. Holy sons and holy daughters of the 7 top-tier cultivation clans. They were all at Heaven Demon Mountain. The eyes of all the big shots across the Nine Heavens continent were fixed on Heaven Demon Mountain. And his own original destination was also Heaven Demon Mountain. Since that was the case, his next objective was clear. As his train of thought paused here, Ji Xiu realized he had become parched and feverish. The love flower poison was attacking his heart. Chu Li, the love flower poison. You will help me dispel it. His eyes slightly bloodshot, he looked at Chu Li and commanded. It was only fitting. Whoever administered the poison should be the one to cure it. Chu Li poison, Chu Li cures. Logical and reasonable. As you command. Hearing this, Chu Li approached Ji Xiu, extended her jade hand to wrap around his neck, and leaned in to kiss him directly. In that passionate kiss, Ji Xiu felt somewhat delirious and lost. Yet for some reason Chu Li's beautiful eyes gradually became clear until they fully returned to normal. Ah! Chu Li screamed in shock. She abruptly pushed Ji Xiu away, her beautiful eyes filled with utter disbelief. The memories of what had just happened flooded her mind. She herself had just voluntarily given Ji Xiu the answers he wanted. Not only that, but she had even actively kissed Ji Xiu. Ji Xiu, I will be irreconcilably opposed to you. Chu Li bit her red lips and roared in fury. Though her words were harsh, she knew that Ji Xiu's strength seemed far superior to her own. She also had no idea why the Snow and Moon Maidens, the trump cards she had prepared for Ji Xiu, had yet to arrive. Woman! Whether this is over or not is not for you to decide. Ji Xiu swallowed hard, his steps involuntarily moving toward Chu Li. He didn't know why Chu Li had suddenly broken free from the soul-seizing melody's control. Perhaps it was because his cultivation of the melody was still in its infancy. But the problem now was not that. At this moment, he could sense his rationality slipping away, galloping uncontrollably in a direction he could not rein in. Ji Xiu, you insolent wretch! Stop right there! Chu Li coldly commanded. The moment her words fell, a hand clamped directly onto her smooth fair neck. And before her, Ji Xiu's eyes were bloodshot, his breathing ragged, clearly on the verge of losing control. Seeing Ji Xiu like this, how could she not know what was about to happen? Ji Xiu, I am the Empress of Northern Xia. My father is the Snow Moon Sword Immortal. If you dare to do that thing to me, I will surely. Chu Li bit her red lips, her beautiful eyes glaring straight at Ji Xiu as she cursed. But before she could finish, her voice was abruptly cut off, because her mouth had been fiercely sealed by Ji Xiu's. Her beautiful eyes widened in utter disbelief as she stared at Ji Xiu. At that moment, only one thought occupied her mind: how dare Ji Xiu do this? The thought ended there. Ji Xiu and Chu Li's bodies fell backward with the momentum. In that instant, flames spread like wildfire. At that moment, the moonlight was bright and clear. The love flowers outside Weiyang Palace bloomed brilliantly and serenely. Yet it must be said, the bedchamber bathed in moonlight was indeed quite tumultuous. The hours of night were always fleeting. When dawn broke, a few gentle rays of morning light streamed through the palace windows into Weiyang Palace. Within the grand palace, upon the ornate bed, silk curtains hung lightly, revealing 2 figures lying close together in an intimate embrace. Ding. Congratulations, host. The soul-seizing trilogy, the soul-plundering melody, has advanced to the intermediate level. Ding. Congratulations, host. Having received the baptism of the celestial spirits pure in the world-purifying demon flames, devouring progress has reached 17. Ding. Congratulations, host. The world-purifying demon flames devouring progress has reached 17, and your cultivation has advanced to the 4th level of the sovereign realm. Ding. Congratulations, host. Having received the baptism of the celestial spirits pure in, you have obtained 10000 points of heavenly fate essence. Listening to the cascade of system notifications echoing in his mind, Ji Xiu slowly awoke from his slumber. He suppressed the weariness in his body and sat up gradually. In just one night, the soul-plundering melody has advanced. The world-purifying demon flames devouring progress has increased by 2. My cultivation has also reached the 4th level of the sovereign realm. This is quite unexpected.
Thinking this, Jishio couldn't help but scratch his head. He had not anticipated such an outcome. At that moment, he couldn't help but look at the woman lying beside him. Chuli seemed still lost in her dreams, and on her ethereally beautiful face were 2 clear trails of tears. Sighing deeply, Jishio murmured to himself,
Last night, this woman really shot herself in the foot. But this woman's celestial spirit sacred body is truly remarkable.
In the novel, Chuli, the founder of the net, possessed an exceptionally unique and powerful constitution, the celestial spirit sacred body. This physique possessed transcendent talent. If developed to its utmost, it could harness the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and even command the primordial power of the world. The most unique aspect was that possessing the celestial spirit sacred body allowed one to transfer the primordial energy of heaven and earth to others. Just as had happened last night. Therefore, taking a woman with a celestial spirit sacred body as a partner was the ultimate dream and supreme honor for all cultivators in the 9 heavens. However, Jishio would never marry such a ruthless woman. After all, who could guarantee that she wouldn't stab him in the back while sharing the same bed? But it had to be said, if he could control her and possess her, the benefits would indeed be boundless. Yet how to control her remained a problem.
This woman has the celestial spirit sacred body, and her divine soul is exceptionally powerful. But my soul-plundering melody has only reached the intermediate level. Controlling her for eternity is temporarily impossible. However, given this woman's personality, she might just come knocking on my door of her own accord.
Jishio squinted his eyes. As he gazed at Chuli's exquisite face, his thoughts halting there. Just then Chuli's eyelashes fluttered, and she slowly opened her eyes. In that instant, as she stared at the ceiling, the memories of the previous night flooded her mind like a tidal wave. Ah! Chuli let out a startled cry, abruptly sitting up. Immediately she saw Jishio sitting beside her, watching her with a calm expression.
Last night? You? You? How? How dare you?
Chuli bit her red lip and questioned Jishio. She was the daughter of the city lord of Snow Moon City. Since childhood, every man she met had to bow and scrape before her. Even when she married the Northern Xia Emperor Long Yuan under her father's orders, Long Yuan dared not act presumptuously in her presence, let alone have any intimate contact. But now Jishio had climbed into her bed and taken her chastity. In an instant, she felt both wronged and enraged. Her eyes red with fury, she glared at Jishio, her silver teeth clenched, her entire delicate frame trembling. If she could, she would have drawn her sword and killed Jishio right then and there. But unfortunately, the previous night had made her acutely aware of the gap in their cultivation strength and foundation. Reason told her that if she dared to attack Jishio now, there would be only one outcome: death.
Your Majesty the Empress, the love flower was planted by you. It bloomed because of you. Now, you ask this prince, how dare I? Ha ha ha. Then this prince would also like to ask you, how could I not dare?
Jishio looked at Chuli with an amused expression and retorted,
You're being sophistical. Treasonous.
Chuli gnashed her silver teeth and cursed in hatred. Unfortunately, born into nobility, her vocabulary of insults was limited to just a few phrases. Honestly, they held no real sting for Jishio. Ha ha ha. Jishio sighed helplessly and retorted,
Fine. Even if that's the case, this prince is treasonous. So what? What can you do about it?
At this moment, using Chuli's own words from the previous night against her was the most fitting response.
Bastard!
Chuli trembled with rage. She had never met such a shameless person. Ha! Jishio let out a casual laugh, then nonchalantly got up, turned his back to her, and dressed himself. Then he turned around and said to Chuli very calmly,
Your Majesty the Empress, you must admit you cannot kill me. Furthermore, the net you created is far inferior to my MI6. Finally, you planted the bitter fruit yourself, and it's only right that you eat it, isn't it?
With that, Jishio turned and walked away, looking like a man who refused to take responsibility after getting what he wanted. Wait. Chu Li's face cold, she parted her red lips, and finally called Ji Xiu to a halt. Hearing this, a triumphant smile curled at the corner of Ji Xiu's mouth as he stopped in his tracks. He had been waiting for this very moment. He knew Chu Li well. The lifelong dream of this woman was to defeat her 3 brothers and become the city lord of Snow Moon City. Now that she couldn't kill him, she would naturally want to negotiate with him, seeking his aid.
Ji Xiu, you're just going to leave like that?
Chu Li asked coldly.
What else?
Ji Xiu turned around looking at Chu Li with a baffled expression.
Bastard! You did that to me. And now you want to leave. What do you take me for?
Chu Li asked, her arms crossed over her chest, her voice icy. Her ethereally beautiful face was devoid of any emotion, cold to the extreme.
What? You want this prince to take responsibility for you. Chu Li, don't forget you are the empress now.
Ji Xiu replied nonchalantly. He was curious to know what conditions Chu Li would propose next.
Last night. You should know. You were my first man.
Chu Li's beautiful eyes met Ji Xiu's gaze, her tone inexplicably softening.
I know. But still, so what?
Ji Xiu shook his head and asked. Of course he knew he was Chu Li's first man. Someone like Long Yuan, the proud Chu Li, wouldn't even give a second glance, let alone allow him to touch even the hem of her clothes.
So, now I want you to help me.
Chu Li took a deep breath and looked at Ji Xiu very seriously.
Why? Just because we shared a single night of passion.
Ji Xiu looked at Chu Li with a mocking grin.
You?
Chu Li was left speechless, her full chest heaving violently. She was momentarily choked with anger by Ji Xiu. But then Ji Xiu changed the subject and asked, knowing the answer.
But since Her Majesty the Empress has spoken, go ahead. Tell me, what do you want?
Sighing deeply, Chu Li slowly spoke.
Snow Moon City. I want you to help me ascend to the position of City Lord of Snow Moon City.
Ji Xiu nodded and then asked.
And then? If I help you become the City Lord of Snow Moon City, what's in it for me?
Hearing this, Chu Li thought for a moment and then said.
The net. I can hand the net over to you.
Huh? Ji Xiu chuckled lightly and shook his head, saying.
Sorry. This prince already has MI6. I have no interest in the net you founded.
With that, Ji Xiu turned to leave. Wait. Chu Li suddenly called out, stopping Ji Xiu in his tracks. She took a deep breath as if she had made a decision. Her beautiful eyes gazed fixedly at Ji Xiu, and then she parted her red lips and said.
Besides the net, there is also me. If you can help me obtain Snow Moon City. Until then, everything I have will be yours.
This was all the leverage she could offer Ji Xiu. She had thought it through clearly. Things had already gone too far to be undone. She also admitted to herself that she could not control Ji Xiu. Since that was the case, she might as well settle for the next best thing and decisively pull Ji Xiu over to her side. The two would cooperate, support each other, and each get what they needed. Hearing this, Ji Xiu raised an eyebrow and thought to himself.
Bite!
In reality, he had been waiting for Chu Li to say exactly this. He knew Chu Li too well. He knew that a woman of her exceptional intelligence would never let go of a golden opportunity and a powerful ally.
So, Ji Xiu, will you help me or not?
Chu Li's beautiful eyes burned as she gazed at Ji Xiu. Ji Xiu thought it over very seriously, and then said,
If that's the case, then it's a good proposal. Within 3 years, I will help you seize Snow Moon City. And for those 3 years, you, Chu Li, will be mine.
3 years. Chu Li's body trembled upon hearing this. In her plans, even as she and Ji Xiu joined forces, it would take at least 5 to 10 years. But Ji Xiu said 3 years.
Are you serious?
Chu Li's beautiful eyes stared blankly at Ji Xiu.
Of course I'm serious.
Ji Xiu smiled slightly. Chu Li was 25 this year. If memory served him right, 3 years later at 28, Chu Li would be able to kill her brothers and seize the city with her own strength, becoming one of the most powerful women in the 9 heavens. But the problem was, Chu Li herself didn't know that. That was Ji Xiu's advantage. And for these 3 years, she and her net would be under his control, at his mercy. Tell me, where in the world could one find such a good deal?
If you can truly help me obtain Snow Moon City within 3 years, Then I Chu Li will be yours. For the next 3 years, I will obey your commands. Do with me as you will.
Chu Li bit her red lip and made a solemn vow. As she spoke the last sentence, her voice became as faint as a mosquito's hum. She couldn't believe such audacious words had come from her own mouth.
Excellent. Very good.
Jishio smiled at Chu Li upon hearing this. He knew his plan had succeeded. Both the net and Chu Li were now his.
Pleasure doing business.
Jishio walked to the bedside and extended his hand toward Chu Li.
Pleasure doing business.
Chu Li lowered her gaze, eventually taking Jishio's hand. Jishio let out a soft chuckle, withdrew his hand, and turned to stride out of the bedchamber. The door clattered open as he pushed it. What greeted his eyes were the snow and moon maidens frozen in place by Elder Wai's true essence.
Jishio, what have you done to our mistress?
The moon maiden bit her lip, her beautiful eyes reddening with hatred as she glared at Jishio. That piercing gaze seemed to demand he be torn apart 1,000 times to quell her fury.
Jishio, you lecher. Do you know that our mistress is not only the empress of Northern Xia? She is also the princess of Snow Moon City. Last night. How dare you humiliate our mistress like this? This disgrace Snow Moon City shall never forget, and one day we will repay it tenfold.
The Snow Maiden rebuked, trembling with rage. Jishio found it amusing and looked at them with a smirk, unperturbed. He knew that last night these 2 loyal maids must have rushed to the Weiyang Palace to aid their mistress Chu Li. But alas, they were outmatched by Elder Wei, a master of control, who pinned them down with a wave of his hand for an entire night. Not only that, they likely heard every intimate moment between him and Chu Li. Such an ordeal must have been more agonizing than death for these devoted maids. No wonder they wished to kill him today.
Kill me or not. Repay me or not, we'll settle that later. Now I'm curious, which of you 2 ladies chose this prince last night?
Jishio teased, eyeing the lowly amateur woman duo. Clearly they were Chu Li's trump card to win him over. He wondered which of the 2 sisters found him more desirable.
You?
The moon maiden's face flushed, and she bit her silver teeth in silence. Though she had yielded to her sister Snow last night, she had still chosen Jishio in her heart. Shame overwhelmed her.
Nonsense! Who would choose a lecher like you? I would rather die than choose you. Only a pig would choose you. How dare you bully our mistress? From now on I'll be your sworn enemy.
The Snow Maiden bit her lip and scolded Jishio, forgetting how she had tearfully begged the Moon Maiden to let her have him the night before. Yet despite her words, a pang of guilt struck her heart.
Oh, it seems both ladies favor this prince.
Jishio shook his head with a laugh, then nodded to Elder Wei. Receiving the signal, Elder Wei waved his hand and dispelled the seal on the Snow and Moon Maidens. Just as the 2 maids exchanged glances ready to fight Jishio to the death, a cold voice echoed from the Weiyang Palace.
Snow! Moon! Prince Jishio is a guest of this palace. Do not be rude. If he wishes to leave, do not stop him.
Hearing their mistress command, the Snow and Moon Maidens froze in place. What? What was happening?
Let's go! Elder Wei.
Jishio smiled helplessly and left the Weiyang Palace with Elder Wei. The moment he departed, the Snow and Moon Maidens rushed into the palace. Chu Li had already donned her crimson golden gown and stood before the mirror, silent and dazed. She had regained her usual cold and noble demeanor, so lofty and exquisite that she seemed a different person from last night.
Mistress, last night, did Jishio bully you?
The Snow Maiden whispered.
Snow!
The Moon Maiden quickly tugged at her sleeve, signaling her to be silent. They had heard everything clearly the night before. Why ask again? Wouldn't bringing it up only humiliate their mistress once more? Sure enough, as soon as the Snow Maiden spoke, Chu Li's expression turned icy. She spun around, glaring at the 2 maids, and snapped coldly.
Get out! All of you get out of my sight!
The Snow Maiden trembled, looking pitifully at the Moon Maiden. The Moon Maiden bowed to Chu Li and quickly led Snow out of the palace.
Sister Moon, did Snow say something wrong?
Outside the Weiyang Palace, the Snow Maiden asked with tearful eyes.
You're hopeless.
The Moon Maiden sighed, poking Snow's forehead with a jade finger in frustration. She thought her sister was good in every way except for her poor judgment. Just then, Long Yuan arrived. He strolled into the courtyard with a smile and said, "Empress, how are things?" Before he could finish, a voice as cold as thousand-year ice echoed, "You get out too." Hearing this, Long Yuan froze. He muttered to himself, "Damn it! It seems Ji Xiu won last night." As expected, that guy is too hard to deal with. Even the daughter of the Snow Moon City Lord couldn't sway him. The Snow and Moon Maidens looked at Long Yuan as if he were a pitiful wretch. They thought Ji Xiu didn't just win, he won spectacularly. Meanwhile, the moment Ji Xiu returned to the Luofeng Palace in his mansion, Gu Yao approached him. "Your Highness, how did it go? Is my brother in the Empress' hands?" "No." Ji Xiu shook his head and asked, "Yao, in our Military Intelligence Bureau's records, is there a person named Yanfei in the Northern Xia Guardian sect?" "Yanfei?" Gu Yao frowned and shook her head. The Bureau had intelligence on all 10 Saints-level powerhouses of the Guardian sect, but had never heard of Yanfei. "If that's the case, then it's a problem." Ji Xiu took a deep breath. Chuli couldn't have lied when he soul-searched her last night. And the Bureau had no information on this woman. Most terrifyingly, even in his memories of the novel, there was no trace of her. So the question remained, who was this mysterious Yanfei? To uncover this truth and rescue Gu Jian, I'll have to go to the Demon Heaven Mountain myself, Ji Xiu murmured. Then looking at Gu Yao, he asked, "Yao, what's the situation at Demon Heaven Mountain now? The heirs of the 9 Heavens continent's top powers have all arrived, right?" Gu Yao immediately replied, "Reporting to your Highness. 3 days ago, Mu launching the Holy Maiden of the Ice God Palace, Mo Lingfeng the Holy Son of the Sacred Sect, Xianzan the Buddhist disciple, Xiao Wuji the Chief of the 10,000 Poison Valley, Li Wanqing the Young Master of the Heavenly Strategy Army Manor, Xin Jianqing the Holy Maiden of the Red Robe Sect, and Ying Ling the Second Prince of the Great Qin Dynasty, Feng Huang the eldest princess of the Divine Phoenix Empire. They have all arrived at Demon Heaven Mountain." Indeed, Ji Xiu nodded. He knew the top cultivation clans and dynasties of the 9 Heavens continent wouldn't miss the inheritance of the martial Emperor Zhou Dufu. They would be the fastest. The scattered cultivators following behind would barely get even scraps. "Your Highness, I must say Demon Heaven Mountain is truly bustling now. Even the #1 demonic sect of the 9 Heavens, the Boundless Heaven, has joined the battle for the martial Emperor's inheritance. The current demonic sect's Holy Maiden Mu Shuayin leads a host of demonic experts, wreaking havoc, forcing the righteous prodigies to form alliances. Now rumors say the martial Emperor's inheritance has spiraled into a great war between good and evil, with Demon Heaven Mountain in utter chaos and slipping out of control." Gu Yao reported with some resignation. Even she hadn't anticipated this. A war between good and evil. How intriguing. Ji Xiu raised an eyebrow. In his mind, the image of a northern Xia princess from 10 years ago, clad in a black dress, cold and noble, with a peerless jade face surfaced. A noble princess turned into a demoness, opposing the entire righteous path of the 9 Heavens. What a stark contrast. "Oh, Your Highness." Gu Yao seemed to recall something and added solemnly, "There's one person at Demon Heaven Mountain you must watch out for. He's the dark horse in this righteous demonic conflict. He's also the fiancé of Feng Huang, the eldest princess of the Divine Phoenix Empire. His name is Yi Xian. Yi Xian." At the name, Ji Xiu's expression froze. "He's here. Finally. The novel's protagonist Yi Xian has made his entrance." A cruel smile curled at the corner of Ji Xiu's mouth. After all these years, the protagonist had finally developed. Since he was the ultimate villain, he couldn't let the destined hero go. After all, when the leek is ripe, it's time to harvest. Moreover, Demon Heaven Mountain held many mysteries for Ji Xiu to unravel one by one. Was Gu Jian still alive? Who was the mysterious woman Yanfei, absent from the novel's plot? And he had come of age. The marriage arranged 10 years ago was approaching. Would his fiancée Mu Bing, who had entered the Ice Absolute Land with the sole intent of killing him, emerged from seclusion. Would she come? And what about Nanling Yue, the former Northern Xian national master, now the holy empress of the demonic sect? What did she want with him? For a moment, a whirlwind of emotions churned within him.
Enough. Mu Bing. Nanling Yue. No matter what you intend, this prince will face you all.
Jishio took a deep breath and gazed toward the distant north. That was the direction of Demon Heaven Mountain. Deep within his eyes, two crimson flames slowly kindled. In that moment, he was truly intrigued. In this cruel, perilous world of cultivation, where the weak are prey to the strong, only power is the eternal truth. And Guyao, watching Jishio stand under the morning light, gazing into the distance, as if ready to contend with the world's elites, found herself momentarily lost in a daze. But she couldn't help but smile, a breathtakingly beautiful smile. She knew that her prince, who had lain dormant in the capital for 10 years, was finally about to enter the world. She also knew that the prodigies 1,000 miles away, revered as gods by the cultivators of the 9 heavens continent, were in for trouble. Because the man before her, once he emerged, he was invincible. Time passed swiftly. When the first rays of dawn spilled across the earth, Jishio, clad in a moon-white brocade robe, stepped out of his bedchamber. He had made all preparations for his journey to the Demon Heaven Mountain the day before. Elder Wei would accompany him primarily to control the situation. Guyao would remain in the capital, overseeing intelligence and support. Though she yearned to go with Jishio to the Demon Heaven Mountain, she understood the gravity of her responsibilities. In her hands lay the command of the entire Military Intelligence Bureau, and she could not leave the capital unless absolutely necessary.
Your Highness, be careful on your journey to the Demon Heaven Mountain. Be especially wary of that woman.
Guyao tugged at Jishio's sleeve, whispering her admonitions. She harbored no concern for the holy sons and daughters of the top cultivation sects across the 9 heavens continent. Her sole worry was the current sacred empress of the demonic sect, Nanling Yue. She remembered that from 10 years ago, that sacred empress had always coveted her young master. Perhaps this time, if her master was not careful at the Demon Heaven Mountain, he would be devoured by that sacred empress.
Yaur!
Rest assured. Hearing this, Jishio shook his head with a smile, then reached out to ruffle Guyao's soft hair. He understood Guyao's concerns, but he was no longer the 80-year-old child of a decade ago. Even against a Saint Realm expert, he possessed the strength to contend. He believed that with his own power, Nanling Yue would surely be unable to do as she pleased with him. Just then, from outside the Luofeng Palace came the voices of his mother Lin Ru and his grandmother Mu Hua.
Xior, the Empress has arrived. Why aren't you coming out to receive her?
Hearing this, Jishio frowned. He wondered why that woman Chuli had come here. As his thoughts churned, his mother Lin Ru and grandmother Mu Hua led Chuli and the two ladies Shui and Yue into the Luofeng Palace.
Xior, what are you standing there for? Why haven't you greeted the Empress?
Mu Hua patted Jishio's back with some amusement.
Greetings, Your Majesty the Empress.
Jishio nodded politely to Chuli.
Xior, the Empress heard you were departing for the Demon Heaven Mountain today, and came especially to see you off. See how much His Majesty the Emperor values you, even sending the Empress to bid you farewell.
Lin Ru approached Jishio and explained softly.
I see. Then Jishio thanks His Majesty. And thanks you as well, Your Majesty the Empress.
Jishio spoke with feigned formality. Chuli chuckled lightly. A subtle smile curled on her crimson lips as she strode over to Jishio with her hands behind her back.
Your Highness, there is no need for such ceremony.
Jishio shook his head and replied with grave seriousness.
You are the Empress. I am your subject. This bit of courtesy is only proper. Is that so?
Chuli raised a delicate eyebrow, then under the puzzled gaze of the others took 2 more steps toward Jishio. Now she stood so close that they could feel each other's breath.
Jishio, now you remember I am the Empress. But I recall. That night you were not like this.
Chuli leaned in, slightly whispering beside Jishio's ear like a murmured dream. Without waiting for his reply, she extended her jade-like hand and began to personally straighten his collar. As she meticulously adjusted it, she secretly transmitted her voice.
This time as you go to the Demon Heaven Mountain, I am sending Schwer to accompany you. All my spider web forces there are under her command. How about it? Am I not a woman of my word? Also, I've heard that Long Yuan will initiate a mysterious plan after you leave. But do not worry. I will keep an eye on him for you.
Chu Li stepped back, then turned to Lin Ru and Mu Hua, who were stunned, and said with a sweet smile,
Well then, I shall take my leave now. Here I wish your highness a triumphant victory.
With those words, Chu Li, without waiting for a reply from Lin Ru and Mu Hua, departed the Luofeng Palace with Lady Yu. She left behind only a sweet-looking lowly Lady Shui, who carried a scabbard on her back, and stood with her head bowed, looking somewhat uneasy.
This.
Lin Ru and Mu Hua exchanged glances. They both saw the astonishment in each other's eyes. A single thought crossed their minds: the Empress seemed to have taken a liking to their Xiu'er.
Elder Wei, what does Chu Li mean by this? How dare she act so brazenly in the Ji residence?
Gu Yao indignantly addressed Elder Wei. Had it not been for Lin Ru and Mu Hua's presence, she would never have allowed Chu Li to get within a step of Ji Xiu. Elder Wei. Seeing Elder Wei's silent, slightly awkward demeanor, a thought struck Gu Yao, and she asked,
Elder Wei, has something happened between them?
Elder Wei shook his head and replied softly,
Miss Gu Yao, do not ask. I do not know either. Is that so?
Gu Yao raised a delicate eyebrow, her suspicion evident. Her woman's intuition told her that something was indeed going on between Chu Li and her young master. After brief farewells, Ji Xiu, accompanied by Elder Wei and Lady Shui, embarked on their journey to the Demon Heaven Mountain. Watching their departing figures fade into the distance, Gu Yao stood alone for a long time. Finally, she pressed her crimson lips together and whispered to herself,
Your Highness, you do not know yet. Yao'er is just a hair's breadth away from reaching the monarch stage. When you return, Yao'er will give herself to you. And until then, I will guard the Ji family for you.
With that, she turned and left. In that moment of turning, she shed all traces of the delicate girl she was before Ji Xiu. Now she resumed the ruthless, decisive, and cold-blooded demeanor she had cultivated over the years as the underground queen of the Northern Xia Empire. Back in the Ji family mansion, Lin Ru paced back and forth incessantly.
Mother, do you think the Empress has taken a liking to our Xiu? I have already asked Emperor Long Yuan did not send the Empress to see him off.
As she spoke, she grew more convinced that something was amiss.
Oh, you. Calm down. Even if the Empress has some thoughts about our precious Xiu'er, so what? If our Xiu'er is unwilling, can she force him?
Mu Hua looked at Lin Ru with an amused expression. Though she said this, she too felt that Empress Chu Li had been overly intimate with Ji Xiu. Yet she did not believe that anything had actually happened between them.
No, absolutely not. Even if Xiu'er is willing, I will not agree. Chu Li's background is too complicated, and she is already the Empress of Northern Xia. It would be improper and unjust. She is no match for Mu Bing.
Lin Ru shook her head in refusal. Then, as if recalling something, she quickly asked Mu Hua,
Mother, has that girl Mu Bing not gone into seclusion at the ice-forbidden ground to cultivate? How is it? Is she coming back soon?
Mu Hua smiled gently.
Oh, you. Rest assured. 3 days ago, my senior sister sent me a telepathic message. She said that Mu Bing will emerge from seclusion very soon. Very, very soon.
A massive black arcane vessel sped swiftly across the border, racing toward the direction of the Demon Heaven Mountain in the northern domain. On the observation platform of the Northern Xia Imperial Palace, Emperor Long Yuan stood coldly with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing into the distance.
Your Majesty, Ji Xiu has already left the Northern Xia border.
A tall young man clad in pitch-black armor reported from behind him.
Good. Excellent. The opportunity has finally arrived.
Long Yuan let out a long sigh. He had been the Emperor of Northern Xia, second only to one, for 10 years. Now he had finally awaited the day when Ji Xiu left the capital. With that, he turned and looked at the young man, asking,
Ji Xian, we can now initiate our plan. Yes.
Ji Xian nodded firmly and replied,
Your Majesty, Your subordinate will now send a voice transmission in your name to the third prince of the Divine Phoenix Empire and the crown prince of the Great Qin Empire. Invite them to the capital to discuss a grand affair."
With that he turned and departed. Long Yuan stared at the northern sky and laughed darkly.
"Ji Xiu, when our plan succeeds, we shall witness the destruction of you and your Ji clan with our own eyes."
With that he solemnly turned and left the observation platform. Little did he know. As he finished speaking with Ji Xian, Chuli in the Weiyang Palace had already received the news.
Long Yuan, inviting the third prince of the Divine Phoenix Empire and the crown prince of Great Qin to the capital. What exactly is he trying to do?
Chuli frowned upon hearing this news. She had known before that Long Yuan had a plan concerning Ji Xiu and the Ji clan. However, she hadn't realized that this plan also involved the princes of two top-tier imperial dynasties. Suddenly, she keenly sensed the approach of a storm.
"Where? Transmit my orders now. Activate the Nether Network within the Divine Phoenix Empire and the Great Qin Empire. Order them to keep a constant vigilant watch on the movements of the third prince of the Divine Phoenix Empire, Feng Nian, and the crown prince of Great Qin, Ingzhou. Report any unusual activity to me immediately." Chuli commanded Lady Yu.
"Yes."
Lady Yu nodded and turned to leave. That day, the vast intelligence network Chuli had deployed across the two top-tier imperial dynasties was officially activated.
Countless elite agents and masterminds of the Nether Network moved in accordance with her orders. Beneath the boundless and endless sky, a black arcane vessel sped through the air. Ji Xiu sat on the vessel meditating with his eyes closed. Old Wei, however, seemed restless and uneasy.
"Young master, Gu Jian has been missing for nearly a month. Do you think he might have?" His voice trailed off as Old Wei shook his head, refraining from continuing. As Gu Jian's master, he already harbored a foreboding feeling.
Hearing this, Ji Xiu slowly opened his eyes. Instead of responding to Old Wei, he fixed his gaze on the lowly cowering in the corner of the vessel. Feeling Ji Xiu's stare, Lady Shui trembled involuntarily. She bit her lip and glared at Ji Xiu, saying,
"Ji Xiu, what do you want?" "Huh?"
Ji Xiu chuckled and shook his head, asking,
"Lady Shui, have you seen Gu Jian? Or have you met your mistress, Master Yin Fei?"
"No." Lady Shui shook her head. She had always known her mistress had a master, but had never seen her. She also knew that Ji Xiu's subordinate had fallen into the hands of her mistress' master, which was why Ji Xiu had sought out her mistress. However, she truly knew nothing.
"I see."
Ji Xiu nodded. Honestly, he wasn't surprised. If even the MI6 couldn't find the mysterious woman Yin Fei, and she hadn't even appeared in the novel's plot, then what could this naive girl possibly know? Nevertheless, it didn't matter. They would soon arrive at the Demon Heaven Mountain. When the time came, he would finally see just who this Yin Fei really was.
"Ji Xiu, I want to ask you a question too."
Lady Shui huffed, looking at Ji Xiu.
"Go ahead."
Ji Xiu nodded.
"You? What exactly is going on between you and my mistress? Why, after you bullied her, does she still help you so much? Not only did she send me to your side, but she also told me to activate the Nether Network in the Northern Domain to help you. What makes you deserve this?" Lady Shui bit her red lip, asking indignantly. She had pondered this question the entire journey, but still had no answer.
Ji Xiu thought for a moment, then replied,
"What if I said that your mistress will be my woman for the next 3 years? Would you believe me?" "No way."
Lady Shui instinctively shook her head. She knew her mistress best. She was the noblest princess of Snow Moon City, an incomparably beautiful and peerless divine maiden. What could Ji Xiu possibly do to conquer her mistress? Yet, recalling her mistress' inexplicable behavior toward Ji Xiu, she herself was now uncertain.
"No way. Could my mistress have actually fallen for this guy? Was it that night?"
At this thought, she jumped up, staring wide-eyed at Ji Xiu. If that were true, wouldn't Ji Xiu also become her master?
"Huh?"
Seeming to guess her thoughts, Ji Xiu teased.
"Swear. Since your mistress is already mine, then this young master should now be considered your master as well. So during this trip to the Demon Heaven Mountain, if you dare to slack off, I will punish you severely. Understand?
Upon hearing this, Lady Shui's pretty face flushed instantly. Seeing the playful look in his eyes, she couldn't help but swallow hard. At that moment, a ridiculous thought surged in her mind. Could this wicked man be planning to bully her the way he bullied her mistress that night? At this thought, she covered her mouth, no longer daring to meet Jishio's gaze.
Child.
Jishio shook his head with a light chuckle. Rumble. With a violent tremor of the arcane vessel, Old Wei abruptly stood up, gazing at the endless towering cloud-shrouded and dark cloud-covered 10,000 mountains, before the vessel taking a deep breath. Jishio also slowly rose, his expression solemn, as he looked at the contiguous black mountain range, and spoke softly.
The forbidden light zone of the Nine Heavens continent. Demon Heaven Mountain. We have arrived.
In the novel The Demon Heaven Mountain was a convergence of great anomalies harboring immense terrors. Graveyard of Gods, mass grave, cursed land, divine wood forest, convergence of myriads of demons, supreme heaven, sacrificial ground, yellow spring hall, boundary of anomalies, heaven-reaching tower. Each of these locations was the most dangerous forbidden area within the Demon Heaven Mountain. According to MI6 intelligence, the martial Emperor Zhou Dufa's tomb was located in the endless snowfield behind the Divine Wood Forest, Zhou Garden. The Demon Heaven Mountain, Divine Wood Forest. Sacred snow drifted from the endless snowfield beyond the forest. Deep within the Divine Wood Forest stood a colossal ancient tree. Its maplered leaves were immaculate and supremely sacred, a few specks of starlight drifting down with the falling snow as if descending from the heavens above. Beneath the ancient tree stood a stone tablet inscribed with two large characters, Zhou Garden. Before the tablet sat a woman. She wore a long black dress embroidered with an exquisite crescent moon. As the camera zoomed in, her features were exquisitely refined, and her skin, as fair as suet jade, was particularly captivating. Between her ink-like brows lay the noble and peerless elegance of a former northern Xia royal, now tinged with an added layer of cold ruthlessness. She was, of course, the former northern Xia princess, now the holy maiden of the Nine Heavens' foremost demon sect, Mu Xianyin. It was worth mentioning that beneath the ancient tree, Mu Xianyin was not alone. Beside her stood over 100 weary demon sect masters. Since the Supreme Heaven joined the battle, they had been engaged in fierce combat with the masters of the 7 major cultivation clans and the 2 top-tier imperial dynasties. Both sides had suffered losses. However, the losses of the Supreme Heaven demon sect were far heavier. Yet despite this, everyone in Supreme Heaven knew that the Demon Heaven Mountain was their territory. If righteous cultivators dared to come, they would kill them, even if it meant driving them all out of the Demon Heaven Mountain at the cost of their own lives.
Reporting to the Holy Maiden. Lord Bloodrobe has fallen at the hands of Ice God Palace's Holy Maiden Mu Lanqing. Lord Arcane Art has been pierced through the heart by Sacred Sect's Holy Son Imolingthing. Lord Netherworld has also been defeated by Buddhist Sect's Buddha Sun Xianzong, and his survival is unknown. 300 disciples of our Supreme Heaven have fallen to the soul-dispersing poison of 10,000 Poison Valley's Chief Zhao Wuji. Heavenly Strategy Army Manor Li Wansheng. The Holy Maiden of the Red Cloth Section Jianqing. The second young master of the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty Yingling. And the eldest princess of the Divine Phoenix Empire Feng Huang have all entered the Divine Wood Forest. They will arrive here soon.
A woman in a black robe reported the battle situation to Mu Xianyin with a grave expression. Mu Xianyin nodded upon hearing this, but no emotion flickered across her beautiful face.
Holy Maiden, what should we do now? Should we request the Sacred Empress to intervene, or send for reinforcements from the Poison Emperor Luo Yuzhu stationed in Supreme Heaven?
The black-robed woman asked in a low voice.
No need. My master is currently entangled by a woman. She cannot spare herself. She cannot help us. As for Sister Yuzhu,
she has her own matters to attend to. She cannot help us either.
Mu Xianyin shook her head.
But
if this continues, the Divine Wood Forest will surely fall. If these righteous prodigies pass through the Divine Wood Forest, they will enter Zhou Garden. Holy Maiden, the martial Emperor Zhou Dufu is buried in Zhou Garden.
The black-robed woman spoke earnestly.
Rest assured. My master has her own plan,
Mu Xianyin said calmly.
May I ask the Holy Maiden, what is the sacred empress plan? The Supreme Heaven Master's eyes lit up upon hearing Mu Xuanyan's words, and they all stood up to ask. Heh. Mu Xianyin chuckled lightly and said softly, My master said, a certain someone will come. Once he arrives, everything will be fine.
Who is it? Is he strong enough? Can he match these monstrous righteous prodigies? The demon sect masters looked at Mu Xuanyin, hope shining in their eyes. Hearing this, Mu Xianyin recalled a small figure from 10 years ago, her red lips slightly pursed as if lost in memory. After a long while she shook her head and said, Back then, he was still a child. Now, who knows? As for who he is,
you should all know. After all, he is a great figure of our Supreme Heaven.
Hearing this, the demon sect masters of Supreme Heaven looked at each other in bewilderment. None of them could think of such a person. Just then, the black-robed woman beside Mu Xianyin seemed to recall someone, her body trembling as she exclaimed,
Holy Maiden!
Could it be that one? That Lord Sacred Sovereign of our Supreme Heaven, who hasn't shown his face in 10 years? Exactly.
Mu Xuanyan's lips curled slightly, giving the demon sect masters a firm confirmation. With that, she turned her gaze to the distant sky and murmured softly to herself,
He is indeed the Lord Sacred Sovereign of Supreme Heaven. From the moment my master founded Supreme Heaven 10 years ago, he already was Supreme Heaven Holy Monarch. The person who only exists in legends is coming. When this news broke, all the over 100 powerful demons of the Supreme Heaven stood up in solemnity before Mu Xianyin. Since the day they joined the Supreme Heaven, they knew there was a significant figure in their demonic sect who could stand shoulder to shoulder with the Holy Empress. However, that significant figure had not shown himself for a full 10 years, and no one in the Supreme Heaven had ever seen the true form of that person. Perhaps it was precisely because of this that person inadvertently became the most mysterious yet legendary figure in the Supreme Heaven. Moreover, with the deliberate embellishment and myth-making from the disciples of the Nine Heavens demonic sect, now every cultivator in the entire Nine Heavens continent knows that besides the Holy Empress, there is also a Holy Monarch in the Supreme Heaven. The legends of the continent say that the Holy Monarch has heavenly methods. When he strikes, he can suppress the righteous forces of the Nine Heavens so that they cannot raise their heads.
My goodness, the Holy Monarch of our Supreme Heaven is really coming. I must be hearing things. What the Holy Maiden said is naturally true. How could it be false? I heard that the Holy Empress is in love with the Holy Monarch, but cannot attain him, which is why she forced him into hiding for 10 years. Dare I ask, is this true? Nonsense, of course it's false. The Holy Monarch is the husband of the Holy Empress. How could she be in love, but unable to attain him? Right, the Holy Monarch and the Holy Empress are a loving couple. They founded the Supreme Heaven together. So where's the question of love unattained?
It's all just rumors. That's right. That's right. Moreover, I've also heard that the Holy Monarch is the reincarnation of an ancient demon god able to destroy an entire dynasty with a mere wave of his hand.
I've also heard that our Holy Monarch possesses extraordinary demonic abilities capable of plucking the stars from the sky. Ha ha ha. When the Holy Monarch descends, I want to see if these proud, righteous young talents can still be so arrogant.
Looking at the excited expressions of the powerful figures of the Supreme Heaven and listening to their wild words, Mu Xianyin felt a bit dizzy. That guy possesses extraordinary demonic abilities. He founded the Supreme Heaven with my master. That guy can destroy dynasties and pluck stars. That guy actually became the husband of my master and is in love with her.
What? What is all this? Where did these rumors come from? The tales are getting more and more absurd.
Mu Xuanyan's delicate face twitched slightly as she raised her hand to rub her forehead. She knew that the entire Supreme Heaven had mythologized the Holy Monarch, but she didn't expect it to be so exaggerated. However, she did not refute the rumors. After all, at this time, these rumors were not a bad thing. After all, just a name could boost the morale of the powerful figures in the Supreme Heaven. How could that be considered a bad thing? Just then, a cold voice rang out from the north of the Divine Wood Forest.
So you demonic scum are hiding here. Run! Why aren't you running?
As the voice fell, a young man in white alone and carrying a blood-stained long sword stepped into the depths of the Divine Wood Forest. At the moment he appeared, even the wind became as sharp as a sword piercing to the bone.
Holy sex, holy son, Immortal thing.
Mu Xuanian's expression grew increasingly serious as she looked at the newcomer. She knew that this holy son was extremely powerful, already half a step into the monarch realm. Even a promising peak star-gathering powerhouse in the supreme heaven, Bloodrobe, had fallen in his hands. Just as her thoughts were racing, the sound of hooves echoed. A young man dressed elegantly in white, riding a white steed, and accompanied by 18 powerful figures, slowly entered the scene. He carried a magnificent dragon spear on his back, with a warm smile on his face, and his appearance was extraordinarily handsome. Dressed in fine clothes, riding a spirited horse. As he entered the Divine Wood Forest, he didn't even glance at Mu Xianin and the others, as if he held all the powerful demons present in disdain, arrogantly aloof.
Brother Lingfeng, you arrived at the Divine Wood Forest a step ahead of me. Truly worthy of being the holy son of the holy sect. I am humbled.
The young man in white nodded in praise.
You flatter me.
Immortal Lingfeng replied indifferently, giving a slight nod to the young man in white. Under the ancient tree, Mu Xianin looked at the conceited young man in white, her jade hand unconsciously tightening. She bit her silver teeth and murmured,
Tian's army's young master. Li Washim. He is known alongside the holy son Immortal Lingfeng as the peerless duo of the Nine Heavens continent. Indeed, they are impressive.
They arrived quite quickly.
Just as her thoughts took shape, a series of sounds of breaking air rang out in the sky.
In the sky, 4 rays of light tore through the air like meteors, descending upon the Divine Wood Forest. The Buddhist disciple Xianzong donned a cassock holding prayer beads, with a spot of crimson cinnabar on his forehead, and his eyes glowed with a fierce Buddhist light, instilling fear. The Ice God Palace's holy maiden Mu Lanqing wore a pure white moon skirt, brandishing the Ice God Palace's sacred sword, frost cold, accompanied by a flurry of wind and snow, her presence colder than the sword. The deputy master of the 10,000 Poison Valley, Zhao Wuji, dressed in black, stood with hands behind his back, surrounded by wisps of black energy, looking exceedingly eerie. The holy maiden of the red garment section, Jianqing, wore a red dress, with a ghostly mask, her long hair flowing, and her captivating eyes beneath the bronze mask sparkled with soul-stirring brilliance.
They've come. Indeed, they've all come.
Mu Xianin took a deep breath, feeling a slight sense of despair rising in her heart. Now, aside from the holy son of the Xiantian sword sect, who had fallen at her hands at the start of the righteous versus demonic battle, the holy sons and daughters of the 7 top cultivation sects of the continent were all present. The 6 before her were the pinnacle of the current young generation. Each of them was no weaker than her, and several were much stronger. In an instant, she felt immense pressure. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared in her mind.
What would he do?
Mu Xianin bit her red lips and murmured to herself. As her thoughts reached this point, she shook her head and stepped forward, casting her gaze over the 6 extraordinary figures present. Then she coldly spoke.
Everyone! Behind the Divine Wood Forest lies the forbidden area of our supreme heaven. So please stop here. Hee.
Li Washing sneered.
Mu Xianin, you really don't know the heights of heaven and depths of earth. You are at death's door, yet you still dare to stop me from entering the Zhou Garden. Kill me. Just you.
Mu Xianin scoffed.
Why don't you give it a try?
With that, her true essence surged. Clang. 9 brilliant star lights descended around her. In that instant, the aura of the star-gathering 9th realm swept through the entire Divine Wood Forest.
Amitabha. Princess Xuanin, you cannot stop us today. Please do not commit needless killings. Just withdraw. The chief Buddhist disciple Xianzong spoke calmly. Hearing this, Li Wansheng could no longer sit still. He turned to Xianzong and coldly reprimanded.
Shut up.
You bald donkey. Do you know how many people from the Tian's army have been killed by these demonic cultivators? And you want them to leave now? Dare I ask, have you lost your mind? Indeed.
Immortal Lingfeng also nodded, speaking coldly.
3 days ago, 7 of my sword servants died at the hands of Mu Xianin and her demonic cultivators. I absolutely will not let them leave. So Xianzong, you should just shut up.
Hee. A charming laugh echoed. The holy maiden of the red garment section, Jianqing, stepped forward looking at Li Huasheng and Mo Lingfeng and mocked.
Truly the peerless duo of the continent. You two are as close as if you were wearing the same pair of pants. But you two can only bully honest people like young disciple Xianzong. After all, if anyone dared to speak to this holy maiden like that, I would definitely cut out their tongue.
Humph. Li Huasheng snorted coldly in response.
Qin Jianqin, you have quite the audacity. If you really have the ability, then come and try. This young master will be waiting for you.
Try? Qin Jianqin chuckled lightly.
Young master, you are not my type. A man like you. This holy maiden looks down on. You should stop thinking about me.
Nonsense. Li Huasheng yelled angrily. Qin Jianxin's words made him feel as if he had punched a cotton ball, utterly powerless. At that moment, Qin Jianqin quickly changed the topic.
Although I look down on you, but perhaps the Ice God Palace's launching sister would be willing to give you a try.
How audacious. Hearing this, Mo Lingfeng's eyes suddenly turned sharp, as if he would shred Qin Jianqin to pieces the next second.
Oh dear. The Holy Sun is anxious. Young master, do you think there is a story between Holy Sun Mo and Holy Maiden Mu?
Qin Jianqin turned to Zhao Wuji, the deputy master of the 10,000 Poison Valley, and asked.
What the Holy Maiden said is quite right. These two.
Their relationship is likely not simple.
Zhao Wuji crossed his arms, sarcastically taking over Qin Jianxin's words.
Enough.
What are you all doing? Now! We are all in the same boat. Entering the Zhou Garden and obtaining the legacy of the martial emperor is our goal. Why must you target each other like this?
The holy maiden of the Ice God Palace, Mu Lanqing, furrowed her brows, coldly reprimanding Qin Jianqin and Zhao Wuji.
Sister Lanqing, I heard that the women of the Ice God Palace are all pure-hearted holy maidens. But why does your smelly sister get anxious when I mention your brother Lingfeng? It seems the women of the Ice God Palace are not all as pure-hearted as the rumors say.
Qin Jianqin shook her head lightly, mocking her beautiful eyes under the ghostly mask, playfully gazing at Mu Lanqing.
Qin Jianqin, you have gone too far.
Mu Lanxin's delicate face turned cold upon hearing this reprimanding fiercely. Qin Jianqin could say what she wanted, but she absolutely could not insult her sect.
Isn't it true? Before you joined the Ice God Palace, didn't you and your brother Lingfeng have a childhood engagement? Qin Jianqin said carelessly.
Those are past matters. Do not bring them up again. All disciples of my Ice God Palace are indeed pure-hearted, having severed ties with the mundane world.
If you continue to talk nonsense, I will definitely not spare you.
Mu Lanxin's voice was cold as she warned.
A fine severance from the mundane world. But even if, as you say, all the disciples of the Ice God Palace have severed ties with the mundane world, what about your little martial aunt? I have heard that your little martial aunt Mu Bing has a betrothal with the young heir of the Ji family. Looking at it this way, your Ice God Palace is crooked from the top down, with everyone being hypocritical and unable to live without men. Qin Jianqin ruthlessly mocked Mu Lanqing.
Qin Jianqin, you are seeking death.
Mu Lanxin's body trembled with anger, her jade hand gripping the sword hilt, her eyes bursting with cold light.
Clang. The frost blade was drawn, its light shining. Mu Lanqing held Frostblade, pointing its edge directly at Qin Jianqin. She knew about the betrothal between Mu Bing and Ji Xiu, and she did not understand it either. She had once asked her master, who told her that her martial uncle Mu Bing was different from them, and did not have to follow the rules of the Ice God Palace. But in this matter, she did not need to explain to Qin Jianqin. She only knew one thing: those who insult her sect must die. In a secluded corner of the Divine Wood Forest, Ji Xiu watched the chaotic scene at the forest's edge, finding it rather amusing. He hadn't expected that in the end, they would even drag his matter with Mu Bing into it.
Your Highness, it seems the top cultivation clans of the Nine Heavens aren't a monolithic block after all.
Old Wei sneered, his gaze fixed on the 6 lofty holy sons and holy maidens deep within the forest.
Of course. Though they're called the 7 great cultivation clans after 1,000 years of heritage, who can truly tolerate whom? Which clan doesn't have some grudge against another?
Ji Xiu said casually.
Indeed. Now the Holy Sect and the Heavenly Strategy Army are aligned. The Red Garment Sect and the 10,000 Poison Valley are also on the same side. The Ice God Palace, the Buddhist sect, and the weakest, the Profound Heaven Sword sect, each fend for themselves. So it's only natural that these people clash and cause the current situation.
Lady Shui pouted, looking as if she had predicted it all.
Interesting.
Ji Xiu's lips curled slightly. Now the holy sons and holy maidens of the 7 supreme cultivation clans of the 9 heavens. Aside from the Profound Heaven Sword sect's holy son, who was killed by Mu Xuanning, all the others had arrived. And according to intelligence from MI6, a major figure from the supreme heaven was likely to descend. The intelligence said this major figure was the Holy Lord of the Supreme Heaven.
Holy Lord. Holy Empress. One who stands on equal footing with Nanlingwe. That person. He must be extraordinary.
Ji Xiu mused thoughtfully.
Your Highness. Something strange. The Divine Phoenix Empire's eldest princess and the Great Qin Dynasty's second prince haven't arrived yet. According to intelligence, they should have entered the Divine Wood Forest long ago.
Old Wei frowned, reminding him.
They're not the only ones.
Ji Xiu shook his head. Besides Feng Wang and Yingling. And the novel's male lead Yi Xian, who also hasn't appeared. And of course the mysterious Yin Fei, as well as the Holy Lord of the Supreme Heaven.
Your Highness, what should we do now?
Old Wei asked in a low voice.
No rush. Let's watch first.
Ji Xiu shook his head. From the very beginning he had never taken these prodigies, whom the young cultivators of the 9 heavens worshipped as gods, seriously. What concerned him wasn't these people at all. Yin Fei, Yi Xian, and Gu Jian, who had been missing for nearly a month. These were the ones he cared about. Of course. Yet he could also catch a glimpse of the Supreme Heaven's Holy Lord and the Emperor's Law, the 2 severance blade art, that had been stolen from the martial Emperor Zhou Dufu. That would be even better. Meanwhile, at the edge of the Divine Wood Forest, the Red Garment sect's Holy Maiden Shen Jianqin and the Ice God Palace's Holy Maiden Mu Lanqin were locked in mutual hostility. Zhao Wuji, the young Valley Lord of the 10,000 Poison Valley, watched the Holy Sect's Holy Son Mo Lingfeng and the Heavenly Strategy Army's young Lord Li Wangxing with a mocking grin. The Buddhist sect's chief Xianzong stood to the side, shaking his head with a sigh. For a moment, the atmosphere in the entire Divine Wood Forest grew tense.
Sister Lanqin. Impatient. Want to kill me with a single sword strike. But can you really do it?
Shen Jianqin taunted Mu Lanqin provocatively.
What are you looking at? Look again, and it'll gouge your eyes out.
Li Wangxing said coldly to Zhao Wuji.
I'm looking at someone. Looks like a dog.
Zhao Wuji replied with a sneer, tilting his head.
You?
Li Wangsheng was left speechless, rage surging within him. Just then Mo Lingfeng shook his head at him and said,
Your Highness, forget it.
With that, under the gaze of the assembled prodigies, he walked alone toward Mu Xianin.
Mu Xianin, come and face your death.
Humph. Mu Xianin snorted coldly.
Try it.
As she spoke, twin crescent moons of slaughter emerged deep within her beautiful eyes. At the same time, she raised her hand and drew a long sword from the void, its blade crackling with arcs of purple lightning.
Interesting. But is that all?
Mo Lingfeng sneered, his cold gaze fixed firmly on Mu Xianin. The silence lasted a second. Clang. Mu Xianin and Mo Lingfeng moved almost simultaneously. Each employed their divine movement techniques, pushing their speed to the limit, and clashed like 2 streaks of light. Clang. 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 Sparks flew in the void, the sound of weapons colliding echoing across the sky. Mu Xuanyan's swordplay was unpredictable and swift, her purple sword light blooming like fireworks. Mo Lingfeng's sword momentum was like a mountain, his sword aura like a dragon, with countless cyan sword shadows filling the sky, terrifying in their intensity. Clang. 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 In the blink of an eye their figures crossed. They had each thrust over 100 strikes at the other, a peerless duel of blade against blade. Splat. A long spray of blood flew into the air. Mo Lingfeng stood steadily in place, a deep bloody sword wound on his left arm, the bone visible. He glanced briefly at the wound, his expression unchanged, but his gaze toward Mu Xianin grew even colder and more chilling.
As expected of the demon sex holy maiden. You do have some skill. But this is where it ends.
Heh. Mu Xianyin let out a cold laugh. A sword wound also marked her shoulder, blood soaking through her clothes and dripping down her arm drop by drop.
So many words.
At her words, Immortal Feng's expression turned utterly cold. Kill. Without another word, they both stomped hard on the ground. Crack. The earth split into a web of cracks. They both leaped into the air, tracing a perfect arc across the sky, and once again engaged in a peerless duel. This time, there was no more testing. They unleashed their killing moves. Mu Xianyin gripped her sword hilt with both hands, the twin moons of slaughter shining in her eyes. She seemed to transform into a peerless female sword, immortal, a 100-Zhang crescent moon rising beneath her blade. The moon radiance was brilliant, the killing intent fierce. A single sword stroke that shook the world.
Seeking death,
Immortal Feng said icily. He twisted his wrist, activated the holy sex forbidden mystic art, and raised his sword. This sword stroke turned its sword aura into a dragon. A thunderous dragon roar echoed through heaven and earth. Its momentum and might transcended limits in that moment, as if it could cleave through all. Boom! The sword radiance and the sword dragon collided violently in the void. In an instant, a 100-Zhang storm of true essence erupted, sword auras splattering everywhere, sweeping across the heavens, and earth stirring up ripples in the air. Where the ripples passed over 100 ancient trees of the Divine Wood Forest were instantly severed at the waist, their cut surfaces as smooth as a mirror. Clearly the power of this sword duel between the two was immensely formidable, nearly surpassing the limits of the 9-star gathering realm.
It's over.
The Buddhist sect's chief Xianzong shook his head and murmured. As his words fell, a figure was seen flying backward from the storm center. It was Mu Xianyin. Splat. She flew back 100-Zhang, and when she finally steadied herself, she couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, her stunning face turning deathly pale. If not for the black-robed woman supporting her, she might not have been able to stand. On the other side, Immortal Feng stood with one hand holding his sword behind his back. Though a trace of blood stained the corner of his mouth, he walked steadily out of the storm center. The outcome of that sword strike was clear. He had the upper hand.
Hee. As expected of the holy sex holy son.
Li Wansheng smiled slightly. He knew Immortal Feng well. Beneath the Lord level, Immortal Feng was nearly invincible, and would not be defeated.
A pity. Even in the 9-star gathering realm there are differences.
Zhao Wuji's expression was cold.
Amitabha.
Xianzong shook his head. He could see that Mu Xianyin had no strength left to fight.
Very well. Sister Lanjin. Let's call it a day. This young lady of the demon sex seems to be at her limit. After I enter Zhou Garden and obtain the 2 Severance Blade Art, I'll compete with you again.
Shen Jianqi waved her hand at Mu Lanjin. They were about to enter Zhou Garden. She wanted to conserve her strength to seize the Emperor's Law, the 2 Severance Blade Art. So she had no intention of wasting energy on Mu Lanjin here.
I'll be waiting.
Mu Lanjin sheathed frost. She too knew that the 2 Severance Blade Art was the top priority now. This was not the time for a life-or-death struggle with Shen Jianqi. Mu Xianyin felt a wave of helplessness as she looked at the assembled prodigies before her. Her eyes dimmed as she lowered her gaze, murmuring to herself.
So, it's still not enough. Master was right, there's still a considerable gap between me and the top prodigies of this era. It seems I won't be able to wait for that guy.
Just then her brow flickered faintly, and a purple moon appeared briefly on her forehead. At that moment, she keenly sensed a familiar presence. She raised her head abruptly, her beautiful eyes staring intently toward the north of the Divine Wood Forest. Mu Zuanyan's throat tightened, then she bit her lip and called out with a hint of grievance.
Jishio, you little rascal. Since you're here, why don't you show yourself? Are you afraid to see me or afraid to see my master?
At the northern corner of the Divine Wood Forest, Old Wei and Lady Shui were both taken aback by Mu Zuanyan's voice. Jishio, however, shook his head with a helpless smile, and then walked step by step toward the edge of the Divine Wood Forest. Upon hearing Mu Xianyin utter that person's name, the expressions of everyone present in the Divine Wood Forest froze in an instant.
Your Highness the Saintess, are you referring to the heir of the Beixiaji family, Jishio? How could it be him? Shouldn't our Supreme Heavenly Lord be arriving instead? Why couldn't it be him?
The woman in the black robe stared blankly at Mu Xianyin.
The person I mentioned has always been him.
Mu Xianyin slightly pursed her red lips, her beautiful eyes filled with bewilderment. Ah, the Supreme Lord is actually him. The woman in black couldn't help but cover her mouth. At that moment, she finally understood that Ji Xiu was indeed their Supreme Lord.
Exactly. Ever since Master established the Supreme Heaven a decade ago, he has been our Supreme Lord. It's just that he himself is still unaware of it.
Mu Xianyin murmured with a slightly profound tone. As her words fell, the faces of the disciples of the Supreme Heaven Demon sect darkened, filled with mixed emotions. The good news was that their Supreme Lord had arrived. The bad news was that their Supreme Lord was a guy even younger than their saintess. This guy might possess incredible talent and have a decent backing. But among these holy sons and daughters present, who wasn't remarkable? Rustle, rustle, rustle. As a clear sound of footsteps echoed, everyone's gaze turned towards the northern corner of the Divine Wood Forest. There a tall young man was walking slowly. Dressed in white, he looked extraordinarily handsome, and his eyes clear, as an autumn mountain spring contained a sharpness that could cut through the long night. At first glance, he was truly stunning. He walked with his hands behind his back, moving deep into the Divine Wood Forest, without sparing a glance at the 6 great prodigies heading straight for Mu Xianyin.
Mu Xianyin, long time no see.
Ji Xiu spoke softly, as he looked at the woman before him, who had shed her youthful innocence, and become even more breathtakingly beautiful.
You finally decided to show yourself.
Mu Xianyin bit her flower-like lips, gazing blankly at Ji Xiu.
How did you know I was in the Divine Wood Forest?
Ji Xiu asked curiously. He had intended to wait for the Supreme Lord to reveal himself. He hadn't expected Mu Xianyin to discover him directly. This minor disruption to his plan was no big deal. Mu Xianyin slightly lifted her red lips and whispered,
Did you forget? A decade ago, in the Weiyang Palace, you were already my master's person. How could I not know?
Ji Xiu's mind conjured an image of an exceptionally beautiful and cold visage, and he couldn't help but swallow hard. He thought, that makes sense. After all, that woman Nanling Yue was extraordinarily capable. It was quite possible that she had left her mark on him at some point.
But what do you want now? Do you want me to save you? If I remember correctly,
you still owe me for that time 10 years ago, right?
Ji Xiu looked at Mu Xianyin with a hint of amusement. 10 years ago, he had helped Mu Xianyin slay Emperor Long Tian.
At that time, Mu Xianyin had insisted that she owed him, and that debt had never been repaid.
Of course not. Mu Xianyin's beautiful eyes sparkled with interest as she suddenly asked Ji Xiu softly,
if this saintess is not mistaken,
you also want Zhou Dufa's imperial technique, the 2-section blade technique, right?
Ji Xiu nodded. There was nothing to hide. The 2-section blade technique of Zhou Dufu was indeed part of his own plans.
Good. Then I'll tell you. Zhou Dufa's imperial tomb is indeed located within Zhou Garden. Not only that, I can also tell you what the key to opening the imperial tomb is. Do you want to know?
Mu Xianyin said, her beautiful eyes fixed on Ji Xiu without blinking.
Let's hear it.
Ji Xiu raised an eyebrow. He truly didn't know what key was needed to enter Zhou Dufa's tomb.
Very simple. To enter the imperial tomb, 9 keys are needed. And the 9 keys are the 9 fragments of Zhou Dufa's 2-section blade. Mu Xianyin lightly opened her red lips and spoke softly.
So, do you have any of those fragments?
Ji Xiu asked curiously. Only one. And that one was obtained by this saintess after killing the holy son of the Xiantian sword sect.
Mu Xianyin spoke without hiding anything. If she really had 9 fragments, then the 2-section blade technique would have already belonged to her Supreme Heaven. After all, the Tianmo Mountain was her Supreme Heaven's territory. In the past decade, she had countless opportunities to enter and exit Zhou Garden.
So, the remaining 8 fragments are in the hands of these young prodigies, right? Ji Xiu asked calmly. Without a doubt, if even the weakest holy son of the Xiantian sword sect had a fragment of the 2-section blade, then the rest must have some as well. Exactly. After Zhou Dufu entered the life-forbidden zone and went missing years ago, the two-section blade he used to suppress the Dragon Clan in the South Sea was shattered into 9 pieces. And those 9 fragments ended up in the hands of the top cultivation sects and dynasties of the 9 heavens. In other words now, the remaining 8 fragments, 6 of them are in the possession of these 6 righteous prodigies. The remaining 2 are in the hands of the Long Princess Feng Wang of the Divine Phoenix Empire, and the second Prince Yingling of the Great Qin Empire. At this point Mu Xianyin looked at the 6 great prodigies, her beautiful eyes sparkling with a dangerous light.
I see.
Jishio nodded, and after a moment of thought spoke earnestly.
Forget it. Since that's the case, this heir will save you once more. Pa.
Mu Xianyin couldn't help but scoff at his words, a blush appearing on her pretty face. She thought to herself, after 10 years apart Jishio still spoke so directly, and unabashedly truly deserving of the nickname Ji Bushio. However, on the other hand, she was also very curious about how strong Jishio had become after his 10 years of seclusion. As her thoughts flipped, Jishio had already stood in front of her.
Beixia heir Jishio.
Immortal Feng murmured as he frowned at the tall young man before him. For some reason looking at Jishio gave him an overwhelming sense of heaviness, as if he were gazing upon an insurmountable mountain. He shook his head hoping it was just his illusion.
Ji family Jishio. Is he the one rumored to have appeared with 4 beams of celestial light when he emerged? Li Wansheng raised an eyebrow, his eyes scanning Jishio without restraint. He had heard of Jishio's name long ago.
However, due to Jishio's low profile, there was very little information about him in the 9 heavens. So even he didn't know how strong the Ji family heir before him was.
Jishio the heir. This Dao friend. His cultivation seems unfathomable.
The top monk of the Buddhist sect Xianzong stared blankly at Jishio. His keen battle instincts told him that the young man before him was extremely dangerous. His cultivation and combat power might far surpass his own.
Jishio. This guy is intriguing. He seems to have a complex relationship with the demon sect Saintus. Moreover, thinking about it, for this Saintus to sit in the position of Saintus in a certain sense, I should thank him.
Shen Jianqin stared at Jishio with great interest. Many years ago her rival along with her backing perished in the capital. It was said that this was the doing of the previous master of the Ice God Palace. But she always felt that this was Jishio's handiwork.
What's the matter? Saintus, are you very interested in this Ji family heir? Zhao Wuji teased Shen Jianqin, who was gazing at Jishio in a daze.
Of course. This Saintus has a great interest in this guy.
Shen Jianqin replied without any reservations.
I see.
Hee. I am also quite curious. Why Jishio appears at this moment? What does he intend to do? Could it be that he wants to protect the demon sect Saintus Mu Xianyin from us? If that's the case, today might be even more interesting.
Zhao Wuji chuckled softly. At that moment his gaze toward Jishio was filled with amusement. If Jishio truly wanted to protect Mu Xianyin, then he would let Jishio know what true cruelty was.
So it turns out
he is the fiancé of the little martial ant. What's so great about this guy? That he could defy the rules of the Ice God Palace and make the little martial ant marry him.
Mulan gazed at Jishio, biting her beautiful lips, her pretty face filled with frost. Just then,
Jishio surveyed the 6 prodigies present, and then spoke with a radiant smile.
Everyone. Now I give you 2 choices. First, voluntarily hand over the fragments of the 2-section blade to me. Second, today you will be buried here.
Yet Jishio's arrogant words echoed endlessly throughout the Divine Wood Forest. The 6 great prodigies coldly fixed their gazes upon Jishio.
Well said, Jishio. You not only dare to think it, you even dare to say it out loud. This truly is something this young lord did not expect. I have to say, you are indeed the most arrogant person I have ever seen in my life. But unfortunately, in this world people like you are destined to have short lives.
Li Wansheng looked at Jishio with cold, piercing eyes. He was the young lord of the Tian, so army, how could he endure such insolence?
Jishio, just as the young lord has said, this holy sun is very curious what gives you the audacity to impose choices upon us. Do you know that arrogance comes at a price? Lingfeng coldly warned. He knew Ji Xiu was strong, perhaps even had something up his sleeve. But he believed he was even stronger. Beneath the realm of kings, he considered himself invincible. Above the realm of kings, if he was ruthless, he could also achieve a one-for-one trade.
Young Lord Ji Xiu, the fragments of the two-section blade are things given to me by my master. I cannot possibly hand them over to you. Please abandon this thought, young lord.
The holy son of the Buddhist sect Xianzan shook his head and stated honestly. He had come out of the Great Thunder Sound Temple to bring back the two-section blade technique for his sect. So how could he possibly hand it over to Ji Xiu? Even if his intuition told him that Ji Xiu was dangerous. But who among them was not a top prodigy on the Nine Heavens continent? Even though he came from the Buddhist sect, he still had the passion and pride of a chosen one.
Defeat me. Then I will give you the two-section blade fragments. However, if you lose, this Valley Master will blood sacrifice you and this group of demonic lowlifes behind you.
Zhao Wujia raised his chin, speaking coldly, as a chilling aura slowly rose around him.
Little sister Lanqing, what do you say? Do you dare to lay hands on your little master?
Shen Jianqing teased, provoking Mu Lanqing. Humph. Upon hearing this, Mu Lanqing coldly snorted.
Why would I not dare? Perfect. Today I will seek justice for my little master.
Ji Xiu shook his head as he observed the 6 prodigies, who had instantly united, as one, the teasing glint in his eyes growing more intense.
Very well. Since that's the case, let's all attack together. This young lord is pressed for time.
His purpose for this journey was simple: to seize the two-section blade technique, rescue Gu Jian, and harvest the Child of Destiny. If it weren't for the fact that this group of prodigies had the fragments of the two-section blade in their hands, he would not have bothered with them. Therefore, he did not want to waste time on these prodigies. The sooner he could resolve this, the better.
Attack together. Do you think you're worthy?
Lingfeng shouted angrily, transforming into a streak of azure light, charging fiercely towards Ji Xiu, creating a whirlwind of sword intent in his wake. Seeing this scene, the remaining prodigies were not surprised. After all, Lingfeng was just that kind of person. Strong and extremely arrogant, he was always at the forefront of every battle. And it was no different now. In an instant, Lingfeng had arrived before Ji Xiu. Holding his sharp sword, he sliced through the air, the sword's edge carrying a long tail light, and a mountainous sword intent aimed directly at Ji Xiu's throat. Ha! Seeing this, Ji Xiu's expression showed no change. He merely raised a finger. Ding! A mournful sound of the sword echoed. Everyone looked up, witnessing a scene that left them utterly astonished. Lingfeng's sword intent was like a rainbow, the speed of his sword reaching its utmost limit. Yet Ji Xiu only used a single finger to block Lingfeng's sword.
How is that possible?
Lingfeng's pupils constricted. He unleashed all his true energy, but his sword tip could hardly advance another half-inch.
There's nothing impossible. Your sword is too slow.
Ji Xiu shook his head, flicking his finger at the sword body. Clang! A tremendous force passed from the sword body to Lingfeng. Boom! He felt as if he had been struck by a 1,000-gene iron hammer. His body violently shook. He flew backward like a kite with a broken string, ultimately crashing heavily to the ground. Lingfeng clutched his chest and suddenly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his gaze toward Ji Xiu trembling violently. But in just an instant, a surge of furious rage erupted from the depths of his eyes. An arrogant person would never permit himself to fail. Even if reason told him that his opponent was far stronger than him, he would still charge forward without hesitation.
Kill!
Lingfeng slammed the ground fiercely, soaring into the sky with his eyes blood-red, wisps of azure flame swirling around him. Undoubtedly, he had burned his bloodline, wanting to fight Ji Xiu to the death.
Holy Son, I come to assist you. Let's join in.
Li Wansheng shouted coldly, riding his steed and leading 18 armored knights charging towards Ji Xiu.
This guy, his battle power is unfathomable.
Zhao Wujia, the deputy leader of the Wan Poison Valley, pulled out a black halberd from the void, whispering to Shen Jianqing.
Don't. If you go, you will die. Even if you exhaust all your trump cards, it will be useless. We are simply not on the same level as this guy.
Shen Jianqing shook her head, her tone extremely grave. She gazed at Ji Xiu, who stood calmly like a tranquil lake, as if realizing something. At this moment her beautiful eyes hidden beneath the mask trembled slightly, as she looked at Ji Xiu. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wujie was momentarily speechless. Although he felt very unconvinced, he ultimately resisted the urge to kill, and reluctantly withdrew his weapon. On the other hand, Mu Lanqing did not care about so much. She truly wanted to see what capabilities Ji Xiu had. With a cold face, she raised her hand to draw out frost, her figure moving, as blooming ice lotuses blossomed at her feet, her silhouette soaring towards Ji Xiu.
Amitabha! This monk will join in.
Xianzong took a deep breath, holding a golden Zen staff in his left hand, and a purple gold alms bowl in his right, radiant Buddhist light erupting as he ascended into the sky. Seeing this scene, Ji Xiu remained calm. He shook his head and said,
"This young lord has already said it. Why not let you all attack together? Otherwise you truly have no chance at all."
"Madman!" Mo Lingfeng roared, his eyes blood-red, his entire body ablaze with azure flames. Zheng. Once his bloodline ignited, an unparalleled powerful force awakened within him. Mo Lingfeng gripped the sword hilt tightly, his eyes radiating the brilliance of falling stars and moonlight. His crimson gaze locked onto Ji Xiu, and he gritted his teeth, speaking each word slowly.
"Sink! Star! Fall! Moon! Ha!"
A sword came slashing from the west. The brilliance of this sword was exceptionally radiant, as if it carried the light of fallen stars and moons cutting through the realms of yin and yang. This forbidden sword strike descended with unparalleled sword might.
"This sword's killing power is sufficient, but it's still too slow."
Ji Xiu shook his head with a light laugh. He saw the demonic flames rise in his eyes for a moment. Then he raised his hand and performed a backhand strike towards a certain point in the void. Before Mo Lingfeng's sword could reach him, his palm bizarrely and precisely landed solidly on Mo Lingfeng's chest. Mo Lingfeng spat out blood, his entire being flying backward like a cannonball, crashing through dozens of large trees, ultimately collapsing helplessly in a pile of ruins unconscious. Meanwhile, his sword fell from the sky, firmly plunging into the ground in front of Ji Xiu. This scene left countless powerful figures of the demonic sect dumbfounded. Even Mu Xian could not help but cover her mouth, her beautiful eyes gleaming with intrigue as she looked at Ji Xiu. With a single palm strike, he defeated Mo Lingfeng. Ji Xiu then turned his gaze to the others. He looked at the formidable prodigies charging at him from all directions, and let out a cold laugh.
"Now this is getting interesting."
With that, he casually pulled out the sword belonging to Mo Lingfeng that was embedded in the ground. He activated the Star God's shattering steps. He activated the Devouring Immortal demon art. In that instant, Ji Xiu's form became as hazy and elusive as starlight fragments.
"Ji Xiu, you dare!"
Li Wangsheng's words were cut short. Ji Xiu's figure flickered, and as he raised his sword, an extraordinarily dazzling, world-shocking sword light blazed forth. With a piercing sound, the massive head of the steed Li Wangsheng was riding was severed cleanly by Ji Xiu's sword, blood spurting 10 zhang into the air. Amidst the rain of blood, Li Wangsheng leaped into the air, barely managing to steady himself, only to witness a scene that filled him with terror. His 18 ironclad personal guards were all cleaved in two by a single sword stroke from Ji Xiu, their crimson blood drenching the divine wood forest. Facing Ji Xiu, these battle-hardened guards, who had followed him for years, had not the slightest chance to resist, slaughtered like lambs. The most terrifying part was that even he could not see how Ji Xiu had moved. All he could see now were the severed limbs and broken bodies strewn across the divine wood forest. Ji Xiu stood amidst the downpour of blood, his eyes calmly fixed upon him.
"Ji Xiu, this air will fight you to the death today."
Li Wangsheng roared in fury, deciding to no longer conceal his cultivation and ultimate combat power. In that instant, the aura of the monarch realm burst forth from his body. Simultaneously, he split into 10 figures, each clone identical to his true self, seemingly possessing equal combat prowess. This was the forbidden technique of the Tion's military mansion, the 9 Calamities' heavenly strategy body.
"Monarch realm. I see."
A faint smile curled at the corner of Ji Xiu's mouth as a blaze of crimson flame flickered in his eyes. He instantly reactivated the demon's descent, and in a mere moment, he discerned all of Li Wangsheng's attack trajectories and the location of his true body. He then understood that this so-called Nine Calamities heavenly strategy body was merely a low-grade version of the one Qi transforms three purities, though it had 9 clones. These 9 clones only possessed 30% of the true Buddha's power. To him, they would shatter at a touch. Kill. Li Wansheng raised his dragon spear, shattering the void with a single step. The spear bloomed with a brilliant killing light, carrying the power of the monarch realm, and alongside his 9 phantom forms, he attacked from all directions. The scene was utterly shocking. 10 terrifying killing intents pierced the cosmos. A sound of blood splattering rang out. Li Wansheng's spear halted half an inch before Jishio, while his 9 phantom forms were all engulfed in azure flames, the azure lotus netherworld fire. He felt his body grow cold, his hand holding the spear trembling violently. Lowering his head slightly, he saw that 3 inches of the sword blade had somehow already pierced through his body. Crimson blood gushed from his heart like a stream.
How? How is this possible?
Li Wansheng stared blankly at Jishio.
Boring.
Jishio shook his head, then pulled the sword from Li Wansheng's heart, drawing out a long trail of blood. Under the faint light, the blood-stained sword in his hand appeared exceptionally sharp and poignantly beautiful. This sword was named Hidden Kill, the personal blade of Li Wansheng's close comrade Immortal. As for why Jishio used Hidden Kill instead of his own Grand Luo's sword Embryo, there was only one reason. They were not worthy. Li Wansheng coughed up another mouthful of blood. The light of life in his eyes gradually dimmed, and he finally collapsed to the ground lifeless. At this moment, looking at the fallen Li Wansheng Immortal lying unconscious in the ruins, the rain of blood, and the scattered limbs, Shen Jianqin and Zhao Wuji felt a chill, and instinctively stepped back. Meanwhile, Mu Lanqin and Xianzong stared blankly at Jishio. Jishio's strength far exceeded their imagination.
Holy monk! Do you wish to kill me too?
Jishio's gaze fell upon Xianzong, the chief of the Buddhist sect, a faint smile curling at the corner of his lips.
Jishio! You?
Before Xianzong could finish his shocked words, Jishio stepped before him in a single stride, trailing a shimmering path of shattered starlight. Without a word, he raised his fist and struck. Azure flames blazed upon his fist, the azure lotus netherworld fire.
Huh?
Xianzong roared, his entire body radiating golden Buddhist light, as he assumed a defensive posture, shielding himself with his purple gold alms bowl. Boom! Jishio's fist slammed into the purple gold alms bowl, unleashing a colossal force and a sky-covering blaze of azure flames. Xianzong flew backward like a kite, with its string cut collapsing to the ground and coughing up blood incessantly. Jishio did not stop. In a flash, he appeared before Mu Lanqin. Before she could draw her sword, his fist struck her stomach. Mu Lanqin violently coughed up blood and fell weakly to her knees. This single punch shattered all her illusions.
How? How can you be so strong?
Mu Lanqin stared at Jishio in utter shock, her jade hand holding the frost sword trembling uncontrollably. He severely wounded Immortal with one move and instantly killed Li Wansheng. Even she and the Buddhist chief Xianzong were like mere toys before him. If she had not witnessed and experienced it herself today, she would never have believed it. At this moment, Jishio glanced at Mu Lanqin kneeling before him, and Xianzong lying on the ground coughing blood, raising an eyebrow slightly. Then he smiled faintly and said,
Mu Lanqin, Xianzong, do you know why this air does not kill you?
Hearing this, Mu Lanqin gritted her teeth and replied,
Because
of little martial aunt.
Clearly he was betrothed to her little martial aunt, and she was the holy maiden of the ice god palace. Thus Jishio spared her life out of respect for her little martial aunt.
Jishio chuckled softly and said nothing more. The reason he did not kill Mu Lanqin was simple. According to intelligence from the Military Intelligence Bureau, Mu Lanqin had a very close relationship with Mu Bing. Before Mu Bing went into seclusion, the two had been inseparable. Though their seniority differed, they were like sisters. Therefore, a sinister idea had just crossed his mind, to soul-jack Mu Lanqin and use her to backstab Mu Bing. Though he didn't know if this method could kill Mu Bing, it would at least serve as a fine opening gift.
And you, holy monk, do you know why this air does not kill you?
Jishio looked at Xianzong with a playful expression and asked,
This humble monk does not know.
Xianzong stared blankly at Jishio and replied softly.
Very simple. There is only one reason. And that is,
you Xianzong are the younger brother of the Divine Phoenix Empire's eldest princess. If this heir killed you, then how could I force your sister to show herself? A cold, cruel smile curled at the corner of Jishio's lips. At this moment no one knew that within the Zhou garden behind the Divine Wood Forest upon an endless snowfield, a spear blazing with fierce phoenix flames tore through the boundless sky, spanning 1,000 li, carrying unparalleled power, and resonant phoenix cries hurtling toward the Divine Wood Forest. And the target of this spear was undoubtedly Jishio. In the depths of the Divine Wood Forest, Xianzong gazed at Jishio in shock, beads of sweat dripping from his forehead onto the ground.
How did you know she is my sister? This matter should only be known to those of the royal family of the Divine Phoenix Empire. Who exactly are you?
Jishio smiled faintly, hands behind his back, coldly looking down at Xianzong, and spoke.
Xianzong. Mother passed away when I was 3. I entered the Great Thunder Sound Temple at 7. I became the chief of the Buddhist sect at 18. At 23 I entered the world. And it is worth mentioning that the long princess of the Divine Phoenix Empire also lost her mother at the age of 3. She only entered the Divine Phoenix royal family at 7. Moreover, from that time on, every year on July 15th, she would bring a bouquet of jasmine to the Great Thunder Sound Temple to pray and worship. As for you, Xianzong, every year on July 15th, you would also bring a bouquet of jasmine to kneel for an entire day on the back mountain of the Great Thunder Sound Temple. If I remember correctly, your mother passed away on July 15th 20 years ago, right? Most importantly, someone told me the Emperor of the Divine Phoenix Empire always calls out a woman's name in his dreams, Jasmine. What? Would you like to hear more from this young master?
The relationship between Xianzong and Feng Huang is very secretive, and few people in the entire Nine Heavens continent know of it. In fact, even the intelligence gathered by the 6 departments regarding Xianzong and Feng Huang is extremely fragmented. However, Jishio now controls not only the 6 departments, but also the spider network. And Jishio pieced together countless fragments from the 2 major intelligence forces. In the end, he reached a conclusion: Xianzong and Feng Huang are indeed biological siblings.
You?
Hearing Jishio's words, Xianzong felt a chill run down his spine. Previously, he only thought Jishio's cultivation strength was unfathomable. But now it seems the power behind Jishio is likely beyond imagination.
Huh?
Xianzong took a deep breath and said,
Young Master Ji, you need not say more. The little monk has already admitted it. Feng Huang, she is indeed my sister.
As he spoke, his throat moved slightly, and his eyes were filled with sorrow, as if recalling painful memories from the past.
I am quite curious. Would your sister exchange the shards of the dual blade for your life?
A faint smile lifted the corners of Jishio's mouth.
No.
Xianzong shook his head, then looked seriously into Jishio's eyes, and said,
My sister is very strong-minded. She never makes deals. She would only kill you.
As the words fell, a terrifying sound of a piercing shriek came from the distant horizon, and a streak of crimson meteor tore through the sky, hurtling towards the Divine Wood Forest. In that instant, Jishio furrowed his brows sharply, a cold and dangerous feeling spreading throughout his body.
Your Highness, be careful.
Elder Wei looked at the spear engulfed in blazing phoenix flames piercing towards Jishio from the horizon, his pupils contracting. He unleashed his true essence and soared towards Jishio, wanting to block this spear for him. He sensed that the power behind this spear was immense. Under the holy stage, it seemed capable of killing all. Unfortunately, he was still a step too late, as the spear stained with phoenix flames had already reached behind Jishio.
Divine Forbidden Domain. Activate.
Jishio murmured as if in a dream. In that moment, time and space seemed to freeze. He felt as if he had entered a realm that was both mysterious and profound, becoming exceptionally light. Simultaneously, an extraordinary sensation arose in his heart. Time flows swiftly through the ages. In the end, there remains only one invincible person. At this moment, time and space thawed. Jishio's eyes radiated with a brilliant and dazzling chaotic holy light. Clang! Jishio suddenly turned around, raised his hand, and directly grasped the phoenix flame spear that had reached behind him. Boom! Centered around Jishio, the entire divine wood forest was swept up by a terrifying true essence storm. Terrifying phoenix flames splattered, and the surface of the divine wood forest cracked open like a spider web. Hundreds of supreme demons present were all sent flying dozens of feet high by the splattered true essence waves. Not only them, even several of the outstanding talents in the divine wood forest fell to the ground under this terrifying true essence wave. When the terrifying true essence storm gradually subsided, half of the divine wood forest had turned into a sea of flames. At this moment, only two people could stand steadily in the divine wood forest: Jishio and Elder Wei.
Your Highness, are you all right?
Elder Wei approached Jishio, his voice trembling as he asked.
I'm fine.
Jishio slammed the phoenix spear into the ground, then coldly looked towards the west of the courtyard and slowly spoke.
Long Princess of the Divine Phoenix Empire, Feng Huang. Such great divine authority. From 1,000 miles away you wish to take my life. Isn't that a bit too wishful thinking?
As the words fell, everyone stood up, shocked in their hearts. No one expected that the Long Princess of the Divine Phoenix Empire possessed such formidable cultivation. This spear, capable of annihilating everyone, was actually thrown from 1,000 miles away.
Her strength is far beyond any of us.
Shen Jianqing spoke with a serious tone.
Her cultivation and combat power are likely on the same level as Jishio.
Zhao Wuji took a deep breath, his eyes filled with fear and reluctance. He had thought that their group of talents on the continent should be on the same starting line. But first there was Jishio, who unleashed a massacre, toying with them, as if they were mere playthings. Then there was the Long Princess of the Divine Phoenix, Feng Huang, throwing a spear from 1,000 miles away, its power enough to wipe them all out. In that moment, both he and Shen Jianqing were filled with a strong sense of defeat.
Truly worthy of being called the reincarnation of the heavenly phoenix by the cultivators of the 9 heavens continent. In the future she is destined to become the empress of the Divine Phoenix Empire.
Mu Xianin wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and sighed softly.
Are you all right?
Jishio slightly tilted his head, looking at Mu Xuanin, and asked.
I'm fine. Just a bit of blood surging.
Mu Xianin shook her head lightly in response.
Your Highness, what should we do now?
Elder Wei glanced at Shen Jianqing and Zhao Wuji, then asked Jishio. Hearing this, Jishio turned to assess Shen Jianqing and Zhao Wuji before saying,
You too. Hand over the items.
As the words fell, Shen Jianqing hesitated for a moment, but ultimately gritted his teeth and took out a shard of the dual blade from his storage ring and threw it to Jishio.
Take it.
Seeing Shen Jianqing yield, Zhao Wuji also lowered his head, silent and sullen, took out his share and tossed it to Jishio.
Young Master Ji, we have given you the items. Can we leave now?
Shen Jianqing asked softly.
Yes. Of course you can leave. Please feel free.
Jishio smiled slightly. Upon hearing Jishio's words, the tense string in Shen Jianqing's heart relaxed.
Let's go! It's already quite a feat to have salvaged our lives from this guy today,
Shen Jianqing said to Zhao Wuji. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wuji nodded, a hidden ruthless glint flashing in his eyes. Finally, he shot Jishio a meaningful glance before turning away in silence. Just at that moment, Poochie! The sound of blood splattering echoed. Ah! Shen Jianqing exclaimed, looking towards Zhao Wuji. At this moment, the phoenix flame spear pierced through Zhao Wuji's chest, half of its sharp tip protruding from his heart. Ugh! Blood trickled from the corner of Zhao Wuji's mouth as he incredulously looked back, finding Jishio gazing at him with a faint smile. You? Zhao Wuji raised a finger to point at Jishio, but his voice trailed off, and he collapsed to the ground like a mountain crumbling.
Jishio, what are you doing? We have already handed over the shards of the dual blade. Why are you going back on your word?
Shen Jianqing questioned Jishio, his voice trembling. Jishio, hearing this, smiled brightly, then replied,
It's not that I'm going back on my word. It's just that this young master suddenly recalled something that Zhao Wuji, the young master of the Lesser Valley, said before. Didn't he say he was going to blood sacrifice me along with the supreme demons? Such words. should not be carelessly spoken.
As the words fell, Xianzan shook his head and slowly closed his eyes. Ji Xiu's bloodthirst far exceeded his imagination. Merely because of a threatening remark, he resorted to killing. How brutal! Even Mulan Jean was left dumbfounded, staring at the man before her, who appeared to have a gentle smile, unable to suppress a shiver. At this moment, she had only one thought: this guy is truly ruthless to the extreme. However, Mu Xuanning, upon witnessing this scene, revealed a smile on her stunningly beautiful face.
It's been 10 years. This guy has finally grown up.
After saying this, she signaled to the disciples of the Supreme Heaven. At this time, the disciples of the Supreme Heaven all removed their cloaks and knelt before Ji Xiu, loudly declaring,
"Disciples of the Supreme Heaven, we pay our respects to the Holy Lord. Disciples of the Infinite Heaven, pay homage to the Sacred Sovereign."
A resounding cry echoed through the entire Divine Wood Forest. All present, save for Mu Xuanning and the demonic cultivators of the Infinite Heaven, stood frozen in place.
So, Ji Xiu is the legendary Sacred Sovereign of the Infinite Heaven.
Xianzang's eyes widened at the shocking sight before him, and he couldn't help but swallow hard.
This fellow is the Sacred Sovereign of the Infinite Heaven. Wait. Legend has it that the Sacred Sovereign is the husband of the Sacred Empress Nanling Yue of the Infinite Heaven. How can this be? Isn't Ji Xiu the betrothed of our little junior aunt?
Mu Langshan's beautiful eyes flickered with uncertainty. For a moment her mind felt utterly overwhelmed.
So that's how it is. What a Ji Xiu! What a Sacred Sovereign of the Infinite Heaven!
Shen Jianqing stepped back twice, and beneath her bronze ghost mask her captivating eyes finally dimmed. She had wondered how Ji Xiu dared to unleash such carnage in the Divine Wood Forest, completely disregarding the deterrence of the forces behind them. It turned out Ji Xiu had long planned that none of their sacred sons and daughters from the top-tier cultivation sects would escape today. The fragments of the severance blade, Ji Xiu would seize them. Their lives, Ji Xiu would not spare them either. And at this moment, she was unaware. Ji Xiu was equally bewildered.
Me, Sacred Sovereign of the Infinite Heaven.
Ji Xiu stared blankly at the throng of demonic cultivators kneeling before him in a dark mass. He felt as if his mind had short-circuited.
And no wonder he is our young lord. He must have been orchestrating this since 10 years ago.
Old Wei also widened his eyes, as he gazed at Ji Xiu, unable to help but sigh in admiration. He swore that even he had not known about this. He believed that Guyao far away in the capital would not know either.
Sacred Sovereign of the Infinite Heaven, this Ji Xiu fellow has kept my lady and me in the dark for so long.
Miss Shui bit her crimson lip and murmured to herself. She had wondered how her lady, the daughter of the Snow Moon City Lord, could be treated so insolently by Ji Xiu. It turned out that behind Ji Xiu stood the Infinite Heaven, the foremost demonic sect of the 9 heavens, and behind him was the renowned sacred empress of the continent, Nanling Yue.
Wait. If he is the Sacred Sovereign of the Infinite Heaven, doesn't that mean my lady and I have boarded Ji Xiu's pirate ship too?
At this thought, Miss Shui felt her scalp tingle. The Infinite Heaven, the foremost demonic sect of the 9 heavens, was the common enemy of all righteous forces across the 9 heavens continent. If her lady were to be with Ji Xiu, wouldn't that mean they would have to oppose all the righteous cultivators of the 9 heavens in the future?
Mu Xuanning, explain yourself. When did I, this young lord, become the Sacred Sovereign of the Infinite Heaven?
Ji Xiu swiftly approached Mu Xuanning and grabbed her delicate wrist, demanding in a low voice.
Ji Xiu, you are so dense. My master founded the Infinite Heaven 10 years ago. So naturally from 10 years ago, you became our Infinite Heaven Sacred Sovereign.
Mu Xuanning lifted her chin slightly, her beautiful eyes filled with playful amusement as she looked at Ji Xiu. You? Ji Xiu was left speechless. He had never imagined that the Sacred Sovereign of the Infinite Heaven, whom he had always been curious about, was actually himself. But on second thought it made sense. How could that woman Nanling Yue easily let him off? She had appointed him as the Sacred Sovereign of the Infinite Heaven, effectively binding him to her.
What? Don't you want to be our Infinite Heaven Sacred Sovereign, young Lord Ji Xiu?
Mu Xuanning pursed her crimson lips, her beautiful eyes shimmering with a sly light that Ji Xiu could not decipher.
Aye.
Before Ji Xiao could finish, Mu Xianin interrupted him.
It's useless even if you don't want to. What's done is done, the die is cast. The sacred sovereign was personally appointed by the Master. Disciples of the infinite heaven, upon seeing the sacred sovereign, shall treat him as they would the Master herself. This decree was also personally issued by the Master. However, if you truly do not wish it, you can go and see the Master yourself. See if she will agree.
Upon hearing this, Ji Xiao took a deep breath and released Mu Xuanian's wrist. He thought to himself, this young lord is not foolish if he naively went to see Nanling Yue. Who knows what might happen? 10 years ago, that woman was already a Saint Realm expert. Now she was likely even more formidable. If he went, wouldn't he be walking right into a trap? Besides, he had more important matters to attend to. Seizing the severance blade art, finding Yanfei, and rescuing Gu Jian were the top priorities. Of course, if he could incidentally take down the novel's male protagonist He Xian, that would be the best outcome.
Enough. Sacred sovereign it is. Since that woman Nanling Wei is willing to give me the infinite heaven which she poured her heart and soul into founding, then I, this young lord, shall accept it.
Ji Xiao waved his hand. No matter what schemes Nanling Wei was plotting, getting what he wanted was the ultimate truth. With that, he shot Old Wei a meaningful glance. Old Wei nodded and turned to drag Mo Lingfeng, who had been beaten half to death by Ji Xiao, out from the distant ruins. With a clatter, Old Wei carelessly tossed Mo Lingfeng onto the ground. Now Mo Lingfeng was drenched in blood, the bones of his sword-wielding hand twisted and deformed. Clearly Ji Xiao had grievously wounded him. To put it bluntly, Mo Lingfeng might never have suffered such severe injuries in his entire life.
Alas!
Mu Lanqing looked at Mo Lingfeng's pitiful state, closed her eyes, and let out a long sigh. She and Mo Lingfeng had been childhood sweethearts, but after she joined the Ice God Palace, all ties were severed. Yet despite that, she still felt a pang of pity for Mo Lingfeng. With injuries this severe, even if he recovered, his future cultivation path would likely be capped at the Lord rank. Old Wei cast a cold glance at Mu Lanqing, then directly retrieved a fragment of the severance blade from Mo Lingfeng's ring and handed it to Ji Xiao.
Mu Xianin, what about the severance blade fragment in your hand?
Ji Xiao extended his hand unceremoniously toward Mu Xianin.
Here, take it.
Mu Xianin pouted and tossed her fragment to Ji Xiao.
Excellent.
Ji Xiao looked at the 7 fragments of the severance blade before him and let out a long breath of relief.
Young lord, now that you have 7 of the severance blade fragments, what about the remaining 2?
Old Wei asked in a low voice.
No rush. Now that we know Feng Wang has entered Zhou Garden, then the second prince of the great Qin Empire, Ying Ling, who has yet to show himself, is likely also in Zhou Garden. Since everyone is determined to obtain Zhou Dufa's sovereign art, the severance blade art, no one will leave Zhou Garden. So, next we'll head straight to the depths of Zhou Garden to Zhou Dufa's sovereign tomb to find them.
Ji Xiao's reasoning was clear. In fact, he believed that not only Feng Wang and Ying Ling, but also the mysterious Yanfei and the novel's male protagonist He Xian would ultimately venture into the depths of Zhou Garden. Otherwise, he couldn't fathom what else in this eerie demon heaven mountain could attract their presence.
And what about her and him? Kill them!
Old Wei pointed at the unconscious Mo Lingfeng on the ground, and the standing Shen Jianqing, asking, Ji Xiao pondered for a moment, then spoke coldly.
Keep Mo Lingfeng alive. Kill Shen Jianqing.
In the novel, Mo Lingfeng was indeed the sacred son of the holy sect, but he also had a sister named Mo Qinxian. On Peach Blossom Mountain, Mo Qinxian. She envied not the mortal world, only the immortals.
The foremost divine maiden of the 9 heavens continent. She is destined to become a supreme powerhouse of the 9 heavens. At her birth, she bore the primordial killing formation of the 9 heavens ancient era, the immortal slaying sword formation. Since that's the case, then Mo Lingfeng still has his uses.
Ji Xiao's expression turned sharp, his mind racing with thoughts. To be honest, he was extremely covetous of the immortal slaying sword formation diagram etched into Mo Qinxian's body. That was the sole reason he spared Mo Lingfeng's life.
Wait! Ji Xiao! You cannot kill me!
Shen Jianqing suddenly spoke up.
Why?
Ji Xiao looked at Shen Jianqing with a hint of amusement.
Divine Flame, spare my life today. In the future, I will gift you the Red Lotus Karmic Flame of the Red Clothes Sect.
Shen Jianqing clenched her jade hands. At this moment, to save herself, she chose to barter with her sect's sacred flame.
Not enough.
Ji Xiu shook his head. A divine flame was a fine treasure, but it wasn't enough to buy Shen Jianxin's life. After all, if she left the Demon Heaven Mountain safely and revealed everything that happened today, then the 7 top righteous powers would all come seeking retribution from him. This deal was not worthwhile.
What if I am willing to be your slave? If you don't believe me, the sacred maiden is willing to let you brand me with a slave mark.
Shen Jianqing bit her silver teeth and spoke each word deliberately.
Be my slave. Branded with a slave mark.
Ji Xiu raised an eyebrow. He knew that the slave mark was the cruelest means in the 9 Heavens continent. Once a cultivator was branded with a slave mark, they would obey the brander's every command. They would not dare to defy any order in the slightest. Even if ordered to die, they would end their own life immediately. Of course, unless a person willingly became a slave, it was very difficult to brand someone with a slave mark. Generally, those willing to become slaves, even to accept a slave mark, were people with no other way out. For example, the death warriors trained from a young age by powerful forces. Or as in this case, the sacred maiden of the Red Clothes Sect Shen Jianqing.
Are you truly willing to be my slave?
Ji Xiu asked again, with a serious expression.
I am willing,
Shen Jianqing replied with a trembling voice. She had witnessed Ji Xiu's ruthlessness firsthand. She also knew that aside from this path to survival, there was no other way. She did not want to die, she wanted to live. As long as she lived, there would still be hope in the future.
Bastard!
Mu Lanqing, watching from the side, clenched her teeth and cursed Ji Xiu inwardly.
Alas!
Xianzong also let out a long, heavy sigh.
This woman. Quite interesting.
Mu Xianning looked at Shen Jianqing, whose delicate frame was trembling, and nodded slightly. She admired Shen Jianxin's will to survive. Because if she were forced to be a slave, she would rather die.
Very well. Since that's the case, this young lord is also quite willing to take in a sacred maiden as a maidservant.
Ji Xiu curled the corner of his mouth. For him now, branding Shen Jianqing with a slave mark was the decision that maximized his gains. The sacred maiden of the Red Clothes Sect would make a fine chess piece. And for Shen Jianqing, it was also the best choice, as she could survive because of it. Since it was a win-win situation, there was no need to hesitate further. Huff. Upon hearing this, Shen Jianqing took a deep breath, then raised her jade hand, and under everyone's gaze slowly removed the bronze ghost mask she had always worn. Deep within Zhou Garden, upon a snow-covered mountain that pierced the clouds, a graceful figure stood at the peak, her gaze fixed on the distance. Her stature was exceptionally tall and slender, with a head of dazzling golden hair half cascading over her shoulders and half falling to her curvaceous hips. She wore a suit of golden armor, which outlined a devilishly alluring curve of breathtaking beauty. Her hips and bust were high and full, her waist as slender as a willow. Even from behind, she was already the epitome of worldly beauty. Behind her stood a tall young man. He was clad in a magnificent black brocade robe with a handsome and ethereal countenance and a noble bearing. As he gazed at the stunning figure before him, his eyes burned with fervor.
Elder Princess, it seems this young Lord Ji Xiu is far stronger than we imagined. Now that your brother has fallen into his hands, what do you plan to do next?
Upon hearing this, Feng Wang was silent for a moment, then parted her crimson lips and spoke.
We'll wait for him to come to Zhou Garden. Doesn't he want the severance blade art? I will wait for him.
With that, she turned and walked toward the depths of the snowy plain.
Excellent. Since that's the case, this prince will also escort the elder princess. However, I must say these sacred sons and daughters of the top cultivation sects are far too feeble. They shatter at the slightest touch. Only the young Lord Ji Xiu seemed somewhat impressive.
The handsome young man chuckled lightly, shook his head, and rose to follow Feng Wang's steps. East of Zhou Garden, under the cold, clear moonlight, a tall, upright figure moved through the depths of the snowy plain. This person had a handsome and resolute face with a hint of arrogance in his eyes, and he was none other than Yi Xian.
Master, How much longer until we reach Zhou Dufa's tomb?
Yi Xian looked at the vast white snowy plain before him and asked in a low voice.
At your current speed, about 3 more days.
A voice exceedingly gentle and elegant sounded. At the same time, a faint wisp of a spirit slowly drifted out from the necklace around his neck. She wore a simple, elegant long dress with a demeanor that was extraordinarily refined and otherworldly. Her silver hair fluttered in the wind. Under the moonlight, her jade-like face was stunningly beautiful beyond what any painting could capture. Merely standing in this snowy night, she possessed a breathtaking beauty. And she was Yi Xian's mysterious master, Ning Xian.
Master! No, I must speed up. The severance blade art must not fall into anyone else's hands.
Yi Xian shook his fist and spoke with utmost seriousness.
You? Clearly you just want to see your fiancé sooner.
Ning Xian curled her crimson lips, slightly mercilessly exposing Yi Xian's inner thoughts.
Hee. That's not entirely it.
Yi Xian scratched his head sheepishly. With that he took a deep breath, fixed his gaze on the endless snowy plain ahead, and then stamped his foot hard on the ground. Clang! He transformed into a beam of divine light, speeding toward the depths of Zhou Garden, sending a flurry of snow billowing behind him. Seeing this, Ning Xian shook her head and said,
Still just a child at heart. Just like 10 years ago.
With that she turned her gaze toward the direction of the Divine Wood Forest, and her beautiful eyes gradually grew solemn. After a moment, she let out a long sigh, bit her crimson lip, and murmured to herself,
Xianer, can you truly outmatch that young lad named Ji Xiu?
As the story goes, within the Divine Wood Forest, Shen Jianqin slowly raised her hand and removed the bronze ghost mask she had always worn on her face. Moonlight cascaded down, illuminating her delicate, enchanting visage that was as fair as jade, shimmering with an ethereal glow. What was particularly noteworthy was that her pupils were actually a pale gold.
Spirit Clan. The Holy Maiden of the Red Lotus section Jianqin is actually a member of the Spirit Clan.
The moment Ji Xiu saw those eyes, his expression trembled. It was common knowledge across the 9 heavens continent that any Spirit Clan cultivator who successfully completed their bloodline awakening would have their pupils evolve into a pale gold. And the more thoroughly and extremely they developed their potential, the richer and deeper the gold within their irises would become. Golden pupils were the most prominent characteristic of the most powerful Spirit Clan cultivators who had awakened their bloodline power.
What? Is the prince surprised?
Shen Jianqin asked Ji Xiu with an expressionless face.
To have become the holy maiden of a top-tier cultivation sect step by step, despite being hunted by so many major powers across the continent, all because you possess the Spirit Clan bloodline. Shen Jianqin, I must say you are indeed a formidable woman.
Ji Xiu nodded at Shen Jianqin, offering his praise without any reservation. Not only him, but even Mu Xuaning, Old Wei Mu, launching Xianzong. All of them felt a genuine admiration welling up from the depths of their hearts for the woman before them. At the same time, everyone understood why Shen Jianqin had always worn the bronze ghost mask, never revealing her true face. It was all to hide the fact that she was a member of the Spirit Clan. After all, the Spirit Clan had always been the most coveted prey of the major powers on the continent. Her actions were perfectly understandable.
Just lucky.
Shen Jianqin shook her head. Then, taking a deep breath, she said to Ji Xiu,
Let's begin.
With that she slowly closed her eyes, quietly awaiting the fate that was to come.
Very well,
Ji Xiu said calmly. He then walked slowly to stand before Shen Jianqin and formed hand seals. Clang! A bizarre blood-red sigil appeared in the palm of Ji Xiu's hand. As the blood light flared up, illuminating Shen Jianqin's exquisitely beautiful face, she could be seen biting her silver teeth hard, her lips trembling slightly. Ji Xiu looked at her like this, his expression still indifferent, with no trace of pity in his eyes. After all, a deal was a deal. He would spare Shen Jianqin's life, and in return Shen Jianqin would devote the rest of her life to him. This was perfectly fair, requiring no unnecessary or superfluous sympathy, even if she and his own Yaoer were both of the Spirit Clan.
Next, you must endure this. The process of receiving the slave mark may not be pleasant,
Ji Xiu said with a slight curl of his lips, offering a word of warning.
Do it,
Shen Jianqin replied in a cold, hard voice. The moment she finished speaking, Ji Xiu directly placed his palm upon her forehead. Clang! At that moment bloodlight blossomed. Strands of blood-red halos stained her forehead, piercing into her very heart and soul. Ah! Shen Jianqi let out a muffled groan, biting her delicate lip. Her long eyelashes fluttered, and her full chest heaved violently. At that moment, she could feel something being engraved deep within her soul. Simultaneously, a sensation of 10,000 ants gnawing at her bones surged from the depths of her soul. Then she felt as if a giant hand had seized her very spirit, and with the slightest squeeze it could shatter her soul into nothingness in an instant. But soon this feeling of being completely controlled by another, from body to soul, vanished, and her tense, delicate form slowly relaxed. The slave mark is complete. Ji Xiu let out a breath and slowly withdrew his hand. He could now feel a special soul bond had formed between him and Shen Jianqi. This bond felt as if he had Shen Jianqi completely under his control, and from now on he could do whatever he wished with this holy maiden of the Red Lotus sect. As his words fell, Shen Jianqi slowly opened her eyes. She swept her gaze over everyone present, her eyes still icy cold. But the moment her eyes met Ji Xiu's, a profound sense of humility and fear surged from the depths of her soul.
This servant Shen Jianqi pays respects to master.
Shen Jianqi suddenly knelt at Ji Xiu's feet, her forehead pressed tightly to the ground, utterly devout. It was as if the man before her was her god. Seeing this scene, Old Wei and Mu Xianyi nodded in satisfaction. But Mu Lanqing and Xian Zong both let out long sighs. Once upon a time they, as the heirs of top-tier cultivation sects, were hailed as heaven's proud sons by the cultivators of the 9 heavens continent. But now some were dead, some injured. Shen Jianqi had been marked with a slave brand and become Ji Xiu's maidservant, and they themselves had become Ji Xiu's captives. For a moment a mix of emotions churned in their hearts, and a profound sense of desolation washed over them.
Demon!
Mu Lanqing gritted her silver teeth and hissed coldly.
Prince Ji Xiu is truly too ruthless.
Xianzong also shook his head and muttered to himself, a deep fear flickering in the depths of his eyes as he watched Ji Xiu. Heh heh. Hearing this, Ji Xiu couldn't help but slowly turn his head, looking Mu Lanqing and Xianzong up and down. And just that one look was enough to make Mu Lanqing and Xianzong take 3 steps back in fright.
You? What do you want?
Mu Lanqing bit her red lip, looking at Ji Xiu with a wary expression.
Before we set out again, this prince still has one more thing to do,
Ji Xiu said calmly. Hearing these words, a bad premonition surged in the hearts of both Mu Lanqing and Xianzong. Just then Ji Xiu took out a long flute from his spatial ring, which emanated a faint black aura.
This is the ghost flute Qingqing.
Miss Xue stared with wide eyes at the long flute in Ji Xiu's hand. At that moment, she couldn't help but recall that night when the sound of the Qingqing flute had echoed through the capital. Consequently, her young mistress had lost her chastity.
What is this guy up to now?
Miss Xue's throat bobbed nervously. At that moment, Ji Xiu's gaze swept over the bodies littering the ground. Then he placed Qingqing to his lips and slowly closed his eyes. Clang! As the very first note sounded, the faces of everyone present instantly turned deathly pale. Wispy strands of eerie black chi surged from Qingqing, swirling around the corpses strewn across the ground.
The prince is going to control the corpses.
Old Wei sucked in a sharp breath of cold air.
The legendary soul-reaving trilogy. The soul-calming melody.
Miss Xue swallowed hard.
Ghost flute. Qingqing.
Mu Xuanyin, Xianzong, Mu Lanqing, and Shen Jianqi all recognized the origins of the black flute in Ji Xiu's hand. Just then, as this eerie melody spiraled between heaven and earth, a low sinister roar echoed from within the divine wood forest. This sound was as if it came from the 9 nether hells, enough to make one's scalp tingle. Then everyone witnessed a sight that shattered their very worldview. Li Wangxing, the heavenly strategy prince, who had been killed instantly by Ji Xiu's sword, was the first to stand up. He then slowly walked over and knelt before Ji Xiu. Following him, Zhao Wuji, the young valley lord of the 10,000 Poison Valley, who had been pierced through the heart by Ji Xiu's spear, also stood up. With a blank expression, he raised his hand and pulled out the phoenix flame divine spear that was impaled through his body. Then carrying the divine spear on his back, he too knelt before Jishio. What was particularly noteworthy was that both Li Wansheng and Zhao Wuji had faces as stiff and pale as paper. Their pupils were vacant, dull, and lifeless, with wisps of eerie black qi drifting out from their bodies.
Resurrected? How is this possible? What has the Saint Lord done? These two were clearly dead. How can they stand up? This melody is terrifying.
The demonic cultivators of the Supreme Heaven sect witnessing this scene were all scared out of there, with their faces turning ashen.
That Jishio fellow can actually produce the soul-reaving trilogy's soul-calming melody. What other surprises will he give this holy maiden next? If the master were to see him like this, I'm sure she would be very pleased.
Mu Xianning murmured to herself, her beautiful eyes fixed on Jishio in a daze.
Amitabha, Buddha preserve us.
Xianzang's gaze trembled at the extremely bizarre scene before him. He kept spinning the prayer beads in his hand to steady his shaken heart.
Devil. This guy is a devil.
Mu Langshan's throat bobbed incessantly. At that moment, she felt her scalp crawl violently. Just then Jishio opened his eyes and fixed his gaze on her. The eerie flute melody abruptly changed its tune. In that instant, the world was plunged into darkness. Mu Lanqing heard a melody in her ears that was so plaintive, sorrowful, and heartbreaking. She furrowed her brows slightly, completely unaware that eerie black qi had already coiled around her body and seeped into her very being. As the melody slowly faded to silence, moonlight once again descended upon the divine wood forest. Unable to contain herself any longer, Mu Lanqing looked at Jishio and taunted.
Jishio, you've even mastered such a wicked technique to perfection. Truly worthy of being the Saint Lord of the Demon Sect personally appointed by Nanlingwe. When my junior master uncle meets you in the future, she will surely make things difficult for you.
Having said this, she averted her gaze, completely failing to notice that a strange black aura was also stirring deep within her own eyes. Seeing Mu Lanqing like this, Jishio coldly uttered two words.
Foolish woman.
Some people had already had their souls stolen, yet were completely oblivious. Instead, she was sympathizing with the plight of others and condemning his methods. How could one word foolish even begin to describe such a person? As for Mu Bing, he was waiting for Mu Bing. You? Mu Lanqing was choked with rage by his scolding. She shot Jishio a fierce glare but dared not utter any further taunts. After all, she knew that if she angered Jishio, she might be the next one to be branded with the slave mark. Jishio, having no further interest in dealing with Mu Lanqing, turned to Old Wei and the others and said,
Let's go into Zhou Garden. After all, someone is still waiting for this prince. If we're late, it would be impolite.
With that, he waved his hand and led the large contingent from the Divine Wood Forest into Zhou Garden. On the Demon Heaven Mountain, the battle between the righteous and demonic forces had yet to conclude. A piece of unverified news swiftly spread across the entire Nine Heavens continent.
Have you heard? Li Wansheng, the heir of the Heaven Strategy Military Manor, has fallen. Of course I've heard. It wasn't just Li Wansheng. Even the young Valley Master of the 10,000 Poison Valley has fallen. Is that true? Which powerhouse from the Supreme Heaven made such a ruthless move? The specifics remain unknown. However, Mu Lanqing, the saintess of the Ice God Palace, Xianzong, the Buddha disciple of the Buddhist section, Qianqing, the saintess of the Red Robe sect, and Immortal Lingfeng, the holy son of the sacred sect, have all vanished without a trace to this day. If this is true, then the leaders of these top-tier cultivation factions must be frantic, aren't they? After all, these prodigies are the treasures they have painstakingly nurtured. Of course, the 7 major cultivation factions are now in complete disarray. I heard that Jishio, the heir of Beixia, also went to Demon Heaven Mountain. I wonder if it's true or false. Alas! In any case, the situation at Demon Heaven Mountain is growing increasingly chaotic.
The situation at Demon Heaven Mountain is growing increasingly chaotic. At the Heaven Strategy Military Manor in the Council Hall, the atmosphere was exceedingly oppressive. The faces of the senior military officials present were grim. They had received devastating news. Their young manor lord Li Wansheng was dead. He had died in the Divine Wood Forest of Demon Heaven Mountain.
Supreme Heaven! What formidable demonic might! They dare to kill even the young manor lord of our heaven strategy military manor. Does Nanlingwe believe herself invincible in this world?
A senior official in the manor bellowed in fury.
The Divine Wood Forest holds a great karmic consequence. Once a saint-tier powerhouse enters, they are cursed. Therefore, it should not be Nanlingwe who struck the blow.
A rational senior official in the council shook his head.
Humph. Even if she didn't act personally, Wang Xing's death is certainly connected to her. These demonic cultivators of supreme heaven have grown increasingly audacious in recent years.
The senior official slammed the table, his eyes blazing with fury.
Enough. Silence. My son is dead. As his father, it is my duty to avenge him. Investigate. I will discover who dared to kill my son. If it is supreme heaven, then we declare war. If it is another, then it will be a fight to the bitter end.
The manor lord Li Yuan issued his command with a grim expression.
Yes.
The senior officials responded in unison. The same events unfolded in the 10,000 Poison Valley. The moment the valley's elder saw that Zhao Wuji's life jade had shattered, he overturned his table and personally issued a death order. Whoever killed Zhao Wuji would face the boundless wrath of the 10,000 Poison Valley. Whoever killed Zhao Wuji would have their entire clan annihilated by the valley. Not only that, but he also issued a harsh ultimatum demanding that Nanlingwe provide an explanation. After all, Zhao Wuji died in the Divine Wood Forest of Demon Heaven Mountain, and Demon Heaven Mountain was Supreme Heaven's territory. If she failed to do so, he would raise Supreme Heaven to the ground. At the Red Robe Sect, a beautiful woman clad in a red robe gazed at the intact life jade before her, and breathed a sigh of relief. Shin Jianqin was the saintess of the Red Robe Sect, a position she had painstakingly elevated her to. If Shin Jianqin had died mysteriously at Demon Heaven Mountain, like Li Wangsheng and Zhao Wuji, she would have truly gone mad. Fortunately, Shin Jianxin's life jade remained intact. Only now did she allow herself to feel some peace.
As long as Shiner is safe. I only hope she returns safely.
The red-robed woman murmured softly to herself. At the sacred sect on Peach Blossom Mountain, a woman dressed in a moon-white gown, ethereal as an immortal, stood atop the peak practicing her swordplay. Her sword strikes were fierce, her movements graceful. After completing a set of profound techniques, countless shattered peach blossoms drifted down around her feet, creating a scene of exquisite beauty. Yet even the beauty of the peach blossoms paled in comparison to the woman herself. Beneath the setting sun, her face, devoid of any makeup, seemed as if it had been carved with all the effort of heaven itself. But on that face was an expression of profound coldness, a sacredness that made one dare not look directly at her, as if she were a celestial maiden above the heavens, untouched by the mundane world.
Saintess, the life light on the Holy Sun's life jade is now extremely dim. He has clearly suffered severe injuries. However, he should still be alive.
An elderly woman well past 70 arrived at the peak of Peach Blossom Mountain and spoke softly to the woman.
Withdraw. I understand.
The woman spoke in an icy tone without turning back. Hearing this, the old woman sighed deeply, and then turned to leave Peach Blossom Mountain. Their saintess possessed an astonishing bloodline, peerless talent, and heaven-defying combat prowess. But her temperament was decidedly aloof. She seemed indifferent even to her own younger brother. After the old woman left, the woman stood atop the peak for a long time, gazing silently at the beautiful sunset on the horizon. Finally, she parted her red lips and murmured as if in a dream.
No matter how mediocre your talent, you are still my brother. If you are injured, I will heal you. If you are crippled, I will protect you. If you die, I will bury you and avenge you. Whether it is Supreme Heaven or Nanlingwe, I care not.
Meanwhile, as the Nine Heavens continent was in turmoil, behind the Divine Wood Forest, deep within the Zhou Garden at the end of the snowy plain, stood a colossal mountain. As the camera drew closer, it became clear that it was not a mountain, but a mausoleum. The mausoleum was constructed from countless massive stone blocks, majestic and imposing. 1,000 zhong sacred path leading to the tomb was especially spectacular. Flanking the sacred path were over a dozen towering stone pillars carved with ancient runes appearing like divine miracles. At that moment, two figures stood before the enormous mausoleum's sacred path, staring speechlessly at the colossal tomb at its end. Feng Huang clad in golden armor, her long golden hair flowing gently in the breeze. Her beautiful eyes calmly surveyed the visually stunning mausoleum before her as she murmured to herself.
So this is the legendary tomb of Zhou Dufu, the Zhou Mausoleum.
Upon hearing this, Yingling beside her couldn't help but swallow nervously and said excitedly,
We've arrived. Your Highness the eldest princess. We have finally arrived. Heh?
Feng Huang let out a cold laugh, her red lips parting, as she replied with stark cruelty.
What of it? You and I possess only 2 fragments of the severing saber. The rest are in Ji Xiu's hands.
Yingling shrugged nonchalantly and said,
Fair enough. In that case, we shall wait for Ji Xiu to arrive in person. Kill him, and then we may enter and have a look.
Feng Huang glanced at Yingling, who seemed almost lost before the immense tomb, and shook her head. Clearly Yingling was far too confident in himself. Kill Ji Xiu. It was easy to say, but far from easy to accomplish. After all, even she was not certain she could kill Ji Xiu. Just then, at the edge of the sky, a streak of light flashed across the snowy plain, kicking up a flurry of snowflakes. Soon a stalwart figure stepped onto the sacred path outside the Zhou Mausoleum. Upon seeing the newcomer, Feng Huang raised an elegant eyebrow and said,
Yi Xian, 10 years have passed. It has been a long time. Heh?
Yi Xian smiled warmly, clasped his hands in a salute to Feng Huang, and replied,
Indeed. It has truly been a long time. Your Highness the eldest princess.
As Yi Xian met Feng Huang, and with Yingling standing beside her, the atmosphere grew subtly tense. Deep within the Zhou garden, Ji Xiu gazed calmly at the distant colossal tomb, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly.
All those who should come have come. Now let the harvest begin.
The chives are ripe. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have triggered a bounty mission. Bounty Mission 1: Defeat Yi Xian, reward of 30000 Destiny Essence and the All-Seeing Eye. Bounty Mission 2: Kill Yi Xian, reward of 50000 Destiny Essence and the Heavenly Demonic Blade. Ji Xiu listened to the system prompt in his ear, raising an eyebrow.
A bounty mission has been triggered. This is quite a pleasant surprise.
For Ji Xiu, defeating Yi Xian was quite simple. As for killing Yi Xian, it posed a bit more difficulty. Of course, the challenge did not stem from Yi Xian himself, but rather from the woman within Yi Xian's necklace. If I remember correctly, the woman in Yi Xian's necklace is the princess of the Eternal Life family, which is inherited for tens of thousands of years high above in the 9 heavens, Ning Qian. Though this woman is currently in a spiritual state, her cultivation has reached the saint realm. With this thought, Ji Xiu lowered his eyelids, pondering silently before murmuring to himself,
No matter what, I should give it a try.
After all, the reward of 50000 Destiny Essence and the Heavenly Demonic Blade is simply too enticing. Moreover, if I can gather 10000 Destiny Essence, I could purchase a forbidden Imperial Technique in the Myriad Realms Mall. In fact, there is a forbidden Imperial Technique in the Myriad Realms Mall that I have long coveted. With that thought, Ji Xiu began to issue orders.
Shen Jianqing, take Li Wansheng and Zhao Wuji to test the waters first. Mu Xuan, you take the demonic cultivators of the Supreme Heaven to guard Zhou Ling, and from this moment on no one is allowed to leave.
Yes. Shen Jianqing nodded, then immediately took her corpse, minions Li Wansheng and Zhao Wuji, transforming into 3 beams of light as they sped towards Zhou Ling. Okay. Mu Xianin smiled slightly, then led over 100 demonic cultivators from the Supreme Heaven towards Zhou Ling, creating a spectacular dark mass.
Elder Wei, your task is to keep a close eye on Mu Lanqin and Xianzong. Also, this Saint Sun Imolingfeng. They are excellent pawns in the hands of this young master.
Ji Xiu whispered to Elder Wei, glancing at Mu Lanqin and Xianzong, and casually pointing to Imolingfeng on Xianzang's back. Yes. Elder Wei nodded. Humph. Mu Lanqin snorted softly, glaring fiercely at Ji Xiu. She had no intention of escaping. After all, how far could she run in the hands of this devil Ji Xiu? Sigh. Xianzong sighed. As well, he had no intention of fleeing. From the Shenmu forest to the depths of Zhou Yuan, he carried the gravely injured Imolingfeng all the way, his mind becoming increasingly clear. If he were to run, then Imolingfeng would serve as a dire warning. It is even possible that he would end up worse with a slave mark planted by Jishio. Thus he had long given up the thought of escape.
Saint Monk Xianzong. Let's go! We shall meet your sister, the reincarnation of the Phoenix, Feng Huang. I am quite curious about her.
With that he stepped towards Zhou Ling. In the novel, Feng Huang is Yi Xian's white moonlight. And Jishio, he enjoys shattering the supreme moonlight in the hearts of others. Meanwhile, at Zhou Ling's divine path, the atmosphere among Feng Huang, Yi Xian, and Ying Ling is quite awkward. However, soon Feng Huang spoke up, breaking the nearly frozen atmosphere.
It's been 10 years. You have actually reached the June level. Your battle power seems not bad.
Feng Huang nodded towards Yi Xian, acknowledging the results of his 10 years of hard cultivation.
Your Highness, the Long Princess, you flatter me. 10 years ago, I must also thank you, Long Princess. It is because of you that Yi Xian has the opportunity to stand here.
Yi Xian took a deep breath and thanked Feng Huang. 10 years ago, at 14, he was of ordinary talent and his family had fallen. Yet he was bound in marriage to the most favored daughter of the Divine Phoenix Empire. At that time, he tasted the bitterness of the world, suffering the disdain of countless people. Almost all cultivators and citizens of the Divine Phoenix Empire mocked this 14-year-old boy for his overconfidence. In the end, even the prominent figures of the Divine Phoenix Empire came to plead with the Divine Phoenix Emperor to annul the marriage. And indeed, the Divine Phoenix Emperor did so. He ordered Feng Huang to immediately go to the Yi family to withdraw from the marriage. However, Feng Huang did not do so kind-hearted. She came to the Yi family and made a promise instead. 10 years. If within 10 years Yi Xian could reach the June level, then the marriage would remain. Not only that, but she also promised to devote all resources to help the fallen Yi family regain its position as the #1 royal family in the Divine Phoenix Empire. And it was because of this promise from Feng Huang that Yi Xian fought desperately to cultivate. Not long after he met his master, Ning Qiyan. With Ning Qiyan's help, he underwent 10 years of arduous training, eventually reaching the June level at the age of 24, thus standing proudly before Feng Huang.
What do I thank you for?
Feng Huang asked calmly. In her view, Yi Xian's current cultivation was all thanks to his own efforts.
Thank you for your kindness 10 years ago. At that time you preserved the only shred of dignity for a 14-year-old boy.
Yi Xian replied earnestly to Feng Huang.
I see.
Feng Huang nodded, understanding Yi Xian's meaning. Hearing their conversation, Ying Ling walked beside Feng Huang with a faint smile, then spoke to Yi Xian in a nonchalant tone.
Firstly, congratulations, young Master Yi, on reaching the June level. However, the June level is merely a starting point. Now you are still not qualified to stand on equal footing with us. You are even less qualified to discuss marriage with the Long Princess. What do you say?
Yi Xian remained calm as he looked at Ying Ling and asked.
Your Highness, the second prince. If I am not qualified, then you obviously aren't either. After all, you are not the crown prince of Daqin, and your cultivation is only at the June level. But the Long Princess, she is the future empress of the Divine Phoenix Empire. May I ask, how do you deserve her?
Upon hearing this, Ying Ling's expression turned completely cold as he spoke ominously.
Good lad. You've got quite the tongue. Do you not know what will happen if this prince cuts out your tongue? Will you still be able to talk your way out of it in the future?
Yi Xian, hearing this, coldly laughed and said,
Why don't you try it and see?
Everyone be quiet. Feng Huang reprimanded the sharply opposing Yi Xian, and Ying Ling then turned to gaze blankly at the distant sky. Their 3 beams of light were slicing through the sky. Not only that, but dark figures were flying in from all directions around Zhou Ling.
Stop arguing. Jishio. He is coming.
Feng Huang took a deep breath and spoke softly. As her voice fell, a dark night suddenly descended upon the sky above Zhou Ling. At this moment, the world was plunged into darkness. The world was plunged into utter darkness as night descended. Boom, boom, boom. 3 figures were the first to arrive upon the divine path of Zhou Ling.
Shin Jianqin, Li Washeng, Xiao Wuji.
Feng Huang furrowed her delicate brows as she gazed at the 3 before her, unable to comprehend why these holy sons and maidens from the top cultivation clans of the Nine Heavens continent had aligned themselves with Ji Xiu. At that moment her expression suddenly froze. She noticed the sword wound on Li Wangxing's chest, and the blood hole above Zhao Wuji's torso.
They have long since fallen. Now, they are merely undead bodies. What exactly did these two experience before this?
Feng Huang suddenly frowned, muttering softly to herself as she parted her red lips. He. Xin Jianqi let out a charming laugh as she looked at Feng Huang.
Your Highness the eldest princess. That spear strike in the Divine Wood Forest was truly formidable. You truly live up to being the future empress of the Divine Emperor Empire.
Humph. Feng Huang sneered.
To think that the Holy Maiden of the Red Robe sect would take orders from the heir of a warlord family. Xin Jianqi, you have disgraced the Red Robe sect. Your Highness, you do not understand.
Xin Jianqi shook her head. Whenever she thought of that person now, her beautiful eyes were filled with endless devotion and reverence.
I do not understand. Nor do I wish to. Where is Ji Xiu? Tell Ji Xiu to get out here.
Feng Huang parted her red lips and spoke coldly. Whoosh. 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 Countless sounds of figures tearing through the void echoed through the air. Over 100 peerless demon cultivators from the Supreme Heaven sect appeared, cajoling, all clad in black cloaks that rustled loudly in the biting wind. Mu Xuanyin, the holy maiden of the demon sect, slowly walked over to stand beside Xin Jianqi, a playful look in her eyes as she stared at Feng Huang.
The Supreme Heaven sect has come as well. It seems, Heir Ji Xiu has joined hands with the demon cultivators of the Supreme Heaven sect.
Yingling whispered to Feng Huang, his handsome face twisted in an ugly expression.
I fear it is more than just a simple alliance. Ji Xiu is likely a member of the Supreme Heaven sect himself. And from the looks of this formation, he is a figure of considerable importance within the Supreme Heaven sect.
Yi Xian let out a cold laugh.
Indeed, if I am not mistaken, that legendary Supreme Heaven Sacred Lord is none other than Ji Xiu.
Feng Huang took a deep breath and spoke slowly. As her words fell, Yi Xian and Yingling were stunned. If what Feng Huang said was true and Ji Xiu was indeed the Supreme Heaven Sacred Lord, then today's matter would not be so simple.
Your Highness the eldest princess, Your Highness the second prince, Jianqi has come to Zhouling by my master's order to seize the two severance blade art. I implore you to be accommodating and hand over the fragments of the two severance blade that you both possess. If you surrender them willingly, you might just be allowed to keep your lives.
Xin Jianqi smiled gently at Feng Huang and Yingling.
And what if this prince refuses?
Yingling's face darkened as he spoke with an icy tone.
Refuse? Then you shall die.
Xin Jianxin's voice turned abruptly cold. At that moment, Li Wangxing and Zhao Wuji behind her stomped heavily on the stone steps of the divine path. Boom! The ground split open. The two shot forward like cannonballs, charging towards Feng Huang and her group. Li Wangxing wielded a dragon spear, while Zhao Wuji brandished a black war halberd. One spear lunged like a dragon, the other's halberd rent the sky, wisps of black chi swirling around them, their aura domineering and eerie.
You seek death.
Yi Xian snorted coldly. He drew a black heavenly blade, divine oracle, from his ring, then stepped through the void to face Li Wangxing and Zhao Wuji alone.
Die!
Yi Xian roared, his killing intent fierce, as he raised the divine oracle heavenly blade and brought it down with all his might. Clang! 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 High above the void, Yi Xian fought two opponents at once. His heavenly blade swept across the sky, his swordsmanship overwhelmingly fierce, and every strike he made was accompanied by peals of thunder that exploded through the air. Clang! Yi Xian swept his blade horizontally, sending Zhao Wuji flying. He then twisted his wrist and brought the heavenly blade straight down onto Li Wangxing's shoulder, sending black blood splattering into the air. Yet Li Wangxing's face remained utterly expressionless, his eyes hollow as a void. He raised his dragon spear and thrust it forward. Zing! The dragon spear pierced through Yi Xian's body. But a strange thing occurred. Yi Xian's body slowly turned illusory, then vanished without a trace.
Supreme sword techniques. Ethereal movement arts. This Yi Xian is no ordinary man. Shen Jianqing frowned. The inheritance he received is of an extremely high level, possibly from beyond the 9 heavens. Li Huasheng and Zhao Wuji are no match for him. Mu Xianin shook her head and spoke calmly. Just as her words faded, a dazzling and domineering blade of light, like a thunderbolt, tore across the void, seeming capable of cleaving through all things. Zhao Wuji's head was sent flying high into the air, black blood spurting from his neck, like a fountain rising several zhang into the sky. Die! Yi Xian roared once more. In a single step, he appeared before Li Huangsheng. Gripping the hilt of his blade with both hands, he unleashed the power of the sovereign realm and brought his blade down. Boom! A deafening clap of thunder resounded. Crack! Li Huangsheng's dragon spear snapped cleanly in two. Yi Xian's heavenly blade did not pause for an instant, cleaving Li Huangsheng's body in two. Are Ji Xiu's dogs only capable of this much? Yi Xian stood high in the void, holding the divine oracle heavenly blade, his black hair dancing wildly in the wind, his gaze sharp and fierce, like an undefeated saber saint. What an arrogant fellow! Shen Jianqing narrowed her beautiful eyes, her jade hand slowly clenching into a fist, just as she was about to step into the fray herself. From the distant end of the darkness, a spear wreathed in cyan flame shot through the sky, like a comet tearing through the void, with a shocking sonic boom hurtling towards the divine path of Zhouling. Be careful. Feng Huang frowned, and sensed the danger, instantly shouting urgently to Yi Xian. What? Yi Xian spun around abruptly, his pupils constricting sharply, the hairs on the back of his neck standing on end. He had no time to dodge, for the spear was moving far too fast, exceeding the limits of his reaction. All he could do was twist his body as much as possible to avoid a fatal strike. The spear ultimately pierced Yi Xian's left shoulder. Brilliant tragic blood sprayed through the air, and the immense force sent him flying back over 100 zhang, until he was pinned firmly to a stone pillar by that very spear. Yi Xian! Feng Huang cried out, her figure flickering as she appeared before him. Now pinned to the pillar, Yi Xian had nearly lost consciousness, his face pale as paper. Blood streamed down the pillar like a rivulet dripping onto the ground. Feng Huang stared at the spear lodged in Yi Xian's left shoulder, her pupils contracting sharply. This spear was unmistakably her own phoenix flame divine spear. Back then she had hurled this spear from a snowy mountain in Zhou Garden at Ji Xiu, who was in the divine wood forest 1,000 li away, as a warning. Now Ji Xiu had returned that very spear to her completely unchanged. Ji Xiu! Feng Huang gritted her teeth, and spat out the name of the culprit through clenched jaws, then raised her hand, and pulled the phoenix flame divine spear from Yi Xian's left shoulder. Blood splattered. Yi Xian let out a painful groan, his face deathly pale, then slid down to the base of the pillar, almost entirely drained of his combat strength. At that moment, a voice Feng Huang knew all too well rang out. Sister! Hearing this, Feng Huang spun around abruptly. She saw her younger brother Xianzong standing on the divine path. As the first disciple of the Buddhist sect, Xianzong stood rooted to the spot, not daring to move, only able to gaze at her from afar. Xianzong! Feng Huang let out a trembling whisper. Just then footsteps sounded. A tall, straight figure parted the dense crowd, and slowly walked over to stand beside Xianzong. He was dressed in white robes, his features peerlessly handsome, his eyes clear and pure. Like a graceful young master from a noble clan, he wore a radiant smile. At first glance, he was breathtakingly striking. Standing at the very front of the 100 black-robed demon cultivators, he seemed utterly out of place. Yet it was precisely this stunning young man in white, who was now the great demon lord of the 9 heavens' foremost demon sect, a name that chilled the blood of cultivators across the continent. Your Highness, the eldest princess! Your divine spear! This heir has returned it to you. Do you like it? Ji Xiu looked at Feng Huang with a smile, and spoke softly. Ji Xiu, you truly deserve to die. Feng Huang bit her red lip, her phoenix eyes fixed on Ji Xiu blazing with boundless fury. Feng Huang swore to be irreconcilably opposed to Ji Xiu. Today she would fight to the death with this demon lord. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing bounty mission 1. Ding. Congratulations, host, for receiving 30000 destiny essence as a bounty reward. Ding.
Congratulations, host, for receiving the bounty reward skill, the all-seeing eye. Listening to the system's notifications in his ear, a pleased smile curled at the corner of Ji Xiu's lips.
Defeat Yi Xian. Too easy. Not the slightest challenge.
With that, he eagerly activated the all-seeing eye and swept his gaze over the phoenix before him. Name: Feng Huang, age 23, cultivation Lord, stage 4th realm, physique celestial, phoenix body, awakened bloodline, talent phoenix dance of the 9 heavens. When activated, bloodline power sublimates, and combat strength undergoes an instantaneous qualitative change. Combat evaluation Lord, stage 9th realm. Destiny essence potential 200000. Tip: host can currently extract 40000 destiny essence. Gazing at the information before him, Ji Xiu couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, murmuring inwardly.
So this is the all-seeing eye. Not only can it view the basic personal information of the person scanned, but it can also evaluate combat strength. Most importantly, this all-seeing eye can actually see the destiny essence potential contained within another's body. Not bad. It's still quite acceptable.
With that thought, Ji Xiu deactivated the all-seeing eye and looked at Feng Huang with a very subtle gaze. Because at this moment Feng Huang appeared to him as a mountain of gold waiting to be mined, incredibly precious.
Your Highness, the eldest princess. Your gaze is terrifying. You must be wishing you could cut me into 1,000 pieces right now, aren't you?
Ji Xiu spoke casually. At this moment, he could see the blazing rage burning in Feng Huang's eyes. But so what?
Ji Xiu, don't you want the fragments of the severance blade? Then come and fight. Just kill me. Then you'll have everything.
Feng Huang spoke coldly to Ji Xiu. In her beautiful eyes, an extremely intense phoenix flame surged and rose.
Reasonable. You want to fight? Then let's fight.
Ji Xiu shook his head and stepped forward.
Sister, be careful.
Xian Zhang's heart tightened as he watched Ji Xiu's forward step. He knew his sister Feng Huang was strong. But Ji Xiu in his eyes could no longer be described merely as strong.
Little Martial Ant once said, among the younger generation of the 9 heavens continent, the first is Mo Qi Xian. The second is Feng Huang. I hope Her Highness the eldest princess can truly defeat this wicked fellow.
Mu Lanqing bit her red lips, her eyes full of hope. She hoped Feng Huang could defeat Ji Xiu. After all, she always believed that good would triumph over evil.
Kill!
Feng Huang let out a cold shout. Phoenix flames instantly spilled from her eyes. An immensely vast aura swept across heaven and earth, and a peerless killing intent overturned the skies. Alone wielding a spear of phoenix flames, she stomped into the air. Her figure, like a divine phoenix descending from the heavens, transformed into a terrifying star of slaughter, tearing through the void and charging straight at Ji Xiu.
Feng Huang, you're not good enough.
Ji Xiu shook his head at the raging phoenix flames before him. Then from the depths of his clear eyes a blazing chaotic divine light burst forth. Bloodline second stage barrier, divine restriction open. At this moment Ji Xiu stood alone under the night sky. His robes fluttered and his heart was clear and peaceful. Only he himself knew that he was now immersed in a mysterious and profound state beyond words, beyond description. As strands of immortal radiance bloomed upon his physique, his temperament instantly became ethereal and transcendent. At that moment Feng Huang struck. Clang! 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 Wielding the divine spear of phoenix flames, in an instant, the spear carrying an overwhelming power that could almost crush the void, thrust to Ji Xiu over 100 times. And each thrust pierced into Ji Xiu's body. But a strange thing happened. Every thrust seemed to hit, yet in reality, they all completely missed. That divine spear of phoenix flames had pierced nothing but illusion. Yet what was astonishing was that Ji Xiu was indeed standing right there without even moving a step.
How is this possible?
Yingling, watching from the sidelines, felt his eyes nearly pop out. He knew Feng Huang's strength very well. Below the Saint stage, she was almost invincible. Even a Saint stage powerhouse couldn't evade Feng Huang's fierce attacks the way Ji Xiu did.
What level of movement technique is this?
Xianzong swallowed hard, his face deathly pale.
This seems not to be a movement technique.
Mu Lanqing stared at Ji Xiu, her beautiful eyes filled with shock.
As expected of my master.
Xinjiangsen's face broke into a proud smile, her eyes sparkling with admiration and reverence.
This guy is ridiculously strong.
Mu Xianyin also gasped in astonishment.
My young master. When did he become this strong?
Old Wei was also startled by the sight. He was the one with the highest cultivation, the broadest experience, and the sharpest eyes among those present. Thus he could see at a glance that each time Ji Xiu faced Feng Huang's seemingly perfect and powerful attacks, his body would evade with an extremely small and perfectly precise arc, and his evasive speed was incredibly fast with timing that was nothing short of miraculous. It was precisely for this reason that from a visual perspective everyone saw Ji Xiu seemingly standing still, yet every spear thrust by Feng Huang appeared to strike his true body, but actually pierced into nothingness, a shocking scene of every strike missing. In truth, Ji Xiu had moved, but the arc of his Buddhist evasion was so small, it was nearly negligible. The speed was so fast that no one present could see or perceive it. As far as he knew, no movement technique in this world could achieve this. And the most terrifying part was that even he himself didn't know how Ji Xiu had accomplished it. Ji Xiu's evasive actions just now had far exceeded the scope of his understanding.
How can this be?
Feng Huang's brows knitted tightly. She surged her true essence and thrust her spear over 100 times at Ji Xiu, but all her attacks missed completely. Even she hadn't seen how Ji Xiu had evaded her strikes. Damn it! Feng Huang let out a cold curse, and suddenly retreated 100 zhang, putting some distance between herself and Ji Xiu. Then she took a deep breath, and planted her phoenix flame spear into the ground. She decided to stop testing, and suppress him with overwhelming force. Then she raised her hands, and began forming seals frantically. Clang! Behind her a pair of magnificent wings ablaze, with phoenix flames suddenly unfurled. And in an instant Feng Huang's beautiful eyes turned indifferent and haughty, as if everything in the world were but ants.
Phoenix dance of the 9 heavens. Finally activating your bloodline power, huh?
Ji Xiu murmured calmly.
Phoenix flame. Meteor fall.
Feng Huang parted her red lips, her expression solemn and sacred. Phoenix flames blossomed with radiance around her. She raised a jade finger and lightly pointed toward the heavens. Clang! An immensely powerful force of attraction swept across the sky. At that moment a shocking scene unfolded. In the heavens a meteor ablaze with fierce phoenix flames tore through the void. Following the direction of Feng Huang's pointing finger, it hurtled down toward the divine path. At this moment, the temperature of the air above the ground soared sharply. Everyone present looked up at the enormous meteor falling from the sky, their expressions drastically changing.
Holy cow! Feng Huang is serious.
Ying Ling abruptly retreated 100 zhang.
Sister is angry.
Xianzan also gasped and murmured softly.
Fall back! Everyone fall back!
Mu Xianyin shouted hoarsely at the supreme celestial demon cultivators, her face pale.
Fall back! Saints and saintesses!
Old Wei reminded Xianzang, Mu Lanqin, and Xinjianqin. With that everyone retreated frantically, drenched in sweat. This level of battle was not something they could participate in. Just surviving this fight would be a great achievement. Rumble. A meteor wreathed in blazing phoenix flames landed on the divine path. At that moment the deafening sound of the meteor's explosion thundered in everyone's ears. At the same time a towering pillar of fire shot into the sky, piercing the clouds. In an instant the entire sky was dyed into a brilliant sea of flames. In the void terrifying waves of fire rippled outward, sweeping in all directions. Wherever the waves passed, snow-capped mountains shattered, the ground cracked, and the surroundings became a scene of apocalyptic destruction. The spot where Ji Xiu had stood was reduced to rubble filled with smoke and scattered phoenix flames. Even the ground had sunk by 3 meters. After a while, when the explosion from the meteor gradually subsided, and the towering pillar of fire slowly faded, everyone stood up, their gazes trembling and tense, as they looked toward the center of the meteor impact, wondering what had become of Ji Xiu. When they saw the ground sunken several meters deep, they couldn't help but gasp, cold sweat soaking their backs. Feng Huang was also breathing heavily, her chest heaving violently. Her face was pale, and her eyes burned as she stared at the smoke-filled area. Clearly this technique of summoning a falling meteor was a forbidden art she used after activating her bloodline power. Though immensely powerful, its consumption was also enormous, and she couldn't use it a second time in a short period. However, she had confidence in this technique. Because it was forbidden, no one below the Saint stage could withstand it, and it could even injure a Saint stage powerhouse. If that was the case, how could Jishio possibly block it? And just then, the sound of footsteps rang out. A tall and straight figure slowly emerged from the smoke-filled area.
How is that possible?
When Feng Huang saw this figure, her ethereally beautiful face instantly filled with shock, and her eyes were written with disbelief. Even more terrifying was that the footsteps slowly approaching her were neither fast nor slow. Yet they seemed to step directly onto her heart, perfectly matching the rhythm of her heartbeat.
Nothing is impossible.
Jishio slowly walked out of the ruins, then brushed off the dust that had settled on him. His gaze locked onto Feng Huang as he calmly spoke.
Your Highness, the eldest princess. Next, are you ready?
What? Upon hearing this, Feng Huang slightly frowned. For some reason, hearing these words from Jishio, an extremely ominous premonition flashed through her heart. At the moment Jishio's voice fell, a starlight shattered.
Kill!
Feng Huang's expression changed drastically, and without a word, she drew the Feng Yin divine spear from the ground and thrust it directly towards Jishio's heart.
Ha!
Jishio smirked slightly, extending a finger to touch the blade of the Feng Yin divine spear. Clang! A mournful cry of the spear echoed, as a tremendous force erupted, causing the spear in Feng Huang's hand to fly out.
You?
Feng Huang's face changed dramatically, her red lips parted to utter a single word. Suddenly Jishio delivered a powerful punch directly to her abdomen without mercy. Feng Huang suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, bending over and staggering back 3 steps. At this moment, she felt her body grow weak, as if her internal organs had been shattered.
I will fight you to the death.
Feng Huang gritted her teeth through the intense pain in her abdomen and raised her jade fist to strike down on Jishio, the immense power causing the air to tremble slightly. But in the next moment, a hand pierced through the void and grasped her long white neck. Ugh! Feng Huang let out a painful groan, the sensation of suffocation causing her beautiful face to flush red. Clang! Jishio then pulled her close, the distance between them so short that they could feel each other's breath. At this moment, gazing at the stunningly beautiful face before him, Jishio's tone remained eerily calm.
Feng Huang, I truly want to kill you right here. But, do you know, killing you would be such a pity.
Hearing this, Feng Huang stared blankly at Jishio, her red lips forming a shallow curve, then she softly mocked.
Jishio, do you think it's a pity? Or are you afraid?
Hee. Jishio couldn't help but shake his head and chuckled, and his gaze suddenly turned icy. He raised his hand and struck Feng Huang's delicate face without a hint of mercy. Slap! The crisp sound of the slap echoed through the heavens and earth. Feng Huang was caught off guard by Jishio's slap, a streak of blood oozing from the corner of her mouth, and a clear handprint appeared on her beautiful face. This scene left everyone present in shock. Feng Huang's brother Xianzong trembled with rage. Yingling wanted to intervene, but at that moment, looking at Jishio's back, he felt as if his feet were deeply welded to the ground, fear preventing him from daring to make any move. Meanwhile, Yixian, lying beneath the stone pillar, had a purple-red complexion, his hands tightly clenched into fists, perhaps from exerting too much force, as his nails dug into his palms, blood dripping onto the ground. His beloved, the noble and stunningly beautiful divine phoenix princess, was being toyed with by Jishio as if she were a mere plaything. As for Feng Huang herself, she expected Jishio might kill her directly, but she never anticipated he would actually slap her.
Jishio, what is the meaning of this? Is this humiliation?
Feng Huang gazed at Jishio in despair, her surrounding Feng Yin dissipating significantly, yet her beautiful eyes remained defiant.
Humiliation?
Jishio shook his head and said lightly,
It's not quite that. At most, it's just a small lesson to remind you of your position at this moment. However, in my view now, you should understand and be prepared.
Prepared for what? Feng Huang had not yet grasped the meaning behind Jishio's words. Then Jishio reached out and grasped the radiant Feng Yin wings behind her. The wings felt warm and soft to the touch, and he could clearly sense the immense power flowing through his fingertips.
Ji-Xiu, you?
Feng Huang's face changed drastically, seemingly realizing something, but her words were left unfinished. Ji-Xiu coldly smiled, then pulled hard, resulting in a crackling sound. Ugh. Ah. Feng Huang let out a loud cry of pain, her delicate body trembling violently like a flower in a storm. A sharp pain surged from her back throughout her entire body, a suffering that seemed to come from the depths of her soul, nearly causing her to faint. Her once stunningly beautiful face turned pale to the extreme, her previously defiant eyes now slightly clouded and full of disarray. At this moment, only one thought remained in her mind: pain. Pain to the point of death.
Devour the Immortal Demon Technique. Activate.
Ji-Xiu activated the Devour the Immortal Demon Technique. In that instant, half of Feng Huang's wings transformed into radiant divine light and entered his body. Ding. Congratulations, host, for activating the Devour the Heaven Demon Technique and successfully devouring the Heavenly Phoenix Divine Wings, advancing to the 5th layer. Ding. Congratulations, host, for devouring the Heavenly Phoenix Divine Wings and obtaining 20,000 Heavenly Essence. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully advancing to the peak of the King Stage 5th realm. Listening to the series of system notifications in his ears, Ji-Xiu felt nothing but comfort in his heart. He released Feng Huang. Feng Huang collapsed weakly to the ground, her mouth slightly open, gasping for air. At this moment, her body was at its weakest, and her proud, beautiful eyes were filled with a heartbreaking sense of fragility.
Demon.
Xianzong looked at Feng Huang, who lay bloodied on the ground, and a surge of furious wrath rose within him, his gaze towards Ji-Xiu filled with murderous intent. At this moment, he wanted to fight Ji-Xiu to the death. Ji-Xiu seemed to sense Xianzang's gaze, and turned slightly to look at him.
Interesting. He's a promising seed.
In the novel, Xianzong was the top disciple of the Buddhist sect, but ultimately became a bloodthirsty demon monk feared by all under Nanlingwe. As for the reason, it was because his sect, the De-Yin Temple, was slaughtered by an eternal family from the 9 heavens. And yet, the so-called righteous forces remained silent, so he abandoned Buddhism for the demon path in pursuit of revenge. Ji-Xiu's original plan was to kill Xianzong after finding Feng Huang, but now it seemed there was another path to take.
The Devour the Immortal Demon Technique has advanced to the 5th layer. Then, I will have the power to demonize others.
Xianzong is the best candidate.
Ji-Xiu scrutinized Xianzong, increasingly satisfied. The earlier layers of the Devour the Immortal Demon Technique focused on tempering the body, cultivating the meridians, and nurturing the demonic soul.
And at the 5th layer, a qualitative transformation occurred, granting him true demonic powers.
Ji-Xiu, I will not rest until one of us is dead.
Xianzong gritted his teeth, angrily admonishing Ji-Xiu. He was prepared to die alongside his sister in Zhou-Ling.
Little monk, don't speak too soon.
Ji-Xiu smiled mysteriously at Xianzong. As his words fell, a hand landed directly on Xianzang's shoulder. Xianzang's expression changed, and upon turning he only saw the endless coldness in Wei Lao's eyes. At this moment, his true essence was being frozen inch by inch.
Such a familiar scene.
Snow Girl shuddered as she watched Xianzong frozen in place. She remembered being frozen all night by Wei Lao outside Wei Yang Palace. Uh-huh. Ji-Xiu smiled at Xianzong, then looked down at the weak Feng Huang beneath him.
Ji-Xiu, you better kill me today. Otherwise, in the future, I will definitely not spare you.
Feng Huang, using all her strength, raised a jade hand to grasp Ji-Xiu's ankle, her red lips parting, as she spoke in a stuttering voice.
Feng Huang, I have said before, killing you would be such a pity. But, don't you think there is a strangely consistent understanding between you and me? In the future you will not spare me, nor will I spare you. So please take good care of this prince in the future.
Ji-Xiu smiled warmly at Feng Huang. At this moment, he seemed entirely different from the cold demeanor he had before. Feng Huang contained the potential of 200,000 heavenly essence within her. Killing her now would be an utter waste. Therefore she must not die until he had squeezed out every last bit of her value.
Damn it, demon! I will kill you!
Yi Xian gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot, as he glared at Ji-Xiu standing before Feng Huang, roaring like a beast. However, rationality told him that with his own strength, he could not touch Ji Xiao in the slightest. Thus he had only one path left to take.
Master, help me. Please, help me.
Yi Xian grasped tightly at the necklace around his neck, casting aside his dignity, as he begged desperately, knowing that for 10 years of hard training he had never asked Ning Xian for help. It was evident that Yi Xian was now at the peak of pain and despair. Moments later, a gentle voice, as if from the depths of his soul, echoed in his ears.
Alas!
Very well. Today, I will lend you my power. But this is a one-time deal. At the moment the words fell, Yi Xian felt a surge of immense power rising within him. This power transcended the king's stage. Boom! An aura capable of overlooking all beings in the 9 heavens swept through the entire show garden. Everyone looked in shock at Yi Xian, who slowly stood up from beneath the stone pillar, exclaiming in disbelief.
Holy Realm!
This is the power of the Holy Realm.
Feeling the suffocating pressure in the air, Ji Xiao turned calmly, gazing at Yi Xian, whose eyes were bloodshot, panting heavily, radiating the oppressive aura of the Holy Realm.
This scene seemed to be something he had already anticipated. At this moment, he slowly raised the corners of his mouth, a playful whisper escaping his lips.
Yi Xian, you finally utilized your master's power. It seems things are starting to get interesting. Sage Realm. How did this man suddenly attain the Sage Realm?
Ling, the second prince of Great Qin, stared in horror at Yi Xian, who had transcended the pinnacle of the monarch realm, and could not help but stagger back 3 steps. The moment he recalled the words he had uttered while mocking Yi Xian earlier, he felt an irresistible urge to slap himself twice across the face. A Sage Realm powerhouse. How could he ever dare to mock such a being?
Sage Realm. This fellow is actually a Sage Realm expert. A Sage Realm expert so young.
Lady Xue, feeling the terrifying pressure emanating from Yi Xian, turned pale as death. She had served by her mistress Chu Li for many years, and believed herself familiar with Sage Realm experts. But a Sage Realm expert as young as Yi Xian? She had truly never even heard of such a thing.
This man is not right. Elder Wei, hurry and take the master away. Now that Yi Xian has reached the Sage Realm, the master is in great danger.
Shen Jianqing urgently spoke to Elder Wei beside him.
Silence. The young prince has his own plans.
Elder Wei scolded coldly, taking a deep breath. Based on his knowledge of Ji Xiao, he believed that Ji Xiao always planned his actions and escape routes in advance. Now he could not fathom why Yi Xian had suddenly acquired Sage Realm power. But he knew Ji Xiao must have long prepared for this. He even appeared as if he had been eagerly awaiting it.
Facing the Sage Realm. How can this man be so calm? What exactly does he intend to do?
Mu Xianin stared fixedly at Ji Xiao, with her beautiful eyes having noticed the same thing as Elder Wei. Turning his gaze to Ji Xiao, he stood with his hands behind his back, his eyes burning as they fixed on Yi Xian. Name: Yi Xian, age 24, cultivation Sage Realm, first level, combat assessment Sage Realm, first level, peak source of power Ning Xian of the Ning family, an eternal clan from the 9 heavens, upper realm, destiny essence potential 250000 destiny points, system prompt, host can currently mine 100000 destiny points.
Tai. As expected of a novel's protagonist, to possess a potential of 250000 destiny essence points. What a pity now. But 100000 will do for now.
His thoughts ceased there. Ji Xiao deactivated his omniscient eye, shook his head helplessly at Yi Xian, and his eyes were filled with regret. Killing Yi Xian now would instantly grant him 100000 destiny essence points, which was not a bad outcome for him. At that moment, Yi Xian did not even glance at Ji Xiao. Instead, he looked down at the weakened Feng Huang lying on the ground and spoke with utmost gentleness.
Your Highness the Grand Princess, fear not. Wait for me. Wait for me to take you away from here.
With that, he raised his head to look at Ji Xiao, his expression extremely indifferent, his voice as low as a wounded beast's.
Ji Xiao, come forth and accept your death.
Heh. Ji Xiao chuckled, shook his head, and murmured to himself.
I have heard that in this world, there is a universally acknowledged truth among cultivators of the 9 heavens continent. Below the Sage Realm, all are mere ants. But this young prince believes that saying, is utter bullshit.
As his words fell, everyone's expressions froze. Did Jishio intend to challenge a Sage Realm expert while still in the Monarch Realm?
The master thinks too simply. The Sage Realm is not so easily challenged. Sage Realm experts and Monarch Realm cultivators are from two entirely different worlds.
Shin Jianqing bit her silver teeth, gazing at Jishio with deep concern.
Humph. This demon dares to challenge the Sage Realm. Who does he think he is?
Mu Lanqing snorted lightly.
Young Master Yixian. If only he could defeat this demon. Then we could all be saved.
Xianzong clenched his fists tightly, constantly fiddling with the prayer beads in his hand, silently praying for Yixian.
Xianzong, do you even hear what you're saying? Yixian now possesses Sage Realm power. Jishio is doomed.
Mu Lanqing glared at Xianzong, unable to understand why he was so lacking in confidence. After all, her ingrained belief told her that Jishio was nothing more than a pitiful ant before Yixian now. Hearing this, Xianzong glanced at Mu Lanqing, but said nothing more. If things were truly as Mu Lanqing believed, then that would be excellent. However, he felt that matters were not so simple. At that moment, looking at Jishio's back, his throat involuntarily tightened. For some reason, he felt that gazing at Jishio was like staring into an abyss. The scene shifted. Yixian stood with his hands behind his back, looking at Jishio with utter indifference. Without another word, he stepped forward. Boom! The terrifying power of the Sage Realm surged forth, causing space to tremble violently. Lightning and thunder crackled across the heavens, and an overwhelming pressure pervaded the entire show garden. Kill! Yixian spat out the word kill softly. His eyes blazed with sacred light, tearing through the darkness, and instantly locked onto Jishio. At that moment, he threw a punch, and the mighty force of the Sage Realm erupted like a bursting ocean or an exploding galaxy.
The Sage Realm is indeed the Sage Realm. This power truly undergoes a qualitative change.
Jishio remarked, his eyes blazing with chaotic immortal radiance to their peak. He suddenly stepped forward and threw a punch of his own. Boom! The two punches collided, and a terrifying storm of true essence swept back across the heavens. The ground beneath Jishio and Yixian cracked into a web-like pattern. The dreadful force stunned everyone present, forcing them back 100 zhang. Even a Monarch Realm expert would suffer severe injuries from the residual waves of this power. As they steadied themselves, a sight that made their jaws drop and their eyes widen unfolded. Stagger! 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 A figure stumbled back 17 steps from the storm of true essence. That figure was not Jishio but Yixian.
How is this possible?
Mu Lanqing was stunned. In her rigid mindset, a Sage Realm expert could kill a Monarch Realm cultivator with a wave of their hand, and the latter would have no power to resist whatsoever. But this scene completely shattered her understanding.
This guy. His combat power rivals the Sage Realm.
Xianzang's mouth hung wide open, as if it could hold an egg.
Jishio. This man is defying heaven.
Yingling gasped for breath, his eyes nearly popping out.
As expected of the young prince.
Elder Wei sighed in relief. He knew Jishio must have had confidence to fight a Sage Realm expert. Beside him, Mu Xianyin and Shin Jianqing also quietly exhaled.
How is this possible?
Yixian frowned deeply. At that moment, he felt his right fist, which had clashed with Jishio, trembling slightly, and he had even been at a disadvantage.
After activating the Divine Seal, my combat power can indeed match the Sage Realm. In that case, I won't hold back any longer.
Jishio muttered to himself, then his body flickered as he took the initiative to close in on Yixian, raising his fist to deliver a merciless strike. Kill! Yixian roared, his entire form transforming into a demonic star as he collided violently with Jishio on the divine path. Boom! 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 Jishio and Yixian engaged in an intense close-quarters combat, exchanging fist for fist, elbow for elbow. Both of their movement techniques were profoundly mysterious. Star God shattering shadows scattered stars, filling the sky, layers of starry phantoms. Eternal Clan 9 steps of the Gale, ethereal and shadowless. In an instant, the divine path was filled with countless afterimages, dazzling the eyes. Boom! 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 Amidst the clash of Sage Realm forces, terrifying sonic booms exploded across the void. Ji Xiao and Yi Xian collided repeatedly like two stars, and this extraordinary battle utterly stunned everyone present. In that instant everyone understood. Ji Xiao could not only fight on par with a Sage Realm expert, he could even single-handedly suppress Yi Xian, forcing the Sage Realm-powered Yi Xian to retreat step by step.
The Sage Realm? Is that all?
Ji Xiao sneered.
Master, how can this be?
Yi Xian staggered back a few more steps, steadying himself only to feel a violent surge of qi and blood.
Xianer, steady yourself.
Ning Xian's gentle voice echoed. Then Yi Xian sensed the Sage Realm power surging within him, rising once more. Sage Realm 2nd level. Sage Realm 3rd level. Sage Realm 4th level. Sage Realm 5th level. Within a few short breaths, Yi Xian's aura had directly ascended from the 1st level to the 5th level of the Sage Realm.
Thank you, Master. Yi Xian will not let you down.
With that, Yi Xian raised his hand and drew his Divine Edict Heaven Blade, stomping through the void. With his Sage Realm power elevated by several more levels, he charged at Ji Xiao with absolute confidence.
You truly have no shame. Very well then. Let this end.
Ji Xiao sneered, and deep within his eyes a crimson flame tinged with eerie black qi suddenly flared up. In that instant the temperature in the void subtly rose, and a power of extreme destruction silently emanated from Ji Xiao's body.
Ji Xiao, your life is mine.
Yi Xian stood high in the void, his gaze locked on Ji Xiao as his heaven blade descended with all his might.
Burn!
Ji Xiao's face remained expressionless as he uttered a single word. Then he extended his left hand, crossed his middle finger and thumb, and snapped his fingers. Boom! A bizarre crimson demonic flame tinged with black qi burst forth directly from Ji Xiao's body.
Xianer, be careful.
Ning Xian's voice rang in Yi Xian's ears. But it was already too late. The terrifying demonic flame carrying the power of destruction sent Yi Xian flying 100 zhang. Every inch of his body bloomed with gruesome blood blossoms, and his frame convulsed uncontrollably under the demonic flame's ravages. But it was not over yet. Ji Xiao stepped on the Star God's shattering shadow technique and instantly appeared before Yi Xian. Without a word, he raised his right hand wreathed in demonic flame and slapped it directly onto the back of the Divine Edict Heaven Blade. Clang! A piercing blade cry rang out. Then a shocking scene unfolded. The black Heaven Blade, which seemed capable of cutting through all things, exploded into fragments. The Divine Edict Heaven Blade had been shattered by a single slap from Ji Xiao. Following that, Ji Xiao lifted his foot and stamped it heavily onto Yi Xian's chest. Yi Xian vomited a great mouthful of blood. His chest caved in violently, and his body plummeted like a falling star, crashing heavily into the ground, raising a cloud of dust.
This flame is the Netherworld Purge Flame.
Feng Huang, lying on the ground, her face pale, and her voice trembling, had never anticipated that Ji Xiao would possess the Netherworld Purge Flame, ranked 3rd on the list of exotic flames.
How can this be? Not only is this brat's combat power comparable to the Saint level, he even possesses the Netherworld Purge Flame.
Mu Langxin's delicate frame trembled, her beautiful eyes shaking violently, her mind reeling with dizziness.
The Netherworld Purge Flame. Isn't it with the unrivaled heavenly saintess Nanlingwe?
Xian Zong was also greatly startled, sweat soaking through the back of his robe.
He.
Mu Xianin shook her head with a cold laugh. If the world believed the Netherworld Purge Flame was in her master's hands, then the world was mistaken. After all, 10 years ago, even her master was outmaneuvered by Ji Xiao. The true master of the Netherworld Purge Flame was not her master Nanlingyue, but Ji Xiao.
The Netherworld Purge Flame. You actually possess the Netherworld Purge Flame.
Yi Xian staggered to his feet, his voice trembling with utter disbelief. His entire body was drenched in blood, and his chest was scorched black. He could sense the power of the Netherworld Purge Flame rampaging through his body, his own strength gradually fading. Yet even so, he clenched his fists, still intent on fighting Ji Xiao.
Leave. Xianer. Go now.
Ning Xian's anxious voice rang in Yi Xian's ears. She had just been forced to retract a portion of her power to suppress the demonic poison within his body. But in truth, she could not suppress it for much longer.
Master, your disciple is unwilling.
Yi Xian gritted his teeth, his voice trembling and sorrowful as he spoke. The hand gripping his broken divine edict heaven saber also quivered slightly. His Dao heart had nearly been shattered along with the saber by Jishio's strike. If he fled now, he feared an indelible shadow would be left in his heart.
Xianer, listen to your master. Go now. As long as the Green Mountains remain, there will be no shortage of firewood. Only by living can there be hope. If you insist on fighting him again, only death awaits.
Hearing this, Yi Xian's mind instantly cleared. He gritted his teeth and nodded heavily. Then he glanced at Feng Huang lying on the ground, his eyes filled with reluctance and guilt. But he knew he could hesitate no longer. With a fierce clench of his teeth, he resolved to flee Zhou Mausoleum. At that moment, a tall figure blocked his path.
Want to leave? Where do you think you're going?
Jishio sneered, stepping forward in a single stride to appear before Yi Xian and throwing a punch.
Huh?
Yi Xian roared once again, erupting with saint-level power to fight Jishio with all his might. Crack! The sound of breaking bones rang out. Yi Xian's arm bones were shattered by Jishio's punch. His entire body was sent flying backward, rolling pathetically on the divine path for over 10 meters before barely stopping. Even when he had borrowed all of Ning Xian's power, he was no match for Jishio. So now, burdened with severe injuries, how could he possibly defeat him?
Let this end here.
Jishio shook his head, just as he prepared to step forward and crush Yi Xian's skull. Clang! The necklace around Yi Xian's neck burst forth with brilliant divine radiance. Amidst the blinding light, a slender jade hand reached out and struck a palm toward Jishio.
Huh?
So she finally deigns to act personally. Jishio sneered, countering with a palm strike. Boom! 100 zang-wide storm of true essence erupted. Demonic flames scattered. The void twisted inch by inch. Invisible ripples surged in all directions. This was a true clash of saint-level powers, more than 10 times stronger than what Yi Xian had unleashed. Though Yi Xian had borrowed Ning Xian's saint-level strength, he could not fully harness it. Jishio stepped back half a pace, eyeing the mysterious woman before him with surprise, shaking his slightly numb arm. She wore a simple white dress, her face stunningly beautiful beyond any painting, with striking silver hair dancing in the wind.
The 9 Heavens Upper Realm. The eternal aristocratic family. Ning Xian.
Jishio squinted his eyes and murmured calmly. He knew she would ultimately intervene.
Prince Jishio, spare where you can.
Ning Xian spoke, her beautiful eyes coldly fixed on Jishio.
What if I insist on killing Yi Xian? What can you do?
Jishio asked with an amused look.
You cannot kill him.
Ning Xian replied expressionlessly.
Very well. Then let me witness your power,
Jishio said calmly. With that, he suddenly thought of the novel setting regarding Ning Xian and raised an eyebrow. Perhaps he could give her a great surprise.
Xianer, stay awake. Your master will take you away now,
Ning Xian said to Yi Xian, who was covered in blood and extremely weak.
Master, be careful. Your disciple can still hold on.
Yi Xian opened his mouth, his voice barely a whisper.
Rest assured.
Ning Xian nodded, then drew a sword engraved with flying immortal patterns from the void, holding it horizontally before her chest. This was the divine sword forged from red blood phoenix gold of the Ning family, the Flying Phoenix. When Jishio saw this sword, the smile in his eyes deepened. It was undeniable that this Flying Phoenix seemed forged in the image of the great Luo's sword embryo.
Since you, senior, wish to fight, then let us battle.
Jishio shook his head helplessly, and with a flash of light in his hand, an ancient unadorned sword embryo appeared. This sword embryo was dim and lackluster, but upon it were incredibly mystical scenes of flying immortals. When Ning Xian saw the sword in Jishio's hand, her expression froze, her heart nearly stopping. The sword she held before her unconsciously lowered.
This seems to be the sword from the family prophecy.
Ning Xian's red lips parted slightly, her beautiful eyes fixed on the great Luo's sword embryo. In Jishio's hand, her pupils trembling as an indescribable emotion surged within her. 10,000 years ago, the Ning family declined, their bloodline withered, nearly losing their position among the top eternal families of the 9 Heavens Upper Realm. the Ning family's founder used his life to peer into the future. He saw a man and a sword. That sword contained the supreme power to overturn the ages. And that man wielding this sword would save the Ning family from crisis and help them reclaim the throne as the foremost eternal family of the upper realm. Thus, after the founder's fall, the man from his prophecy was called the Sacred Lord by the Ning family. And that sword became the sacred sword of the prophecy. Because of this, generations of the Ning family tirelessly sought the man and the sword from the founder's prophecy. Yet over tens of thousands of years they found no trace of that man or that sword. At one time Ning Qian regarded that man and that sword as her vital mission as the eldest princess of the Ning family. But she searched for years in many places. All in vain. She once wanted to give up even doubting the truth of the founder's prophecy. Until now. She saw the sword embryo deeply etched in her memory since childhood in Jixio's hand. So how could she not be stunned? How could she not be shocked?
Jixio, who exactly are you? Meeting you here. Could this be my destiny? So, you are the one who can save the Ning family from crisis, right? What? Why must it be you?
Ning Qian bit her lower lip and murmured softly, her beautiful eyes fixed on Jixio, filled with complexity.
Huh?
Jixio sneered, unsurprised to see her conflicted expression. In the novel, the Ning family founder indeed used his life to glimpse a man and a sword. That man walked alone across the sea of realms, ventured into the depths of darkness, and battled against the heavens shining brilliantly. But even the founder himself did not know whether what he saw was the future, the past, or an unspeakable corner of time. The prophecy he left for the Ning family was merely a lie he concocted after witnessing that shocking scene, a hope left for the family. He hoped that in the future such a powerful figure would appear to save the Ning family. He also hoped that through his prophecy the younger generations would rise up. Of course, though it was a colossal lie, it ultimately benefited Jixio immensely. And Jixio intended to exploit this lie to its fullest. Sigh. Ning Qian took a deep breath, then raised her jade hand and lightly tapped the void, making a decision. Clang. A highly peculiar teleportation array appeared beneath Yi Xian's feet, emanating a trace of vast emperor-level aura.
Master! Come quickly! Let's leave together!
Yi Xian shouted with all his might.
Xian! Your master will accompany you only this far. Walk your own path from now on. I will stay behind.
Ning Qian said softly to Yi Xian.
No!
Yi Xian cried out in despair. He thought Ning Qian was sacrificing herself for him. His nose tingled and tears streamed from his eyes.
An emperor-level formation. The primordial teleportation array.
Jixio squinted his eyes. No wonder Ning Qian had so confidently declared he could not kill Yi Xian. So she had already prepared the primordial teleportation array. But even so, he would give it his all. Did Yi Xian think he could leave here unscathed? Impossible. With that, Jixio wielded the great Luo's sword embryo, locked his gaze on Yi Xian, and twisted his wrist. The sword embryo erupted with a dazzling beam of flying immortal sword light. Clang. The sword light was blindingly brilliant, illuminating the endless night above Zhou Garden, as if it were day, its power reaching an extreme.
No!
Ning Qian shouted, trying to block it, but the sword light was too fast, so fast that she had no time to react. An arm was flung high into the air. Vivid blood splattered through the air. Clang. As Yi Xian's right arm fell to the ground, blood spilled everywhere. Ning Xian's expression froze. Her disciple Yi Xian's right arm was severed, cut off by Jixio's sword. Ding. Congratulations on severing the right arm of the destined protagonist Yi Xian, obtaining 50000 destiny essence. Hearing the system prompt in his ear.
A pity.
Jixio shook his head. Though he regretted not taking Yi Xian's life today, he was not disheartened. Because he had another plan for Yi Xian. A plan that would make him wish he were dead. With that thought, Jixio's gaze fell on Ning Qian, and a chilling, cruel smile curled at the corner of his lips.
Senior, do you not intend to leave Zhouling with your disciple?
Jixio quietly put away his great Luo's sword embryo, and bestowed a warm, radiant smile upon Ning Qian. At this moment, he was utterly different from the ruthless figure who had just severed Yi Xian's right arm.
Jishio the young prince. Are you not being too cruel?
Ning Xian clenched her silver teeth, her beautiful eyes glaring at Jishio in fury. She had indeed managed to save Yi Xian's life. But Yi Xian had lost his right arm, was gravely injured, and demonic poison had invaded his body. She simply could not fathom how Yi Xian would survive next. Heh. Jishio glanced at Ning Xian, his tone tinged with mockery.
So what? Is Senior planning to avenge your disciple? Why don't you try to see if you can sever this prince's arm? You?
Ning Xian was left speechless, her ample chest heaving violently. She was truly infuriated. If Jishio truly was the man foretold in her family's prophecy, even killing Yi Xian would leave her powerless to stop him, let alone merely cutting off his hand. If she dared to harm a single hair on Jishio's head, her family and parents would never forgive her.
It seems Senior does not intend to cut off this prince's arm. Then may I ask, why does Senior not depart? Could it be that Senior is also interested in the two-severance saber art? Do you wish to contend with me?
Jishio looked at Ning Xian with interest and asked casually.
You flatter yourself. I have no interest whatsoever in the two-severance saber art.
Ning Xian responded with an expressionless face. She was the eldest daughter of the Ning family, a long-lived clan from the Nine Heavens upper realm. Though the Ning family had declined, a dying camel is still larger than a horse. A single imperial-level technique was not enough to move her.
In that case, then what else is Senior interested in? Is it the swirling snow in this show garden? Or the unparalleled transcendent beauty before you? Or perhaps, me?
Jishio feigned ignorance, his gaze fixed intently on Ning Xian's eyes.
You?
Ning Xian was startled, her beautiful eyes fluttering as she avoided Jishio's burning, questioning stare, and answered in a daze.
Feng Wang. I stayed only for Feng Wang. She is the eldest princess of the Divine Phoenix Empire, and Yi Xian's fiancée. I will never allow you to harm her.
Hee. So that's it. Jishio shook his head with a soft laugh, then stepped forward, bent down, and lifted Feng Wang into his arms. The scent of jasmine instantly filled his nostrils, lifting his spirits.
Let me go!
Feng Wang spoke weakly, trying to struggle, but the utter weakness in her body made it difficult even to move a finger, so she could only let Jishio do as he pleased.
Silence!
Jishio snapped coldly at Feng Wang, then carried her to Mu Xianin and placed her into her arms.
Holy maiden! Now! The eldest princess is this prince's woman. You must take good care of her. Of course. If she regains strength and tries to run, do not hesitate. Just break her legs directly.
Jishio smiled gently at Mu Xianin.
You rascal!
Mu Xianin cast an amused glance at Jishio. She felt that the grown-up Jishio suited her tastes more and more.
Demon!
Feng Wang bit her delicate lip, her beautiful eyes glaring fiercely at Jishio. Heh. Upon hearing this, Jishio chuckled without anger. Instead, he reached out and removed the ring from Feng Wang's finger, retrieving a marriage contract from within. This contract was the one made when Feng Wang and Yi Xian were betrothed. Clang! Demonic flames ignited from his fingertip. The marriage contract between Feng Wang and Yi Xian instantly turned to ashes, scattering into the sky.
Jishio! You?
Feng Wang watched the ashes drifting in the air, her rosy lips slightly parted, her beautiful eyes wide, yet, for a moment, she found nothing to say.
What? Does the eldest princess wish to say something? Wasn't this marriage contract already prepared by you to return to Yi Xian?
Jishio looked calmly at Feng Wang and spoke softly.
No.
At this, Feng Wang bit her lip, shook her head, and fell into silence. As Jishio had said, she had indeed planned to return the contract once Yi Xian had grown strong. The reason she hadn't broken off the engagement earlier was simply that she didn't want to kick a man when he was down. Now that Jishio had burned the contract, so be it. Yet at this moment a thought surged within her heart. Could this fellow, by burning her marriage contract, truly intend to claim her for himself?
So, now Feng Wang is no longer your disciple's fiancé. Does Senior still have a reason to stay?
Jishio turned and spoke casually to Ning Xian.
Even so, I will still ensure her safety.
Ning Xian replied with an expressionless face.
As you wish. If you don't want to leave, then don't. This prince has no objection.
Ji Xiu waved his hand, then a faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth as his tone suddenly shifted.
However, next, what I'm about to do to your disciple, you might have an objection to.
What do you mean? Upon hearing this, a wave of extreme foreboding surged within Ning Xian's heart. Heh. Ji Xiu turned and gave Shen Jianqin a mysterious smile, saying,
Jianqin, I have a task for you next.
Master, just command. Shen Jianqin bowed slightly, her strikingly beautiful face full of devotion. Ji Xiu organized his thoughts and then spoke.
Next, I want you to leave Zhou Garden, return to the Red Clothes sect, and proclaim to the world everything you have seen and heard in the Divine Wood Forest and Zhou Garden.
Shen Jianqin frowned, slightly puzzled by Ji Xiu's meaning. If what happened in the Divine Wood Forest and Zhou Garden were proclaimed to the world, it would be catastrophic. As her thoughts turned, the smile on Ji Xiu's face grew even richer.
I want you to tell the world. 3 days ago, Li Wangxing, the young master of the Heavenly Strategy Military Prefecture, Xiao Wuji, the young valley master of the 10,000 Poison Valley, both died at the hands of Yi Xian of the Yi family in the Divine Phoenix Empire. And Mo Lingfeng, the holy son of the sacred sect, was also severely wounded by him. And you, Shen Jianqin, barely escaped with your life through great effort.
As his words fell, the faces of everyone present changed. Ji Xiu was shifting the blame. Now that Li Wangxing and Zhao Wuji had fallen, their sects must already know and be in an uproar. With this move, Ji Xiu had completely dumped the hatred of 2 top-tier sects onto Yi Xian, and he himself would bear not a trace of the consequences.
Master, what about the 2 Severance Saber Art? Was it also taken by Yi Xian?
Shen Jianqin squinted her eyes and asked softly. She thought that if she also pinned the 2 Severance Saber Art on Ji Xiu, things would become even more interesting.
No need. After all, we must leave some suspense for the cultivators of the 9 Heavens continent. Besides, they have brains. They'll figure it out on their own. Saying too much would only make it seem too fake.
Ji Xiu shook his head.
Ji Xiu, you are truly a demon.
Mu Lanqing glared at Ji Xiu with fury in her beautiful eyes. This fellow had not only cut off Yi Xian's right hand, but also framed Yi Xian for all the blood debts on his hands. And even left behind the suspense of the 2 Severance Saber Arts whereabouts, ensuring that no cultivator on the continent would let him go. This method was simply too vicious.
Wicked. Truly wicked.
Xianzong clenched his fists, utterly enraged to the point where even he, as the chief disciple of the Buddhist sect, couldn't help but curse.
Ji Xiu, how dare you?
Ning Xian shouted coldly, her delicate body trembling with fury.
How dare this prince not? You can help Yi Xian. Can't this prince help himself?
Ji Xiu turned back to look at Ning Xian, giving her an extremely cold glare. Since Yi Xian dared to use Ning Xian's power to challenge him, why wouldn't he dare to do all this?
You?
Ning Xian looked at Ji Xiu's cold demeanor and was momentarily at a loss for words. For some reason, she now dared not meet his gaze. Indeed, her disciple Yi Xian and Ji Xiu were already enemies, so what means could not be used?
Young prince, your plan is not bad. But there is one problem.
Old Wei suddenly spoke up to remind him.
Speak.
Ji Xiu withdrew his gaze.
Shen Jianqin will cooperate with you, but the remaining few probably won't.
Old Wei's gaze swept over Mu Lanqing Xianzong, the second prince of Great Qi Ling, the unconscious and Mo Lingfeng.
Unless you kill them all.
Mu Xianin interjected with a smile. He. Upon hearing this, Ji Xiu shook his head and sneered.
No. If too many die, this prince's story won't be credible.
He had thought this through clearly. It was easy to solve without killing. Moreover, he had long prepared for this. With this thought, Ji Xiu's gaze swept over the assembled prodigies.
Little monk, you'll help me, right?
Ji Xiu looked at Xianzong, his eyes full of amusement.
Young Prince Ji Xiu, a monk does not speak falsehoods. Apologies. This humble monk will not help you.
Xianzong shook his head.
Is that so?
Ji Xiu raised an eyebrow and considerately reached out to tuck a strand of Feng Wang's golden hair that had fallen over her forehead behind her ear. Then, in a very casual tone, he asked again.
So you don't want to see your sister return home, do you?
His tone was neither heavy nor light, but it struck Xianzang's ears like a thunderbolt.
You?
Xianzang looked at Ji Xiu, his face pale, his body trembling uncontrollably.
You help me. I'll help you. Quite fair, isn't it?
Ji Xiu said, as he reached out and patted Xianzang's smooth head. Hearing this, Xianzang felt dizzy. Ji Xiu's voice echoed in his ears like a demon's whisper. Xianzang knew Ji Xiu's methods, and knew even better that Ji Xiu cared nothing for anyone's background or status. Anyone who stood in his way, Ji Xiu would mercilessly obliterate, just like Li Wangsheng and Zhao Wuji. He also knew that if he did not follow Ji Xiu's wishes, his sister Feng Huang would surely die. At this moment, Xianzang glanced at Feng Huang, who lay weak and frail in Mu Zuanian's arms, and finally nodded to Ji Xiu, gritting his teeth and whispering,
Young Prince Ji Xiu, don't hurt my sister.
This humble monk agrees.
I will not obstruct your plan.
That is enough. Ji Xiu nodded. Making a monk lie for him was too difficult. But as long as Xianzang did not deny, clarify, or respond to the rumors, it was sufficient.
Ji Xiu, I will not help you. Absolutely not.
Mu Lanqing bit her silver teeth and said decisively. Heh. Ji Xiu glanced at Mu Lanqing. He never intended to waste words on this foolish woman. After all, a woman marked with the soul imprint. Why waste breath? She says no now, but when the critical moment comes, she will naturally comply. With this thought, Ji Xiu also glanced at Mo Lingfeng. This holy son of the sacred sect was the same. Back in the Divine Wood Forest during the darkest moment of heaven and earth. While planting the soul imprint on Mu Lanqing, he had also secretly planted one on Mo Lingfeng. However, no one present knew.
And you? Second Prince of Great Qin Yingling.
Ji Xiu smiled as he looked at Yingling and asked. Ah. Yingling's throat bobbed as he swallowed. This man before him was 100 times more terrifying than anyone he had ever met.
Young Prince Ji Xiu, whatever you say, is whatever it is.
Yingling bowed slightly, his smile stiff, not daring to lift his head to meet Ji Xiu's gaze. At this moment, he, the dignified second prince of the Great Qin Empire, had been brought to the utmost point of humility before Ji Xiu. Ji Xiu looked at Yingling, who was reduced to the utmost humility before him, and a smile gradually deepened on his face. Name Yingling. Age 25. Cultivation June Stage 2nd Realm. Identity Second Prince of the Great Qin Empire. Destined Potential 5000. After casting a glance at Yingling with the eye of omniscience, Ji Xiu disinterestedly withdrew his gaze.
This Great Qin Second Prince is rather shabby, but indeed a good dog,
Ji Xiu murmured to himself. According to intelligence from the Military Intelligence Department, Yingling is someone who would stop at nothing to ascend to the position of Crown Prince of the Great Qin. Previously, he had gone to great lengths to curry favor with Feng Huang, hoping to leverage the power of the Divine Phoenix Empire to rise to the throne. Thus, all he needed to do was to give him a bit of favor and paint a grand vision to open the treasure trove that is the Great Qin Empire through his hands and extract countless resources from it.
Your Highness the Young Master, rest assured, as long as you spare my life. Once I return to Great Qin, I will personally lead people to hunt down Yixian. Your plan will be executed with me, the prince, taking the lead.
Yingling finally mustered his courage and spoke earnestly to Ji Xiu.
If you can truly do that, perhaps I could help you ascend to the position of Crown Prince of Great Qin.
Ji Xiu spoke casually.
Really?
Upon hearing this, Yingling's eyes suddenly lit up. Ji Xiu's strength was well understood by him. June Stage overwhelming the sacred stage. This was an unfathomable combat power beyond his comprehension. Not to mention the supreme heaven behind Ji Xiu, and the forces hidden in the shadows that he was unaware of. If Ji Xiu was indeed willing to help him, he would be fully confident in seizing the position of Crown Prince from his brother.
Naturally, it is true.
Ji Xiu smiled slightly. Seeing the excited glint in Yingling's eyes, he knew this fellow had taken the bait. However, even then, he needed to make some preparations in advance.
In that case, from now on, Yingling will be at the service of your Highness the Young Master.
Yingling deeply bowed to Jishio. Hee. Jishio chuckled coldly, and then spoke.
Your Highness the Second Prince. You really think this matter is settled just with a few words?
Yingling was taken aback, not understanding Jishio's meaning.
It's nothing. I just want to present a small gift to Your Highness the Second Prince. And then, you can leave Zhou Yuan.
Jishio casually shook his head and said. Upon hearing this, a bad premonition surged in Yingling's heart.
Devouring Immortal Demonic Art. Activate.
Jishio's eyes sparkled with demonic light as he raised his hands to form seals. Zing. 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 Brilliant demonic light burst forth from his palms.
Young Master Ji, what do you mean by this?
Yingling stared blankly at Jishio, his face instantly turning pale, as sweat trickled down his forehead and along his cheeks.
Don't be nervous. Relax.
Jishio spoke calmly, then pressed a palm directly onto Yingling's forehead. Zing. The demonic light shone brilliantly, then transformed into strands of black mist that entered Yingling's body.
Ugh! It's so hot!
Yingling cried out in pain, feeling as if the meridians and bones in his body were about to be melted. Moments later, Jishio withdrew his hand, watching as Yingling's legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. A faint smile crept to his lips.
What? What did you do to me?
Yingling looked at Jishio in extreme fear, his voice hoarse, as if he had been smoked.
Just a small gift,
Jishio replied softly. Earlier, he had activated the Devouring Immortal Demonic Art to alter several of Yingling's meridians, and quietly planted a demonic seed.
A gift?
Yingling's expression was one of disbelief. But when he attempted to circulate his true essence, he suddenly discovered that his meridians seemed to have widened significantly. Moreover, even his cultivation had risen by a realm.
Thank you, young Master Ji, for your generous gift.
Yingling knelt before Jishio with utmost sincerity.
You're welcome.
Jishio spoke casually. Indeed, he had given Yingling a bit of benefit. However, once he activated the demonic seed, Yingling's true essence would immediately reverse through the altered meridians and operate in reverse. Afterward, Yingling would become extremely violent, and his combat power would soar. Of course, after the true essence reversed, what awaited Yingling would be death from shattered meridians. If Yingling did not wish to die, he could only obediently kneel before Jishio and plead for a way out. In other words, throughout the entire Nine Heavens continent, apart from Jishio, no one could save Yingling. Moreover, as long as Jishio wished, he could detonate the demonic seed at any time, causing Yingling's entire meridians and bones to shatter in an instant. In simple terms, Yingling's life was now firmly in Jishio's grasp.
Let's go! Second Prince. You can leave Zhou Yuan now.
Upon hearing this, Yingling slowly stood up, gazing into the distance, and exhaling a breath, feeling as if he were in a dream. He never thought Jishio would truly spare his life.
Jishio, what about us?
Mu Lianqing stepped forward, frowning and asking.
Let's go! When you see your little junior aunt, remember to send my regards.
Jishio waved his hand nonchalantly.
This demon? Actually let her leave just like that. Doesn't he fear ruining her plans?
Hee. Jishio seemed to see through Mu Bing's thoughts and then said,
Hurry and scram, before I change my mind.
Demon. Mu Lianqing cursed softly, then she turned and left.
Jishio, what you did in Zhou Yuan, I will report it word for word to my little junior aunt and the Ice God Palace. Casually.
Jishio, upon hearing this, was utterly unconcerned with Mu Lianxin's words.
Young Master Ji, please keep your promise. Do not harm my sister.
After saying this, Xianzang turned and left, carrying Immortal. Watching Xianzang's back, Jishio's lips curled into a pleasant arc. Xianzang's potential in demonic arts was 100 times stronger than Yingling. Therefore, he wasn't in a hurry to initiate the demonic transformation on Xianzang. As long as he waited for the right moment, Xianzang's potential in demonic arts would be gradually excavated by him. When the time comes, he would activate the Devouring Immortal Demonic Art, and could easily control a rising star of demonic arts. Moreover, with Feng Huang still in his hands, he wasn't worried that Xianzang would ruin his plans after leaving Zhou Yuan. After Mu Lianqing, Xianzang, Immortal, and Yingling's figures faded into the horizon. Mu Xianyin suddenly walked to Jixio's side and spoke.
Jixio, Mu Lianqing and Mo Lingfeng have already been soul captured by you, so that's why you're so fearless, right? Don't think of me as a foolish girl like Mu Lianqing. When you played the Requiem in the Divine Wood Forest, and suddenly changed the melody, I presume that was the second movement of your soul capture trilogy, the soul capturing melody, right? Indeed. You're clever.
Jixio nodded. There was no need for him to hide anything from Mu Xianyin. After all, they were in the same boat.
However, I am truly somewhat surprised that you would let Yingling go.
Mu Xianyin frowned and asked softly. In her view, killing Yingling would ensure Jixio's plan was foolproof. Jixio, upon hearing this, calmly gazed into the distance and said,
The plan is just like this. Yingling
must live.
Upon hearing this, Mu Xianyin's eyes brightened as if she realized something, then spoke.
Your original plan was to kill Yi Xian and then let Yingling take the blame.
Exactly. Jixio nodded.
As Mu Xianyin stated, his initial plan was to kill Yi Xian and then allow Yingling to take the blame for everything that transpired in the Divine Wood Forest and Zhou Yuan. However, Yi Xian was fortunate enough to have a good master named Xian, who forcibly ensured his survival. Thus, he slightly adjusted his plan, planting the demonic seed in Yingling and shifting all the blame onto Yi Xian. And he himself would remain free of any cause and claim all the benefits. At that moment, he even felt that this plan was better, more perfect, and the future benefits even more enticing. After all, Yi Xian, this big chive, was more valuable alive than dead. When it came time to reap the final harvest, the gains would undoubtedly be massive.
You truly are a wicked fellow.
Mu Xianyin sighed, looking at Jixio with a playful expression. At this moment even, she couldn't help but marvel at Jixio's meticulous thoughts. It seemed that this entire series of events was not coincidental, but rather all part of Jixio's planned and meticulously calculated scheme. From killing Li Wangxing, Zhao Wuji capturing Mu Lianqing, and Mo Lingfeng bribing Yingling, to framing Yi Xian. This plan, with each link tightly connected, made her feel a bit dizzy upon reflection.
Thank you for the compliment.
Jixio chuckled lightly in response to Mu Xianyin. In this world it is indeed like this. Mercy towards enemies is cruelty to oneself and those around them. Only by being ruthless can this world show you the kindness and respect it should. As for right and wrong, good and evil, they truly don't matter much.
Let's go! Enter Zhou Ling.
Jixio raised his head and spoke slowly, gazing at the massive tomb at the end of the Divine Road. He ultimately had to acquire the two-edged blade technique of the martial emperor Zhou Dufu. Additionally, he had already gathered 100,000 destiny essences, so that forbidden imperial law in the system store seemed also within reach. Thinking of this, Jixio felt a surge of heat in his heart. Meanwhile, after the several great talents left Zhou Yuan and returned to the Divine Wood Forest, they all sat down on the ground.
Xianzong, are you truly going to let Jixio, that demon, shift the blame onto Yi Xian?
Mu Lianqing asked softly, biting her silver teeth.
Holy maiden, my sister is in his hands. This is not something I can decide.
Xianzong shook his head, a bitter expression on his face. To him, family was more important than anything.
You?
Mu Lianqing felt a sudden tightness in her chest. After a moment of silence, she murmured to herself.
Good and evil will be rewarded in the end. In any case, I will not let Jixio's plan succeed.
Humph. Yingling scoffed and said,
Mu Lianqing, you are too naive. You have seen young Master Jia's strength. Standing with him is the true path to victory. Besides, isn't your little junior and his fiancée? Since that is the case, I advise you to obediently follow young Master Jia's plan. Otherwise, the first to not spare you may very well be your sect, the Ice God Palace.
Upon hearing this, Mu Lianqing froze for a moment. At that moment, she also began to doubt whether her sect would stand by her side if she revealed the truth. Just then, the sound of the communication stone at her waist rang out. Upon hearing the familiar voice, she suddenly stood up. At this moment, she felt a pang of emotion, as if she had found her support. She bit her silver teeth, her voice tinged with tears, as she murmured,
Little junior aunt, She has finally emerged from her seclusion.
The moment Mu Lanqing heard Mu Bing's voice through the sound transmission jade, she rose without a moment's hesitation and departed from the Divine Wood Forest, racing toward her sect, the Ice God Palace. Xianzong heaved a sigh, his mind laden with thoughts, as he carried Immortal away from the Divine Wood Forest. Following Ji Xiu's instructions, he would first bring Immortal back to the sacred sect before returning to the Great Thunderclap Monastery himself. Ling cast a glance at Xianzang's retreating figure, shook his head, with a cold snort, and then departed from the Divine Wood Forest. Time passed swiftly. When the several prodigies returned to their respective sects, the Nine Heavens continent, once as placid as a tranquil lake, was stirred into a tempestuous uproar, as if massive boulders had been cast into its depths. Countless cultivators awaited the declarations of the top-tier cultivation clans, burning with curiosity to uncover what had truly transpired within the demon Heavenly Mountain. At the Scarlet Robe sect, when the Grand Elder Shenrulia saw her beloved disciple return disheartened and staggering, she rushed forward without a word and embraced Shenjianxin, her suspended heart finally settling.
You reckless girl. Finally back. Let your master see if you're injured.
Shenrulia's gaze swept over Shenjianxin, afraid she had suffered some incurable wound. Just then she noticed Shenjianxin's eyes lowered, her delicate frame trembling, her entire demeanor deeply disturbed.
Jianxin, what's wrong?
Sensing trouble, Shenrulia softened her tone and asked gently.
Master, I thought I'd never see you again.
Shenjianxin lifted her head to meet Shenrulia's eyes. Her beautiful orbs were red and glistening with tears, her voice thick with terror and lingering dread.
Jianxin, what exactly happened in the Divine Wood Forest?
Shenrulia held Shenjianxin tightly in her arms and whispered. Hearing this, Shenjianxin paused for a moment, as if gathering herself, then spoke with a sob in her voice.
Yixian. It was that man named Yixian. He's nothing short of a demon.
At these words, Shenrulia's brows furrowed sharply. The name Yixian was familiar to her as well. He had been a striking dark horse in the righteous Demonic War at the Demon Heavenly Mountain, and moreover, he was the fiancé of Feng Huang, the eldest princess of the Divine Phoenix Empire.
Did he kill Li Washeng and Zhao Wuji?
Shenrulia's eyes widened in shock as she asked.
It was him. It was him. If not for my own skill and the fortune of encountering Prince Ji Xiu, even I might have fallen to his hands.
Shenjianxin nodded slightly, a complex gleam of hatred and fear flickering in her eyes. With that, she buried her head deep in Shenrulia's embrace, her delicate body trembling. At that moment, she truly resembled a fragile woman who had narrowly escaped death, evoking pity.
There. Don't be afraid, Jianxin. Your master is here. Rest assured. Since Yixian dared to lay a hand on you, I will never let him off.
Shenrulia gritted her teeth in venomous anger. Shenjianxin was the holy maiden of her Scarlet Robe sect. Who did Yixian think he was to harm her beloved disciple? Had it not been for her disciple's good fortune, she would have perished alongside the holy sons of the other two major sects in the Divine Wood Forest. The mere thought sent chills down her spine, and she tightened her hold on Shenjianxin, a murderous glint flashing in her eyes. Yet she failed to notice the faint triumphant smile curling at the corners of Shenjianxin's lips, a sign of a scheme well executed. At the sacred sect of the Nine Heavens continent, Xianzong gazed at the towering, majestic stone jade gate that pierced the clouds. Silently he set Immortal down before the gate and turned to leave. Not long after his departure, the shocked and furious voices of the sacred sect disciples rang out.
It's the Holy Sun! The Holy Sun has returned! Why is he so gravely injured? Damn it! Who dared to lay hands on our sacred sect's Holy Sun? Shut up! Quickly inform the elders and the Holy Maiden.
Hearing the commotion behind him, Xianzong shook his head and departed from the sacred sect's territory, heading toward his own sect, the Great Thunderclap Monastery. Unbeknownst to him, on Peach Blossom Mountain of the sacred sect, over a dozen elders stood, with grim expressions, outside a wooden hut in a bamboo grove. The rustle of footsteps approached, and a woman in a moon-white dress, ethereal and immortal-like, walked over.
Holy Maiden! The Holy Sun has returned.
An elder spoke softly.
And then?
Mo Qingxian asked calmly.
The Holy Sun. He has suffered severe injuries. Half of his meridians are broken and his hand bone, sternum, and ribs are nearly shattered. Though his life is spared, his future cultivation path is likely ruined.
The elders shook their heads, their voices filled with regret and indignation.
I understand. You may leave now.
Imo Qingxian waved her hand upon hearing this, and the elders departed from the peach blossom grove. She then pushed open the door and entered. The moment she stepped inside, she saw Imo Lingfeng lying on the bed, frail to the extreme. Approaching slowly, Imo Qingxian gazed at her brother, who was barely clinging to life, with an expression of profound indifference. After a moment, she sat on a bamboo stool by the table, pressed her jade hand to her forehead, and gently rubbed her temples. Her crimson lips parted as she spoke.
I've told you since you were young. It's fine if you lack talent as long as you work hard. Don't let your pride get the better of you. Those who rush to prove themselves will always be the weak.
As her cold, clear voice faded, 2 streams of tears trickled from the corners of Imo Lingfeng's eyes. He slowly opened his eyes, staring vacantly at the wooden roof. He had long been awake since Xianzong had placed him at the sacred sect.
Sis, what can I do now? My cultivation is ruined. My meridians are destroyed. I feel like a complete waste.
Hearing this, Imo Qingxian was silent for a moment, then her crimson lips parted as she spoke coldly to Imo Lingfeng.
As long as I'm here, you will always be the holy son of the sacred sect. So what if your cultivation is ruined? You can start over. So what if your meridians are destroyed? I'll rebuild them for you. And finally, wipe away those cowardly tears. Now tell me who hurt you.
At her words, Imo Lingfeng took a deep breath, suppressing the bitterness in his heart as he began to recall. Just then, a strange light of soul-seizing flickered deep in his eyes. He replied in a weak, mechanical voice.
It was Yi Xian, of the Divine Phoenix Empire. Yi family. Yi Xian.
As he spoke, a profound weariness surged from the depths of his soul, his eyelids growing as heavy as Mount Tai, and soon his consciousness sank back into darkness. Imo Qingxian watched her brother fall into slumber, remaining silent for a long time. Then she turned her gaze to the brilliant moonlight in the sky, her crimson lips parting in a whisper.
Very well. Yi Xian, you harmed my brother and destroyed his fate. I, Imo Qingxian, will repay you tenfold.
At the Ice God Palace, the moonlight was pure and beautiful, its ethereal radiance cascading over a snow-covered peak in a breathtaking scene. At that moment, a supremely graceful figure stood with her hands behind her back atop the summit, the biting wind rustling her sacred snow-white dress. Under the moonlight, her silver hair cascaded like a waterfall down to her shapely hips. Her willow-leaf brows were exquisite, brimming with valor and nobility. Her beautiful eyes held a bone-chilling coldness as sharp as the wind atop this snowy peak. Her delicate nose was stunningly elegant and refined, paired with crimson lips as moist as petals after rain. Her entire visage possessed a breathtaking beauty that could steal one's breath away. And she was the woman who had emerged from the Ice Absolute Land, Mu Bing.
Little martial ant. Little martial ant.
A soft, excited voice came from behind Mu Bing. Hearing this, Mu Bing pressed her lips together and turned slowly, only to see Mu Lanqing running toward her with open arms.
Ah, little martial ant, you're the most fragrant and beautiful.
Mu Lanqing reveled in the comforting warmth and familiar scent, her smile blooming even brighter.
Oh, you. Why are you still so clingy, just like when you were little?
Mu Bing gently stroked Mu Lanqing's soft hair, speaking with deep affection.
Not at all. It's just that I haven't seen you in years, little martial ant. I couldn't help it.
Mu Lanqing said, flashing a playful grin at Mu Bing.
You're a holy maiden now. Remember to be more serious in the future. If others saw you like this, wouldn't they laugh?
Mu Bing helplessly reached out and pinched Mu Lanqing's cheek.
I know.
Mu Lanqing puffed out her cheeks, her eyes still sparkling with mischief. Although there was a generation gap between them, they were close in age, so she had always loved sticking by Mu Bing's side since childhood. They seemed like aunt and niece, but were more like sisters.
Tell me then, what exactly happened in the Divine Wood Forest? How did Li Wansheng and Zhao Wuji die? And who injured Imo Lingfeng?
Mu Bing asked softly. Having just emerged from seclusion, she had heard of the great chaos in the 9 heavens. The righteous holy sons and holy maidens of the Nine Heavens continent had suffered terribly, some dead, some injured. And the one responsible for all this, she suspected, was the man she had been yearning for in the ice absolute land for 10 years. Mu Lanqing thought for a moment, and a strikingly handsome, ever-smiling face surfaced in her mind. She couldn't help but shudder. That man wore a bright smile, but killed without blinking, ruthless to the extreme.
Little martial ant. I was just about to tell you. In the Divine Wood Forest, that man injured Mo Lingfeng, killed Li Wansheng and Zhao Wuji, and nearly killed all of us. Who?
Mu Bing stared intently at Mu Lanqing.
It's...
Mu Lanqing was about to blurt out the name on her lips, but suddenly felt a blank in her mind. Frowning, her voice trembled as she said,
Little martial ant. That man seems to be named Yi Xian.
Yi Xian. Mu Bing's brows knitted into a deep furrow at the name, and for a moment she was stunned. After a long pause, she finally whispered to herself,
That man. It wasn't Ji Xiu. How can this be?
As the Nine Heavens continent stirred with upheaval, Ji Xiu, accompanied by Elder Wei Mu Xuanning, and the elite of the Supreme Heaven, traversed the Divine Path and arrived before the colossal Zhou Mausoleum within the Zhou Garden.
This is the tomb of the legendary man from the Nine Heavens continent.
Mu Xianning took a deep breath, her heartbeat quickening, as she gazed upon the immense bronze door before her.
Don't celebrate too soon. Legend says that man possessed heaven-defying means and detested being disturbed. Who knows what awaits us within his tomb?
Elder Wei issued a warning.
Indeed. We must be cautious.
Ji Xiu nodded, then promptly retrieved the 9 fragments of the severing blade he had collected. His gaze swept across the bronze door, locking onto 9 indentations at its central hub.
Did this martial emperor
know he would fall and thus build himself a tomb? And it seems he foresaw that the severing blade would shatter into 9 pieces after his death, deliberately designing this bronze door. Ji Xiu furrowed his brow, murmuring softly. Then, shaking his head to dismiss further thoughts, he raised his hand and swept the 9 fragments of the severing blade into the indentations at the center of the bronze door. With a thunderous rumble, as the 9 fragments slid into place, the ground began to tremble, and the bronze door quivered, showing signs of opening.
Step back,
Ji Xiu commanded in a low, grave tone. Hearing this, Elder Wei Mu Xuanning and the experts of the Supreme Heaven retreated.